The story opens inside the Shen Manor Hall, where everyone is clearly gathered to discuss a marriage. Zijing called out, "Wanger, come meet your future father-in-law." A tall young man soon walked in calmly and bowed to Lord Shen. He introduced himself as Xu Beiwang, the son of Zijing. But no one knew that before arriving in this world, he had been a powerful alliance leader from the 22nd century. He had just finished reading Proud Nine Provinces and had no idea what was happening. The next time he opened his eyes, he had already transmigrated into another world, leaving him completely stunned. What made Beiwang even happier was that he became the young master of a wealthy family and even had a beautiful fiancée waiting for him. Back in the present, Zijing waved him over to meet the Shen family's daughter, his future bride. The moment Xu Beiwang saw her, he thought he had hit the jackpot, but after she politely introduced herself, he froze. Her face instantly left Beiwang in shock as an impossible memory rushed back. He remembered Chapter 99 of Proud Nine Provinces, where Ye Tian crashed the wedding, killed Xu Beiwang, and became famous on the Qingyun ranking. Thinking about that miserable ending, his face fell, so he had transmigrated into the disposable villain meant to boost the main character. Beiwang immediately decided to stay as far away from this woman as possible if he wanted to stay alive. He lowered his head and told Lord Shen that he was unworthy of marrying the Shen family's daughter and hoped the engagement could be cancelled. The two elders looked at each other in complete confusion, unable to understand what this kid was talking about. Beiwang firmly added that as long as it was not her, anyone else would do. Zijing turned red with anger and shouted at him on the spot. He scolded Beiwang for wasting such a rare chance because the Shen family's daughter was a mid-stage rank, 8 martial genius with the potential to enter the Qingyun ranking, while his own son was only an upper stage rank 9, who relied on family resources. Hearing his own father expose him in front of everyone, Beiwang could only sigh inside, screaming that he was just trying to save his own life. He then loudly declared to Lord Shen that the young lady already loved someone else, so he wanted to break off the engagement. The moment Lord Shen heard those words, his face turned pale because the marriage had been ordered by the Grand Princess, and defying her would bring disaster to the whole family. Just as the tension reached its peak, the system finally appeared. A voice welcomed the host to the world of Proud Nine Provinces and introduced itself as the Fortune Tower system. Beiwang almost burst into laughter. A transmigration without a cheat would be boring, and this system already sounded incredibly overpowered. The system explained that he could see the fortune towers above people's heads to judge their luck and opportunities, and defeating those with stronger fortune would earn greater rewards. Beiwang instantly understood. The stronger the opponent, the better the rewards. But when he looked toward UD, he suddenly realized something was wrong. It was normal for the main character's future woman to have overwhelming fortune, but that was not the real issue. What shocked him even more was that even the deserving servant beside her had stronger fortune than he did. Looking at the tiny number floating above his own head, Beiwang felt his future was completely hopeless. Even with the system, defeating Ye Tian still seemed impossible. Seeing him remain silent, Shen He, who stood nearby, advised him that it was best to obey the Grand Princess's decision. The moment the Grand Princess was mentioned, Xu Beiwang's eyes changed, as if he had just remembered something important. The person he recalled was Diwu Jin Shuang, the most powerful princess in the 9 provinces and the mastermind behind countless disasters in the original story. Her strength was unfathomable, and countless loyal forces served under her across both the imperial court and the common world. On top of that, she secretly controlled Fengke, an organization that trained elite assassins and top experts, making her someone no one wanted to provoke. Thinking of this, Xu Beiwang felt like he had found his lifeline and immediately rushed out, leaving Zijing shouting after him in panic. The moment he stepped outside, excitement filled his face as if he had finally found a way to survive. Beiwang had only one thought now. He had to cling to the Grand Princess as fast as possible. But the moment he pictured her, especially those long legs, his mind started wandering again. Sadly, his excitement did not last long because he froze at the sight of the huge crowd ahead. Beiwang quickly spotted Eunuch Yu, the Grand Princess's trusted aide and a terrifying rank 3 Grandmaster, and instantly came up with a plan. Without hesitation, Beiwang walked over and politely greeted the eunuch. He introduced himself as Xu Beiwang and said he had an urgent matter to report to the Grand Princess. As they spoke, he quietly slipped a bag of silver into the eunuch's hand, because money made everything easier. After being led into the main hall, Bei Wang silently praised the power of silver before kneeling to greet the Grand Princess. Sitting before him was Diwu Jinshuang, the mighty Grand Princess of Great Qian. Unfortunately, Bei Wang's eyes drifted toward her fair legs once again. The Grand Princess coldly warned that if he kept staring, she would send him straight to be castrated. Bei Wang jumped in fright, covered his eyes, and hurriedly begged for mercy. He quickly explained that Her Highness was so beautiful that he had lost himself for a moment and never intended any disrespect. The Grand Princess calmly asked who he was, and Bei Wang immediately introduced himself as the man whose marriage she had arranged a few days earlier. After hearing that, she remembered Shubi Wang. His appearance was decent enough, but his talent was nothing special in her eyes. Bei Wang could only sigh to himself. Compared to the ultimate villain like her, he was barely worth mentioning. Growing impatient, the Grand Princess waved her hand to dismiss him, assuming he had only come to express his gratitude. Seeing this, Bei Wang quickly shouted that he wished to request a treasure, while secretly thinking there was nothing to be thankful for. The Grand Princess slowly stood up, her overwhelming aura filling the hall, and said that no one had ever dared ask her for a reward without offering something in return. Bei Wang immediately looked up with confidence and dropped a shocking secret. He claimed that the eldest son of Elder Kuei had secretly colluded with a succubus demon. The Grand Princess's expression changed at once. Bei Wang even swore that if a single word was false, he would gladly pay with his life. Great Qian despised demons above all else, and Elder Kui was one of the Grand Princess's closest allies. In the original story, Ye Tian had gained enormous benefits from exposing this scandal, forcing her to sacrifice the entire Kui family to calm public outrage. The Grand Princess looked at Bei Wang very differently now, with a hint of satisfaction in her eyes. Anyone who sheltered demons deserved to die. She acknowledged his contribution and asked what reward he wanted. Bei Wang immediately knelt again. He acted respectfully, but his eyes secretly wandered toward her fair legs once more. He requested a bottle of endurance elixir, smiling brightly while thinking only about staying alive. This was a top-grade spiritual medicine that could greatly increase a person's combat power for a long time without any side effects. The Grand Princess said nothing more and casually tossed him a blue jade bottle filled with spiritual liquid. Bei Wang quickly caught it and repeatedly thanked her, secretly admiring how generous someone of her status could be. A faint smile appeared on the Grand Princess's lips as she allowed Bei Wang to choose one more reward. Without missing the chance, he immediately asked for a bottle of breakthrough pills and thanked her again. Suddenly, the Grand Princess looked straight at Shu Bei Wang with a mysterious smile and asked if he could really handle his own trouble. The question sent a chill down Bei Wang's spine, and cold sweat nearly poured down his back. He could only force a smile, ask for her help, and promise to remember her kindness forever. A loud slap echoed through the hall as the Grand Princess struck him across the face and coldly called him useless. Bei Wang winced in pain but reacted quickly. He scrambled to his feet, rushed outside, and respectfully took his leave. Once outside, he comforted himself by thinking that he now had at least some connection with the Grand Princess's faction. As long as he kept holding on to this powerful backer, he might actually survive. Then there was still hope of canceling the engagement. Even so, Bei Wang could not shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. As soon as Bei Wang returned home, two servants rushed over and dragged him away. They said the master was waiting at Taibai Tower, leaving him wondering what was going on. The moment he arrived, someone happily ran over to greet him with great enthusiasm. The man even congratulated him on his loving relationship with Miss Shen, leaving Bei Wang completely confused. His mind was filled with nothing but question marks as he tried to figure out the bizarre situation. Right then, Zijing stormed over, scolded him, and announced they were preparing for the wedding banquet. Bei Wang nearly burst into tears, feeling his death was getting even closer. At that very moment, Ye Tian finally appeared, radiating killing intent as he charged straight at Shu Bei Wang. Yu panicked and rushed forward to shield Bei Wang while shouting for Ye Tian to stop. Ye Tian became even more emotional, telling her to move aside because he would kill Shu Bei Wang today and take her away. Yudi coldly denied having any relationship with him, but deep down she desperately wanted Ye Tian to leave because countless experts were gathered here and he had no chance of winning. Hearing that only darkened Ye Tian's expression. He declared that if he could not even protect the woman he loved, then there was no point in cultivating, and he was willing to become a demon for her. While the two played out their tragic romance, Xu Beiwang paid them no attention. His eyes were fixed on the fortune value above Yi Tian's head. When he saw the title Son of Fortune level 97, he almost cursed out loud. Ye Tian really was heaven's favorite with luck beyond belief. Beiwang knew that if things continued like this, he would eventually lose, so he had to find another way. Without hesitation, he grabbed Yu Di's hand and asked if Ye Tian was her lover. She wanted to pull away, but did not dare because she knew the Grand Princess would destroy the entire Shen family if the truth came out. Seeing that scene, Ye Tian completely lost control and charged forward to save her. As he rushed in, he shouted that Xu Beiwang had no idea who he really was. He was favored by heaven, blessed with endless opportunities, and destined to stand at the peak of the 9 provinces. With a furious roar, Ye Tian swung his sword straight at Beiwang. Everyone nearby turned pale as the terrifying sword aura swept across the area. It looked powerful enough to kill Beiwang instantly. But to everyone's shock, Xu Beiwang blocked the attack with incredible ease. He coldly asked what gave Ye Tian the right to take his life before launching his counterattack. With nothing more than a simple flick of his finger, Ye Tian was blasted far into the distance. The unbelievable sight left everyone staring in complete disbelief. In their eyes, Xu Beiwang had always been nothing more than a rank 9 cultivator who relied on pills to raise his cultivation. Yet now he displayed strength far beyond anything they had imagined. Beiwang pressed the attack and coldly ordered Ye Tian to kneel before him. He mocked the power Ye Tian had always been so proud of, saying this was all it amounted to. The spectators could not stop praising young Master Zeus' overwhelming dominance. Deep inside, Beiwang quietly let out a sigh of relief. The Grand Princess's rewards really were priceless. That medicine had boosted his strength far beyond his expectations, making him even more determined to stay under her protection. At that moment, Yu Di stepped forward and begged Beiwang to spare Ye Tian for her sake. Beiwang simply sneered and asked what gave her the right to beg him for mercy. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. If those two had not dragged him into their mess, he would not be risking his life every single day. Despite his serious injuries, Ye Tian forced himself back to his feet. To everyone's shock, his aura surged dramatically in the middle of the battle. He truly was a heaven-chosen monster who only grew stronger as the fight continued. Beiwang immediately raised his hand and prepared to unleash his ultimate move. According to the original story, Xu Beiwang's martial talent had never been impressive. His only real strength was his zither arts. But with his current power boost, he decided to finish the battle as quickly as possible. Beiwang coldly declared that today would be Yi Tian's last day, but the next moment left him stunned. Even that attack was blocked. As expected, the Son of Fortune was unbelievably hard to kill. And it did not stop there. Ye Tian neutralized another attack as well, leaving even Beiwang with a growing headache. Beiwang quietly weighed his chances. Ye Tian was heaven's chosen, while he had the worst luck imaginable. Winning would not be easy. Even so, Beiwang was determined to shatter Ye Tian's main character halo today. On the other side, Ye Tian gritted his teeth and struggled to stay standing. He refused to die here before reaching the peak of the 9 provinces. Beiwang soon sensed the aura of a rank 1 Qing realm expert behind Ye Tian. It seemed his hidden trump card was finally making a move. He quickly realized that unleashing such overwhelming power had to come with a heavy price. As expected, the supporting soul behind Ye Tian would fall into deep slumber after this attack and could no longer interfere for the time being. Just then, the system announced that the host had successfully defeated the Son of Fortune and received the corresponding rewards. Beiwang immediately thought about stealing Ye Tian's jade pendant. His own luck was terrible, but as long as he kept harvesting Sons of Fortune, valuable resources would keep flowing his way. Zijing finally rushed over in panic and asked if his son had been injured. Beiwang shook his head and said he was fine, though it was a shame that Ye Tian had escaped. The crowd quickly surrounded him with endless praise, calling young Master Xu a rising genius while trying to get on his good side. Annoyed, Beiwang simply told everyone to leave. He then turned to Yu Di with an icy stare and told her to get to the point. Biting her lip, Yu Di begged him to spare Ye Tian. In return, she agreed to marry him and promised to accept any condition. After hearing that, Beiwang said she would move into the Shu Manor starting tomorrow. Deep down, he smiled to himself. With such perfect bait in his hands, Ye Tian would eventually come delivering more opportunities. From the very beginning, Bei Wang's real goal had been the great opportunity that could change the entire 9 provinces, and to achieve it, he first had to stay close to the Grand Princess. After that, he began checking all the rewards he had received from the system. One reward was related to sword cultivation, but Bei Wang ignored it since he did not practice the sword. He also found a fragment of an incomplete secret realm. It looked like he would need to collect every piece before unlocking the true opportunity inside. But the greatest treasure still depended on Ye Tian. Bei Wang's eyes lit up when he discovered the earth core body tempering milk, exactly what he needed most. It was an extremely rare spiritual medicine used to completely transform the body. For someone with poor talent, it was nothing short of a miracle, greatly accelerating cultivation. Bei Wang immediately dreamed of forging an immortal body. After absorbing it, he could clearly feel his entire body being completely reborn. He also obtained a useful invisibility talisman. Unfortunately, it was single-use with a very short duration and only effective against opponents below rank 4. What disappointed Bei Wang the most was failing to obtain Yi Tian's jade pendant. Otherwise, he could have learned the devouring art immediately. Thinking about it, Bei Wang almost hoped Yi Tian would grow stronger faster so he could reach the Supreme Realm sooner. But he also understood that relying on Yi Tian alone would make his own growth far too slow. So Bei Wang decided to find as many other Sons of Fortune as possible and harvest every one of them. The only question was where to find them. After thinking for a while, he suddenly remembered something from the original story. The original Shu Bei Wang's mother had spent money to buy him a position in the 6 gates, but he had never reported for duty once. Bei Wang saw things differently. To him, the 6 gates was packed with experts and Sons of Fortune, making it the perfect place to farm opportunities. But as soon as he arrived, he heard a cold female voice scolding a group of useless subordinates. The owner of that voice was Jimin Yingyu, ranked 9th on the Qingyun ranking, one of the 4 great constables of the 6 gates, and the leader of Team Geng. Bei Wang could tell she was incredibly strong. Just as he was thinking about finding another target, one appeared on its own. He immediately teased her and asked if she could perform a little magic trick for him. Yingyu's face instantly turned cold as hidden weapons appeared in her hand. She warned him that inside Team Geng, her word was absolute. Bei Wang simply shrugged and sighed to himself. She wanted to fight after only a few words, but that suited him perfectly. The moment he finished speaking, Shu Bei Wang charged straight at Shimin Yingyue. Everyone watching was left speechless. Yesterday, Shu Bei Wang had caused chaos at Taibai Tower, and today he actually dared attack the leader of Team Geng. After all, Shimin Yingyu was a peak rank 7 expert and 9th on the Qingyun ranking. During the fight, Yingyu turned and shouted for the crowd to keep quiet. She warned that anyone who kept talking would be castrated, and everyone instantly fell silent while watching from a safe distance. Yingyu quickly judged the situation. Teaching Bei Wang a lesson would be easy, but letting outsiders see the 6 gates fighting among themselves was not worth it. With that in mind, she suddenly withdrew her attack and declared the match over. Bei Wang was a little surprised, but secretly relieved because he knew he would lose if the fight continued. Yingyu shot him an annoyed look, fined him 3 months' pay for not wearing the Team Geng uniform, and dragged him away. She pulled Bei Wang aside because she had something to ask him in private. Once they were alone, Yingyu let go of him and coldly warned that defying her again would end badly. Instead of backing down, Bei Wang stepped closer and whispered that the thing he hated most was being threatened. The sudden move caught Yingju off guard, forcing her to turn her face away. She quickly regained her composure and mocked him, saying he was not even qualified to appear on the Qingyun ranking yet. Bei Wang did not bother arguing. He simply turned around as if he was about to leave. But Yingyu immediately stopped him and brought up the rank 1 Saint Realm soul that had appeared with Yi Tian yesterday, saying it had already confessed everything related to him. Bei Wang only smiled knowingly, so that was what she wanted to ask about. The next second, he switched into full acting mode, held his forehead, and complained that his bride had been stolen, and he had nearly lost his life, begging the team leader to uphold justice. Yingyu was so annoyed that she told him to stop acting. She explained that the appearance of a Saint Realm expert was a major incident affecting the entire empire and had to be investigated thoroughly. Since Bei Wang was one of her subordinates, she would protect him. Hearing that, Bei Wang put on a polite smile and said he would begin investigating immediately. But deep down, he thought the exact opposite. He knew Yingyu belonged to the Empress's faction and revealing the truth would surely anger the Grand Princess. Besides, Ye Tian was his greatest source of future opportunities, so exposing him would only ruin his own plans. After saying that, Beiwang turned to leave and casually mentioned that the Grand Princess had summoned him. The scene then shifted to Jiaoguang Palace. The moment Xu Beiwang arrived, he immediately knelt before the Grand Princess. Sitting high above, she appeared pleased and informed him that the Cui family's matter had been settled. She then bestowed upon him a crimson command token. Beiwang quickly accepted it and thanked her. The token represented the Grand Princess's authority and came in different ranks. Looking at the crimson token in his hand, he felt overjoyed, knowing he had officially entered her circle of protection. As if that were not enough, the Grand Princess also casually gave him a demon suppression banner. Beiwang accepted it at once and repeatedly expressed his gratitude. He immediately analyzed the treasure in his mind. Forged from demonic essence, the banner could greatly suppress demons as long as the strength gap was not too large. The Grand Princess looked him over before calmly noting that even his natural talent had improved considerably. Beiwang immediately flattered her, saying everything he did was to serve Her Highness with complete loyalty. Meanwhile, he secretly wished she would reward him with even more treasures. Her only response was a single word: leave. Beiwang could only force an awkward smile before making a quick exit. While strolling through the streets, he figured it was still too early to return to the 6 gates. Avoiding those troublesome women sounded like a much better idea, and the southern market was filled with hidden treasures worth searching for. Just then, Beiwang noticed a man browsing an inkstone at a nearby stall. What shocked him was that the man's fortune value had been only 32, but the moment he picked up the inkstone, it skyrocketed to 92. Beiwang instantly realized the item was extraordinary and rushed over to claim it. The instant Xu Beiwang saw the inkstone, only one thought remained in his mind. Anything that could raise fortune from 32 to 92 was definitely no ordinary treasure. The other man immediately protested, insisting he had chosen it first. Xu Beiwang merely gave him a cold glance, used his status to pressure him, claimed he was inspecting the area on behalf of the Grand Princess, and displayed the bright crimson command token. He casually picked up the inkstone as if it had belonged to him from the very beginning. Beiwang was secretly thrilled. It seemed he had just discovered another hidden function of the system. Beiwang kept thinking. Such a huge jump in fortune meant a major opportunity was about to appear. He just did not know where, or whether he should simply follow that lucky guy instead. The scene quickly shifted back to the 6 gates. The moment he walked in, Yinhue scolded him for being late and said the team leader had been waiting for him. A rank 6 demon beast had appeared outside the city, threatening the civilians, and everyone would be hunting it tonight. Xu Beiwang flatly refused, saying his current rank did not even qualify him for the mission. Yinhue insisted that Team Gang was training its elite members and used that as an excuse to force him to come along, acting as though she was doing him a favor. Beiwang stepped closer with a mocking smile and asked what would happen if he failed to defeat the demon beast and dragged the team leader down with him. Anyone could tell she was using official business to settle a personal grudge. Yinhue coldly reminded him that orders from a superior had to be obeyed. Xu Beiwang laughed at her and advised her not to corner herself. Yinhue refused to back down, saying he was going whether he liked it or not. If he had a problem, he could complain to the commander or even the Grand Princess. She clenched her teeth in anger, convinced this arrogant brat was acting fearless because of his powerful backer. Meanwhile, Beiwang quietly planned how to deal with the rank 6 demon beast, deciding he definitely needed more help tonight. After all, he still had not fully figured out the treasure he had just obtained. He then headed straight for Taichu Palace. The eunuch who saw Beiwang could only sigh, because the young man had been showing up so often lately that it made no sense anymore. Beiwang immediately put on a flattering smile and joked that he was afraid the Grand Princess might forget him, so he had to keep making appearances. He was then escorted to the riding grounds where she was staying. The moment he saw her, he immediately started showering her with compliments. He praised her unmatched beauty and graceful presence again and again. The Grand Princess grew tired of listening and coldly ordered him to get over there. Beiwang instantly became respectful and presented the inkstone, saying it was a small token of his loyalty to Her Highness. The Grand Princess recognized the treasure at a glance and remarked that ordinary people would never know what it truly was. Beiwang secretly felt pleased, knowing he had brought the right item. She explained that a special formation called the prison formation was sealed inside the inkstone and could be activated with a drop of blood. Hearing that, Baewang immediately thought of the classic blood-binding ritual. The Grand Princess continued by warning that a sufficiently powerful opponent could still break the formation, causing it to lose its suppressive effect. Though there were a few exceptions, Baewang grinned from ear to ear and thanked her. His mind instantly came up with a shameless strategy. If he met someone stronger than himself, he could use the inkstone to drag them down to his level before crushing them in a fair fight. Seeing the silly grin on his face, the Grand Princess looked completely disgusted and simply told him to get out. In the blink of an eye, Baewang was kicked high into the sky, giving him enough time to admire the scenery below. While flying through the air, he could not help thinking that an immortal beauty really was on another level. After landing without a scratch, he appreciated just how incredible the inkstone truly was. He also reminded himself never to provoke the Grand Princess, because if she ever got serious, he would be finished. The people nearby pointed at him in amazement, shocked that someone so young had already learned how to fly. Baewang secretly grew more confident. With the suppression formation and the invisibility talisman, he was no longer an easy target. Besides, according to his own logic, the one who started the trouble was always the real villain. As night fell, Yinhua found it strange that the brat was acting unusually calm instead of begging for mercy. Xu Baewang suggested everyone split up to search for the demon beast. He handed each person a talisman and said that if they encountered danger, they only needed to channel true energy into it, and he would immediately sense it and rush over. Yinhua snapped at him, warning him not to use the mission as an excuse to run away and disgrace Team Gang. Deep down, she simply wanted to use this chance to teach Baewang a harsh lesson. Xu Baewang immediately put on an obedient smile and cheerfully said that everyone would be relying on the team leader tonight. Hearing that made Yinhua even more pleased, pretending to be satisfied that he had finally learned his place. In reality, she thought it was far too late for him to be scared. She had no intention of killing him, but leaving him with a few lasting injuries sounded just fine. Baewang quietly considered the situation. The area was deserted, but it was still not the right time to move against Yinhua. Someone who had climbed to the position of team leader was definitely no ordinary opponent, and without a surprise attack, he would have little chance of gaining the upper hand. Right then, a vicious voice echoed from the darkness, mocking the foolish humans for walking straight to their deaths. Xu Baewang wasted no time and pulled out his inkstone to get ready. Looking at the pig demon acting oddly cute, he could not resist joking that it should have learned anything except becoming a demon beast. Baewang shouted and instantly activated the treasure. He expected a peak 6th rank demon beast to be terrifying, but it turned out to be far less impressive. The demon beast sneered, convinced Baewang could never find its true body, but he saw through the illusion at a glance. To Baewang, the enemy's weak spot was so obvious that it needed no thought. The demon beast's expression changed in shock. Baewang curled his finger in provocation and told it to come over. He was secretly thrilled because, with the system's help, telling the real one from the fake was effortless. First, he had to deal with this demon beast before worrying about anything else. Baewang recalled the scholar from before and suspected this pig also carried a lucky opportunity. Another treasure might be waiting. The demon beast roared in rage and charged straight at him. Baewang coldly replied that the one dying today would be the beast. After a few exchanges, the demon beast realized something was wrong. It knew it could not win and immediately turned to flee. Shupa Baewang chased close behind, his voice making it clear he had no intention of letting the beast escape alive. During the chase, he suddenly noticed the inkstone in his hand, shaking violently. Baewang paused in surprise, wondering what was happening. Did this treasure have another hidden limit? Then he figured it out. The demon beast's fortune had surged, proving a great opportunity was hidden beneath the mountain. The demon beast kept running in confusion, unable to understand why this human had suddenly gone crazy. It fled all the way to the foot of the mountain, yet Baewang still chased like a relentless hound. But the moment he arrived, Baewang realized the real opportunity was indeed here. And once the treasure fell into his hands, the demon beast had no value left. The instant he saw the object before him, Baewang called out its name in shock. It was actually the rare essence. This was an incredibly precious cultivation resource that countless people could spend a lifetime without ever finding, so Baewang felt like he had struck gold. He was so delighted that it felt even better than receiving the finest healing treatment. After absorbing it, Beiwang grinned at the trembling demon beast and asked where it thought it could run now. Thanks to this opportunity, his cultivation broke through to the upper 8th rank, putting him in an excellent mood. Beiwang also knew that a treasure like essence could never be exposed, so he decided to leave as soon as possible. As for team leader Seaman, she could stay in the mountains by herself. Meanwhile, Yinwei was still searching the area, confused because the demon beast was nowhere to be found. She even started wondering if Beiwang had already been eaten. The huge disturbance earlier also left her feeling deeply uneasy. Just then, Yinwei sensed killing intent closing in and instantly turned around, demanding to know who was there. The newcomer was Wu Shi, who coldly asked why she was at Mang Mountain. Yinwei explained that she had brought Shu Beiwang to hunt the demon beast, but he had gone missing, so she was searching for him. At the same time, she stayed on guard because these people served the Wu family under the Empress, and their urgency clearly meant something major had happened. Wu Shi immediately ordered his men to find Shu Beiwang at all costs. Alive, bring him back. Dead, bring back the body. The Wu family had searched for the essence for years, only for it to vanish the moment it appeared. The next morning, Wu Shi led his men straight to Shu Beiwang's residence with overwhelming force. Standing outside, he loudly called for Beiwang and demanded that he come out immediately. The moment they met, Wu Shi demanded the treasure and even threatened to wipe out his entire family if he refused. Beiwang remained completely calm. Wu Shi questioned why Beiwang had gone to Mang Mountain and returned in the middle of the night, suspecting he had stolen the Wu family's treasure. Beiwang shamelessly claimed he had only gone to pick mushrooms. Wu Shiqi trembled with rage, insisting that Beiwang had entered the Wu family's mine and stolen the essence. He even threatened to report everything to the Empress and have the entire Shu family punished. But Beiwang acted as if he had no idea what Wu Shi was talking about, and calmly repeated that he had only gone to pick mushrooms. He even explained that his superior had dragged him out to hunt a demon beast. After failing to beat it and running away, he accidentally found it while looking for food. Wu Shi completely lost his patience and ordered his men to search the estate. He demanded they tear the entire mansion apart if that was what it took to find the essence. Beiwang only smirked and told them to search all they wanted. Just then, Shu Beiwang's mother rushed out in panic and asked what had happened. The moment she recognized the visitor's identity, she turned pale. It was the Empress' nephew, and she could not imagine what trouble her son had caused. Beiwang remained perfectly calm and reminded everyone that Great Qian law allowed homeowners to kill anyone who illegally entered their private residence without punishment. At that moment, a squad of soldiers arrived to escort him away. His mother anxiously warned that the law was one thing, but the Empress' influence was another. Killing her nephew would never end peacefully. Beiwang's parents grew even more worried as they watched soldiers surround their son, repeatedly calling his name. Beiwang, however, was surprised that Qingji had acted so quickly. Even while being escorted away, he stood with folded arms, eager to see whether the court would stand with the royal family or simply obey the Wu family. The scene shifted to the Tianji Pavilion, where the Qingyun ranking was announced. The crowd immediately started talking when they saw Beiwang being brought in. Some did not even know who he was, until someone revealed he was the young master of the Shu family who had killed the Empress' nephew that morning. Most believed he was finished. Presiding over the trial was Minister of Justice Ce Tongguang. He slammed the table and demanded that Beiwang confess. Beiwang raised his head and firmly replied that he had only acted in self-defense under Great Qian law. If that was still considered a crime, he had nothing more to say. Ce Tonggu's veins bulged with anger as he immediately accused Beiwang of stealing the Wu family's essence. Beiwang simply smiled and pointed out that they were never interested in judging self-defense. They only wanted an excuse to convict him. He calmly explained that self-defense and a theft accusation were two completely separate matters. If the Wu family wanted revenge, they should at least separate personal grudges from official law. If even a high official could not understand such basic reasoning, there was little left to discuss. Ce Tongguang was left speechless with rage and could only point at him while shouting. Just as the tension reached its peak, a messenger rushed in with the Empress' decree. Wu Shi was guilty of unlawfully entering a private residence and deserved death, while Shu Beiwang was completely innocent and had to be released immediately. Even the Empress began to realize how clever this young man was. The moment Beiwang walked out of the courtroom, he became the hottest topic everywhere. Everyone was shocked that he had walked away unharmed. Some still believed the rumors that the Shu family's young master was nothing but a spoiled playboy, but others immediately disagreed. A man ranked in the top 15 of the Qingyun ranking, with decisive actions and deep schemes, could never be that simple. Hearing this, even Beiwang wondered how he had somehow made the top 15. Just then, a man with overwhelming killing intent appeared behind him and immediately demanded the essence. Beiwang turned around, gave him a dismissive look, and innocently asked who he was. As for the so-called essence, he claimed he knew nothing about it. The man was Wu Chengxi, Wu Shi's father, and the Empress' elder brother. Through gritted teeth, he accused Beiwang of stealing the Wu family's greatest treasure, calling it a serious crime under Great Qian law. Beiwang stayed completely composed and asked when a natural heavenly treasure had suddenly become the Wu family's private property. Wu Chengxi pulled out a search warrant and ordered Beiwang to be searched. He looked calm on the surface, but inside he was consumed by hatred. Once he recovered the essence, he planned to make Beiwang suffer a fate worse than death to avenge his son. Beiwang also realized that, in the Empress' eyes, her nephew's life was worth less than that treasure. Wu Chengxi finally lost all patience and roared, demanding that Beiwang hand over the treasure. Shu Beiwang remained completely calm, pointed to the side, and said he had been sent to Mang Mountain by the Grand Princess to search for the essence. The moment everyone heard the Grand Princess's name, their expressions changed instantly. One side was the Empress, the other was the Grand Princess. Either one was powerful enough to destroy anyone caught in the middle. Wu Chengxi pointed at Shu Beiwang and demanded to know why the Grand Princess would ever take interest in him. Then, using the Empress' authority, he ordered a full search of the Shu residence. Anyone who resisted would be charged with treason. If the essence was not found, the entire Shu family would end up behind bars. Beiwang answered with a mocking smile. He admitted the Wu family was far more powerful than him, but if they insisted on abusing that power, they should first ask whether the Grand Princess approved. Wu Chengxi lost the last bit of patience and ordered his men to seize him. All he wanted now was to make the brat suffer for killing his son. Just as the tension reached its peak, a commanding female voice echoed through the area. "So what if I stand against the court?" Everyone below was terrified and immediately dropped to their knees. Even Wu Chengxi was stunned. He never expected the Grand Princess to appear in person for someone like Shu Beiwang. The Grand Princess looked down at Wu Chengxi as if he were nothing more than an ant, and calmly asked what he could possibly do if she really defied the court. Wu Chengxi clenched his teeth but did not dare argue back. He could only insist that this was the Wu family's business and carried the Empress's approval. Before he could finish, a slap landed squarely across his face. The blow was so powerful that blood sprayed everywhere. Seeing the perfect chance, Beiwang spoke up and said the essence was a natural treasure born from heaven and earth. There was no reason it should belong to the Wu family. He quickly understood the situation. The Grand Princess normally ignored trivial matters, yet her strength alone could force both the Wu family and the Empress to back down. She could kill someone and walk away without consequence. With support like this, what did he have to fear? The Grand Princess gave Beiwang a meaningful glance before turning back to Wu Chengxi. She calmly said that if the Wu family truly wanted the essence, they could come to her and take it. Wu Chengxi had already been beaten so badly that he lay outside seriously injured. Filled with hatred but powerless, he knew the Grand Princess was too strong. Even the Empress might not be able to defeat her, so he had no choice but to swallow his anger. Beiwang casually walked over to Wu Chengxi, cupped his hands politely, and said he truly could not help with the matter of the essence. Wu Chengxi gritted his teeth and warned him to wait. Beiwang only smiled and reminded him that targeting him now meant openly opposing the Grand Princess, so he should think carefully. After saying that, Beiwang turned around and left, thinking the whole group was nothing but clowns. The scene then shifted to Jiaoguang Hall. Sitting high above, the Grand Princess casually tossed down an orange token as a reward for Beiwang's good work. He respectfully accepted it, though inside he was overjoyed. Beiwang became even more determined to climb higher and earn the purple token. He had no intention of letting go of such an incredible backer. Then he presented the essence to the Grand Princess as proof of his loyalty. The Grand Princess looked at the essence and asked if he truly did not mind giving it away. Beiwang immediately put on a loyal expression and said one piece of essence meant nothing. He would even risk his life for Her Highness without hesitation. The Grand Princess gave a faint smile and called him a shameless flatterer. Even so, she said she would not let him suffer a loss. Beiwang was stunned by the reward. She had casually thrown him a sacred treasure. No wonder she was the strongest villain in the empire. The Grand Princess looked at the essence again and said she only needed half of it. Then she asked Beiwang what other reward he wanted. Beiwang quickly took the chance and admitted that he still did not own a storage ring. Without another word, the Grand Princess tossed him a ring. As he tried it on, he quietly muttered that it seemed a little too loose. Instantly, a chilling killing intent filled the room. The Grand Princess looked down at him coldly and asked why he talked so much. Realizing the danger, Beiwang immediately put on a pitiful face and hurriedly apologized, saying he would not do it again. But the moment he tested the ring, he realized it was a top-tier treasure that could resize itself at will. While checking the storage ring, Beiwang froze after seeing the mountain of resources inside. The Grand Princess did not even bother looking at them and casually said they were all his reward. Beiwang beamed with joy, repeatedly thanked her, and wisely took his leave. With such a generous powerhouse backing him, there was no way he was ever letting go. The scene then returned to the 6 gates. On the way back, Beiwang quietly calculated that he had already gathered plenty of treasures, making it about time to break into the 8th rank. Still, his foundation was not stable enough. Advancing too fast would only leave him looking strong while fighting like paper. Just then, an older man suddenly appeared and called his name. It was Lu Bing, the commander of the 6 gates. Beiwang immediately bowed with perfect respect, though he was already wondering why the commander had come to see him. Lu Bing helped him up and said that now that Beiwang was on the Qingyun ranking, he was qualified to lead a division on his own. He asked if Beiwang wanted to become a team leader. Beiwang froze for a few seconds, wondering why someone had suddenly come all the way here just to promote him. On the surface, he humbly declined, saying he lacked leadership skills and did not want to disappoint the commander. In reality, his thoughts were completely different. Forget being a team leader, even a cabinet position would not interest him. He would rather spend that time searching for lucky opportunities. Lu Bing did not push the matter. Instead, he explained that the martial arts conference would be held next month, and since Beiwang was now on the Qingyun ranking, he would be responsible for leading a team to maintain order. Beiwang immediately accepted the assignment. Before leaving, Lu Bing added that he thought very highly of him. Watching the commander leave, Beiwang began making plans. The martial arts conference gathered countless sects every year. As long as he found a few talented geniuses to use as stepping stones, the trip would be well worth it. Besides, a stage built for public humiliation could never be complete without the child of destiny, Yi Tian. In Beiwang's eyes, that destined leek was finally ripe for harvesting. He continued thinking. Reaching the top 15 of the Qingyun ranking had already drawn the commander's personal attention. Even so, Beiwang knew the ranking still failed to include many of the true monsters hidden across the world. Especially next year, when Tianwu Pavilion would open the heavenly domain. Countless top experts would gather there, and whether he could soar to greatness would depend on that single opportunity. While Beiwang was still planning ahead, someone outside announced that a visitor claiming to be his friend wanted to see him. Beiwang looked confused because he could not remember having any real friends. The visitor continued speaking with great courtesy. He introduced himself as Lu Dongfang and mentioned the inkstone from before. Only then did Beiwang remember that this was the unlucky man whose inkstone he had taken. He casually asked if the man had chased him all the way here just because of that treasure. Dongfang quickly denied it and explained that he had come to ask for help. After seeing Beiwang's portrait on the Qingyun ranking, he realized how badly he had underestimated him. Beiwang casually replied that it depended on whether he had the time. Deep down, Beiwang only felt annoyed. Why would he bother helping someone he barely knew? Dongfang hurriedly explained that a group of grave robbers was targeting his family's ancestral tomb outside the capital. He had run out of options and could only shamelessly ask for help. He repeatedly promised a generous reward. Beiwang kept a calm expression, but inwardly scoffed, as if such a tiny reward could interest him. But the moment he noticed the number 98 above Dongfang's head, his attitude changed completely. A fortune rating that high meant an opportunity worthy of a true child of destiny. Beiwang instantly switched to a righteous expression and declared that brothers never abandoned each other. Since Dongfang had asked for help, there was no way he could stand by and watch. Dongfang was visibly moved. Beiwang then told him to wait at the city gate. But as he turned away, he carefully weighed the risks. The opportunity was tempting, but he had just offended the Wu family. Inside the capital, they still had to respect public opinion and the Grand Princess. Outside the city, that protection might disappear. After thinking it through, Wang finally came up with a plan. In the shadows outside the city, a man watched Wang leave with gritted teeth. He hated the brat for embarrassing the empress and killing a member of the Wu family, yet he still dared to stroll out of the capital without fear. As long as Wang remained alive, the Wu family would never erase this humiliation. The grave robbers outside chatted excitedly, convinced they would uncover valuable treasures from the ancient tombs tonight. After all, no one would care about abandoned graves. On the other side, Dongfang was quietly sobbing, prompting Xu Beiwang to ask, "Isn't this supposed to be your family's ancestral tomb?" Dongfang sheepishly admitted that he had made the whole story up. The man buried here had once been an 8th-rank martial artist from the village. He lived alone with no descendants. Dongfang heard rumors of treasures buried with him, got greedy, and ran into a gang of professional grave robbers. They were all at least 9th or 8th rank, far beyond his ability to fight. Xu Beiwang looked at him in confusion and asked, "So what exactly do you want?" Dongfang pleaded with a miserable expression, saying he was only a weak qi refinement cultivator that everyone looked down on. He begged Brother Xu to help him and promised to hand over the greatest treasure. Just then, the grave robbers seemed to notice them. Beiwang simply smiled and said, "Looks like we have company." The grave robbers immediately shouted, mocking the two rookies for daring to compete with them. One of them charged forward, intending to kill both of them. Xu Beiwang moved so fast that the eye could barely follow, coldly saying only one word, "Scram." With a single strike, the entire group was wiped out. Dongfang stood there in shock, convinced Brother Xu was a hidden master. Beiwang urged him to stop staring and head into the tomb first. The moment they entered, Dongfang shouted in excitement at the burial treasures before them. They had hit the jackpot. At that instant, his fortune value jumped to 99. Beiwang secretly guessed that the real opportunity was hidden inside the ancient coffin. Dongfang turned to Xu Beiwang and said he would keep his promise. Brother Xu could take whatever treasure he wanted. Beiwang quietly examined the collection, wondering which item held the true opportunity, or if perhaps every piece was valuable. He casually suggested checking everything one by one. After examining the first item, Dongfang became overjoyed. It was the dustless sword art. He excitedly explained that it was a mid-grade profound rank technique. With this, becoming a sword immortal no longer felt impossible. He even wanted to give it to Brother Xu, but strangely, his fortune value suddenly dropped to 36. Seeing this, Beiwang pushed the manual back and said it suited Dongfang better. Beiwang immediately understood that this was not the treasure he wanted because the fortune value had not reacted at all. Dongfang was so touched that he thought Brother Xu was even kinder than his own father. Beiwang continued inspecting the other items and quietly shook his head. Still not the right one. He picked up a defensive shield, then casually tossed it to Dongfang, saying he had no use for it. Dongfang was nearly moved to tears, thanking him over and over, insisting he could never repay such kindness. Beiwang searched through everything again, but still found nothing special, leaving him increasingly frustrated. Dongfang, meanwhile, felt guilty because Brother Xu had only taken ordinary items. Then Beiwang suddenly considered another possibility. He immediately picked up a certain object and said, "Fine, I'll just take this so you can stop worrying." The moment that item changed hands, Dongfang's fortune value instantly became faint. Beiwang knew he had guessed correctly. Dongfang grabbed his leg in gratitude, believing Brother Xu treated priceless treasures like worthless grass. He even begged to follow and serve him from now on. Xu Beiwang helped him up and advised that wandering the world alone made it easier to find lucky opportunities. If he ever needed help, he could always come find him. Dongfang kept looking back as he walked away, already seeing Beiwang as the greatest benefactor of his life. He swore to cultivate harder and search for even more opportunities so he could repay the favor one day. Beiwang smiled, nodded, and said, "Then we'll part here. If fate allows, we'll meet again." But deep down, he thought something entirely different. There was no way he would ever let such a perfect, destined leak slip away. Beiwang looked at the cultivation manual in his hand and frowned. There was not a single word written inside, so the only option was to test it directly. Even its names sounded unbelievably overpowered. At that moment, a fierce wind swept through, making the atmosphere feel even more mysterious. After channeling his true qi into it, he finally understood the cultivation method. It strengthened the body by devouring the essence blood of others. Upon reaching the third layer, the body would become as tough as full armor, greatly boosting its defense. At the 5th layer, it would unlock reflection ability. The more enemies attacked, the more devastating the rebound damage became. Reading further, Baewang could barely believe what he was seeing. One punch could slay gods and rival the heavens themselves. It sounded absurd. Had monsters that powerful really existed on this continent? If the Fortune Tower had not confirmed this was a supreme treasure, he might have tossed it away like scrap paper. Then again, this technique required absorbing other people's essence blood to grow stronger. Could it really be as incredible as it claimed? If he hesitated now, this great opportunity would be lost forever. Baewang decided to take the gamble. But before he truly began, he decided to carefully check the area first. Then something unexpected happened. The sky suddenly changed as thunderclouds rushed in from every direction. One look was enough to tell this technique was extraordinary. Even the heavenly Tao wanted to destroy it with lightning. Baewang instantly turned pale. He was only rank 8. There was no way he could survive such a terrifying heavenly tribulation. Just then, the old man from earlier suddenly appeared with a cold smile. "Brat, today is the day you die." Baewang recognized him as a member of the Wu clan. His heart sank. A rank 3 expert was far beyond what he could handle. He quickly searched for a way to send a signal and call Eunuch Yu for help. But the old man had prepared for this. He proudly revealed that he had sealed the entire mountain with a restriction talisman for several hours. No signal could escape now. He even mocked Baewang. "If that woman left you any trump card, use it now. I'll let you buy a little more time." Baewang was completely on edge. The old man growled again. "You killed a member of the Wu clan and humiliated our family. Don't expect an easy death. I'll torture you until you beg to die." Driven into a corner, Baewang lowered his voice and claimed he could help the old man break through to the Nirvana realm. The old man burst into scornful laughter. "A bug like you dares to say that? You're just making things up because you're scared." Sweat poured down Baewang's forehead as he hurriedly explained that this was a mission given by the eldest princess. The moment he heard about the eldest princess, the old man snatched the cultivation manual from Baewang's hand. He immediately thought that anything she wanted could not be ordinary. Baewang played dumb and said he knew nothing. He only knew the eldest princess wanted this manual. The old man's eyes turned even more sinister. He decided to steal the manual and see how Wu Zhao would react. As soon as he finished speaking, he directly poured his true qi into the manual. An instant later, the strange phenomenon appeared again. The heavenly tribulation returned, even more violent than before. Seeing this, Baewang immediately ran as far away as possible while secretly cursing, "You idiot! Don't drag me down with you." The old man noticed Baewang trying to escape and roared at him to stop. But his own expression changed the next second. Countless bolts of lightning crashed onto his head, as if they wanted to tear heaven and earth apart. He used every bit of his strength to resist, shaking the ground beneath him, but the heavenly tribulation gave him no chance and struck him head-on. In the end, only a miserable scream echoed through the air before the old man collapsed on the spot. After a long while, the sky finally returned to normal. Only then did Baewang cautiously peek out, wondering if the old man had survived. The only thing left was a charred corpse. It was obvious he had failed the tribulation. Baewang sneered in contempt. "Next life, remember to bring your brain with you." He picked up the cultivation manual and found that the faded words had now become completely clear. Baewang immediately tried forming the hand seals. At once, a blazing as red aura surrounded him as blood-colored energy spheres floated around his body. Even so, he stayed cautious. He stopped after learning the hand seals and did not dare continue any further. Then Baewang swung his blade and cut off the old man's head. He coldly declared that he always repaid every grudge and every debt. This head would be taken back to the capital to demand justice from the Wu clan. The scene shifted to the bustling imperial capital. At the city gate stood the famous Dengwen drum, where commoners could report injustice. Once the drum was struck, the emperor would personally hear the case, and any official who tried to interfere would face severe punishment. Without warning, Baewang slammed an axe into the drum. The thunderous sound shook the entire area. The crowd immediately erupted in discussion. "Isn't that young Master Shu? What injustice is he reporting this time?" Ignoring every stare around him, Baewang kept striking the drum and shouted, "Your Majesty, I have been wronged." Someone immediately stepped forward and yelled, "Shu Baewang, are you trying to cause trouble? How dare you strike the Dengwen drum without permission?" Baewang refused to back down. He calmly replied that he had suffered injustice and only wanted fairness. Was that a crime too? the man fired back that the nation was peaceful and prosperous. By saying such things, Bei Wang was deliberately slandering the imperial court. Just as the confrontation reached its peak, the empress arrived. Everyone around immediately bowed and shouted together, "Greetings, Your Majesty the Empress." Dressed in magnificent crimson robes, with her hair adorned by a golden phoenix hairpin, she was both stunning and overwhelmingly imposing. Sitting atop the royal carriage was Wu Zhao, mother of the nation. She slowly declared, "Since the Dengwen drum has been struck, the case must be accepted. But this drum is reserved only for matters of great national importance or shocking injustices. Anyone who strikes it without cause will face severe punishment." Xu Bei Wang immediately bowed with respect and told the empress he truly had a grievance that deserved justice. Wu Zhao fixed him with an icy stare and slowly said, "Speak, I will hear what injustice you are reporting." Bei Wang raised the blood-soaked sack in his hand and warned, "What I am about to present smells a little too much like blood." Wu Zhao frowned slightly, wondering what trick he was planning this time, but she still allowed him to open it. With her permission, Bei Wang opened the sack wide. Inside was the old man's severed head. Everyone nearby felt a chill run down their spine. Someone cried out in shock, "That is a rank 3 Grandmaster. Did this kid really kill him?" Bei Wang immediately explained everything. As a constable of the 6 gates, he had been ordered to capture a thief last night. Instead, members of the Wu clan ambushed him for revenge. He stressed that Wu Shi had trespassed into his private residence, so he had acted in self-defense. As for the cave treasure, it belonged to the eldest princess, so he could not understand why the Wu clan wanted him dead. Hearing this, Wu Zhao felt slightly annoyed. The brat clearly knew the truth, yet he deliberately asked the question for everyone to hear. After finishing his story, Bei Wang lowered his head again and asked the empress to uphold justice for him. Wu Zhao remained silent. Just then, someone stepped forward and loudly accused Bei Wang of lying. He claimed there was no proof that the old man belonged to the Wu clan. Bei Wang looked at him with a faint smile. Whether he did or not, the imperial uncle knows the truth better than anyone. His words were openly provocative. The man was left speechless. He gritted his teeth in anger but could not think of a response. The imperial guards began whispering among themselves. Some believed Xu Bei Wang must have an incredibly powerful backer to make such a bold move. Others quickly warned them not to speak carelessly in front of the empress. Wu Zhao remained calm from beginning to end, before finally asking Bei Wang what kind of justice he wanted. Bei Wang did not waste time. He directly proposed signing a life-and-death pact and settling every grudge in the arena. The moment those words came out, the imperial guards were stunned. To them, this was no different from offering his own head to the Wu clan. After all, the imperial uncle only needed to use a single magical artifact to crush Xu Bei Wang. Seeing that Wu Zhao did not object, Bei Wang turned toward the imperial uncle with a mocking smile. "If Her Majesty has no objection, then let's sign it." The imperial uncle immediately became uneasy. He knew this brat was full of schemes. Since Bei Wang dared to challenge him in front of the entire court, he had to have a backup plan. Meanwhile, Bei Wang kept smiling as he added that this was the perfect chance for the imperial uncle to kill him fair and square. The more the imperial uncle thought about it, the worse it felt. He immediately refused, saying there was no reason to sign such a ridiculous pact. Seeing that reaction, Wu Zhao silently cursed him for being useless. The other side had only applied a little pressure, yet he had already lost his nerve. Bei Wang stepped forward again with a mocking tone. He said he had offered the imperial uncle a fair chance, but the man did not dare accept. It seemed he only knew how to stab people in the back. Cornered, the imperial uncle could only argue that he simply did not want to bully someone younger and weaker. As the tension reached its peak, Wu Zhao finally spoke. "Enough. I will give you justice. Come with me." Hearing that, Xu Bei Wang immediately bowed in gratitude. Wu Zhao glanced at him while calculating in silence. In her eyes, this man was the eldest princess' trusted follower. If left unchecked, he could easily upset the balance of power at court. Still, she had to compensate him first. As Bei Wang followed the empress's royal carriage, countless whispers filled the streets. Some said he was just like the eldest princess, using every trick possible to climb the ranks. Others even guessed the empress would execute him inside the palace. The scene then shifted directly to Wu Zhao's palace. As soon as she sat down, Wu Zhao spoke plainly. She already understood Bei Wang's grievance. Whatever compensation he wanted, he only had to ask. Hearing that, Bei Wang did not hold back. He immediately listed a long series of treasures he wanted, clearly taking full advantage of the opportunity. Wu Zhao frowned in irritation. This brat was practically extorting the Empress in broad daylight. The Wu clan had already lost a rank 3 Grandmaster, and now he even wanted her body-tempering treasures as compensation. Wu Zhao finally lost her temper. She shot to her feet, pressed her hand firmly onto Xu Bei Wang's shoulder, and coldly demanded, "Do you really think I would not dare kill you?" But Bei Wang stayed surprisingly calm. He glanced at the hand on his shoulder and calmly replied, "If your majesty wants my life, I will accept my death without complaint." Deep down, he had already made up his mind. Since the Wu clan wanted him dead, he would make them pay a painful price first. Besides, the eldest princess was still backing him, so he had nothing to fear. Bei Wang knew Wu Zhao was blinded by power, driven by endless ambition, and cared deeply about her reputation. Just as he expected, she withdrew her hand and coldly said, "You're still young, yet your greed knows no bounds." Bei Wang smiled and answered, "The treasure had no owner to begin with, yet the imperial uncle wanted to claim it as his own. I earned it with my own ability, so how is that greed?" Wu Zhao reminded him, "Aside from the demon beast blood essence, everything you asked for is earth-grade body-tempering material. You certainly have expensive tastes." Bei Wang remained calm on the outside, but inwardly he thought that without that unlucky old man taking the heavenly tribulation for him, he would already be ashes. Asking for a little compensation was hardly unreasonable. If he were truly powerful, he would have wiped out the Wu clan long ago. In the end, Wu Zhao could only let out a helpless sigh. She waved her hand and said, "Very well, I accept your request. You may leave now." Bei Wang immediately bowed in thanks and even flattered her, saying the Empress truly deserved to be called the mother of the nation, and her generosity almost moved him to tears. The scene shifted back to the Shu's residence. As soon as Bei Wang returned, his mother anxiously asked if he had been injured after hearing that the Wu clan had even sent a rank 3 Grandmaster to kill him. His father seriously warned him to be more restrained in the future, because the Wu clan's influence ran deep, and the Empress had secretly cultivated many loyal followers. Bei Wang casually replied that no matter how powerful the Wu clan was, he still had the eldest princess behind him. Hearing that only made his father even more worried. His mother continued asking whether the eldest princess was truly reliable, and how the rank 3 Grandmaster had actually died. Had she secretly assigned a guardian to protect him? Bei Wang simply smiled and reassured her. When soldiers come, generals deal with them. When floodwaters rise, the earth blocks them. Don't worry, mother. But he was thinking something entirely different. This was exactly the effect he wanted. It was like renting a luxury car to impress someone. It did not matter whether he was truly rich. As long as everyone believed he was, that was enough. Now the Wu clan believed a hidden expert was protecting him, so they would not dare act carelessly. Just then, a servant rushed in to report that someone from the Wu clan had come to visit. Seeing his parents' worried faces, Bei Wang immediately reassured them that the Wu clan would not dare touch him now. The moment he reached the front gate, the visitor from the Wu clan called out Xu Bei Wang's name with obvious hostility. Bei Wang only smiled and asked, "Those gifts you're carrying were sent by the Empress, weren't they?" The man instantly demanded, "How exactly did my younger brother die?" Bei Wang casually replied, "He was struck to death by heavenly lightning." The man was shocked and shouted, "Stop talking nonsense. Tell me who really killed him." Bei Wang shrugged helplessly. "I'm telling the truth. You just refuse to believe it. Your brother really was killed by a single bolt of heavenly lightning." The man flew into a rage and cursed him as a little bastard. Bei Wang looked at him with complete contempt and asked, "What? Did the Empress send you here just to scare me?" The visitor began threatening him, saying that one day he would make Bei Wang repay everything 100,000 times over. After that, he threw a wooden box onto the ground and stormed away. Bei Wang happily waved goodbye from behind while secretly laughing. Other than making threats, what else could the Wu clan do now? After opening the wooden box, he found every body-tempering resource he had requested. Bei Wang's eyes lit up with excitement. He had never lacked money in the first place, and now he had all these priceless treasures. It was finally time to see how powerful the immortal blood-devouring art really was. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, the entire imperial capital was covered by a strange crimson glow. Everyone was stunned. Some wondered if young Master Shu was cultivating a demonic technique because the murderous aura was terrifying. Others sighed that with the Earth-grade resources granted by the Empress and Bei Wang's talent, even the greatest geniuses of Juzhou would have to bow before him. At that moment, Yu Di also stared at the crimson sky in silence. The more she watched Shubei Wang, the less she understood him. On the surface, he looked like a useless young master, yet he possessed fearless courage and an unshakable calm that put immense pressure on everyone around him. Just then, slow footsteps echoed from behind her. Yudi quickly turned around and saw Shubei Wang walking toward her step by step. He was even carrying a gleaming dagger in his hand. Yudi immediately asked why he had come. She was confused because this was the first time he had ever approached her since she entered the Shu residence. Then Bei Wang looked her straight in the eyes and asked, "You want to kill me, don't you?" He calmly continued, "Aren't you tired of pretending to stay so composed? To me, you're no different from the women in a brothel." Hearing that, Yudi flew into a rage and rushed forward to snatch the dagger from his hand. The moment she grabbed it, she stabbed straight at Bei Wang's chest without hesitation. Strangely, the blade could not pierce his body at all. Bei Wang deliberately mocked her. "That's it. Use more strength. Push it in deeper." Yudi's expression changed instantly. She could not believe she was unable to stab through him. She poured all her strength into repeated attacks, but the blade still could not get through. Realizing something was wrong, she immediately infused the weapon with true qi. Bei Wang sneered again. "You always act so high and mighty. Honestly, I've been sick of you for a long time." But the moment her true qi entered the blade, all of its power vanished. Yudi was completely shocked. Her true qi had been neutralized. Bei Wang stood there without moving and continued mocking her. "What happened? Out of strength already? That barely even tickled." Furious, Yudi threw the dagger aside, gathered power into her left hand, and activated her immaculate physique. The next moment, she swung a razor-sharp scythe straight at Bei Wang, with killing intent blazing in her eyes. This time, she was determined to take his life. Yet Bei Wang casually blocked the attack with one hand. He grabbed the scythe and coldly said, "Is this all you've got?" Then he crushed the power of her immaculate physique with his bare hand. Yudi froze in complete disbelief. Shubei Wang had shattered her physique using only his physical body without even using true qi. She could not understand how he had become so powerful. Bei Wang then mocked the so-called geniuses on the Qingyun rankings, calling them all worthless. At the same time, he was quite satisfied with the results of his half-month cultivation. Before the martial tournament, he still needed to squeeze a few more benefits out of the powerful backer behind him. With that thought, he turned around and left. Bei Wang arrived at a quiet place where he met Ji Wudao, the first imperial prince of the Great Chen dynasty. The moment Ji Wudao saw him appear, he politely raised a cup in greeting. He said Shubei Wang's reputation had spread across the capital, and he deeply admired him, so he had come specifically to make friends. Bei Wang showed no courtesy. He sat down across from him and asked the moment he picked up his cup, "Your Highness, do you want to kill me?" Ji Wudao immediately denied it. He even praised Bei Wang for daring to openly challenge the woman controlling the Wu clan, saying that courage alone was enough to earn his respect. Bei Wang smiled inwardly. It seemed this prince wanted to recruit him. Ji Wudao continued by criticizing both the Wu clan and the eldest princess. He claimed they were equally ambitious and were exploiting the emperor's illness to seize control of the court. Bei Wang quietly drank his tea while thinking how ridiculous that sounded. An illness lasting 50 years? Who would actually believe that? He finally cut him off and said, "Stop talking in circles, Your Highness. Just get to the point." Ji Wudao finally revealed his true purpose. He wanted Bei Wang to join him as an ally so they could share power and fight their enemies together. Bei Wang instantly understood. The prince wanted him to betray the eldest princess. Meanwhile, Ji Wudao believed joining his side was a great honor. After thinking for a moment, Bei Wang smiled, thanked him, and casually asked, "Then could Your Highness give me a 7-glow lotus?" Ji Wudao immediately looked troubled because it was an extremely rare, heaven-grade treasure. Seeing that, Bei Wang bluntly replied, "If you can't even part with a single heaven-grade treasure, why would I follow you just to suffer?" Ji Wudao's face turned purple with anger. He coldly declared, "Anyone who won't stand with me can only become my enemy." Bei Wang simply smiled as though he did not care. Ji Wudao angrily shouted that he wanted to see how long the eldest princess could keep protecting Bei Wang. As Bei Wang walked away, he calmly replied, "My relationship with the eldest princess is none of Your Highness's concern." Inwardly, he looked down on the prince, thinking it was no wonder he had never secured the imperial throne with a mind like that. The moment Shubei Wang stepped into Jiaoguang Palace, he saw the female villain quietly waiting there. She looked as cold as ever, yet impossibly captivating. Seeing the smile on her lips, Bei Wang's heart skipped a beat. He had to admit that she was unbelievably beautiful when she smiled. But the moment she noticed him, the eldest princess's expression instantly turned cold. She asked why he was here and whether he had nothing better to do. Xu Beiwang immediately bowed and said he had prepared a few small gifts especially for Her Highness. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand, and 2 items floated into the air before her. The eldest princess looked at the strange objects with a slight frown. She clearly had no idea what they were. Beiwang quickly explained that one was a mirror for admiring her beauty, while the small bottles were perfumes he had personally blended in 5 different scents, each one perfectly matching her elegant and aloof aura. Inside, he felt incredibly pleased with himself. A beauty like the eldest princess had to appreciate beauty products. If you wanted to win over your boss, you had to know what they liked. Somehow, this martial world did not even have a proper mirror. The eldest princess picked up a bottle of perfume and examined it. She quietly thought this man was truly different from everyone else, before asking him directly what he wanted this time. Beiwang immediately put on the face of absolute loyalty, saying that as long as Her Highness was happy, he would gladly do anything she asked. His flattery was flawless. Hearing that, the eldest princess invited him to stay and share a meal with her. Xu Beiwang immediately accepted the order with a respectful bow. But inwardly, he was overjoyed. Sharing a meal with a beauty like her was a dream come true. As they entered Taichu Palace, Beiwang began to feel puzzled. They were only having a meal, so why were they walking so deep inside? He could not help asking if they were really eating here. The farther they went, the more surprised he became. The place was nothing like her usual cold and distant image. As they passed a vegetable garden, the eldest princess casually waved her hand. A streak of purple light flashed, and a fresh green vegetable was harvested by itself. Beiwang could not look away. A graceful beauty really could make even picking vegetables look like a painting. But the moment they stepped fully inside, cold sweat covered his back. It was clearly a kitchen, and there was not a single servant in sight. He suddenly wondered if they were about to eat raw food. Before long, a full table of dishes appeared in front of him. Both surprised and slightly nervous, he quickly thanked the eldest princess. Outwardly, he claimed he must have cultivated good fortune for 8 lifetimes to taste Her Highness's cooking. Inside, he was genuinely shocked that someone like her had actually cooked herself. Even so, Beiwang reminded himself to maintain his refined image. As he ate, he continuously praised every dish, saying the food was so delicious it melted in his mouth. But after a few more bites, he realized something was wrong. The vegetables were bitter because they were still undercooked. Even so, he forced himself to keep praising them, calling them the finest food he had ever tasted. The meat was even worse. It was so tough that chewing it felt like chewing old leather. Unable to endure any more of his exaggerated compliments, the eldest princess finally snapped and told him to shut up. Beiwang felt completely relieved because he honestly could not keep praising the food any longer. After that, the eldest princess asked if he would be leaving the capital in a few days. Beiwang immediately answered yes. He would be heading to Langya Commandery to maintain order during the martial arts tournament. Deep down, he was touched that she had been paying attention to him all along. Just then, the eldest princess took out an item and said it was a flood serpent egg. Beiwang accepted the egg with shining eyes. He thought Her Highness wanted him to raise a spirit beast, and the idea of having his own companion thrilled him. But the eldest princess coldly dropped a shocking command: swallow it whole. Beiwang froze on the spot. His mind went completely blank. The eldest princess explained that his body tempering was already quite complete, but his 7 apertures remained a weakness. This egg could make up for that flaw. Beiwang immediately thanked her and secretly admired her insight. A true powerhouse could identify his weakness with just one glance. Without another word, he raised the egg and swallowed it whole. After finishing it, Beiwang even nodded in satisfaction and said it tasted good. He also thought that since Her Highness had treated him so well, he should repay her loyalty. Seeing that, the eldest princess coldly dismissed him. "You're done eating, now get out." The sudden order almost made him choke on his food. Beiwang quickly recovered and declared his loyalty. No matter where he went, his heart would always belong to Her Highness, and he would never disgrace her. The scene shifted to Taishuang City, where a woman slowly rode her horse through the city gates. As soon as they arrived, local officials came out to welcome them. Leading the group was the city governor, who immediately cupped his hands and congratulated Six Gates' delegation. The woman simply replied, "There is no need to be so formal." But the funny part was that the governor walked right past her and hurried straight to Xu Beiwang. He bowed deeply and even presented a 500-year-old ginseng root to win his favor. Bei Wang politely pretended to refuse, but the governor desperately insisted he accept it, saying he truly needed a favor. Hearing that, Bei Wang casually asked what the matter was. The governor immediately explained with a worried expression that vengeful spirits had been attacking the townspeople over the past few days, and the situation had become so dangerous that he could barely keep it under control. The moment Bei Wang heard the words vengeful spirits, his expression turned serious. The woman traveling with him glanced at Bei Wang and casually handed the entire case over to him. Since the governor trusted him so much, she said he could handle it. Bei Wang immediately accepted and prepared to begin the investigation. Before setting out, he explained to his subordinates that vengeful spirits were ghosts born from people who died with overwhelming resentment. The more people they killed, the stronger they became, so they had to be eliminated as quickly as possible. The guards answered in unison that they understood. Together, they pushed open the massive gate before them. The instant the doors cracked open, a dark figure shot out like lightning, heading straight for Bei Wang. But at the most dangerous moment, a monk in a kasaya robe suddenly appeared and blocked the attack. The moment Bei Wang saw him, he recognized Yuan Hui, the 7th-ranked genius on the Qingyun rankings. His reputation was clearly well-deserved. Yuan Hui grabbed the vengeful spirit by the throat with one hand and demanded to know where they had come from. Bei Wang stepped forward with a smile. "Thank you for your help, master. Leave the interrogation to me." Yuan Hui politely nodded. "Please, young Master Shu." Without wasting another second, Bei Wang placed his hand on the spirit's head to search its memories. The events of the past immediately flooded into his mind. When he was alive, this spirit had been named Zhao Ao. Zhao Ao had once been one of the richest young masters in Taishuang City, but he had fallen deeply in love with the daughter of the Su family. Unfortunately, she loved nothing more than a poor live-in son-in-law who owned absolutely nothing. The memory shifted back to that moment. The son-in-law was embracing Shuir affectionately, while Zhao Ao stood opposite them, shouting that she had to marry him immediately, or he would lock both of them inside a pig cage. But the son-in-law showed no fear. He boldly declared, "You can insult me all you want, but if you touch Shuir, then you're making an enemy of Xiao Fan." Zhao Ao laughed in contempt. In his eyes, someone who had only just reached the qi refining realm had no right to speak. Just as the confrontation reached its peak, a gigantic flying ship suddenly appeared in the sky. A voice echoed from above, freezing everyone in place. "The 3-year trial has ended. We welcome the young master home." An old man stepped out of the flying ship, respectfully bowed before the son-in-law, and announced that he had successfully completed the family's trial. Zhao Ao nearly lost his mind after seeing this, and insisted the whole thing was just an elaborate act. But before he could finish speaking, a terrifying force blasted out from the flying ship and sent him flying, leaving only a miserable scream behind. Only then did the son-in-law reveal his true identity as young Master Xiao. Looking down coldly, he declared that these people were frogs at the bottom of a well who had no idea how terrifying the Xiao family truly was. After saying that, he carried Shuir onto the flying ship and ordered his men to kill everyone else. Just like that, Zhao Ao and all of his followers were wiped out, without a single survivor. Back in the present, Zhao Ao's vengeful spirit begged Bei Wang to avenge them. He even offered a golden trident as payment. But Bei Wang calmly replied, "Who told you idiots to mock the child of destiny?" Then he dismissed the spirit. A meaningful smile appeared on his face. Inside, he thought this was the classic hidden overpowered protagonist routine. Pretend to be poor and weak, then reveal your true identity and crush everyone. They only had themselves to blame for provoking him. The moment Yuan Hui heard about the Golden Trident, he explained that it was the symbol of the Great Yan Holy Land, an ancient inheritance with over 5,000 years of history. The Holy Land was supported by 3 great clans, and the Xiao family was one of them. After hearing that, Bei Wang corrected him. To be more accurate, the Xiao family is the real pillar. He immediately began calculating. If a Xiao family young master had appeared in a small place like Taishuang City, then a major storm was about to sweep across central continent. This trip had already landed him a huge prize. He had even discovered another child of destiny. His luck was unbelievably good. Yuan Hui then told Bei Wang that a lustful nun had recently appeared, draining the yang energy of men. He planned to eliminate the disgrace to Buddhism himself. Bei Wang glanced above the monk's head and saw a fortune aura towering 97 layers high. He instantly realized another opportunity had delivered itself to him. so he pretended to persuade him otherwise. He said that among everyone in the 6 gates, Yuan Hui was the one he respected most, so he should not make this trip. But the monk calmly replied that the lustful nun was only lower rank 7, well within his ability to suppress. Bei Wang continued trying to hold him back with reason. He pointed out that Buddhism valued compassion, so why would a monk kill a woman? Yuan Hui remained firm, saying that eliminating an evil nun was also a form of salvation and would earn great merit. Hearing that, Bei Wang casually pointed at him and asked a meaningful question. Who decides what is truly good or evil? There has never been absolute right or wrong. People simply assign those labels themselves. He even used a strange example. Take manure. Everyone thinks it's filthy, but spread it across a field and it becomes fertilizer. So judging the nun as purely evil might not be so simple. Of course, Bei Wang was secretly laughing. If Yuan Hui went, how was he supposed to steal the opportunity? He continued persuading him, saying Yuan Hui possessed extraordinary talent, and he did not want him burdened by heavy karma. His Buddhist cultivation was not yet complete, so it would be better if Bei Wang handled this matter instead. The scene quickly shifted to an ancient temple, where Bei Wang slowly approached the mysterious nun. He politely bowed and said it was already late, so he hoped to stay there for one night. Meanwhile, the nun secretly sized him up, thinking he was quite a handsome young man, and already at rank 8. The moment she saw Bei Wang, her expression became seductive. She openly admitted she cultivated the joyful Zen art and warmly welcomed him if he did not mind. At those words, Bei Wang's expression suddenly changed. Seeing his reaction, the nun laughed and teased, "What? Are you scared?" But Bei Wang calmly replied, "Why would I be? Come and enjoy yourself. After all, something like this only happens once." Hearing that, the nun blushed and slowly walked toward him. She gently lowered her robe, revealing her flawless skin, and whispered seductively, "A single spring night is worth 1,000 pieces of gold." The very next instant, Bei Wang grabbed her by the throat, leaving her gasping for air as she desperately begged for mercy. He coldly warned her not to move. In the blink of an eye, the nun died with her eyes frozen wide in terror. Bei Wang simply smiled and said, "That's taken care of." After that, he placed his hand on the dead nun's forehead. Bei Wang could not help admiring how overwhelming the Northern Abyss blood-devouring art truly was. He had crushed a lower rank 7 cultivator without even using true qi. He then looked around the spacious temple and began wondering where the opportunity was hiding. The target was dead, but the treasure had yet to appear. Without the fortune aura guiding him, finding it would not be easy. After a while, Bei Wang suddenly closed his eyes and muttered that he needed to think like Yuan Hui. As he walked deeper inside, he analyzed the monk's personality. Someone as obsessively clean as Yuan Hui would definitely do one thing after killing the lustful nun. Just as expected, Bei Wang walked straight toward the Buddha statue. While lighting incense, he copied Yuan Hui's train of thought. After taking so many lives, the monk would surely want to cleanse himself of any lingering impurity. At that moment, Bei Wang's eyes accidentally landed on an object resting nearby. He picked it up and curiously examined the strange patterns carved into the bowl. A thought immediately flashed through his mind. Could this bowl be the hidden opportunity? He carefully studied it for a long time, but nothing happened, leaving him completely puzzled. Then, without warning, the bowl suddenly spoke. "At last you have arrived." Bei Wang nearly jumped in shock. The moment he learned the voice belonged to the remnant soul of a high Earth-grade artifact, Bei Wang completely froze. It felt absurd. He was the villain, yet somehow he had stumbled into the classic protagonist encounter with an ancient master. The figure of an old monk slowly emerged from inside the bowl. Introducing himself as Mingjung, he smiled and said he had waited 5 long years for the destined successor. Bei Wang looked at the old man and had only one thought. Wasn't he just a bald old monk? Meanwhile, Zheng excitedly asked if he wanted to become his successor, but Bei Wang's first reaction was suspicion. They had just met, yet the old monk acted way too eager. That was nothing like the aloof masters from the legends. The old monk stayed silent for a moment, before explaining that the bowl had passed through many owners. Since his remnant soul was sealed and powerless, everyone thought it was nothing but junk. Hearing that, Bei Wang asked why he had chosen to reveal himself now. Mingjung eagerly explained that Bei Wang's blood and vitality were incredibly strong, making him perfect for Xuankong Temple's cultivation arts. If he focused on body cultivation, he could one day achieve the Buddhist Vajra Dharma body. Mingjung's was willing to pass down every technique of Xuankong Temple, as long as Bei Wang helped him find soul-nourishing wood. Xu Beiwang frowned and asked, Xuankong Temple? He quickly recalled everything he knew. Mount Lantua was called a mountain, but it was actually a massive island far out at sea, home to countless powerful sects and terrifying forces. Just coming from that place proved the bald old monk was no ordinary cultivator. After thinking for a while, Xu Beiwang asked what realm Mingjung had reached while alive. He all blocked what would happen if the old monk tried to possess his body after they signed a contract. Mingjung was so angry that his beard trembled. He declared that he had once been a second-realm powerhouse. If he truly had evil intentions, he swore to suffer in the hungry ghost realm forever. Even so, Xu Beiwang continued staring at the old monk inside the bowl with obvious caution. Left with no other choice, Mingjung sighed and said he would show Xu Beiwang a memory. After seeing it, he would know whether Mingjung was truly a good person. The scene instantly shifted to the past when Xuankong Temple faced its greatest disaster. Mingjung and the disciples were standing outside the temple when someone suddenly cried out in terror that the female demon had arrived. The next moment, the eldest princess appeared in the sky. The moment Xu Beiwang saw her, even his present self instinctively became tense. Every monk began chanting together as brilliant Buddhist light erupted everywhere, trying to suppress the evil force. But the eldest princess only glanced at them with disdain and called it a childish trick. She casually froze the river below before crushing the entire temple in one strike. Seeing the destruction, Mingjung panicked and shouted for everyone to retreat. The monks immediately fled in complete chaos. But the eldest princess merely clenched her hand, and the devastating attack descended without mercy. Every monk who failed to escape was buried where he stood. Bodies were scattered beside massive blocks of ice, creating a horrifying scene. Mingjung witnessed everything with his own eyes and was overwhelmed with grief. Even the bowl holding his remnant soul cracked apart. Back in the present, Xu Beiwang finally understood Mingjung's true goal. The old monk wanted him to cultivate the Vajra Dharma body and one day avenge Xuankong Temple by killing the eldest princess. Mingjung no longer hid the truth and admitted it directly. Mingjung added that although Xu Beiwang was still weak, his body cultivation talent perfectly suited the Buddhist path. If Xu Beiwang still had doubts, Mingjung was willing to hand over his soul origin so that Xu Beiwang could control his life and death. When Xu Beiwang heard the words soul origin, he quietly muttered to himself as if deep in thought. Meanwhile, Mingjung secretly sighed with relief. This young man had killed the evil nun the moment they met, so he had to be a righteous junior. Xu Beiwang then asked if destroying the soul origin would erase him completely. Mingjung nodded without hesitation and even swore that if he lied, he would be condemned to the hungry ghost realm forever. After hearing that, Xu Beiwang smiled brightly and said, "Then let this junior give it a try." But at that very moment, Mingjung's face changed dramatically. Xu Beiwang coldly looked at him and said that the eldest princess was his greatest backer. Wanting to kill her was no different from wanting to kill him, so there was no way he could let that slide. The moment he finished speaking, Xu Beiwang crushed the soul origin. Mingjung did not even have time to react before disappearing forever. Xu Beiwang picked up the cracked bowl and sighed with regret. A saint-grade treasure had fallen all the way to high earth grade. The fact that the eldest princess could even fight a phoenix divine beast projection proved just how terrifying her strength was. It looked like he needed to cling to that powerful backer even tighter. The scene then shifted to the Sixth Doors camp. As soon as Xu Beiwang walked inside, he saw Yuanhui sitting across from a pile of dung with a deadly serious expression, making him ask what on earth he was doing. The moment Yuanhui saw Xu Beiwang, he beamed with joy and declared that he had finally reached enlightenment. The body was neither good nor evil. Everything simply existed according to nature. Xu Beiwang casually praised him and said that enlightenment was a good thing, so his guidance had not been wasted. Deep down, though, he was completely confused. Could those random words really make someone break through? Yuanhui then took out a small bottle and handed it to Xu Beiwang. He gratefully said that Buddhism valued karma above all else, so he had to repay this favor. Xu Beiwang quickly refused, secretly thinking that he had already stolen the man's opportunity. Taking another bottle of mid-grade profound rank, nourishing qi pills would be way too embarrassing. But Yuanhui insisted on forcing it into his hands. He even said that if he could not repay the debt, his Dao heart would become unstable, and he might even suffer cultivation deviation. Surely young Master Xu did not want to see him burdened by karma. Xu Beiwang could only sigh helplessly. He said it was truly embarrassing to accept, but secretly figured that refusing again would just feel awkward. In the end, he accepted the pills and casually threw out a few profound-sounding lines. He spoke of the ancient Bodhi tree and predicted that Buddhist disciple Yuan Hui would one day preach the scriptures and earn the respect of 3,000 monks. Yuan Hui was overjoyed and thanked him again and again. Xu Beiwang kept a righteous smile on his face, but inwardly he sighed. This monk was far too easy to fool. It looked like he should keep stealing this guy's opportunities in the future. The scene shifted to Luoxue Manor in Longya County. The young manor mistress, Zhui Xuanshuan, stood at the entrance welcoming guests to the Luoxue Pavilion auction. The crowd eagerly entered the venue one after another. On the upper floor, two men quietly watched everything below. The bearded man was Amon, while the scarfist man was Ye Tian. Amon glanced at the crowd and said today's auction only had ordinary items, so staying was pointless. But Ye Tian was thinking about something else. The martial arts tournament would begin in just 3 days, and he had heard that Xu Beiwang would also be there. Hatred filled Ye Tian's heart. He swore that one day he would make Xu Beiwang repay him 100-fold, force him to kneel, and wipe out the entire Xu family to settle the grudge from years ago. Seeing Ye Tian's killing intent rise, Amon tried to calm him down and even offered to help, but Ye Tian shook his head. If he could not even deal with a spoiled young master, how could he ever conquer Qiaozhou? Even so, he admitted to himself that if Xu Beiwang had not driven him off a cliff back then, he never would have inherited the Grandmaster's legacy. Just then, Bai Xuanshuan announced that today's auction had officially ended and thanked everyone for attending. As soon as she finished speaking, Ye Tian headed downstairs. Amon asked what he was planning, but Ye Tian said nothing. He only thought to himself that this was the perfect opportunity. He walked straight up to Bai Xuanshuan and asked if she remembered the young man she had met at Tai Lake 3 years ago. But Bai Xuanshuan looked completely confused and said she did not remember him at all, leaving Ye Tian visibly disappointed. Amon stepped forward, patted Ye Tian on the shoulder, and pulled him aside. Watching Bai Xuanshuan walk away, Ye Tian could not hide his unwillingness. Amon kept complaining beside him, saying that if Ye Tian liked someone else, fine, but flirting everywhere would leave no place for his own little sister. Ye Tian frowned and explained that when he first arrived in Longya County 3 years ago, everyone mocked him for his crippled meridians. Bai Xuanshuan was the only one who had comforted him, and he still remembered the look in her eyes. That only made Amon even angrier. He shouted for Ye Tian to shut up. He did not care about the past. If Ye Tian ever broke his sister's heart, they would become enemies. While the two were still arguing, a loud shout suddenly came from outside. The 6 doors had arrived, and even young Master Xu was here. Both Amon and Ye Tian were startled. Xu Beiwang rode into Luoxue Manor under countless admiring gazes. Everyone praised his extraordinary presence, saying he was not only incredibly powerful but also so handsome that others could only envy him. Once they realized he was one of the eldest princess's closest confidants, no one around him dared to underestimate him anymore. The moment Ye Tian saw Xu Beiwang, he secretly frowned and reminded himself that all he could do for now was endure. She had long heard that young Master Xu was a master of the zither. She hoped he would give her a few pointers. Xu Beiwang simply nodded and stepped off his horse. Hearing his agreement, Bai Xuanshuan lit up with joy. She even offered to stay by his side and serve him while learning the zither, saying she would gladly accept the role of a maid. Everyone nearby was stunned. The young mistress of Luoxue Manor was actually lowering herself this much. Xu Beiwang remained calm and said everything would be according to Miss Bai's wishes. Deep down, however, he did not believe her gentle act. Luoxue Manor was only a 4th-rank force, so they were obviously trying to curry favor with the eldest princess through him. Watching the scene, Ye Tian gritted his teeth in frustration, while Amon completely lost his temper. He declared that Xu Beiwang was far too arrogant and wanted to deal with him immediately. Ye Tian quickly stopped him and said the time was not right. But Amon refused to listen. In his eyes, endless patience was nothing but cowardice, and he could not understand what Ye Tian was still afraid of. The next moment, he slammed his weapon into the ground in front of Xu Beiwang as a direct challenge. Amon roared and called Xu Beiwang out for a duel. The crowd immediately burst into discussion. Everyone thought this fool was throwing away his life just to become famous. Xu Beiwang only replied that those who knew nothing of the world were often the most confident. He was curious to see what gave Amon the courage to act so boldly. Aman ripped off his sleeves, revealing both arms covered in mysterious patterns as an overwhelming body cultivation aura erupted from him. Xu Beiwang merely smiled and leisurely turned to look at Bai Xuanxuan instead. Feeling completely ignored, Aman charged forward without hesitation. Facing the powerful strike, Xu Beiwang simply shifted to the side and dodged with ease. Then he casually forced Aman's head into the ground, pinning him there without the slightest chance to resist. After subduing Aman, Xu Beiwang calmly asked Bai Xuanxuan what kind of music she usually enjoyed. Trembling, she answered, "Wild geese descending on the sandy plain." The next moment, Xu Beiwang ripped out Aman's spine and used it as a zither string before asking if this was the melody she wanted to hear. Bai Xuanxuan turned deathly pale. She could not believe he had actually made an instrument from a human spine. Xu Beiwang calmly played the horrifying instrument as if nothing was unusual. After finishing the performance, he even turned to Bai Xuanxuan and asked whether she was satisfied with it. Bai Xuanxuan was too terrified to say a word. The spectators were equally horrified. Aman was a peak 8th rank body cultivator, yet Xu Beiwang had crushed him as easily as a child. His true strength was beyond imagination. Even the woman accompanying Xu Beiwang secretly felt uneasy. His current power was so overwhelming that it left others struggling to breathe. Standing among the crowd, Ye Tian watched everything unfold with his whole body trembling. All he could do was silently call out Aman's name. Seeing things go too far, Bai Xuanxuan hurriedly pleaded with Xu Beiwang not to punish the foolish man any further. After all, a man was still a guest of Luo Shui Manor, and she could not let him die here. Xu Beiwang calmly replied that arrogant people needed strength to back it up, and he happened to have plenty. Still, he always gave others 2 chances. If Aman wanted to stay alive, he had better never appear before him again. In truth, Xu Beiwang had already planned everything. He spared Aman not out of mercy, but because Aman possessed extraordinary natural vitality. Letting him live would fill him with hatred and drive him to cultivate even harder. By the time he returned for revenge, his blood essence would be even more valuable. Bai Xuanxuan immediately praised Xu Beiwang for his unmatched generosity before ordering the guards to carry Aman away for treatment. Seeing that Xu Beiwang had spared Aman's life, the guards rushed to flatter him, calling him the finest young talent in Chaozhou and saying his future would be limitless. Meanwhile, Ye Tian silently endured everything while engraving this hatred deep into his heart. Just as Ye Tian was about to leave, Xu Beiwang suddenly called out for him to stop, making his heart sink instantly. Ye Tian was secretly shocked and wondered if his identity had been exposed. But remembering his flawless disguise technique, he forced himself to stay calm. Xu Beiwang then coldly ordered him to turn around. Left with no choice, Ye Tian obeyed while repeatedly reminding himself that he absolutely could not provoke Xu Beiwang right now. The moment Ye Tian turned around, Xu Beiwang bluntly asked if he was holding a grudge against him. Ye Tian immediately denied it. But at that moment, Ye Tian's fate tower appeared. Xu Beiwang stared at him and said there was not a trace of fear in his eyes. The surrounding crowd immediately began whispering, saying this ugly guy had way too much nerve and clearly did not know his place. Driven into a corner, Ye Tian finally snapped and accused Xu Beiwang of going too far. Xu Beiwang stayed perfectly calm and asked if Ye Tian was sure he wanted to speak to him with that attitude. Inwardly, he smiled. A gathering like this was bound to attract the story's main character. A face could be disguised, but fate and killing intent could never be hidden. In the end, Ye Tian lowered his head and admitted his mistake, saying he had acted rashly. After watching Aman get completely crushed, he knew that even using every trump card he had might not be enough to defeat Xu Beiwang. If his identity were exposed now, things would only get worse. Xu Beiwang casually waved his hand and warned him never to look at him like that again, before telling Ye Tian to get lost. Deep down, however, Xu Beiwang was thoroughly enjoying himself. He knew Ye Tian was filled with humiliation, and that was exactly what would push the protagonist to grow stronger. After the martial arts tournament ended, he planned to harvest the results himself, just like raising a fish until it was ready to catch. Just then, a massive saber fell from the sky and slammed into the ground. Standing atop the blade was an elderly man named Yan Liang, an inner sect elder of Dongxi Valley. The moment he arrived, he loudly declared that he had come under the sect's orders to capture the thief who had stolen their treasure. Bai Xuanxuan stepped forward and politely asked about his purpose. As soon as the crowd heard the name Dongxi Valley, they were shocked. It was one of the greatest sects around. No one could believe someone had dared to steal from a force of that level. Whoever did it had unbelievable guts. Yan Liang then took out a wanted portrait and asked if anyone had seen the man. The instant Yi Tian recognized his own face, his expression changed. He had not expected them to track him down so quickly. Bai Xuan studied the portrait and said the face looked familiar, but she could not remember who it was. Standing nearby, Xu Beiwang secretly smiled. It seemed his treasure-hunting mouse had found something truly valuable if Dongxi Valley was chasing Ye Tian this relentlessly. Yan Liang raised his voice again and declared that if the thief had any courage, he should step forward now. Otherwise, he would show no mercy. At that moment, Zimen Yinyue stepped in and identified herself as the officer responsible for maintaining order during the martial arts tournament. She warned that Dongxi Valley's actions were disrespectful and told them to wait until the tournament ended before handling their business. Yan Liang showed her no respect at all. He rejected her request outright and demanded that everyone cooperate with his investigation. He insisted that the treasure's aura had disappeared in Langya County. Even if he had to tear the entire place apart, he would find the thief and make him pay. Zimen Yinyu clenched her teeth in anger. In front of so many people, the old man had given her absolutely no face. The crowd also began whispering that even the Six Doors top constable carried no weight before Dongxi Valley. Meanwhile, Yi Tian was trembling from head to toe. He felt as though heaven itself had cornered him, even though he had only intended to borrow the treasure for a while. Yan Liang urged everyone once again not to waste any more time. Bai Xuan secretly felt frustrated. Dongxi Valley clearly looked down on both Luoxue Manor and Langya County, but she simply lacked the strength to oppose them. Just as the tension reached its peak, Xu Beiwang stepped forward from the gate and coldly ordered Dongxi Valley to get out of Langya County. He declared that this was the martial arts tournament organized by the Great Qian Court, and no outsider could come here and do whatever they pleased. If they kept backing down, no one would respect the empire's laws anymore. But deep inside, Xu Beiwang only cared about one thing: the treasure on Yi Tian. As long as it remained in Yi Tian's hands, he believed it would eventually belong to him. No one else had the right to interfere. Hearing that, Yan Liang flew into a rage and shouted at Xu Beiwang, asking if he even understood what he was doing. Xu Beiwang showed no fear at all. He calmly replied that he was simply protecting the dignity of the Great Qian Court, before telling Yan Liang to leave immediately. The crowd burst into discussion once more. As expected, a famous Six Doors constable was no ordinary man. His calm confidence alone was enough to command everyone's respect. Yan Liang roared in fury, his anger reaching its limit. Xu Beiwang immediately fired back with a threat. If Yan Liang dared touch even a single hair on his head, Dongxi Valley should prepare to be wiped out. Yan Liang was furious inside, cursing Xu Beiwang for relying on the fifth princess of the earthly five, no, the eldest princess, to act so arrogantly. He coldly replied that such borrowed authority did not scare anyone. Xu Beiwang immediately gathered his power and prepared to strike, boldly declaring that Dongxi Valley was nothing and had no right to cause trouble here. Yan Liang's expression darkened even further as he demanded to know if Xu Beiwang truly intended to stand against all of Dongxi Valley. Deep down, he was convinced that without the eldest princess backing him, this brat would never dare act so boldly. The moment he finished speaking, he launched a palm strike. The two forces collided in mid-air with an explosion that shook the entire area. The impact was so overwhelming that even Yan Liang was forced back several steps. Xu Beiwang immediately turned the situation around, asking whether Dongxi Valley intended to openly oppose the eldest princess. Inwardly, he was perfectly calm. Borrowing someone else's influence had always been his specialty. Until he took Yi Tian's treasure, he intended to keep playing this role. Yan Liang was caught in a dilemma. If he retreated today, Dongxi Valley would lose all face, but offending the terrifying eldest princess would come at an even greater cost. The spectators could only marvel that such a mighty hidden sect had been pushed into such an awkward position. Just as the tension peaked, a gigantic ancient book suddenly appeared in the sky. Everyone was instantly shocked because it was clearly the technique of a Confucian powerhouse. Two figures stood atop the massive book. One was Kong Huangho, a descendant of the Confucian Kong clan, while the other was Kong Kue. As soon as Kong Huangho appeared, he politely greeted everyone with a respectful salute. Ye Tian was nearly driven to despair. Even the Confucian scholars had arrived. He could not understand why the opportunity he had risked his life to obtain had attracted so many powerful factions. Xu Beiwang looked at the two newcomers and quietly guessed that they must be high-ranking figures of the Confucian path. Kong Huangho then explained that the Confucian supreme treasure, the Spring and Autumn Scroll, originally had 9 missing pages scattered across the world. Recently, the sage's statue at the Confucian temple had revealed that someone in Langya County had used one of those pages to condense a literary heart. They hoped the current owner would voluntarily return it, and the Confucian clan would offer 2 copied editions in exchange. Even Yan Liang was stunned. A single page of the Spring and Autumn Scroll was a priceless Confucian inheritance preserved for 10,000 years. It could help scholars condense a literary heart, and with enough mastery, even a single sentence could decide another person's life or death. Xu Beiwang quietly glanced at Yi Tian and became almost certain that the page was in his possession. Thinking about Yi Tian's unbelievable fortune, even he felt a hint of envy, but that only made him want the treasure even more. Standing nearby, Yanyang saw that the Confucian clan had joined the search and secretly smiled. He wanted to see how much longer Xu Beiwang could keep acting so tough. Xu Beiwang quickly analyzed the situation. Across the 9 provinces, those who cultivated both the Confucian and martial paths were as rare as falling autumn leaves. But with that page of the Spring and Autumn Scroll, condensing a literary heart would become incredibly easy, and one might even comprehend the true essence of Confucian arts. No wonder Yi Tian had hidden his identity so carefully. Kong Huangho bowed once again and politely asked the destined owner to return the treasured page to the Confucian clan. Seeing that attitude, Xu Beiwang immediately understood. The Confucian clan always followed the principle of courtesy before force. Now that the courtesy was finished, force would likely come next. Sure enough, Kong Ke immediately proposed, inspecting everyone present. Whoever carried the treasure would be exposed on the spot. The moment Yi Tian heard that, his heart nearly stopped. The literary heart had already fused with his body, making it impossible to hide from the Confucian clan's detection. If they inspected him, everything would be exposed. With a tiger in front and wolves behind, Yi Tian was furious and unwilling to give up. He had risked his life to obtain this opportunity, yet one powerful faction after another wanted to take it away from him. Xu Beiwang suddenly shouted in anger, ordering everyone to leave Langya County immediately. In his eyes, the martial arts tournament had been personally organized by the Great Qian Court. Yet these outsiders wanted to search whoever they pleased and cause trouble wherever they wished. As long as he stood here, no one would be allowed to trample on the authority of the empire. Hearing that, Kong Huangho coldly replied that this matter had nothing to do with Xu Beiwang. But deep down, Kong Huangho was already shaken. He recognized Xu Beiwang as the subordinate of the eldest princess who had caused Kong Ruxian, the Kong clan's Confucian saint prodigy, to die 6 years ago. Seeing the tension rise, Yan Liang immediately added fuel to the fire. He accused Xu Beiwang of being outrageously arrogant and even disrespecting the Confucian clan. If he kept getting in the way, Dongxi Valley would never let it go. Xu Beiwang simply shrugged and calmly said he was nothing more than the eldest princess's subordinate. What the scholars of the world thought had nothing to do with him. Conquest's face turned red with anger. He cursed Xu Beiwang as the most shameless man he had ever seen hiding behind someone else's power. Inwardly, he even thought the man would carve the words eldest princess onto his own face if he could. Kong Huangho then directly asked whether Xu Beiwang truly intended to interfere. Xu Beiwang secretly sneered because the treasure they wanted was already something he considered his own. Meanwhile, Kong Huangho silently judged that Xu Beiwang was far from ordinary. Even as the eldest princess's subordinate, his fearless aura spoke for itself. Watching from behind, Yi Tian secretly mocked the situation. If Xu Beiwang knew the person he was desperately protecting was actually him, he would probably cough up blood from rage. Left with no choice, the two descendants of the Kong clan exchanged a glance. The next moment, Conquest stepped forward and challenged Xu Beiwang to a duel. Bai Xuanshuan immediately tried to stop them, pointing out that Kong Kui was a 6th-rank Confucian scholar, while Xu Beiwang was only 8th rank. Kong Kui interrupted her at once, saying he would only use 20% of his strength to avoid being accused of bullying the weak. Deep down, Kong Kui looked down on Xu Beiwang completely. Wherever the Kong clan went, they were treated with respect. There was no way they would let someone living off an author's reputation run wild. He could not kill Xu Beiwang because of the eldest princess, but teaching him a lesson was another matter. Xu Beiwang laughed with contempt and told him not to hold back. He should use his full strength instead. The moment he finished speaking, Xu Beiwang attacked first. A relentless barrage of attacks immediately crashed toward Kong Kui. Kong Kui reacted instantly and set up a formation to suppress his opponent. Xu Beiwang merely smirked, treating it like nothing more than a child's trick. Then he summoned an Earth-grade, bowl-shaped treasure. The overwhelming pressure alone made Kong Kui's expression change. Even Simen Yinyue was shocked. Xu Beiwang's true strength seemed impossible to measure. Standing nearby, Yi Tian was just as stunned and could not understand how Xu Beiwang had become so powerful. The surrounding crowd was even more horrified, because Kong Kui had been completely suppressed from the very start. Seeing the situation turn bad, Kong Huangho immediately rushed in to help. By then, Kong Kui had already been beaten flat onto the ground in a miserable state. Xu Beiwang looked down at him and coldly mocked the Confucian scholars, telling them to stop acting so superior. Realizing that continuing the fight would only make things worse, Kong Huangho said that the spring and autumn page was something the Confucian clan absolutely had to recover. Xu Beiwang calmly replied that he was only carrying out his duties for the 6 doors. They could settle the matter after the martial arts tournament ended, as a small favor to him. After hearing that, Kong Huangho finally agreed to back down. Even so, he remained cautious. Xu Beiwang had casually revealed a high Earth-grade treasure, proving there had to be an extraordinary figure supporting him. Xu Beiwang then turned toward Yan Liang and asked whether Dongxi Valley had anything else to say, clearly daring the old man to continue causing trouble. After a moment of thought, Yan Liang chose to retreat. If even the Confucian clan had temporarily backed off, there was no reason for Dongxi Valley to clash head-on with someone hiding behind the eldest princess. As long as Langya County remained sealed, the treasure thief would not escape forever. Seeing that everything had settled down, Xu Beiwang turned around and ordered the crowd to disperse. Bai Xuanshuan happily walked over and offered to show Xu Beiwang around Langya County. He simply replied that it was up to her. Night soon fell, and the scene shifted to the shores of Tai Lake. Yi Tian stood by the water, staring at his reflection with hatred filling his heart. According to his original plan, the martial arts tournament was supposed to make his name famous across the world. But now, forget about becoming famous. The moment his identity was exposed, he would be doomed forever. Thinking back to Today's humiliation, Yi Tian tightened his fists and swore to repay Xu Beiwang 100-fold one day. Right then, he suddenly spotted Bai Xuanshuan and Xu Beiwang in the nearby forest. Bai Xuanshuan walked beside Xu Beiwang and softly said this part of Tai Lake was perfect for night fishing. Xu Beiwang smiled and asked if she thought he could actually catch any fish. Bai Xuanshuan blushed as she fed him fruit and said young Master Xu was not fishing for fish, but for peace of mind. The intimate scene made Ye Tian, hiding in the shadows, feel utterly furious. He turned to leave, but Bai Xuanshuan noticed him first. Just as Ye Tian tried to escape, Xu Beiwang's voice called out from behind. Xu Beiwang ordered Ye Tian to stop and coldly asked why there was not a trace of fear in his eyes. Ye Tian was furious but forced himself to endure. He reminded himself not to act recklessly, while Xu Beiwang stared at him and said this man had seemed suspicious from the very beginning. The moment he finished speaking, Xu Beiwang launched a palm strike. Driven into a corner, Ye Tian drew his weapon at once. He knew if he did not risk everything, he would die here today. Xu Beiwang only sneered and asked what gave him the right to fight to the death. With one casual strike, Xu Beiwang blasted Ye Tian flying. Ye Tian struggled to his feet and viciously swore he would drag Xu Beiwang down with him even if he died. Watching from behind, Bai Xuanshuan was horrified and wondered what kind of evil technique this was. She became even more convinced this man was dangerous and had come here with another scheme. Yi Tian's eyes turned completely white as he charged at Xu Beiwang like a madman. Xu Beiwang remained calm from start to finish. In the end, Xu Beiwang pinned Ye Tian to the ground with just one hand. Lying in a pool of blood, Ye Tian could not believe what had just happened. Xu Beiwang slowly walked over, stepped on his head, and mockingly asked if that pathetic strength was enough to die together with him. Bai Xuanshuan watched in silent shock. Was this the true strength of young Master Xu? With such overwhelming power, who among the younger generation of Jiuzhou could rival him? Yi Tian still refused to accept defeat. He had not reached the peak of Jiuzhou or taken his revenge. He could never lose here. Xu Beiwang bent down and coldly told him not to move. Then he ripped off the disguise covering Yi Tian's face. Xu Beiwang looked at the item in his hand and pretended to ask what it was, but he had already finished his plan. The treasure was his, and now he only needed to send Ye Tian away. After Yi Tian's true face was revealed, Xu Beiwang acted surprised. Bai Xuanxuan froze as well because this was the man wanted by Dongxi Valley in the earlier portrait. The moment his identity was exposed, Ye Tian sprang back up. His only thought was to survive and escape. He still wanted to break through the heavens and stand at the peak of Juzhou. The instant that thought crossed his mind, he fled the scene. Xu Beiwang watched him leave with a cold smile. To him, Ye Tian had always been nothing more than a rat gathering treasures for someone else. That earlier strike had secretly planted a teleportation rune to send him into the Lingya mountain abyss. Countless high-level demon beasts lived there. If Yi Tian truly was the child of destiny, he would survive somehow. If he died there, then heaven no longer saw any reason to protect him. At that moment, Yanliang and Kong Huangho finally caught up. Yanliang immediately said his magic artifact had detected the treasure thief's aura. Xu Beiwang calmly replied that he had noticed someone acting suspiciously and casually tested him, only to discover the man had indeed been disguised. He then casually asked if helping Dongxi Valley solve such a major problem did not deserve some reward. Yanliang could only toss him a small bottle of pills before leaving in frustration. He was so angry he felt like coughing up blood. Kong Huangho stepped forward and asked Xu Beiwang whether he had sensed the literary courage on Ye Tian. Xu Beiwang pretended to think for a moment before saying he had indeed sensed a trace of literary aura. In his opinion, the spring and autumn scroll was most likely on Ye Tian. If Dongxi Valley claimed it first, the Confucian sect would become the laughingstock of the world. The eldest princess had warned him never to interfere in other people's affairs. After hearing that, Kong Huangho immediately tossed Xu Beiwang a small bottle before rushing after Yi Tian. The scene soon shifted to Xu Beiwang's temporary stop in Langya County. He laid out Today's spoils with a satisfied smile. Hard work had paid off. The haul included the spring and autumn scroll, a mysterious stone, monkey king fruit, and the blood silkworm, goo. This goo insect was created by sealing hundreds of poisonous creatures inside a jar for 50 years until only one survived. They usually came as a mother and child pair, making their owner nearly immune to most poisons, which was why they were considered priceless. He looked at the spring and autumn scroll and thought it over. The literary courage was still inside, but the Kong clan had not left yet, so refining it now would expose him. It was safer to bring it back and discuss it with the eldest princess. The blood silkworm goo could be refined first. Combined with a few blood fiend pills, it might help the beaming divine art reach the second stage. As for the strange stone, perhaps merging it with the earlier fragment and injecting true qi would trigger something. It would be wiser to ask the boss after returning. Thinking about today's gains, he decided to leave as soon as possible before anything unexpected happened. Seeing Xu Beiwang preparing to leave, Bai Xuanxuan quickly stopped him. She wondered why he was leaving before the martial arts tournament had ended, and worried Snowfall Manor had failed to treat him well. Xu Beiwang simply replied that it was the eldest princess's order. Bai Xuanxuan then openly asked to follow him. She was even willing to become his servant and obey his every command. Xu Beiwang did not hesitate. He turned his horse around and left only one sentence behind. If fate allowed, they would meet again. At that moment, Kong Huangho suddenly appeared and blocked his path. She questioned why he was leaving without even saying goodbye. Xu Beiwang answered firmly that he was returning to report to the eldest princess, and it had nothing to do with her. Deep down, he stayed alert. She had caught up far too quickly. Had she already suspected the treasure was with him? Kong Huangho was also thinking things through. The spring and autumn scroll was not on Ye Tian, and the last person to face him was Xu Beiwang. Given Xu Beiwang's arrogant nature, he would never willingly let Ye Tian escape. Unfortunately, she could not sense the literary courage on him, leaving her with no excuse to stop him. After making up her mind, Kong Huangho coldly declared that the Kong clan would eventually repay today's humiliation of Kong Shiyi. Xu Beiwang only smiled faintly. If they wanted to come, they were welcome to try. As she watched him ride away, Kong Huangho silently gritted her teeth. She believed he would eventually pay for Today's events. The next scene shifted to Zhenzi Market. While riding through the streets, Xu Beiwang remembered he still had the Earth-grade low-rank 1,000 threads finger sword manual. Since he had no use for it, he planned to trade it for demon beast essence blood and blood fiend grass to strengthen himself. After traveling a while, he spotted a young man and woman shopping together. The man was Xue Dao from the Hedong Xue clan. He kept boasting about his wealth and told the woman to buy anything she liked because he would pay for everything as long as she pleased him. The woman immediately acted spoiled, caring about nothing but money. The moment Xu Beiwang saw Xue Tao, his eyes lit up. To him, this was another lucky target, delivering himself right to the door. With that thought, he quietly hid behind a large pillar and began watching Xue Tao's every move. Every one of his actions was clearly observed by the eldest princess inside Jiaoguang Palace. She quietly felt that something was off. That was definitely Xu Beiwang. But what exactly was he planning this time? Meanwhile, the woman beside Xue Dao found another item she liked and sweetly called him over. The shopkeeper beamed with joy and praised her excellent taste. The zither cost 1 bottle of mid-rank profound grade pills. Xue Dao did not even blink and said the price was no problem. Xu Beiwang knew the opportunity had arrived. He immediately wrapped the zither with his true qi and calmly declared that it now belonged to him. The moment Xue Tao saw Xu Beiwang cutting in, he exploded with anger and demanded to know where he found the nerve to challenge the Hedong Xue clan. Xu Beiwang stayed completely calm. Whoever paid more got the item. What was wrong with that? Then he casually asked who Xue Tao thought he was. Xue Tao stormed over and demanded the zither back, saying they had picked it first. He even warned Xu Beiwang that offending the Xue clan over one instrument was not worth it. Xu Beiwang did not care in the slightest. His attitude was as arrogant as ever, as if to say, so what? Enraged, Xue Tao pointed at him and brought up his uncle, stressing that he was a Grand Secretariat minister. Before he could finish, Xu Beiwang slapped him away and sent him crashing to the ground. Xu Beiwang looked down on him with contempt and mocked him for acting tough like a stray cat or dog. After saying that, Xu Beiwang turned around and walked away without another glance. Xue Dao still refused to give up and prepared to attack from behind. Without even turning around, Xu Beiwang coldly warned that if not for the eldest princess, and the fact he did not want the Xue clan wiped out, Xue Dao was welcome to try a sneak attack. The moment the eldest princess was mentioned, Xue Tao immediately lost his nerve. He became convinced Xu Beiwang really was her trusted subordinate. In the end, he could only punch the wall in frustration. The eldest princess witnessed everything without missing a single detail. Even she was a little surprised by how domineering Xu Beiwang acted outside. Meanwhile, Xu Beiwang was secretly delighted. He could not help thinking how useful the boss reputation was. Throwing his weight around with her name felt surprisingly satisfying. With that, he calmly claimed the zither. Just then, a familiar voice suddenly called his name. Xu Beiwang instantly lowered his head and respectfully greeted the eldest princess. While bowing, he secretly glanced around, wondering where she actually was. Standing before him was Yu Xiaoyi, the personal maid of Diwu Qinshuang. But the terrifying part was that the voice speaking through her was the eldest princess's. She calmly asked whether she had ever taught him to behave like that. Xu Beiwang's heart skipped a beat. He started wondering if the boss had seen everything he had done. Without knowing the truth, he decided the safest choice was to admit fault first and flatter her later. He quickly bowed again, admitted his mistake, and promised he would never do it again. The next moment, Yu Xiaoyi's figure disappeared into thin air. Xu Beiwang respectfully saw her off, keeping a serious face while secretly marveling at the eldest princess's unfathomable methods. He knew he would have to be much more careful from now on. But before he could relax, Yu Xiaoyi suddenly reappeared in front of him with overwhelming killing intent, as if she were about to attack for real. Caught completely off guard, Xu Beiwang shouted that he belonged to the eldest princess, and anyone who dared touch him should be ready for their entire clan to be exterminated. Hearing that, Yu Xiaoyi really stopped. She sarcastically remarked that a leopard never changed its spots. Xu Beiwang frowned, wondering who this woman was to speak to him like that. Yu Xiaoyi continued to threaten him, saying that if he dared glare at her again, she would report everything to the eldest princess. Only then did Xu Beiwang cautiously ask if she also served under Her Highness. Instead of answering, Yu Xiaoyi simply took out an identity token. As she handed it over, she complained that she had never met anyone as arrogant as him. One glance at the token made Xu Beiwang immediately change his attitude and respectfully address her as senior. Yu Xiaoyi was still annoyed and said that if she had not shown up today, he would have become even more lawless. She grumbled that she was only a koi raised in Her Highness's pond, yet he had still managed to make her furious. Hearing that, Xu Beiwang asked in surprise if that was really her true form. Yu Xiaoyi proudly explained that it was actually her younger sister, and the two of them shared a special connection. Xu Beiwang immediately understood. It sounded just like the bond between twins. He casually praised her before asking for her name. After she introduced herself, he quickly concluded that any demon beast capable of taking human form had to be at least rank 4, equivalent to a human grandmaster. Someone like that was not worth offending. He then curiously asked if everyone serving Her Highness had the surname Yu. Yu Xiaoyi mentioned the eunuch beside Her Highness and revealed that he had originally been a parrotfish. Xu Beiwang was genuinely stunned. That money-loving eunuch was actually the legendary fortune fish, yet he had never noticed. He instantly understood why the eunuch cultivated that bizarre technique that absorbed gold and silver. Before he could finish speaking, Zhu Xiaoyi cut him off and sternly criticized his outrageous behavior today. Xu Beiwang immediately put on a flattering smile and asked if Her Highness had sent her to find him. Yu Xiaoyi said not at all. She had only stopped by Zhenxi Market for some food and happened to catch him bullying people. Hearing that, Xu Beiwang asked if she was heading to Zhulong Ancient City in Jizhou to seek a chance to transform into a dragon. Yu Xiaoyi laughed and said becoming a dragon was impossible, but the eldest princess had told her there was a destined opportunity waiting there. Xu Beiwang politely wished her success, but deep down he felt disappointed. It seemed he had no chance to get involved with this opportunity. Seeing his expression, Yu Xiaoyi could not resist lecturing him again. She said relying on someone else's power to bully others was disgraceful. Every great genius trained day and night, while he kept using the eldest princess's name to throw his weight around. Although his cultivation speed was impressive, he still needed to work much harder, especially with the Heavenly and Earth rankings, about to be announced by the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. The Earth ranking was simply the younger generation's list, but the true prize sought by every great faction, noble clan, and supreme genius was the Heavenly ranking. Back then, Diwumonu had risen with unstoppable force, crushing the older generation in just 11 years and throwing all of Juzhou into an age of blood and chaos. Xu Beiwang sighed to himself. He knew cultivation was not easy, but borrowing the boss reputation to intimidate others felt far too satisfying. As for those so-called geniuses, sooner or later they would all become his next harvest. Yu Xiaoyi suddenly looked at him suspiciously and asked why his eyes were filled with greed. She added that if he were not at least good-looking, she would not have bothered giving him advice. Xu Beiwang immediately put on a sincere expression, repeatedly thanked her for the guidance, and promised not to disappoint either her or the eldest princess. Satisfied, Yu Xiaoyi prepared to leave. Before going, she turned around and reminded him once more not to bully others by abusing the eldest princess's name. But Xu Beiwang casually brushed a strand of her hair aside and smiled, saying he would remember and wished her a safe journey. The gesture left Yu Xiaoyi thinking this man was unbelievably strange. After she left, Xu Beiwang looked at the zither in his hands and wondered if sending away a lucky koi had affected his own fortune. Either way, he planned to inspect the zither later and uncover the hidden opportunity inside. He tried every method he knew, but the zither appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary low-rank profound-grade treasure. Yet the fortune tower had lit up to the 93rd floor, which could not be wrong. Unless the zither was sealed by some formation, he would probably need the boss to open it. With that thought, he decided to return and ask the eldest princess for help. At worst, he would brew tea, pour drinks, and give her a shoulder massage to win her favor. But the moment he pictured the eldest princess, Xu Beiwang immediately lost his nerve. Her flawless legs were stunning, but even with 10 times the courage, he would never dare touch them. Just then, a strange mark suddenly appeared on his hand. A chilling sensation spread through his body, as if he had been dragged into endless darkness. In an instant, Xu Beiwang realized the seriousness of the situation. This was clearly a curse, and an extremely vicious one. He immediately activated the beaming blood-devouring divine art, forcing his true qi through every meridian to suppress and seal the curse. Instead, the curse erupted violently, making him cough up a mouthful of blood. Only then did Xu Beiwang truly panic. This was no ordinary curse, but a calamity curse that was relentlessly suppressing his blood essence. If he kept forcing his cultivation, he would only die faster. His true qi was being devoured, while both his mind and body felt bound by invisible chains. Xu Beiwang cursed under his breath, unable to imagine who had secretly placed such a vicious curse on him. After working so hard to reach the 8th realm, he had now fallen all the way back to the 9th grade qi refining realm. As the curse dug deeper, his body weakened by the second. Through the agony, he realized that without the beaming blood devouring divine art, a heaven-defying technique that forcibly sustained his life force, he would already be dead. His only remaining option was to return to the capital and ask the boss to remove the curse. The problem was that the capital was too far away. In his current state, if any enemy found him, he would never survive. The thought only made Xu Beiwang even more anxious. While struggling through the forest, he suddenly ran into a swordsman named Chu Feng. The fortune tower above him was glowing at the 92nd floor. Xu Beiwang's eyes lit up. Another child of destiny had appeared, and someone like this had to be carrying a life-saving opportunity. Without hesitation, Xu Beiwang rushed over and ordered Chu Feng to stop. At the same time, he quickly reviewed his options. He still had the Gouxi pill and the blood silkworm goo given to him by the boss. If he could awaken the Gouxi bloodline and break through to the second stage of the beaming divine art, he might be able to destroy the calamity curse. The only thing missing was the final trigger, and all his hope now rested on Chu Feng. First, he needed to test the man's strength. Suddenly blocked by a stranger, Chu Feng immediately became wary and demanded to know who he was. But after taking a closer look at Xu Beiwang's condition, his expression turned into pure contempt. Chu Feng mocked him, saying that a mere qi-refining cultivator daring to shout at a 9th-grade expert was asking to die. Xu Beiwang simply told him to shut up. The next second, Xu Beiwang lunged forward and grabbed Chu Feng by the throat. Only then did Chu Feng realize this was young Master Xu of the Six Gates. Xu Beiwang coldly warned that if Chu Feng refused to obey, his entire family would die. Elsewhere, the eldest princess quietly watched everything unfold. She thought this fool had nearly gotten himself killed after leaving for only one trip, and in the end would still need her to save him. Even now, he had not changed his habit of bullying others with her reputation. This time, however, she chose not to interfere immediately. She wanted to see how he planned to save himself. After being forced to travel with Xu Beiwang for quite a while, Chu Feng finally asked in a trembling voice where they were going. Xu Beiwang ignored him completely, keeping his eyes fixed on Chu Feng's fortune tower. The fortune aura had suddenly grown much brighter, which meant a great opportunity had to be hidden beneath the nearby abyss. After reaching the cliff, Xu Beiwang ordered Chu Feng to jump down. Whatever treasure he found below had to be brought back immediately. If he tried to hide it or escape, he would die. Looking into the endless abyss, Chu Feng's legs nearly gave out. Xu Beiwang lost all patience and blasted Chu Feng off the cliff with a burst of qi, shouting that he could either jump or die. Meanwhile, the calamity curse continued spreading across Xu Beiwang's body until it nearly consumed him completely. He knew his time was running out. Fortunately, before long, Chu Feng's voice echoed up from below, and he quickly climbed back to the top. The moment Xu Beiwang saw him, he demanded to know what he had found. Chu Feng hurriedly presented the Gouxi dragon skin, which was actually the dried and preserved shed skin of the serpent. But when Chu Feng looked closely at Xu Beiwang's face, he was horrified. Xu Beiwang looked like a man standing at death's door. With the Gouxi dragon skin finally in hand, Xu Beiwang let out a relieved smile. Only one thought remained in his mind. This time, he had survived. Watching from a distance, the eldest princess silently concluded that she no longer needed to step in herself. Xu Beiwang immediately began refining its power to break the calamity curse. His plan was to fuse the Gouxi dragon skin with the Gouxi pill given by the boss, then combine it with the blood silkworm goo. That would not only push the beaming blood-devouring divine art into its second stage, it would also let him seize the chance to raise his cultivation. Sure enough, before long he successfully reached the second stage of the technique and advanced to the lower 7th grade. Xu Beiwang burst into triumphant laughter. Whoever had cursed him was about to pay the price. He had returned from the brink of death. He then unleashed his qi, shattering the ground beneath him, and coldly declared that from this moment and on, the one destined to die would be his enemy, and the end would be utterly miserable. After calming down, Xu Beiwang turned to Chu Feng and asked for his name. Chu Feng nervously introduced himself. Hearing it, Xu Beiwang smiled and said he now owed Chu Feng a favor. Chu Feng panicked and repeatedly insisted he did not deserve such a thing. Xu Beiwang then grabbed Chu Feng and searched him from head to toe. Unfortunately, he found no treasure at all. The bizarre search terrified Chu Feng so badly that he collapsed onto the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Xu Beiwang was deeply disappointed. Based on the system's usual pattern, searching a child of destiny like this should have uncovered a hidden opportunity. Yet, aside from the sword hanging at Chu Feng's waist, there was nothing unusual. Could it be that Chu Feng was not a true child of destiny after all? He immediately thought of Ye Tian, whose fortune tower had reached 97 floors, while Chu Feng only had 92. It seemed the system's true threshold was even higher. Seeing Xu Biwang fall silent, Chu Feng grew even more terrified and begged for mercy. But Xu Biu no longer cared about children of destiny. His top priority was getting back to the boss as fast as possible. With that in mind, he tossed everything he had just obtained to Chu Feng. He even told Chu Feng that if he ever ran into trouble he could not handle, he was welcome to come find him. Then, Xu Beiwang turned and left. Looking at the pile of treasures, Chu Feng was so overjoyed he nearly jumped into the air and loudly asked if young Master Xu was still recruiting followers. The scene shifted to Jiaoguang Palace. Everyone was excitedly discussing Zhang Wuji, the crown prince of Chu and the #1 genius on the Azure Cloud ranking. Many complained that the geniuses of Great Qian had lost face by letting a prince from a vassal state claim the top spot. Others argued that Chu would have been insignificant without the academy's support, and the fact that every ruler of Chu had been a first-grade powerhouse. Amid the lively discussion, Zhang Wuji stepped forward and openly declared that he had come to the martial arts tournament to challenge every genius of Great Qian in the name of friendly competition. The crowd instantly erupted. Some believed he had clearly come to humiliate Great Qian. Others argued that the martial tiger of the Wu clan had returned after 10 years of seclusion, while Ji Mingyou of the imperial family had also come back from Luosha Palace. It seemed they had both returned for Jiang Wuji. While everyone was still talking, Xu Beiwang slowly walked in from behind. The crowd immediately cheered as if their savior had arrived. Some even mentioned how he had defeated a 6th-grade expert of the Hong clan with a single move in Langya County, earning a place in the top 7 of the Azure Cloud ranking. Jiang Wuji stared at Xu Beiwang and immediately understood, so this was the man whose fame had spread everywhere lately. Jiang Wuji walked straight up to Xu Beiwang and proudly announced that he wanted a duel. At the same time, he questioned whether Xu Beiwang was even qualified to stand before him. The crowd, which had just quieted down, burst into another uproar. Everyone could tell that Crown Prince Jiang had openly issued Xu Beiwang a challenge. Jiang Wuji was overflowing with confidence. He believed that no matter how arrogant Xu Beiwang was, he could never surpass him. He even declared that although Xu Beiwang's reputation had grown rapidly, it still fell short of his own. In his eyes, there could only be one true #1 in the world, and that person was Jiang Wuji. As he brushed past Xu Beiwang, Jiang Wuji deliberately left one final provocation, saying he would always be waiting for Xu Beiwang's challenge. Xu Beiwang did not even bother looking back, silently thinking, this guy really loved putting on a show. The scene returned once again to Jiaoguang Palace. The moment he saw the eldest princess, Xu Beiwang immediately bowed and started flattering her. He claimed that after only 1 day apart, it already felt like 3 years. Deep inside, however, he finally relaxed. Only beside the boss did he truly feel safe. The eldest princess answered coldly. In front of her, he acted obedient and respectful. Yet the moment he went outside, he started abusing her name to bully others. It seemed his life had become far too comfortable. Xu Beiwang could only force an awkward smile while desperately thinking of an excuse. But the eldest princess gave him no chance to explain. She simply uttered one icy word, "Get out." Realizing things were going badly, Xu Beiwang instantly changed the subject. He hurriedly took out the zither and asked the eldest princess to break the sealing formation hidden inside it. He even pretended to be completely sincere, claiming he had turned over a new leaf and was determined to reform. The eldest princess merely curled her lips into a faint smile. She saw straight through him and said that although he admitted his mistakes with his mouth, he was probably already planning how to bully people even more boldly next time. Xu Beiwang immediately laughed it off, denied everything, then cleverly produced a book and claimed it was a masterpiece he had written, especially for Her Highness to enjoy. The eldest princess casually accepted it and flipped through a few pages. The story told of a woman who lost her eyesight in a sea of blood while saving the male lead's mother. In the end, the man refused to marry her because she was blind and simply walked away. 30 years later, the woman returned as the ruler of the world and asked whether he regretted his choice. After reading that far, the eldest princess looked up in confusion and asked, "Can a blind person really become an emperor?" Xu Beiwang quickly explained that it was just a fictional novel. Watching the princess completely absorbed in the story, Xu Wang quietly analyzed her. A supreme powerhouse like her rarely found anything interesting, but someone so strong was often lonely and cold inside. Maybe she also needed someone special to reach her heart. To his surprise, the princess smiled and said the novel was easy to follow and quite entertaining. Xu Wang was genuinely stunned. Could she really enjoy this kind of story? If so, maybe he had already stepped halfway into her world. Everyone really had a hidden side. Seeing her reaction, Xu Wang immediately asked what she thought about the book. The princess said it was good overall, but she could not understand the line describing someone's eyes as 30% cold, 30% disdainful, and 30% indifferent. What kind of expression was that supposed to be? The question completely froze Xu Wang. He had no idea how to explain it. But the princess was not done yet. She asked why he loved describing women's legs so much. Xu Wang instantly broke into a cold sweat and desperately denied everything, like he had been caught red-handed. Wanting to escape the dangerous topic, he quickly placed the zither in front of her again. The princess casually waved her hand, and the sealing formation inside the instrument shattered with ease. The sight left Xu Wang completely amazed. It turned out the zither really contained a mid-rank heavenly treasure. His fortune tower had been right once again. The princess then put down the novel and ordered him to write 10 more books. Xu Wang was both shocked and frustrated. He had truly dug his own grave this time. He picked up the brush but deliberately acted troubled. Xu Wang said the zither seemed to hide another secret, and his mind was too distracted to write anything. Hearing that, the princess directly released the deeper seal hidden inside the zither. The moment the ferocious beast appeared, Xu Wang was stunned. He never expected the zither to contain Tao's innate battle skill. Tao Wu was one of the 4 ancient ferocious beasts, a terrifying legend from ancient times. The beast's soul immediately merged into Xu Wang's body. He instantly thanked the princess, but inside he was already celebrating. This heaven-defying battle skill now belonged to him. The princess calmly reminded him that without Tao's true blood essence, every use of the battle skill would consume his own blood essence instead. Xu Wang thanked her once again. The princess then looked at him and asked how he felt now. Hearing her call, Xu Wang immediately came back to his senses. He quickly smiled and said he was ready to continue writing the next story. Seeing his attitude, the princess immediately urged him to write faster. Xu Wang nodded repeatedly and happily replied that he would start right away, keeping the mood surprisingly peaceful. Only then did the princess nod in satisfaction and say that was more like it. 7 days passed in a flash. While Xu Wang was still buried in writing novels, the princess suddenly interrupted him. She simply said, "That is enough." Xu Wang obediently agreed on the surface, but secretly thought those overdramatic romance stories had finally lost their appeal. He had already used mirrors and perfume, so it was time to come up with something new. Right then, the princess curiously asked what fishnet stockings mentioned in the book actually were. Xu Wang immediately explained they were a type of clothing women often wore. He even said he could make a pair himself and asked if she wanted to see them. As soon as he finished speaking, he really created a pair of fishnet stockings for the princess to try on. Looking at the scene, Xu Wang could barely hold back his laughter. A supreme powerhouse wearing fishnet stockings somehow looked unbelievably perfect. But his mischievous gaze was quickly noticed by the princess, who angrily shouted at him to get out immediately. Xu Wang cheerfully accepted the order and left without delay. Later, while passing near the Confucian temple, he noticed the crowd acting strangely. Everyone's fortune aura was blazing, and they all looked unusually anxious. Curious, he stopped someone to ask what was happening and learned that the Confucian temple had opened, drawing countless scholars from all across Juzhou. Xu Wang smiled with great interest. After all, it would be a waste to ignore such a rare opportunity. As soon as Xu Wang arrived at the Confucian Temple Plaza, he heard everyone talking about Wu Junji of the Wu clan challenging Jiang Wuji, the top genius on the Qingyun ranking. The Wu clan had even ordered him that victory was the only option. On the arena, Wu Junji arrogantly declared that Jiang Wuji was nothing more than a stepping stone for his generation. Jiang Wuji remained calm and replied that Wu Junji had only spent 10 years hiding in the Wu clan's ancestral tomb, so he should stop acting so arrogant before the fight even began. Watching from below, Xu Wang was speechless. The two of them had been talking non-stop without making a single move. The crowd became excited the moment Xu Wang appeared, and many wondered if he had also come to challenge Jiang Wuji. Xu Beiwang could only sigh to himself. He had come to watch the show, yet somehow got dragged into it. Wu Junji suddenly remembered his clan elder's order to kill Xu Beiwang, and his eyes immediately locked onto him. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from the arena and appeared right in front of Xu Beiwang. His overwhelming killing intent exploded, making the entire crowd struggle to breathe. Everyone thought the Wu clan had truly come to avenge themselves against young Master Xu. Wu Junji threatened that after crushing Jiang Wuji, he would casually kill Xu Beiwang as well. The crowd was amazed by the Wu clan genius dominance, while Xu Beiwang remained unbelievably calm and simply asked, "Who are you?" Seeing that response, everyone became even more convinced that young Master Xu feared no one. After all, he had once suppressed a Kong clan genius in Lanhe County, so no one knew how deep his true strength really was. Wu Junji coldly declared that sharp words would not save Xu Beiwang's life. The next time they met, Xu Beiwang would be a corpse. Xu Beiwang simply smiled and told him to come and try. That answer only intensified Wu Junji's killing intent, and he swore he would personally fulfill that promise. He then turned and left, while Jiang Wuji watched the entire scene as if everyone else were nothing but insignificant insects. At that moment, Kong Deshang, the great Confucian scholar of the Kong clan, also arrived. The crowd was shaken once again as a heavenly stairway appeared, and the one descending was Xie Rishu from the Jixia Academy. Xie Rishu was the famous disciple of Jixia Academy in the state of Chu and ranked third on the Qingyun ranking. Many people grew worried. Aside from the Great Qian Sacred Confucian Temple, Xie Rishu was almost the strongest scholar alive. If the literary fortune truly fell into his hands, Great Qian's Confucian destiny would suffer a massive blow. Xie Rishu and Wu Junji exchanged glances, and neither was willing to admit the other was superior. Both of them shared the same belief. The one standing at the very peak in the end would be themselves. Soon, every scholar turned toward the sage's statue and quietly recited ancient scriptures. Confused, Xu Beiwang stopped someone to ask what was happening. He learned that the scholars were using their mental state to comprehend literature, hoping to resonate with the sage's statue and seize its opportunity. At the same time, the Kong clan was preparing to open the heavenly stairway for the sacred ceremony. The moment Xu Beiwang heard the word opportunity, his interest was instantly sparked. He thought there was no way he could miss something this interesting, so he walked straight toward the heavenly stairway. The people nearby hurried to stop him because everyone knew he was not a Confucian cultivator and had no literary heart to climb it. Standing nearby, Wu Junji immediately mocked him, saying Xu Beiwang was only making a fool of himself. Even Kong Deshang coldly blocked his path, saying this was no place for martial cultivators. Xu Beiwang remained completely calm and said he was only here to experience it for himself. Kong Deshang immediately asked, "Then where is your literary heart?" Xu Beiwang snapped his fingers and calmly replied, "I'll have one in a moment." The moment he finished speaking, a page from the Spring and Autumn Annals appeared in his hand. The entire audience was stunned. Everyone recognized it as the Confucian clan's legendary inheritance treasure. The members of the Kong clan were furious. It felt as though their ancestral treasure had ended up in the hands of an outsider. Hearing their angry protests, Xu Beiwang simply smiled and said it was a reward personally granted by the princess. Kong Deshang angrily insisted that the Spring and Autumn Annals belonged to the Kong clan, but Xu Beiwang merely shrugged and told him to ask the princess for it himself. With that, Xu Beiwang raised the Spring and Autumn page high into the air and began condensing his literary heart. The surrounding scholars stared in disbelief as endless literary aura surged around him. What they might never achieve in a lifetime came effortlessly to Xu Beiwang. In an instant, his literary heart turned into a beam of light and merged with the stars above. An ancient bell echoed throughout the Confucian temple, leaving everyone stunned. Xu Beiwang had officially formed his literary heart. Moments later, someone spotted the Empress Phoenix carriage approaching in the distance. Everyone guessed she had sensed the burst of literary aura and personally came to investigate. Seeing this, Xu Beiwang muttered to himself, she really had sharp instincts. The moment something happened, she showed up. Suddenly, the star in the sky erupted with dazzling light, freezing everyone in place. The visions of eternal righteous aura and heavenly revelation appeared together, something no one had ever witnessed before. Looking up at the spectacle, Xu Beiwang quietly wondered if this was the legendary heavenly revelation. But in the next moment, a terrifying force descended from the star and instantly shattered the heavenly stairway. Xiarix's face darkened at the sight. He could not accept that a genius from Jixia Academy had become nothing more than a backdrop for someone else's glory. Xu Beiwang had only just condensed his literary heart, yet he had already triggered heavenly revelation and caused such an earth-shaking phenomenon. No one could understand what kind of monster he really was. Meanwhile, he simply wore a smug smile, as if no one else mattered. At that moment, a strange vision appeared above the statues, as though an ancient classroom had come to life in the sky. Powerful words echoed across the heavens, declaring the will to establish purpose for heaven and earth, preserve knowledge for all people, and create lasting peace for future generations. Kong Deshang stood completely frozen before the unbelievable scene. His voice trembled uncontrollably. He could not believe that the very essence of Confucianism had been awakened by someone like Xu Beiwang. But just then, the sound of Buddhist chanting suddenly filled the air. Xu Beiwang immediately realized someone was trying to interfere and steal his opportunity. The crowd quickly recognized it as the Buddhist Dharma of the eminent monk Puji, who was supported by the Wu clan. Some even suspected the empress intended to strip away Xu Beiwang's accumulated merit. At the most critical moment, the princess's icy voice echoed across the entire area. Anyone who dared to interfere would only find death. Hearing that, Xu Beiwang secretly grinned. It looked like the princess was personally backing him this time. Puji was just about to make his move, but the warning forced him to stop. The crowd was stunned once again because it was obvious the princess was openly protecting Xu Beiwang. Sitting inside her carriage, Wu Zhao gave only one cold comment. This was simply absurd. Just then, several mysterious flowers floated toward Xu Beiwang. He reached out to catch them, wondering what they were. Before he could examine the golden lotus and silver lotus seeds, an invisible force pulled them away. Even so, Xu Beiwang absorbed the remaining spiritual energy and immediately advanced to the 7th rank Confucian realm, Tingfeng. The surrounding crowd could only marvel in amazement. Someone personally nurtured by the princess was truly different. At this rate, the world might soon witness another monster on the level of Diwu Chengshang. Countless pages suddenly fell from the sky and assembled themselves into a complete book. Xu Beiwang picked it up in confusion because the heavenly scripture was completely blank. Kong Deshang's face turned pale at the sight. He could not believe that the divine book formed from the will of the ancient Confucian sages had acknowledged someone like Xu Beiwang. In his eyes, Xu Beiwang was nothing more than a martial cultivator who had no right to be accepted by the scholars. On top of that, Xu Beiwang was the trusted follower of Diwu Changchang, the Kong clan's sworn enemy. He had even taken a page from the Spring and Autumn Annals, humiliating the Kong clan. If he obtained the greatest Confucian opportunity today, the Kong clan would become the laughingstock of the entire world. At that moment, a gigantic figure suddenly appeared and gently placed a hand on Xu Beiwang's head. Kong Deshang cried out in shock. It was the lesser sage personally bestowing his inheritance. If Xu Beiwang fully accepted this power, he might even step directly into the saint realm. In the path of Confucianism, the lesser sage stood equal to a martial saint, while a Confucian sage rivaled the supreme masters of martial cultivation. At the same time, Xu Beiwang's hair slowly began turning white. Seeing that, Xu Beiwang immediately panicked. He screamed inwardly, "Seriously, who would want to become an old man with white hair?" Shu was completely dumbfounded. He could not understand how anyone could reject an inheritance of this level. It was arrogance beyond imagination. Watching from afar, the princess looked quite satisfied. In her eyes, Xu Beiwang had finally done something that pleased her, and even a lesser sage was nothing more than an ant. Xu Beiwang then spoke, saying he was never suited for the path of Confucianism. Self-cultivation, managing a family, governing a nation, or bringing peace to the world were all beyond him. He knew exactly what kind of person he was. He would do anything to achieve his goals, and anyone who stood in his way would die. Standing nearby, Wu Junji quietly calculated the situation. Xu Beiwang was currently resonating with heaven and earth while being supported by the wordless heavenly book. Attacking now would be suicide. Only after his hair turned black again and the divine will faded would there be a chance to strike. Suddenly, Xu Beiwang turned around and loudly called out Wang Zongxi by name, even insulting him as Old Dog Wang. The crowd immediately burst into discussion. Wang Zongxi was an astrologer from the Bureau of Celestial Observation, so no one understood why he had become Xu Beiwang's enemy. Xu Beiwang only shouted again, ordering him to get out immediately. Called out before everyone, Wang Zongxi broke into a cold sweat and stepped forward with his body trembling. Inside the carriage, Chu Wudao also began feeling uneasy and immediately looked outside to observe the situation. Only one question remained in his mind. How had Xu Beiwang discovered it so quickly? At the same time, he had no idea what outrageous move Xu Beiwang would make next. Xu Beiwang pointed directly at Wang Zongxi and accused him of secretly placing a cursed spell on him. Wang Zongxi was completely shaken because he could not understand how such a secret had been exposed. The crowd erupted once again. Everyone knew that anyone capable of ordering Wang Zongxi had to be backed by an enormous force, and the Wu clan immediately became the prime suspect. Hearing those accusations from inside her carriage, Wu Zhao's killing intent surged. She was furious that Xu Beiwang was deliberately throwing mud at the Wu clan before the entire world. In her view, if she truly wanted someone dead, she would kill them herself instead of using such underhanded tricks. That made her suspect Di Wu Changchang was the one manipulating everything behind the scenes. Xu Beiwang continued pressing forward, declaring that Wang Zongxi would die today or tomorrow. Everyone immediately understood that he was issuing a life-and-death challenge. Wang Zongxi was drenched in cold sweat. He knew that if he refused to fight, the princess would simply kill him tomorrow with a single strike. Killing a court official might cause controversy, but if Di Wu Changchang did it, no one would dare say a word. He had no way out. With his modest grandmaster strength, Wang Zongxi knew he could never escape Di Wu Changchang. After thinking it over, he decided to gamble his life against Xu Beiwang. Maybe that was his only chance to survive. He roared in madness, "Xu Beiwang, I accept your challenge." Xu Beiwang merely smiled and said he had thought the man would hide in the shadows forever. Since he had finally shown himself, he might as well use everything he had. Wang Zongxi wasted no time. The moment he finished speaking, he unleashed his ultimate killing technique. The crowd instantly recognized it as the ancestral curse, the strongest secret art of the Bureau of Celestial Observation. Wang Zongxi had nearly lost his mind. He shouted that dragging a heavenly genius down with him would make his life worthwhile. Even in the underworld, he would continue cursing Xu Beiwang forever. The ancestral curse transformed into countless eerie chains that rushed straight toward Xu Beiwang. The terrifying power of the attack forced even the spectators to retreat again and again. Yet, amid the overwhelming killing intent, Xu Beiwang stood perfectly still with a calm expression. He simply asked, "Is that all you've got?" The attitude left Wang Zongxi both furious and stunned. Xu Beiwang then slowly made his move while quietly reciting words filled with chilling killing intent. In an instant, Wang Zongxi suddenly realized his entire body had become completely frozen. His mind was filled with panic. Why had he suddenly lost the ability to move? Xu Beiwang answered only with a mysterious smile. He calmly walked past as if nothing had happened, but Wang Zongxi's head had already been cleanly severed. Watching everything unfold, Ji Wudao began feeling deeply uneasy. His original plan had been to use Wang Zongxi as bait, so Di Wu Changchang and the Wu clan would destroy each other while he reaped the benefits. Meanwhile, the crowd could not stop gasping in amazement. Xu Beiwang had killed a fourth-rank grandmaster with a single move. It was simply terrifying. Ji Wudao could only regret that Xu Beiwang had never joined his side. Xu Beiwang glanced toward Ji Wudao's carriage with an icy stare, as if warning him that he already knew who was truly behind everything. That single look was enough to make Ji Wudao flinch. Deep down, Xu Beiwang had already sentenced Ji Wudao. His ending would be far worse than Wang Zongxi's. At the same time, the righteous aura surrounding Xu Beiwang gradually began to fade. The crowd immediately started whispering. It seemed the ancient sage's divine will was reaching its limit. Others sighed that Xu Beiwang's killing intent was simply too overwhelming. No amount of righteous aura could ever wash it away. Xu Beiwang then walked straight up to Wu Junji and coldly asked, "Weren't you the one who said you'd crush me?" Watching from the sidelines, Jiang Wuji was secretly delighted. In his eyes, the best outcome was for both sides to cripple each other so he could become the ultimate winner. Inside his carriage, Ji Wudao quietly let out a sigh of relief. He believed Xu Beiwang still did not know who had truly orchestrated the curse. Even so, he realized he would have to be much more careful from now on. Wu Junji immediately accepted the challenge. Although he looked calm, his killing intent had already reached its peak. Today, Xu Beiwang had to die. At that moment, Wu Zhao slowly stepped out of her carriage and smiled faintly. She said that since both were great Qian's top geniuses, a friendly duel was not a bad thing, and she allowed the battle to proceed. Xu Beiwang respectfully accepted the order, but he quickly understood Wu Zhao's true intention. She did not actually want to oppose him, yet she also wanted to prevent another fight to the death. In short, she wanted to save face while avoiding unnecessary trouble. Wu Junji had already run out of patience and shouted at Xu Beiwang to stop wasting time. Seeing how impatient he was, Xu Beiwang smiled and casually called out the name of his battle physique. In the next instant, Wu Junji threw a punch as overwhelming lightning power exploded around him. The terrifying force of that punch made everyone's scalp tingle. They all thought Xu Beiwang was about to be smashed into pieces. Yet Xu Beiwang remained perfectly calm. He slowly took out a zither. With a single note, a barrier of sound appeared and effortlessly neutralized Wu Junji's attack. Seeing his strike blocked so easily, Wu Junji roared in anger, accusing Xu Beiwang of hiding behind defenses like a cowardly turtle. If he had any courage, he should fight head-on. Xu Beiwang simply replied, "Fine." Wu Junji sneered, convinced that Xu Beiwang had finally agreed to face him directly. The spectators once again praised the Wu clan's strength. Their top genius truly lived up to his reputation, possessing both an innate divine ability and a powerful battle physique. Wu Junji was overflowing with confidence. Since the age of 10, he had hunted demonic beasts every single day to temper himself. What he had forged was absolute dominance over both the body and spirit of anyone his age. Thinking of that, his killing intent intensified even further. Today, he would trample every genius beneath his feet and spread the Wu clan's glory throughout the world. Wearing an arrogant smile, Wu Junji told Xu Beiwang to use every trump card he had. He was willing to give him the chance. Watching from afar, Zhang Wuji quietly shook his head. He believed Xu Beiwang had little chance of winning. The gap in talent and physique was simply too great, and with weaker cultivation, how could he possibly compete? But the moment Xu Beiwang began performing a strange and mysterious technique, Zhang Wuji's expression changed. Something suddenly felt very wrong. Wu Junji only laughed in contempt, believing Xu Beiwang was putting on a show. He immediately activated his Fantian battle physique, releasing power so immense that space itself seemed ready to shatter, all while mocking Xu Beiwang for acting mysterious. In response, the terrifying phantom of Taowu suddenly appeared behind Xu Beiwang. The mere appearance of the ancient ferocious beast was enough to make Wu Junji's face change. Before he could even react, the Taowu phantom summoned by Xu Beiwang completely overwhelmed him in a single instant. The entire audience fell silent. The Wu clan's supreme genius had been defeated in one move. It was almost impossible to believe, and everyone began wondering where Xu Beiwang's true limit actually was. Xu Beiwang clicked his tongue in disdain and mocked Wu Junji for being weaker than a woman. He even joked that Wu Junji looked better suited to serving tea in a brothel. Lying helplessly on the ground, Wu Junji stared at Xu Beiwang with endless hatred and swore through gritted teeth that he would kill him one day. Xu Beiwang calmly stepped on Wu Junji's head before turning to look at Zhang Wuji. With a cold smile, he asked the Crown Prince Jiang if this was the fierce tiger he had praised so highly. To Xu Beiwang, the man looked nothing more than a sickly cat making a fool of himself. Xu Beiwang then looked down at Wu Junji beneath his foot, every word carrying overwhelming pressure. He asked if Wu Junji wanted to be crushed to death right there. Seeing the situation getting out of hand, Wu Xiao immediately spoke up and ordered Xu Beiwang to stop. Hearing that, Xu Beiwang instantly withdrew his killing intent and respectfully asked what instruction the Empress had for him. Wu Xiao was deeply displeased. Although Wu Junji had completely disgraced himself, the Wu clan had invested enormous resources into raising him. She could not allow such a genius to die at Xu Beiwang's hands. She simply said this was only a sparring match, and it should end here. Xu Beiwang obediently accepted the order. But before leaving, he still kicked Wu Junji aside and humiliated him one last time, saying he was sparing his life today, only to repay an old debt of gratitude. From now on, every time they met, he would beat him again. The crowd immediately erupted into discussion. Wu Junji had completely lost his dignity, but at least he had survived. In their eyes, only Zhang Wuji, the number one on the Qingyun ranking, still seemed qualified to challenge Xu Beiwang. But at that very moment, Xu Beiwang directly challenged Zhang Wuji. Zhang Wuji immediately found an excuse to decline, saying Xu Beiwang had just finished a major battle and was too exhausted. He did not want to take advantage of someone in that condition. The crowd quickly began whispering, It sounded noble, but it looked more like fear. Despite the growing suspicion, Jiang Wuji firmly refused to fight. He said they would have an honorable battle another day when Xu Beiwang was at his absolute peak. Hearing that, Xu Beiwang only sneered to himself, silently calling Jiang Wuji a coward. Jiang Wuji continued acting arrogant, declaring that as long as he lived, no one of the younger generations deserved to call themselves invincible. He even claimed he would give Xu Beiwang another year to grow, and then one snap of his fingers would be enough to suppress him. Deep inside, however, he thought very differently. The Taowu attack had been far too terrifying. If he fought now and lost, even his position at the top of the Qingyun ranking might disappear. Xu Beiwang looked at him with even greater contempt before turning around and leaving. The spectators could not stop praising his unbelievable strength. Many even believed Xu Beiwang now carried the same overwhelming presence as the princess herself. Wu Zhao's watched Xu Beiwang's departing figure, and a chilling flash of killing intent appeared in her eyes. She knew she could not allow him to keep growing stronger. The scene then shifted back to the Taichu Palace. The moment Xu Beiwang returned, the princess asked if he had enjoyed showing off enough. Xu Beiwang immediately smiled and replied that it was all thanks to the princess's protection and overwhelming reputation. Dealing with those ants had been effortless. Hearing that answer, the princess looked quite satisfied. A moment later, Xu Beiwang suddenly asked whether she possessed a slave seal. The princess frowned and asked if he wanted to become her servant. Xu Beiwang looked slightly embarrassed, but replied that he was willing to do anything for Her Highness. Secretly, he even thought he would happily do things like foot massages or any other task without the slightest shame. The princess then asked why he wanted the slave seal. Xu Beiwang honestly explained that he wanted to erase someone's memories and turn them into a completely obedient puppet. Even the Bureau of Celestial Observation would be unable to undo the technique. The princess laughed after hearing that. She had already guessed Xu Beiwang's plan and could not help remarking that despite his young age, his schemes were unbelievably deep. With that, she casually tossed him a book. Xu Beiwang immediately caught it and respectfully thanked her. Once everything was settled, the princess did not keep him any longer and simply sent him away. She casually scolded him as well, saying that he always flattered her in person, yet acted unbearably arrogant outside. Even so, she had already decided to give him another mission after this. Xu Beiwang left the imperial palace at a leisurely pace. As he rode away on horseback, he was already looking forward to the next grand performance. Meanwhile, news of the battle spread throughout the imperial palace. Everyone was talking about how the Tiger of Chong, armed with the Fantian battle physique, had been crushed in a single move. Even Jiang Wuji, the number one on the Qingyun ranking, had avoided the fight. Xu Beiwang had kept a low profile until now, but the strength he revealed convinced everyone that he would one day shake all of Juzhou. Most shocking of all, he had openly rejected the inheritance of the ancient Confucian sages, making him look like the new generation's greatest devil. At that moment, a man and a woman quietly appeared. The woman was Shou Keijue of the Jiachi clan, while the man was the young valley master of Hidden Valley. Elsewhere, Gung Xin of the Nong clan arrived carrying a sickle, accompanied by Xuanyuan Changqing of the Xuanyuan clan. The remarkable part was that all four of them appeared at almost the exact same time, and they all shared the very same thought. Xu Beiwang of the Diwu faction, it seems the day your clan is swept into the coming storm has finally arrived. The scene shifted to Manhua town, where someone rushed in with urgent news that a humanoid evil fiend had been spotted 500 miles away and requested the 6 gates to deal with it immediately. Xu Beiwang easily captured the fiend with his iron chains. Secretly, he was delighted to discover another fiend of this type, besides the one raised by Grand Elder Kui's eldest son. To him, this was simply free merit falling from the sky. The demon suppression banner bestowed by the princess proved incredibly effective. He subdued the fiend with almost no effort at all. After everything was settled, he escorted the fiend straight back to the imperial capital. The scene quickly shifted to Weiying Palace, where a subordinate hurried in to report to Wu Zhao that Xu Beiwang of the 6 Gates was requesting an audience outside. The moment Wu Zhao heard his name, she frowned. She was still furious that he had embarrassed her again and again, wishing she could skin him alive. Yet now he had the nerve to come here on his own. Even so, she ultimately ordered that he be admitted. Xu Beiwang calmly entered the main hall with the fiend and respectfully bowed to the empress. Wu Zhao's expression immediately changed. She clearly had not expected him to bring an evil fiend. Without hesitation, Wu Zhao immediately ordered the fiend to be imprisoned. Xu Beiwang promptly obeyed and locked the fiend inside the iron cage he had prepared beforehand. Wu Zhao looked at him suspiciously and asked what he was really trying to do. Xu Beiwang remained respectful and explained that he had captured this charm fiend during a mission. More importantly, it was directly connected to the first prince. Hearing that, Wu Zhao was deeply shaken. Great Qian treated demonic cultivation as an absolute taboo, and anyone colluding with evil fiends faced severe punishment. No matter how foolish Ji Wudao might be, he should never have crossed that line. She immediately began wondering what kind of game Xu Beiwang was playing. Sensing her thoughts, Xu Beiwang continued by saying he did not dare reveal this matter publicly, which was why he had secretly come to report it directly to the Empress. After hearing that, Wu Zhao recalled Wang Zongxi's conflict with Xu Beiwang. She quickly concluded that the two had never held any personal grudge, meaning the true mastermind had to be Ji Wudao. In other words, Xu Beiwang had come today to use the Empress hand to take revenge on the prince. Xu Beiwang pushed things even further by suggesting they perform a soul search on the charm fiend to uncover the truth. Deep inside, however, he sneered. He knew the Empress truly favored only the princess, while she had long wanted to eliminate the imperial princes. Today, he was simply handing her the perfect opportunity. Wu Zhao immediately put on a pained expression and blamed herself for failing to discipline her son, saying she had let his majesty down. Xu Beiwang played along perfectly, saying the prince must have only been temporarily deceived and that none of it reflected the Empress's guidance. Besides, everyone in the realm knew Wu Zhao treated all princes and princesses fairly. After hearing those words, Wu Zhao waved him away and decided to handle the matter during the next morning's court session. Xu Beiwang respectfully accepted the order. Time quickly advanced to the following afternoon. Inside Weiying Palace, the atmosphere was unbearably tense, while Ji Wudao had completely lost his composure, shouting in confusion as he tried to understand how everything had turned out like this. The next moment, Ji Wudao dropped to his knees and pointed directly at Xu Beiwang, shouting to Wu Zhao that everything had been fabricated by him. He admitted ordering Wang Zongxi to use a curse for revenge, but claimed the truly dangerous person was Xu Beiwang, who had been secretly raising an evil fiend. Faced with the accusation, Xu Beiwang remained perfectly calm and gently told the prince not to frame him, since the two of them had never even been enemies. Ji Wudao was driven nearly insane by that attitude. He roared that he had indeed ordered Wang Zongxi to use the curse, but Xu Beiwang was still alive and unharmed, so what real damage had been done? Xu Beiwang simply acted innocent and replied that a virtuous prince like His Highness could never possibly try to harm him. He absolutely refused to believe it. With that, Xu Beiwang turned toward Wu Zhao, bowed respectfully, and requested that the Empress personally interrogate the charm fiend to clear his name. Watching the heated argument, Wu Zhao finally snapped, slammed the table, and ordered everyone to shut up. Right then, the succubus inside the iron cage suddenly confessed that Ji Wudao forced it to gather demons from the extreme north to build a demon army, planning to stockpile power, rebel, and slaughter all of Juzhou. Everyone was stunned by the shocking confession. Ji Wudao instantly lost his mind, rushed toward the cage, and screamed that he had never said any of those words. Xu Beiwang only smirked and added more fuel to the fire, asking if His Highness was trying to silence the witness. He even sighed that the Empress had treated Ji Wudao like her own son, yet he repaid her with such betrayal. Driven into a corner, Ji Wudao trembled all over and desperately begged Wu Zhao, insisting that he was truly innocent. When no one believed him, he turned to Xu Beiwang and pleaded in an utterly miserable state. He even begged for his life on the spot. Xu Beiwang calmly replied that the evidence was already right there, so they might as well finish the case immediately. Wu Zhao did not hesitate and declared that Ji Wudao had colluded with demons, sentencing him to death on the spot. Hearing the sentence, Ji Wudao completely broke down, shouting that he was a prince of Great Qian and demanding justice. But every official and guard lowered their heads, and no one dared to speak. In despair, Ji Wudao cursed that Great Qian had already become the Wu family's kingdom. He even pointed at Wu Zhao and accused her of abusing her power to frame the loyal. Wu Zhao simply gave the order to execute him. A wave of darkness instantly swallowed Ji Wudao, leaving him unable to say another word. Before dying, he could only leave behind one final curse, saying Xu Beiwang would die sooner or later as well. In the blink of an eye, Ji Wudao's body shriveled into a dried corpse. Just as Xu Biwang was about to leave, a member of the Ji clan suddenly appeared. The newcomer coldly warned that anyone who harmed a prince of the Ji clan would not live in peace for long. Xu Biwang only gave him a casual glance and answered firmly that if the royal family wanted to suppress him, he was ready to fight to the very end. The scene shifted to Jiaoguang Palace, where the eldest princess praised his move as flawlessly executed. Xu Biwang immediately acted humble, saying everything was possible only because of Her Highness's secret support behind the scenes. The story then flashed back to Full Moon Town. While using the slaves on the succubus, Xu Biwang forced a fake memory into its mind, making it believe that Ji Wudao was the true mastermind behind the demon army. He could not help admiring how overpowered the slave seal given by the eldest princess really was. It could erase memories and even implant carefully prepared fake ones. With this treasure, future plans would become much easier. Even so, he understood that using the slave seals on someone with a special cultivation technique could trigger a deadly backlash, so he could never let his guard down. The eldest princess then praised him, saying that aside from always borrowing her name to intimidate others, he had handled everything else quite well. Xu Biwang smiled on the outside, but secretly decided that using borrowed authority was a tactic worth keeping. The eldest princess then said she had a new mission for him. Xu Biwang immediately accepted and asked Her Highness to give the order. The eldest princess began explaining the mission inside the melee domain. His objective was to capture a six-tailed fox demon and bring it back to her. Xu Biwang quickly analyzed the situation. The melee domain was a secret realm created 2,000 years ago by a half-step supreme, and it still contained terrifying origin power. Anyone above 4th grade Grandmaster could not enter. As for the six-tailed fox demon, it was an incredibly rare bloodline among the fox race. With one appearing only once in it was a top-tier opportunity. After hearing the mission, Xu Biwang immediately accepted it, boldly saying that not only would he capture the fox, but even if the eldest princess ordered him to die, he would not hesitate for a second. The eldest princess coldly replied that if he was truly that loyal, then he should die right now. Xu Biwang was instantly left speechless. She then explained that the fox race was famous for charming people's hearts, especially handsome men. Hearing that, Xu Biwang's eyes lit up. He secretly thought this mission was practically made for him. He already had the looks, and he could suppress his opponent's cultivation. The melee domain might as well have been created just for him. The eldest princess quickly turned serious, stressing that the six-tailed fox was extremely important to her, so failure was not an option. Xu Biwang confidently promised that if he could not capture the six-tailed fox, he would never return. But the next moment he flashed a sly grin and joked that no man could easily resist beauty. What if the fox ended up charming him instead? The eldest princess answered with just one cold word: useless. Xu Biwang immediately lowered his head, accepted the scolding, and agreed that Her Highness was absolutely right. She then explained that the fox race was born with an innate charm engraved into their bloodline, so she would teach him a cultivation technique to resist it. Xu Biwang quickly refused and suggested another way to test whether his will was strong enough, catching even the eldest princess by surprise. When she asked what he meant, Xu Biwang seriously explained that the fox race's charm worked best through physical contact, so he wanted to test himself by touching the eldest princess. According to him, if he could stay calm before the most beautiful woman in the world, then a mere six-tailed fox would be nothing. Deep down, though, he was screaming with excitement because this was the first legitimate chance to get close to his boss. The eldest princess narrowed her eyes and coldly asked if he was trying to cross the line with her. Xu Biwang instantly froze, looking visibly guilty. He quickly insisted that Her Highness had misunderstood him. He claimed he only wanted to test the strength of his Dao heart and had no improper intentions. After thinking for a moment, the eldest princess finally agreed. Xu Biwang was so happy he could barely contain himself. He repeatedly thanked Her Highness while celebrating wildly inside, because the day had finally come. Xu Biwang slowly walked toward her, reminding himself not to look up because one glance into the eldest princess's eyes might make him lose his composure. Right before him stood the eldest princess's flawless long legs. One look was enough to leave Xu Biwang completely mesmerized. He silently praised them as perfection itself. He slowly reached out and gently touched her legs. At that instant, Xu Biwang felt so happy that he thought dying right then would be worth it. As his hand rested on her soft legs, he secretly savored the unbelievably smooth touch, becoming even more dazed. In the very next second, the eldest princess kicked him flying. Xu Beiwang crashed to his knees, panicking that his dirty thoughts had been exposed. The eldest princess stared at him coldly, silently cursing this fearless brat for having outrageous nerve. Xu Beiwang hurriedly begged for forgiveness, claiming his body tempering was still unstable, which caused him to overreact. Inside, however, he was cursing himself for acting way too shameless. Trying to fix the situation, he immediately knelt down, admitted his mistake, and offered to cook a few dishes as an apology. Before long, an impressive feast was served. Xu Beiwang respectfully invited the eldest princess to taste it, feeling completely confident since she had surely grown tired of ordinary delicacies, while these modern-style dishes would be something entirely new. The eldest princess casually picked up a bite and slowly tasted it. Xu Beiwang eagerly asked how it was. She simply replied that it was acceptable. Even so, she quietly reached for another bite before pretending to tell him to get out of her sight. Xu Beiwang immediately seized the chance to ask for a flying treasure, saying the Meili domain was far from the capital, and he did not want to waste time traveling. Inside, he secretly laughed, thinking the eldest princess might act cold, but her actions were completely honest. She kept eating his food, and he had even touched her legs. That counted as close contact, so maybe she would have to take responsibility someday. The eldest princess tossed him a flying treasure and coldly warned that he was the first man who had ever dared to touch her. If he failed to bring back the six-tailed fox, he would die a miserable death. Xu Beiwang still pushed his luck by asking what reward he would get for completing the mission. That was the final straw, and the eldest princess angrily shouted at him to stop testing her patience. Seeing the eldest princess was truly about to lose her temper, Xu Beiwang immediately jumped onto his flying treasure and quickly said that all the cooking ingredients and seasonings were already waiting in the kitchen. He promised to bring back the six-tailed fox at once. Deep down, he knew there was a limit to teasing his boss, and it was also time to search for new opportunities. The moment he finished speaking, he turned into a streak of light and disappeared, leaving the eldest princess grinding her teeth in frustration. She silently cursed the brat for running so fast. The least he could have done was explain how to use those strange seasonings first. As he flew, Xu Beiwang kept thinking about the mission, vowing that he would capture the six-tailed fox no matter what. He even imagined making a pair of black fishnet stockings for the eldest princess after returning, and the thought alone made him grin from ear to ear. Xu Beiwang clearly understood that he had enemies everywhere. The only reason no one dared to move against him was because the eldest princess stood behind him. That only strengthened his resolve to become powerful enough to catch up with her. Just then, Xu Beiwang noticed something unusual in the sky as a strange light appeared in the distance. Looking down, he spotted a massive glowing gate. One glance told him this was no ordinary place, and he immediately guessed that a great opportunity had appeared. Xu Beiwang quickly landed and pushed the gate open. The moment he stepped inside, he found corpses scattered everywhere and instantly raised his guard. He immediately activated a defensive barrier around himself to prepare for any surprise attack. Sensing fierce fighting deeper inside, Xu Beiwang chose not to rush in. Instead, he patiently waited for everyone else to wear each other out before collecting all the rewards himself. Not long afterward, several sword cultivators were about to leave the cave when Xu Beiwang coldly ordered them to stop. He casually told them to hand over their treasures so he could take a look. The sword cultivators instantly recognized him as Xu Beiwang, the marquis backed by the Wu family, the man who had even defeated a Kong clan expert. One of them nervously asked if he was planning to rob them. Xu Beiwang did not bother explaining. He simply said that the eldest princess had sent him to retrieve the treasures from this cave, yet they'd stolen them first. If they knew what was good for them, they should hand everything over before he used force. One sword cultivator argued that a true gentleman loved wealth but never stole it unfairly. Before he could finish, Xu Beiwang grabbed him by the throat and lifted him into the air. Xu Beiwang only sneered and replied that the problem was, he was no gentleman. Another sword cultivator stepped forward, willingly offered his treasure, and claimed he also served under the eldest princess. He even showed a token to prove his identity, hoping Xu Beiwang would spare him. Xu Beiwang smiled politely and said he always treated everyone equally, so he could not show favoritism. In reality, he already knew the man belonged to the eldest princess's faction, but the poor fellow had simply met the wrong person. The moment Xu Beiwang noticed the swordsman secretly reaching into his robe, he immediately guessed what he was trying to do. Xu Beiwang mocked him, saying that such a cheap trick would never catch him off guard. Before the man could even make a move, Xu Beiwang calmly asked, "Are you trying to kill me?" That single question terrified the swordsman so badly that he dropped to his knees and desperately denied it. His hidden weapon had not even been drawn, yet Xu Beiwang had already seen through him. He even started wondering if Xu Beiwang was still human. Xu Beiwang merely warned him not to make the same mistake again. Xu Beiwang then forced every sword cultivator to hand over everything they had, and none of them dared to resist. Even after checking all the loot, Xu Beiwang still felt something was wrong. If this were truly a hidden treasure cave, it should contain far more than a few cheap Earth-grade treasures. He began wondering what was really hidden inside this place. The sword cultivators explained that rumors spoke of a lost page from the Divine Jade Tome, a legendary artifact made up of 36 pages that recorded countless divine techniques and secret arts. They had searched every corner of the cave but found nothing. At that moment, Xu Beiwang's gaze glistened on a masked sword cultivator. The man's aura and the strange numbers surrounding him felt incredibly familiar. Xu Beiwang slowly walked over, startling the man, who quickly revealed his identity. The man removed his mask with a cheerful smile. It was Chu Feng, and he asked if Xu Beiwang still remembered him. After recognizing him, Xu Beiwang let everyone else leave but told Chu Feng to stay. He quickly recalled that this was the man who had helped him greatly while removing the ancient curse years ago. Xu Beiwang asked why Chu Feng was here. Chu Feng immediately broke into a cold sweat and struggled to answer. He soon regained his composure and explained that thanks to the Earth Thunder Sword manual Xu Beiwang had given him, his swordsmanship had improved rapidly. The Four Thunder Sword sect in Yunzhou was about to recruit new disciples, so he wanted to try his luck. Xu Beiwang simply smiled and said he was heading to Yunzhou as well, so they could travel together. Then Xu Beiwang suddenly stepped closer and bluntly asked if the lost page of the Divine Jade Tome was on Chu Feng. Chu Feng immediately tensed up and repeatedly denied it. Xu Beiwang placed a hand on his shoulder and calmly asked if he still planned to play dumb in front of him. By now, he was certain that someone with Chu Feng's incredible fortune was bound to obtain such a treasure. Seeing he had been completely exposed, Chu Feng wiped away his cold sweat and obediently handed over the page. He could not help asking how Xu Beiwang had known it was with him. Taking the page, Xu Beiwang calmly explained that the world was far too chaotic, and Chu Feng was still too inexperienced. If anyone else discovered this secret, he might not survive. Xu Beiwang then took out the flying treasure gifted by the eldest princess and told Chu Feng they would head to Yunzhou first. Chu Feng's eyes lit up the moment he saw the treasure, and he immediately asked to ride along. Before he could celebrate, Xu Beiwang kicked him off and shouted that the flying sword belonged to the eldest princess. If Chu Feng wanted to come, he could fly on his own. The scene shifted to the Meili domain, where cultivators were spreading stories about Xu Beiwang. Everyone claimed that although he was not a Confucian cultivator, he had still cultivated literary courage and was nearly unmatched among Great Qian's younger generation. Hearing those rumors, Chen Wushuang, the true disciple of the Four Thunder Sword sect and the Prince of Yunzhou, proudly declared that Xu Beiwang had simply never met him before. Someone quickly reminded him that this was the famous young Master Xu everyone had been talking about. Chen Wushuang still refused to back down, insisting that Xu Beiwang was only average among the younger generation despite having some talent. Just as he finished speaking, a familiar figure appeared behind him. Everyone turned around and gasped. The newcomer was none other than Xu Beiwang. After putting away his flying treasure, Xu Beiwang drew countless admiring looks. Everyone praised young Master Xu for being so extravagant that even his flying sword was extraordinary. Only Chen Wushuang stood there with sweat running down his back while stubbornly muttering that Xu Beiwang was nothing more than a show-off. Xu Beiwang heard him and let out a cold laugh, asking if Chen Wushuang refused to accept his reputation. If so, they should settle it with a fight so he could learn that some words should never be spoken lightly. The crowd immediately started whispering, saying Chen Wushuang had incredible nerve to insult young Master Xu right in front of him. He had truly dug his own grave. Chen Wushuang could no longer back down. As a true disciple of the Four Thunder Sword sect, retreating now would disgrace all of Yunzhou. Xu Beiwang wasted no time and told him to begin. Secretly, he thought that since the Meili domain was so vast, and the six-tailed fox was difficult to find, making a big name for himself might lure it out instead. Chen Wushuang coldly declared that, although he was not the greatest genius, he was certainly not someone others could bully at will. The moment he finished speaking, his aura erupted, darkening the sky. The surrounding cultivators were shocked by just how advanced the true disciple's sword intent had become. Chen Wushuang then summoned his treasure, leaving everyone stunned. Instead of a sword, he pulled out a horn. Even Xu Beiwang found it interesting, recognizing it as a rare Earth-grade treasure. The moment the horn sounded, the ground around them began to shake violently. The eerie sound made everyone nearby clutch their heads in agony as their faces turned pale. Chen Wushuang continued blowing the horn without stopping. At the same time, he unleashed a bizarre soul-summoning secret technique. The terrifying display left everyone present visibly shaken. But Xu Beiwang remained calm from beginning to end. He simply took out a zither and coldly muttered that such cheap tricks were nothing. In the next instant, the ferocious beast Tao Wu was summoned. With a single strike, the ancient beast completely shattered all of Chen Wushuang's attacks. The backlash was overwhelming. Chen Wushuang collapsed to his knees, coughed up blood, and tremblingly admitted defeat. Xu Beiwang looked at him and casually reminded him not to boast so recklessly in the future. To everyone's surprise, Chen Wushuang awkwardly asked if he was qualified to become one of young Master Zeus' followers. Xu Beiwang let out a mocking laugh. After losing the fight, this guy immediately wanted to join him. His shamelessness was truly impressive. Chen Wushuang quickly explained that the third level of the Half-Step Supreme's ruins was about to open. Xu Beiwang's expression immediately changed as he asked about the Half-Step Supreme's ruins inside the melee domain. He instantly recalled the legend of the 9-layer ruins left behind by the Half-Step Supreme of the melee domain. The deeper the level, the greater the treasures. Only the first 3 layers had opened so far, yet Earth-grade treasures were already everywhere. There was no way he would miss an opportunity like this. Realizing the ruins would soon become a battlefield for countless geniuses, Chen Wushuang understood why Xu Beiwang was willing to gather companions. He immediately bowed and asked for permission to follow him. In his mind, staying behind a powerful backer was far safer than wandering alone. Xu Beiwang kept a calm expression and replied that he would reluctantly take him along. Chen Wushuang was visibly delighted, feeling as though he had finally found a powerful protector. Just then, Chu Feng came running from behind, panting heavily. Xu Beiwang had promised to wait for him, yet he had flown so fast that Chu Feng had to use everything he had just to catch up. Chen Wushuang frowned when he saw Chu Feng, wondering if another follower had appeared. But judging from Chu Feng's weak 9th-grade cultivation, he did not look like someone worthy of following young Master Xu. He even suspected Chu Feng was hiding his true strength. Noticing the hostility between them, Xu Beiwang coldly warned them to either behave or stop testing his patience. Chu Feng could only swallow his frustration. If he did not still want to recover the lost page, he would never have endured this. Chen Wushuang quietly stepped farther away, realizing that following young Master Xu came with plenty of pressure. After traveling for a while, Xu Beiwang suddenly stopped and looked ahead. A huge crowd had gathered there, and it looked like something interesting was happening. The scene shifted to the stone gambling pavilion. Here, cultivators used special tools to cut open raw stones mined from the ancient mines of the melee domain. Rare treasures were sometimes hidden inside, but most contained nothing more than worthless rocks or discarded refining materials. Finding a complete treasure was incredibly rare. Nearby, a young man and woman were picking stones together. The girl grabbed the man's arm and pointed excitedly at one particular stone. The shopkeeper asked if they were certain they wanted to buy that stone. The young man was Xiao Fan. He turned to ask Xiao Yu for her opinion, and she confidently replied that she trusted Kaka. Watching from the sidelines, Xu Beiwang let out a faint chuckle. In his eyes, the little girl looked surprisingly similar to the image of a 6-tailed fox. He then thought of the eldest princess and secretly sighed that she was getting closer and closer to completing her collection. Above Xiao Yu's head, her fortune tower glowed brilliantly at 91 levels. Xu Beiwang immediately sensed something was off. A true 6-tailed fox should possess far greater fortune than that. He shifted his gaze toward Xiao Fan, and the number 98 immediately appeared in his mind. That alone was enough to tell him the raw stone contained an extraordinary opportunity. Xiao Fan gently comforted Xiao Yu, saying he would make it up to her if nothing came out of the stone. Xiao Yu shook her head, saying she only felt sorry for Kaka. At that very moment, Xu Beiwang stepped forward and said that he was also interested in the stone. The instant Xiao Yu saw him, her face turned bright red as she silently marveled at how unbelievably handsome he was. Xiao Fan recognized him with a single glance and directly asked if the man before him was young Master Shuo. Xu Beiwang calmly confirmed his identity. Xiao Fan immediately stepped aside and said that if young Master Shu wanted the stone, he could have it. On the surface, Xu Beiwang politely thanked him. Deep down, however, he quietly evaluated Xiao Fan. Even after having a great opportunity taken away in front of the woman beside him, he remained perfectly calm. This was someone with extraordinary patience. He infused the stone with spiritual energy, shattering the outer shell and revealing the treasure hidden inside. Chu Feng excitedly shouted that it was a low Earth-grade treasure. Even Chen Wushuang was stunned, wondering how young Master Shu had casually uncovered an Earth-grade defensive bracelet. Xu Beiwang picked up the bracelet and silently analyzed it. A mere low Earth-grade treasure could never match 98 levels of fortune, unless something else was hidden inside, perhaps concealed by an illusion array. Suddenly, everything clicked. The real key was not the raw stone but Xiao Fan himself. This guy was clearly a child of destiny. Thinking of that, Xu Beiwang immediately asked if Xiao Fan had ever cultivated an eye technique. He was almost certain Xiao Fan could see through raw stones. Xiao Fan simply smiled and praised young Master Shu for his sharp insight. Xu Beiwang then asked directly for his name. Xiao Fan answered without hiding anything and calmly introduced himself. The moment Xu Beiwang heard the name Xiao Fan, everything fell into place. This was the famous son-in-law of the Su family. So the man before him was Xiao Fan, the young master of the Xiao clan branch and the representative of the Holy Land. Xiao Fan took the initiative and asked whether young Master Shu had come for the Half-Step Supreme's ruins. Xu Beiwang remained silent, carefully observing him. Someone this friendly for no reason was definitely hiding something. Xiao Fan continued by saying he knew the ruins quite well and invited Xu Beiwang to explore them together after they opened the next day. Xu Beiwang was slightly surprised. It was like a treasure had delivered itself to his doorstep. In his eyes, Xiao Fan was a true child of destiny, the kind of person who attracted opportunities wherever he went. Xu Beiwang then glanced at Xiao Yu. The little girl clearly carried the aura of the fox race, so getting close to Xiao Fan could not have been a coincidence. On the surface, Xu Beiwang accepted Xiao Fan's invitation. Inwardly, however, he was already planning his next move. No matter what, he needed to keep Xiao Fan close. Xu Beiwang knew very well that no one was kind without a reason. The more polite Xiao Fan acted, the more suspicious he became. He decided to wait and see who would end up as the hunter and who would become the prey. Before leaving, Xiao Fan arranged to meet him there again the next day and departed with Xiao Yu. But after walking only a short distance, Xiao Yu skipped back to Xu Beiwang and quietly introduced herself. The more Xu Beiwang looked at her, the more certain he became that she possessed fox blood. Foxes were naturally attracted to beauty, so she should have been drawn to him instead. Yet she stayed by Xiao Fan's side, which meant Xiao Fan must possess something extraordinary. Chu Feng, who had been watching the whole time, could not help pointing out that the young girl had been staring at young Master Shu, yet he showed no reaction at all. Xu Beiwang calmly kept walking and replied with complete confidence that it was simply his natural charm. Sometimes a single glance was enough to leave a lasting impression. Deep down, though, he knew stealing opportunities from the child of destiny came first. The eldest princess's mission was just as important, and now both leads were connected to Xiao Fan, so Xu Beiwang needed a flawless plan to claim everything at once. At that moment, Xu Beiwang had only one goal: seize as many benefits as possible and return to Jiaoguang Palace, where the eldest princess was still waiting for him. The scene then shifted to Xiao Fan's secret hideout. As soon as he entered, Xiao Fan quietly called out to ask if Miss Ji was there, and reported that he had successfully made contact with Xu Beiwang. The person who appeared was Ji Mingjue, the princess of Great Qian. She immediately asked where he was. Xiao Fan replied that he was currently inside the melee domain and had already used a few tricks to get close to Xu Beiwang. After hearing that, Ji Mingyue decided without hesitation to head there immediately. She coldly declared that eliminating evil was her duty. The Dian Holy Land and the Fifth Devil had long been mortal enemies, and this was the perfect chance to deal with that subordinate. Xiao Fan immediately agreed, promising to keep an eye on Xu Beiwang and work together with her. Deep down, Xiao Fan felt a surge of pride. Although Ji Mingyu was a princess, he represented the Holy Land, so he believed his status was fully equal to hers. Ji Mingyue thanked Xiao Fan and said that once Xu Beiwang was killed to avenge Huang Xuan, she would never forget his kindness. Xiao Fan immediately bowed with a righteous expression. According to him, both Xu Beiwang and the fifth devil had brought disaster everywhere, and anyone from the righteous path wanted them dead. Being able to meet Miss Ji was already an honor for him. He even proposed a plan. Once they entered the ruins, they would trap Xu Beiwang from both sides. By then, even growing wings would not help him escape. Ji Mingyu immediately agreed and told him to wait for her arrival. Xiao Fan said he would wait, but deep down he had another plan. Xu Beiwang was the first major obstacle on his path to greatness. If even Ji Mingyu failed to kill him, Xiao Fan would do it himself. That way, he could defeat a top genius and earn Miss Ji's favor at the same time. Just then, someone knocked on the door, and Xiao Fan told them to come in. It was Xiao Yu. She quietly asked if Kaka could accompany her for another walk around the ancient city of Mili. Xiao Fan immediately agreed with a smile, saying he would go with her. But he was thinking about something else. Thanks to the Dian technique, no matter how well Xiao Yu hid her demonic aura, she could not fool him. In his eyes, she was only a four-tailed fox demon. Still, following her might lead him to the rare six-tailed fox. The next day, powerful cultivators and young geniuses gathered at the ruins where the Half-Step Supreme's inheritance was about to open. As soon as they reached the entrance, Xu Beiwang looked at Xiao Fan with a meaningful smile and said that since Xiao Fan knew the place so well, he should lead the way. Xiao Fan played along perfectly and politely invited young Master Xu to enter first. The moment he stepped inside, Xu Beiwang secretly chuckled. Children of destiny like Xiao Fan always loved pretending to be weaker than they really were. In Xu Beiwang's eyes, Xiao Fan was even more dangerous than Ye Tian. Growing up in a great clan was truly different. His emotions were perfectly hidden, making him impossible to read. As they ventured deeper, eerie creatures slowly emerged from the darkness. Xiao Fan merely glanced at them and calmly said they were nothing but insignificant insects. He then threw a single punch that wiped out the monsters, strength that immediately caught everyone's attention. Even so, Xiao Fan modestly claimed it was nothing special. Xu Beiwang smiled and casually praised him, saying that with Brother Xiao around, exploring the ruins would be much easier. Inwardly, however, he became even more convinced that Xiao Fan's true strength was far beyond the 8th grade cultivation he displayed. Xiao Fan politely smiled on the outside, while secretly thinking that only by acting harmless could he lower Xu Beiwang's guard. Suddenly, Chu Feng shouted excitedly that there was a 1,000-year Huangjing mushroom ahead. It was an extremely rare spiritual herb with incredibly pure spiritual energy. Even a small amount could greatly increase cultivation, and if refined into pills, it could help generate true qi with special attributes. The moment they saw the treasure, Chen Wushuang and Chu Feng rushed toward it. Chu Feng shouted that he had found it first, while Chen Wushuang angrily argued back. Even Xiao Fan was tempted. In his mind, there was only one thought: that spiritual herb had to belong to him. Just as the tension reached its peak, Xu Beiwang slowly stepped forward like a peacemaker. He casually said it was only a single 1,000-year Huangjing mushroom, so there was no need to turn against each other over it. The other three stared at him in confusion, as if asking when they had ever become one big, happy family. Xu Beiwang naturally grabbed both Chu Feng's and Chen Wushuang's hands with complete sincerity. He said that since everyone had entered the ruins together, they should support each other like family. Then he casually suggested letting him keep the herb for safekeeping. He did not stop there. He even declared that from now on, every treasure they found should be placed under his care and divided equally after leaving the ruins. According to Xu Beiwang, this would prevent internal conflict and save everyone time. He even sighed dramatically, saying he was too kind to watch allies kill each other. The other three were left completely speechless. Chu Feng secretly wondered how anyone could say something so shameless with such a straight face. Xiao Fan silently admitted that Xu Beiwang's shamelessness had broadened his horizons. Chen Wushuang clenched his teeth in anger, feeling that Xu Beiwang was simply bullying others with his strength. But Xu Beiwang was not finished. He continued by saying that he represented the eldest princess while traveling outside, so how could he possibly do anything that would damage Her Highness's reputation? The moment they heard the words eldest princess, all three of their expressions changed. They instantly realized this was no longer a negotiation, it was an open threat. Xu Beiwang then turned to Xiao Fan and asked whether he agreed with the plan. Xiao Fan immediately nodded and said that letting young Master Shu manage the treasures was the best choice. He even praised Shu Beiwang's selfless spirit. Deep down, however, he was only biding his time, planning to make Shu Beiwang repay everything with interest later. The other two were furious, but neither dared to say a word. They could only secretly think Xiao Fan was the most loyal lackey imaginable. Shu Beiwang then asked for their opinions as well. Both of them nodded frantically, praising his noble character and saying he was worthy of everyone's trust. As he spoke, Shu Beiwang casually stored the spiritual herb away before telling the group to continue forward. Even so, he kept a close eye on Xiao Fan. The man's reactions were far too unusual, and his patience was almost frightening. Shu Beiwang became increasingly curious about what he was really planning. After traveling deeper into the ruins, Xiao Fan finally spoke up. According to ancient records from Yunzhou, this place had 9 passages in total, including 4 dead ends and 4 safe routes. Only one correct path could lead to the 3rd level. Xiao Fan explained that the maze was extremely strange. Every method of detection was blocked by an external force, so passing through depended almost entirely on luck. That immediately caught Shu Beiwang's interest. Shu Beiwang secretly smiled to himself. Was this mission assigned because the eldest princess thought he possessed great fortune after seeing all the treasures he carried? If so, she had guessed wrong this time. He then glanced at the unusually excited Xiao Yu and immediately suspected that the clue to the 6-tailed fox might be hidden on the 3rd level. Shu Beiwang slowly walked forward and called Xiao Fan to come with him. But at that very moment, a cold female voice echoed through the sky. Ji Mingyu appeared and declared that today she would settle every grudge between the Ji family and Shu Beiwang. The moment she finished speaking, she leaped down from her carriage. Chen Wushuang and Chu Feng were stunned by her beauty, feeling as though an immortal fairy had descended. Shu Beiwang merely smiled and teased her, saying the famously aloof princess had rushed to attack the moment they met. Ji Mingyu's face immediately turned cold. She declared that she had come to avenge Huang Xuan. If she failed to kill Shu Beiwang herself, she would no longer deserve to call herself a member of the Ji family. Shu Beiwang calmly replied that words were meaningless. If she wanted to fight, she should simply make her move. Standing nearby, Chen Wushuang and Chu Feng could feel their hearts pounding. The great Qin princess was already a legendary figure, yet Shu Beiwang still treated her as though she were nothing special. Just then, Xiao Fan stepped forward and respectfully saluted Ji Mingyue. He took out a treasure, stared directly at Shu Beiwang, and asked whether he had ever imagined this day would come. Xiao Fan openly revealed his identity as the young master of the Xiao clan and the representative of the Holy Land. He then declared that he would join forces with Ji Mingyue to eliminate Shu Beiwang. Chen Wushuang and Chu Feng were both shocked. One was stunned by Xiao Fan's terrifying status as the Holy Land's representative, while the other finally understood why Xiao Fan had always seemed so extraordinary. But what confused Xiao Fan the most was that Shu Beiwang remained completely calm from beginning to end. He secretly thought that Shu Beiwang was putting on quite an act and wondered how much longer he could keep pretending. Ji Mingyu then spoke again, saying that this had always been a private matter for the Ji family. Xiao Fan insisted that he would help her eliminate this traitor no matter what. Shu Beiwang impatiently cut them off and asked whether they had finished talking yet. He flashed a sinister smile and said that if he died today, then so be it. But if he survived, everything afterward would become far more interesting. At that moment, another figure arrived. The young master of Dongxi Valley roared that he had come to avenge the stolen blood silkworm Gu. Shu Beiwang only smiled faintly. Since Dongxi Valley had shown up as well, they might as well attack together and save everyone some time. Xiao Fan prepared to make his move and coldly declared that resisting was completely pointless. Suddenly, Chen Wushuang noticed something and cried out in shock. "A saint body. That's a saint body." Ji Mingyu coldly said that she had never intended to bully him with numbers, but Shu Beiwang had committed far too many sins, so he had no one to blame but himself. The young master of Dongxi Valley immediately charged forward first, but Shu Beiwang's figure dissolved into smoke and vanished on the spot. Seeing that, Xiao Fan hurriedly warned Ji Mingyu to be careful. In his opinion, with Shu Beiwang's bizarre movement technique, his first target would definitely be the strongest person present. Hidden in the darkness, Shu Beiwang started burning his blood essence. In a flash, the beast claw shot out and knocked down the young master of Dongxi Valley with a single strike. Shu Beiwang then casually seized the man's blood essence. He even gave a wicked smile and thanked him for the blood essence and the blood silkworm mother goo inside his body. To Xu Beiwang, princesses and young masters were all the same. Anyone who picked a fight first deserved no mercy. The other three attacked together at once. Xiaofan shouted that no matter how strong Xu Beiwang was, he could never face the heirs of the two supreme Dao factions at once. But the terrifying part was that Xu Beiwang's expression never changed from start to finish. Xiaofan noticed he kept burning blood essence and secretly mocked him, thinking such a fighting style was foolish. Xu Beiwang's beast roared again and charged straight ahead. Ji Mingyue was already prepared and blocked the frontal attack. But at that exact moment, another claw appeared from an impossible angle, leaving her stunned. Xu Beiwang smiled wickedly and teased her. He asked what shape the princess liked because he could sculpt it himself. The claw then grabbed one side of Ji Mingyu's chest, making her face turn bright red. Xiaofan completely lost it. He roared that he would kill Xu Beiwang and shouted for him to remove his filthy hand. Xu Beiwang ignored him and only smiled as he asked Ji Mingyu if she liked it. The claw did not stop and kept sliding across Ji Mingyu's body, making her tremble from rage and humiliation. Xiaofan's face turned pale. A terrifying thought crossed his mind that the princess might truly die here today. But in the next instant, Ji Mingyu suddenly vanished from the battlefield. Xiaofan stood frozen in shock. He never expected Ji Mingyu to retreat just like that. Xu Beiwang slowly turned toward Xiaofan. His voice was so cold it sent chills down the spine. He said it was finally Xiaofan's turn. In an instant, Xu Beiwang left Xiaofan covered in wounds. Countless claw marks forced him to his knees. At that moment, Xiaofan had only one thought. He had to run or he would die. Before escaping, he gritted his teeth and swore that one day Xu Beiwang would repay Today's humiliation 100-fold. Xu Beiwang deliberately called after him, telling Xiaofan not to run away so quickly. But Xiaofan did not dare look back and fled as fast as he could. Xu Beiwang laughed in disdain and looked at the remaining two. He only said one sentence, "Leave now if you do not want a beating." Hearing that, both of them were terrified and ran for their lives. After everyone left, Xu Beiwang quietly thought things over. He knew a child of fortune like Xiaofan would not die easily even in a dead end, so he decided to see what other opportunities Xiaofan would find. Just then, he remembered the system had automatically stolen items from Xiaofan and opened it to check. At first, Xu Beiwang looked completely uninterested, thinking the loot was nothing but junk. But he quickly froze. Dragon Yao blood was among the items. Even he was surprised that a supreme body-refining treasure coveted by countless experts had fallen into the hands of a child of fortune. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared behind Xu Beiwang, making him instantly raise his guard and shout. The newcomer was Xiao Yu. She hurried over and softly called out, "Kaka." Xu Beiwang looked at her and asked why she was no longer following Xiaofan. Xiao Yu immediately put on an innocent and pitiful expression, saying she meant no harm. But Xu Beiwang looked straight at her and exposed the truth. He said she came because she sensed the aura of Dragon Yao blood. Xiao Yu's expression changed at once. She was secretly shocked that he had seen through everything. This man was truly difficult to deal with. Xu Beiwang held up the bottle of Dragon Yao blood and calmly explained. Xiaofan originally possessed Dragon Yao blood, but the Miliqi domain suppressed true qi, so Xiaopu was not confident she could take it. That was why she secretly followed him. Now that the treasure was in Xu Beiwang's hands, she came to him instead. Hearing that, Xiao Yu moved closer and pleaded sweetly for Xu Beiwang to give her the Dragon Yao blood. Xu Beiwang said nothing and quietly opened the bottle. That move instantly changed Xiao Yu's expression. She panicked and asked what he was about to do. She realized Xu Beiwang intended to drink the Dragon Yao blood on the spot. Xiao Yu hurriedly stopped him, warning that its power was far too violent, and drinking it raw could make his body explode. Xu Beiwang only gave a wicked grin and said that was none of her concern. Whether she got the Dragon Yao blood depended entirely on his mood. Xiao Yu immediately pouted and complained that he was truly annoying. Xu Beiwang quietly sized her up. He felt the Fox clan's charm techniques were not nearly as impressive as rumored. He then asked why she needed the Dragon Yao blood. Xiao Yu's mind was in complete chaos because she could not beat him, and even her beauty tricks had failed. She had no idea what kind of monster he really was. Xu Beiwang told her to explain anyway. Maybe he could help. Hearing that, Xiao Yu's eyes lit up. She quickly said that if he gave her the Dragon Yao blood, she would agree to anything. She kept pleading with him in a sweet and gentle voice. But at that moment, Xu Beiwang suddenly fell into a strange illusion. A seductive Xiao Yu appeared before him and tried to lure him in, but she soon transformed into the eldest princess. At that instant, Xu Beiwang realized the person he truly cared about was his boss. He immediately shattered the illusion and coldly told Xiao Yu that she could never compare to his boss. In his eyes, she was only the kind of cute girl who would cry all day after one punch. Xiao Yu looked hurt and asked if she was not beautiful. Xu Bang turned around and walked away, calmly saying he had no interest in women. Deep down, he knew it was because the eldest princess had already set his standards impossibly high. Seeing that soft tactics had failed, Xiao Yu instantly changed her attitude and angrily asked if he wanted to become an enemy of the entire Fox clan. Xu Beiwang lost his patience. He complained that she was troublesome and immediately released his blood essence. The moment Xiao Yu sensed that aura, she was terrified and quickly softened her tone. She admitted she was only joking. Xu Beiwang took the chance to ask about the newborn six-tailed fox and told her to take him there. Xiao Yu could only stammer that she did not know. Seeing that she refused to tell the truth, Xu Beiwang turned around and said he would find it himself. Xiao Yu watched him leave in a panic. She had only one thought. The dragon Yao blood was still with him, so she could not let him walk away. As Xu Beiwang ventured deeper inside, he sensed a strange aura and discovered an ancient beast floating in the sky. With just one glance, he recognized it as Kyonggyo, one of the 10 ancient fiend beasts, feared as much as Taiawu. Below it lay an unconscious young girl. It was obvious that the six-tailed fox had absorbed too much Kyonggyo bloodline, causing a severe backlash that finally knocked her out. Xu Beiwang quickly realized that flood dragon blood could balance that origin bloodline. No wonder the four-tailed Li tiger had reacted so strongly before. Without hesitation, he rushed forward and declared that he would absorb the bloodline himself as he activated the beaming blood-devouring divine art. Seeing things go wrong, Xiao Yu rushed over to stop him. She screamed in panic, begging him not to touch Yu Ya. But Xu Beiwang showed no mercy and casually blasted Xiao Yu away with a single strike. She crashed hard onto the ground and could only cry out in despair, completely helpless. Xu Beiwang walked toward the six-tailed fox and remembered that this was the target his boss had specifically ordered him to bring back. He quickly calculated the risks. Touching the little fox without permission could cause trouble, so he decided to hold back. To him, making his boss unhappy was even scarier than betraying the whole world. Xu Beiwang then reassured Xiao Yu that he only wanted to examine Yu Ya's condition. He even told the little fox to open her mouth, leaving Xiao Yu completely stunned. He smiled and said he could provide the flood dragon blood, but it would definitely come with conditions. Hearing that, Xiao Yu was overjoyed and immediately told him to name them. Xu Beiwang stepped closer and demanded that both of them follow him to the imperial capital. Xiao Yu refused without a second thought. Seeing how stubborn she was, he coldly said that this conversation was going nowhere. Xu Beiwang guessed that the two of them had secretly run away from the Fox clan. If he exposed that secret, the consequences would be severe. That by then, he would not be the only one interested in the little fox. Xiao Yu's face turned bright red with anger. In the end, she took out a magical artifact and agreed to go with him. However, she demanded that Xu Beiwang swear an oath before the spirit talisman. If he deceived her, he would die on the spot. She challenged him to see if he dared. Xu Beiwang replied that he never gambled with his life, but he could wager something else instead. He picked up the spirit talisman and made the oath. As long as Yu Yu and the six-tailed fox followed him to the imperial capital, he would hand over the flood dragon blood. If he broke his promise, the heavenly Tao would strip Xu Beiwang of all his fortune. Yu Yu put away the spirit talisman and sneered. In her eyes, losing all fortune was no different from digging his own grave. This time, he had truly gone all in. Xu Beiwang asked if the deal was settled. Yu Yu nodded, but secretly believed she still had a backup plan, so she was not too worried about him. Xu Beiwang then asked for their real names. Yu Yu hugged the six-tailed fox tightly and introduced herself as Yu Yu, while the little girl was her younger sister, Yu Ya. After hearing that, Xu Beiwang teased them by asking what family name they had because it sounded unusual. Yu Yu got annoyed and immediately fired back that of course their family name was Hu. Xu Beiwang reached out with a satisfied smile. He knew the mission his boss had given him was basically complete. But the moment his hand touched Yu Ya, the little fox suddenly vanished without a trace. Yu Yu immediately warned him that Yu Ya was safely hidden away by her, so he should forget about touching her again. Xu Beiwang could only let it go. After that, the group prepared to return to the imperial capital. But just before they left, the Valley Master of Dushi Valley suddenly appeared with overwhelming killing intent. He roared Xu Beiwang's name and declared that since Xu Beiwang had killed his son, he would pay with his life. The moment he finished speaking, he launched his weapons straight at Xu Beiwang. Seeing this, Yu Yu became extremely anxious and hurriedly reminded him that he absolutely could not die before giving her the flood dragon blood. Xu Beiwang did not bother fighting. He grabbed Yu Yu and instantly disappeared with a teleportation technique. The Valley Master of Dushi Valley flew into a rage and could only grit his teeth, swearing that the boy could not escape very far. The scene shifted to Taichu Palace, where someone hurriedly reported to the eldest princess that young Master Shu's whereabouts had disappeared. Even his name had vanished from the Qingyun ranking. The eldest princess quietly recalled that every time the Heavenly Secret Pavilion opened the Heavenly Pivot, it would reveal the hidden Heavenly ranking. With Xu Beiwang's current achievements, he already deserved a place on the Heavenly ranking as one of the 36 greatest prodigies in Juzhou. If he had truly died now, it would be a great loss. With that thought, she summoned a Phoenix Phantom and ordered the complete extermination of Dushi Valley, sparing no one. The scene immediately shifted back to Dushi Valley. The valley had become a sea of blood. Corpses covered the ground while survivors knelt and begged desperately for mercies. The Valley Master trembled as he said his son had died at Xu Beiwang's hands, and he only wanted justice through revenge. But the eldest princess coldly replied that Xu Beiwang could kill them, but none of them were allowed to touch him. Those were her rules. The final scene shifted to the Misty Demon Abyss. Inside the Misty Demon Abyss, a ghost spotted Xu Beiwang and Yu Yu tied to a tree and laughed gleefully. He muttered that after 800 years without human flesh, 2 fresh prey had delivered themselves to his doorstep, with a bonus fox thrown in. All they had to do was wait for the boss to arrive and start the feast. Yu Yu's eyes turned red as she complained to Xu Beiwang. She had thought he was incredibly powerful, but the moment they entered the Misty Demon Abyss, they were captured by demons. Xu Beiwang calmly replied that it had nothing to do with him. A teleportation talisman was never something anyone could control perfectly. Just then, the ghosts suddenly became excited and loudly shouted that the boss had arrived, each trying to claim credit for capturing the 2 prisoners. The leader stepped forward, but the moment he saw Xu Beiwang's face, cold sweat instantly covered his body because he recognized young Master Xu. He immediately turned toward his subordinates and furiously demanded to know who had allowed them to capture Xu Beiwang. Even Xu Beiwang was slightly surprised that demons had heard of his reputation. The leader repeatedly bowed in apology while trembling. He explained that the eldest princess had wiped out Dushi Valley because she was worried about young Master Stu. He never imagined such an important figure would appear in his territory. Today's incident was nothing but a huge misunderstanding. Although he forced an awkward smile on the outside, he was screaming in despair inside. If anything happened to Xu Beiwang here, his own life would definitely be over. When Xu Beiwang heard that his boss had wiped out Dushi Valley for his sake, he was overjoyed. He then calmly said that since they knew they were wrong, it was time to discuss compensation. The leader forced an awkward smile and cautiously asked what price would be enough to calm young Master Shu's anger. Xu Beiwang smiled and said he only wanted a little 4th-rank demon beast blood essence. The leader assumed he meant a single drop and quickly asked to confirm. But Xu Beiwang shook his head, making the leader nervously ask if he meant a whole bottle instead. Xu Beiwang cheerfully replied with just one sentence. He wanted an entire barrel. The leader felt like his heart had been ripped out, but in the end he could only grit his teeth and agree. It was the price of buying peace with young Master Xu. After handing over the demon beast blood essence, he cautiously asked if Xu Beiwang was returning to the imperial capital. Xu Beiwang nodded. He then gave a mysterious smile and asked for one more favor. He had heard that spider demon silk was both soft and incredibly tough, so he wanted a female spider demon to spin some black silk for him. The request completely stunned the leader, who had no idea what Xu Beiwang was planning. At that moment, Xu Beiwang's thoughts were filled only with his boss. To him, ancient inheritances and heaven-defying opportunities were worth far less than receiving special treatment from the eldest princess. The scene shifted to the imperial capital. Yu Yu happily looked around and said they had finally arrived, so Xu Beiwang should hand over the flood dragon blood as he had sworn before the heavenly Tao. To her surprise, he immediately played dumb and asked what oath she was talking about. Yu Yu trembled with rage and called him shameless. She insisted that the Fox clan's spirit talisman was linked to the heavenly Tao, so his fortune would definitely be punished. At that moment, the eldest princess's phoenix phantom suddenly appeared in the sky. It dove straight toward Yu Yu and instantly snatched away the hidden six-tailed fox. Yu Yu could only let out a shocked scream. But the phoenix phantom disappeared in an instant. Seeing this, Xu Beiwang laughed with satisfaction. As expected, everything went much more smoothly when his boss stepped in. Yu Yu was so angry she was almost in tears. She turned to Xu Beiwang and called him a liar, cursing the heavenly Tao to punish him until every part of him was ruined. Xu Beiwang did not bother responding. He simply thought that if she was so capable, she could go ask his boss for the fox herself. Meanwhile, everyone nearby immediately began talking the moment they saw him. They all praised young Master Xu for surviving once again. Some even claimed that in this era, no matter how strong anyone else became, they would only serve as his backdrop. The scene then shifted back to Taichu Palace. Inside the quiet Lotus Pond courtyard, Xu Beiwang returned to report to the eldest princess, happily announcing that the mission had been completed perfectly. Deep inside, however, he could not help thinking that she had become even more beautiful since they last met. The eldest princess merely gave him a cold glance. Xu Beiwang immediately knelt down and thanked her for avenging him. The eldest princess remained indifferent and simply said she had been free at the time, so she dealt with it along the way. She then asked if he had anything else to report. Hearing such a cold response, Xu Beiwang broke into a cold sweat. He wondered if his boss had already finished speaking, so it seemed he would have to seize the opportunity himself. He immediately smiled and reminded her that the six-tailed fox had been brought back. He then asked about the reward she had promised. The eldest princess told him to simply say what he wanted. Xu Beiwang smiled with anticipation and said he had a special gift he wished to present to her. The eldest princess casually gave her permission, but Xu Beiwang said this was not the right place and suggested moving somewhere more private. Without thinking much about it, the eldest princess brought him into the Jiaoguang Hall. After entering, she calmly asked if he could speak now. Xu Beiwang was secretly overjoyed. He felt that his boss was surprisingly cooperative today. Seeing him standing there without saying anything, the eldest princess frowned and asked what exactly he intended to do. Xu Beiwang gathered his courage, took out a pair of fishnet stockings, and respectfully said that if Her Highness would wear them, it would be the greatest reward he could ever receive. The eldest princess looked at the long black item in front of her, even longer than tight leggings, and was completely puzzled about what this strange thing was. Xu Beiwang quickly explained that he had made it himself, solely to express his absolute loyalty to Her Highness. Hearing that, the eldest princess said she would accept the gift, but Xu Beiwang then boldly asked if he could help her put them on himself, causing her to immediately scold him for being disrespectful. Xu Beiwang hurriedly hugged the fishnet stockings and explained that he truly would never dare offend Her Highness. He simply believed that the most beautiful woman across all the heavens deserved only the most perfect things. Those words made the eldest princess's heart waver, especially when he called her the most beautiful woman across all the heavens, leaving her slightly flustered. She quickly regained her cold composure and warned him to know his limits, or she would not hesitate to turn against him. Xu Beiwang immediately thanked her again and again. Inside, he was celebrating because he had finally succeeded. He carefully knelt down to help the eldest princess put on the stockings and softly asked for permission to begin. He looked calm on the outside, but inside he was so happy he wanted to shout. Meanwhile, the eldest princess's cheeks had already turned pink, and an indescribable feeling rose in her heart. After finishing, Xu Beiwang trembled all over with excitement and joy. At that moment, he had only one thought. They were an absolute masterpiece, unbelievably beautiful. Seeing the lova-struck look on his face, the eldest princess immediately shouted in anger. She then sent Xu Beiwang flying with a single kick. But after that, she quietly adjusted the stockings on her own legs. Even after being kicked away, Xu Beiwang was so touched that he almost cried. He was somehow happy even after getting beaten. The eldest princess glanced at the stockings and casually said they were not bad. That single comment made Xu Beiwang overjoyed. She then said she was hungry and told him to prepare a meal. After receiving the order, Xu Beiwang happily rushed off to cook. Before long, a table full of delicious dishes was ready, and Xu Beiwang happily invited his boss to eat. At that moment, the eldest princess walked out, wearing a completely different outfit. The instant Xu Beiwang saw her, he was completely stunned. In both his past and present life, he had never seen a woman as beautiful as someone straight out of a comic. At that moment, everything felt like a dream to him. Overwhelmed with emotion, Xu Beiwang rushed over and hugged the eldest princess. The result was exactly the same as always. He was kicked away once again. Xu Beiwang slowly climbed back up and hurriedly wiped the dirt from his face. He immediately returned to a respectful posture, bowed his head, and reported that the meal was ready. The eldest princess picked up her chopsticks and tasted a bite. Xu Beiwang nervously asked how it tasted, and she calmly replied that it was acceptable. But then the eldest princess asked in confusion why she could never cook the same flavor. Xu Beiwang was slightly surprised and wondered if his boss had actually been cooking while he was away. He happily explained that it was probably because the seasoning was not quite right. But the eldest princess immediately asked exactly how it should be seasoned and why he had never told her. Xu Beiwang quickly lowered his head and admitted it was his oversight. He said he could simply handle all the cooking from now on. But the eldest princess coldly insisted that he explain it properly. Xu Beiwang began giving detailed instructions: 1 spoon of salt, 2 spoons of sugar, 3 spoons of vinegar, and he was about to mention soy sauce before changing his mind, because he knew Her Highness preferred sweeter flavors. Hearing that, the eldest princess unexpectedly blushed. Even her personal taste was something he remembered so clearly. She then told Xu Beiwang to stand up. Xu Beiwang quickly responded, awaiting her command. The eldest princess asked if he had anything else to say. Xu Beiwang immediately took the chance to complain that the outside world was far too dangerous. He wanted to stay in the palace to cultivate, where it was both safe and filled with abundant spiritual energy. The eldest princess looked puzzled and asked if staying in the palace forever meant he wanted to become a eunuch. Xu Beiwang lowered his head and replied that if Her Highness wished it, he would willingly become a eunuch. The eldest princess was left speechless for a moment. In the end, she casually knocked him flying once again. She then coldly told him to stop disturbing her meal. But Xu Beiwang shamelessly carried over a chair and happily sat right beside the table. That action annoyed the eldest princess, who asked if he was ever going to let her eat in peace. Xu Beiwang immediately begged to stay in the palace and cultivate. He said the outside world was too dangerous. He promised to quietly grow stronger and one day bring honor to Her Highness. He even said he could cook whatever she wanted. Deep down, he had already made up his mind. No matter how angry his boss became, he refused to leave this time. Hearing that, the corners of the eldest princess's lips subtly curved upward. His words meant that as long as she called, he would appear without hesitation. Seeing a positive reaction, Xu Beiwang moved a little closer and boldly declared that he would never refuse any request from her. He even added that he could do many other things, starting with building Her Highness an extremely comfortable swing by hand. The eldest princess looked quite pleased and nodded in agreement. Xu Beiwang beamed with joy and repeatedly bowed to thank Her Highness. The scene quickly shifted elsewhere. Xu Beiwang entered a secluded cultivation chamber and looked around in amazement. He quietly praised his boss for being so thoughtful that she had even prepared a place for him to cultivate. Thinking about all the opportunities he had gained recently, he knew it was time to fully absorb them. Xu Beiwang decided to stay quietly inside the palace and focus on cultivation until the heavenly pivot opened. As for the opportunities outside, they could wait. With that decided, he took out a fragment of the Divine Palace Jade Scripture. It was a legendary pseudo-saint treasure, and every page recorded an incredibly profound divine technique. Looking at the words "One breath shakes the spring river," Xu Beiwang muttered that the name sounded both strange and impressive. Although the technique was only high earth rank, the beaming blood-devouring divine art could elevate it to heaven rank. He then took out Mirror Flower Water Moon, the signature eye technique of the Dian Holy Land, a mid-heaven rank secret art. Xu Beiwang could not help admiring the quality of a true Holy Land treasure, but now it belonged to him. Even so, he did not dare refine it immediately. Eye techniques were extremely difficult to master, and he might find something even stronger in the future. Xu Beiwang turned to his 2 treasure-hunting rats and reminded them not to get lazy, because his future fortune depended on them. The scene shifted to the Empress Palace. Wu Zhao slammed her hand on the table in fury after learning that Xu Beiwang was staying inside the Taichu Palace with Diwu Jinshuang. One of her subordinates immediately added fuel to the fire, claiming Xu Beiwang must have an improper relationship with Diwu Jinshuang and was nothing more than her favorite toy. Wu Zhao instantly ordered him to be silent. In her eyes, Diwu Jinshuang was someone almost devoid of worldly desires and would never be involved in such matters. She believed Diwu Jinshuang was simply raising Xu Beiwang as a future substitute. Wu Zhao continued by saying that beneath Taichu Palace was hidden a divine treasure capable of helping someone become immortal. That was why Diwu Jinshuang had accepted the emperor as her sworn brother, allowing her to remain in the palace with a legitimate reason. The spy agreed, saying he had heard that the entire Great Chan capital was actually built upon a massive altar, with Taichu Palace standing at its very center. Wu Zhao immediately ordered them to keep Taichu Palace under constant surveillance and report any unusual movement at once. She understood that everything was still speculation, so she could not openly confront Diwu Jinshuang yet. The spy also reported that Yu Guangming, the holy son of Zhu Xiao, was already on his way to the imperial capital. His goal was to challenge Xu Beiwang over Ji Mingyue. Wu Zhao calmly replied that Yu Guangming was Ji Mingyue's fiancé, so seeking revenge for her was perfectly understandable. However, she admitted that Yu Guangming was no ordinary genius. He had begun cultivating at the age of 8 and had even destroyed his own cultivation twice to rebuild from scratch. Now, at only 22 years old, he had already reached the peak of the 6th rank and was fully capable of facing Xu Beiwang. 1 month later, the beast by Xu Beiwang's side had grown significantly stronger, and its aura had become much more powerful. Feeling his cultivation improve rapidly, Xu Beiwang was quite satisfied. His period of secluded cultivation had clearly not been wasted. Just then, the eldest princess summoned him. The moment they met, she immediately asked why he had taken so long to arrive. Xu Beiwang respectfully saluted and obeyed, secretly thinking that his boss must have really liked the swing he built. The eldest princess skipped the small talk and directly asked where the flood dragon blood was, telling him to hand it over immediately. Xu Beiwang immediately replied that it was no problem at all. But then the eldest princess suddenly asked whether he thought she was being stingy. Xu Beiwang instantly panicked and hurried to flatter her. He declared that everyone under heaven knew Her Highness had reached flawless perfection without the slightest imperfection, and that even her jade-like feet carried a natural fragrance. After dancing around the topic, he finally admitted in a quiet voice that he simply wanted Her Highness to change into a different pair of stockings. The eldest princess glanced at the new pair Xu Beiwang presented. A strange look flashed through her eyes, because these stockings were even thinner and more transparent than the previous black pair, almost matching natural skin. Xu Beiwang immediately suggested that if Her Highness agreed to wear this new pair, he would continue earning even greater achievements for her. Hearing that, the eldest princess became suspicious, unable to understand why he was so eager. She looked at Xu Beiwang's utterly sincere face and fell silent for a long moment. In the end, the eldest princess removed the stockings she was wearing and casually tossed them straight into his face. The instant Xu Beiwang caught them, he immediately brought them to his nose and took a deep breath, looking completely satisfied as if he had found the greatest treasure of his life. Just then, the eldest princess suddenly asked if he wanted to drink her blood. Xu Beiwang nearly jumped in shock. He repeatedly said he would never dare, while secretly wondering if he had heard her correctly. The eldest princess leaned closer and said the value of the flood dragon blood was too great, and she disliked owing anyone favors. Xu Beiwang hurriedly replied that he would accept anything Her Highness wanted. He would even offer himself without hesitation. The eldest princess stepped closer and coldly ordered him to open his mouth, making Xu Beiwang blush instantly. At that moment, he had only one thought. Was his boss really serious? After drinking the eldest princess's blood, Xu Beiwang immediately felt an overwhelming power erupt throughout his body. The beaming blood devouring divine art instantly broke through to the 3rd layer, advancing so quickly that even he was stunned. Watching his reaction, the eldest princess calmly remarked that it was not bad if he could withstand that level of power. Xu Beiwang was utterly shocked. Even absorbing the flood dragon blood before had never increased his strength so dramatically. He became even more curious about just how terrifying his boss bloodline truly was. He unconsciously licked his lips and smiled foolishly, thinking that his blood and Her Highness's blood had now become one. He was so excited he nearly lost his mind. The eldest princess then said that although she did not know what cultivation technique he practiced, she could tell his current condition was extremely dangerous. The flood dragon blood alone was nowhere near enough. Xu Beiwang immediately agreed and admitted that the flood dragon blood could only stabilize him temporarily. The eldest princess then calmly declared that since he had drunk her blood, he would obediently follow her orders from now on. Xu Beiwang immediately pledged his loyalty, saying he already belonged to Her Highness, and he would become whatever she wished him to be. The eldest princess smiled faintly and mocked him for recklessly stacking so many bloodlines, despite having such a chaotic foundation. She asked if he was not afraid of destroying himself. Xu Beiwang wanted to laugh and cry at the same time, feeling that his boss always looked down on him, but the moment he saw his reflection in the water, he froze. His appearance had actually started to resemble the eldest princess. Seeing his reaction, the eldest princess smiled meaningfully and asked whether he wanted to return her blood if he disliked it. Xu Beiwang immediately changed his expression and happily replied that he loved it more than anything. He then carefully asked if Her Highness could help make his white hair more uniform, or simply turn it completely white. The eldest princess coldly replied that she preferred his current hair. Hearing those words, Xu Beiwang smiled so brightly that he looked ready to bloom. He repeatedly promised never to change it. The eldest princess slowly raised her hand. Sensing danger, Xu Beiwang wisely ran away before getting kicked again. The scene shifted back to Xu Beiwang's cultivation chamber. Resting his chin in his hand, he thought that a single drop of his boss' blood had completely accelerated his cultivation and pushed the beaming blood devouring divine art to the third layer. Even he no longer knew how powerful he had become. After thinking for a while, he suddenly remembered something and picked up the stockings for another sniff. Xu Beiwang could not help sighing that Her Highness's scent was truly wonderful. But at that exact moment, the eldest princess suddenly walked in. She looked at him and coldly asked if this was what he meant by processing them. Xu Beiwang's face immediately stiffened as he silently cursed his terrible timing. He hurriedly explained that Her Highness was both the most beautiful woman in the world and unmatched in strength. Just sensing a trace of her aura was enough to improve his cultivation. Hearing that only made the eldest princess more displeased. She asked if he was planning to shove them into his mouth next. Xu Beiwang frantically denied it. The eldest princess then directly ordered him to return the stockings. Xu Beiwang obediently handed them back and happily promised to make an even better pair for Her Highness soon. The eldest princess calmly took them and turned to leave. Xu Beiwang watched her go and let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had only been smelling them. He quietly sighed that life inside Taichu Palace was wonderful, but unfortunately none of his little actions could ever escape his boss' notice. Still, Xu Beiwang comforted himself. At least he now knew Her Highness did not dislike fishnet stockings. That meant he had already taken the first step into her inner world. All he had to do now was make her like him even more. The scene shifted to Juzhou Lake, where Xu Beiwang excitedly told the eldest princess that he had invented a brand new board game. Curious, she told him to explain it. After explaining the rules, Xu Beiwang could not help admiring how beautiful and graceful the princess it was. He then added that whoever connected 5 pieces in a row first would win. The eldest princess naturally declared that she would make the first move. Xu Beiwang answered respectfully, but secretly marveled that she had already understood the first move advantage before he even mentioned it. Her talent was truly extraordinary. After playing for a while, Xu Beiwang smiled and happily announced that he had narrowly won. To his surprise, the eldest princess casually crushed one of the pieces with her finger and calmly asked, "Where exactly did you win?" Xu Beiwang immediately looked wronged. She had just ruined the board herself. The eldest princess glanced at him with overwhelming pressure and asked if she had really done such a thing. Xu Beiwang changed his attitude in an instant and repeatedly denied that anything had happened. She immediately sneered and called him completely useless. Xu Beiwang only laughed awkwardly and invited her to play another round. Deep down, he told himself to endure it. Since he could not beat her, he would just pretend she was venting her frustration. Seeing that the eldest princess seemed to be in a better mood, Xu Beiwang felt that his boss was finally starting to enjoy spending time with him. After several more games, he secretly wondered if she was happy since he had won so many times. But the eldest princess suddenly stood up and announced that she was done because it was time to cultivate. Xu Beiwang obediently agreed, though inside he was disappointed that his performance had barely begun before she lost interest. As he walked away, he quietly thought about what other game he could invent to keep the princess entertained. Most importantly, It had to make her happy while still letting him control the outcome without making her angry. While thinking, Xu Beiwang suddenly came up with a new idea. The next day, the eldest princess immediately asked why he had come back again. Xu Beiwang enthusiastically suggested playing badminton. Hearing the unfamiliar name, the eldest princess looked puzzled because she had never heard of it before. Xu Beiwang immediately said he would demonstrate it first. He also asked if the princess wanted to try playing with him. Deep down, he sighed that being a follower really meant constantly thinking of new ways to please his boss. He even started imagining giving the eldest princess a massage, and the thought alone almost carried him away. But he quickly forced himself to calm down. If he truly crossed the line, he would probably be beaten to death on the spot. Just then, a loud voice from outside shouted for Xu Beiwang to come out immediately. A subordinate hurried in to report that Yu Guangming, the holy son of Zhu Xiao, was waiting at the arena and had publicly challenged him by name. The eldest princess calmly asked whether he planned to accept the challenge. Xu Beiwang immediately dashed away like the wind, reminding the princess to wait for him. He would deal with that guy first, and then come back to play badminton with her. The scene shifted to the imperial capital's arena, where a huge crowd had already gathered. Some bet on Holy Sun Yu, while others believed in young Master Xu. Everyone eagerly waited to see the final outcome. Xu Beiwang sneered to himself. He had planned to quietly stay in Taichu Palace until the heavenly pivot opened before starting his massacre, but someone had impatiently come to deliver himself first. The moment Yu Guangming saw him, he mocked Xu Beiwang, saying he had finally dared to face him instead of hiding behind a woman forever. Xu Beiwang fired back with an even sharper reply, deliberately mentioning that getting close to Yu Guangming's fiancée, Ji Mingyue, had actually felt pretty good. Yu Guangming exploded with rage. His killing intent surged as he wanted nothing more than to kill Xu Beiwang immediately. Xu Beiwang continued provoking him, proposing that they wager their lives, along with a saint-rank artifact. He then asked if Yu Guangming had the courage to accept. Yu Guangming agreed at once, but demanded that neither of them use treasures. Xu Beiwang did not hesitate and told him to stop wasting time because he was busy. The crowd immediately began whispering. They felt Holy Sun Yu had planned this carefully. If the eldest princess had given Xu Beiwang a protective treasure, things would have been troublesome. Now that the fight depended only on their own strength, Yu Guangming's chances of winning had risen dramatically. As soon as the battle began, Yu Guangming made the first move. The shockwaves from his attack alone violently shook the surrounding area. Xu Beiwang immediately summoned the ancient beast Tao Wu to fight. The two powers collided head-on, triggering a massive explosion that shook the entire arena. After the clash, Yu Guangming wiped the blood from his lips and sneered, "So this is all you've got." But Xu Beiwang did not bother to answer. The crowd was stunned. They never expected young Master Xu to be pushed back. The Chuxiao Holy Sun truly lived up to his name. Seeing no reply, Yu Guangming grew even more arrogant and thanked Xu Beiwang for giving him the chance to kill him with his own hands. He unleashed two massive waves of energy and sealed every escape route. Xu Beiwang only smirked. At last he had found a worthy opponent. Xu Beiwang calmly circulated his true energy and said, "Too bad, this fight is over." Yu Guangming's face changed as he sensed something was wrong. In the next instant, Xu Beiwang killed him with a single strike. Then he slowly walked forward and coldly said he never expected his first battle against the Chuxiao Holy Sun would end like this. He casually collected the spoils. A bet was a bet, so the sacred artifact now belonged to him. The entire crowd fell silent. No one could believe the Holy Sun had really died. To everyone watching, Xu Beiwang had become a monster. His strength sent chills down their spines. Just then, Ji Mingyu appeared in tears, rushed over, hugged Yu Guangming's body, and cried out for her husband. Xu Beiwang simply said anyone who disagreed could come find him. Then he decided to return and see the boss right away. The scene shifted to Jiaoguang Palace. Xu Beiwang finally returned. The moment he entered, he was surprised to see the table filled with dishes, personally cooked by the eldest princess. He immediately put on a flattering smile and asked if he could have a taste. But after taking just one bite, he screamed inside. The food was so bad even a dog would run away. Even so, he forced a smile and praised the princess's amazing cooking. After hearing that, the eldest princess ordered him to cook instead. Xu Beiwang felt completely relieved and rushed into the kitchen. Soon he served his signature honey-braised chicken for the princess. The eldest princess picked up her chopsticks and took a bite. Seeing her enjoy the meal, Xu Wang secretly smiled. The boss really liked this dish. He told her to take her time while he stepped out for a while. The scene then shifted to Xu Wang's secret chamber. He took out the sacred artifact seized from Yu Guangming and complained it looked a little tacky, though it was still a priceless treasure. Without wasting time, he immediately began refining the artifact to take control of it. Unexpectedly, a spirit suddenly appeared and shouted for him to get lost. Someone as heartless as him was not worthy of becoming its master. Xu Wang raised an eyebrow. So this was the artifact's spirit. He even shamelessly claimed he was actually a good person. Deep down, though, he felt a little embarrassed because those words hit a little too close to home. The artifact's spirit became even more furious. One look was enough to tell he was a ruthless villain. It would rather disappear than accept him as its master. That finally made Xu Wang lose his temper. He almost wanted to throw the spirit into a toilet pit and suppress it there for 10,000 years. But after thinking it over, the sacred artifact was simply too valuable, so he held back. Meanwhile, the spirit kept resisting, giving him a headache because without its cooperation, the artifact could never unleash its full power. Then a dangerous smile appeared on his face. It seemed he had found a solution. Whenever something was difficult, asking the boss was always the best answer. Xu Wang hurried to Jiaoguang Palace, only to find the eldest princess gone. She had been happily eating chicken just moments ago, so her sudden disappearance made him uneasy. The atmosphere made him feel like something huge was about to happen. Just then, the eldest princess's icy voice echoed from afar. She gave him one day to get out of Taichu Palace, or she would personally castrate him. Xu Wang instantly broke into a cold sweat, completely confused because everything had seemed fine just moments earlier. He held his head and desperately tried to remember how he had offended the boss. At that moment, a cat appeared and replayed the memory of Xu Wang, joking and flirting with Ji Mingyue. The moment he saw it, everything finally made sense. Could the eldest princess really be angry because she was jealous? Xu Wang immediately panicked and explained to the cat that he had only been joking and never actually did anything. Now he had no idea how to fix this. But the cat simply turned around and walked away, as if saying, "How is that my problem?" leaving Xu Wang standing there in despair. Back at Taichu Palace, Xu Wang lowered his head, admitted his mistake, and said he would leave at once. The eldest princess coldly replied with a single word, "Get out." Before leaving, he took out the badminton rackets he had made himself and gave them to the princess as a farewell gift. Without another word, the eldest princess snatched the rackets and told him to leave immediately. Xu Wang secretly glanced at her one last time. His thoughts quickly wandered again. He had always admired the boss legs, but now he realized everything else was just as stunning. The moment she caught his shameless gaze, the eldest princess warned him that one more look would cost him his eyes. But Xu Wang doubled down and said that if he could touch her just once, he would gladly accept eternal punishment in the 18 layers of hell. Hearing that, the eldest princess's aura erupted in anger as she asked if he dared to repeat those words. Xu Wang immediately switched to a sincere expression and said her beauty was simply too perfect. Even a single glance was enough to make him lose control. The eldest princess stayed silent for a few moments. Then she coldly warned him that if he ever crossed the line again, she would cripple him without hesitation. Xu Wang grinned and admitted his mistake, while shamelessly insisting it was all because Her Highness was far too charming. Deep inside, he was feeling extremely pleased. Once again, he believed he had handled the situation perfectly. The eldest princess warned him again. Those words would only be tolerated once. If he dared to stare again, he had better be ready for the consequences. Xu Wang instantly broke into a cold sweat and quickly agreed. He then got to the real reason for coming, presented Yu Guangming's artifact, and asked the princess to deal with the stubborn artifact's spirit inside. Before he could even finish speaking, the eldest princess casually crushed the entire artifact. The artifact's spirit was instantly wiped out. Xu Wang's heart nearly shattered. He thanked Her Highness out loud, but inside he was screaming. A priceless sacred artifact had really been destroyed. But, in the next moment, the eldest princess effortlessly restored the artifact to its original state. Xu Wang instantly came back to life and silently marveled that the boss was truly unmatched. After getting the artifact back, he happily invited the princess to play badminton again and boldly claimed he would definitely win this time. The eldest princess only smirked and mocked him. He was weak yet loved showing off. She wanted to see how he planned to win. 5 days later at Taichu Palace. The eldest princess calmly concluded that he was truly hopeless. After 5 straight days, she had not lost a single match. Xu Beiwang's face turned bright red because he had not won even one game. The main problem was that he could never keep his attention on the shuttlecock. Just then, his nose suddenly started bleeding. Xu Beiwang immediately realized he could not keep playing. The scene shifted to a gathering in the ancient region before the upcoming auction. Someone brought up Yu Guangming's death, and everyone agreed that Xu Beiwang had become far too arrogant. Xiaofan gritted his teeth and proposed that everyone to join forces. Once the Tianku realm opened, they would hunt down Xu Beiwang together. He even named their alliance the Holy Sun Slaying Alliance. Another cultivator warned them that Xu Beiwang was the 5th devil's trusted follower, making him extremely dangerous inside the Tianku realm. He recalled how, 10 years earlier, the heirs of the major factions had suffered devastating losses there. According to him, the 5th devil had been terrifying back then, and Xu Beiwang was now no different from a second version of that monster. If they entered the Tianku realm, history might repeat itself. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, Shen Jin arrived and asked why everyone was gathered there. The crowd immediately lit up. Shen Jin was a peak 5th grade expert from the Xuanyuan clan. With him joining, their chances of success would rise dramatically, so they quickly invited him to hunt Xu Beiwang together. Back in the capital, Xu Beiwang was slightly surprised after hearing the news. He never expected the alliance to recruit a peak 5th grade expert. His subordinate explained that he had rushed back as soon as he received the information. Xu Beiwang nodded and thanked him. But deep down, he knew an opponent at that level would be troublesome. To stay safe, he had to raise his cultivation as soon as possible. After thinking it over, he decided asking the boss for some pills was still the best option. The scene shifted to Jiaoguang Palace, where Xu Beiwang respectfully asked for permission to leave on a trip. The eldest princess casually asked when he would be back. Hearing that, Xu Beiwang was overjoyed and thought the boss did not want him to leave. But she calmly reminded him to return in time to make grilled skewers for dinner. Xu Beiwang immediately accepted the order. He packed his things and set off, already planning his next move. If he wanted the boss help, he had to make her happy first. Along the way, he kept picturing the eldest princess. Then a strange thought crossed his mind. With her elegance, she would look absolutely breathtaking in a cheongsam. While lost in thought, someone suddenly called out, startling Xu Beiwang. For a moment, he thought someone had come to kill him. The person before him was Ji Mingjue. Her eyes burned with killing intent as she declared that the murder of her fiancé could never be forgiven. Xu Beiwang only smiled and deliberately mentioned that Yu Crown Prince had died peacefully. Deep down, he mocked her for doing nothing but putting on a miserable face. Ji Mingyue pointed at him in fury and swore that after returning from the Luohe trial, she would cut him into 100 pieces once the Tianku realm opened. Xu Beiwang immediately pretended to be frightened. On the outside, he acted terrified, but inside he was delighted. Another walking bundle of experience had come to his door. Just then, a dazzling divine chariot appeared in the sky. Everyone nearby looked up at the incredible sight. A woman sitting inside the chariot smiled softly and introduced herself as a member of the Celestial Temple. It was an ancient and mysterious cultivation force, famous for researching secret arts that transcended life and death. Rumor said its temple master had already reached the half-supreme realm. Wu Zhao immediately stepped forward and asked why she had come. Instead of answering, the woman directly opened her heavenly eye. Xu Beiwang stared in amazement. To him, it looked as though a true immortal had descended from the heavens. The woman then looked straight at him and asked if he wanted to join the Celestial Temple as one of its successor candidates. The successor list gathered the greatest geniuses of the Celestial Temple, and the top candidate could even inherit the position of Temple Master in the future. The crowd was instantly shocked. A successor disciple of the Celestial Temple held a status far beyond that of ordinary holy sons. If Xu Beiwang accepted, his future would be limitless. Wu Zhao turned red with envy, unable to understand why the Celestial Temple valued Xu Beiwang so highly. The woman continued praising Xu Beiwang as a one-scientage genius with unmatched talent and extraordinary achievements. Ji Mingyu's expression became even darker. If Xu Beiwang truly joined the Celestial Temple, her revenge would become almost impossible. Xu Beiwang seriously considered the offer. Following the eldest princess was impressive, but he was still known as the boss loyal hound, making enemies everywhere. The Celestial Temple, however, was respected across the entire world. Joining it would let him walk proudly anywhere, backed by countless powerful figures. The woman in the chariot asked once more if he had made his decision. Xu Beiwang politely refused, saying he deeply appreciated the invitation, but had no intention of joining the celestial temple. Both Wu Zhao and Ji Mingyu froze in disbelief. No one expected him to reject such a heaven-sent opportunity. The woman reminded him that the celestial temple had never invited the same person twice. Even so, Xu Beiwang nodded without hesitation. The divine chariot slowly disappeared, leaving behind only one sentence. One day, he would surely regret this choice. Xu Beiwang felt great, knowing his talent had been recognized, but leaving the boss was something he would never do. Back at Taichu Palace, Xu Beiwang immediately bowed and reported everything after returning. The eldest princess silently watched him for a long moment. Then she calmly admitted that the whole matter had truly surprised her. Xu Beiwang guessed she already knew everything, so he quickly pledged his loyalty and swore he would never betray Her Highness. When she asked if he regretted his choice, he replied that the celestial temple meant nothing to him. He only wanted to stay by her side. The eldest princess let out a faint smile and said he had come dangerously close to being castrated. Xu Beiwang felt a chill run down his spine. That sounded exactly like the boss. He then happily took out the outfit he had prepared and confidently said Her Highness was definitely going to love it. The eldest princess accepted the outfit. Without saying a word, she vanished, leaving Xu Beiwang standing there, completely unsure whether she liked it or not. A while later, she returned wearing the new outfit and calmly remarked that it was quite interesting. The moment Xu Beiwang saw her, he was completely captivated. Only one word remained in his mind: beautiful. Catching his gaze, the eldest princess immediately warned him that one more look and she would really gouge out his eyes. Xu Beiwang could only lower his head and apologize with a wronged expression. The eldest princess then leisurely sat down on the swing. The longer Xu Beiwang looked, the more enchanted he became. He felt he was about to lose control. The result was immediate. The eldest princess taught him a harsh lesson, leaving him begging for mercy. Xu Beiwang forced a flattering smile and even offered to massage the eldest princess's feet to help her relax. To his surprise, she actually agreed. The moment he held her foot, Xu Beiwang became so excited that he kept telling himself to stay calm. But the closer he looked, the harder it became to control himself. In the end, only one thought remained. He had to steal at least one kiss. The moment the thought appeared, he acted on it. Xu Beiwang leaned down and kissed the eldest princess's foot, comforting himself that one kiss probably would not get him killed. At worst, he would just be beaten half to death. At that moment, he had only one thought. Even if he died, it would be worth it. The eldest princess trembled slightly, and her face slowly turned red from a strange feeling she had never experienced before. Even she could not understand why her heart was beating so fast. Seeing that she did not react immediately, Xu Beiwang was stunned. Had the boss really let him off this time? The instant he happily called out, "Boss," he took a powerful kick straight to the face and was sent flying. Even the birds nearby seemed to be enjoying the show, wondering where young Master Xu would land after another free flight. The eldest princess gritted her teeth in anger and scolded him for crossing the line again and again. Did he really think she would not castrate him? But a moment later, her eyes unconsciously drifted down to her own foot. Her usually cold face flushed red again as she remembered what Xu Beiwang had just done. Just then, the cat suddenly appeared and teasingly asked if she was feeling embarrassed. The eldest princess instantly snapped at it and told it to get lost. The cat looked completely innocent, as if wondering what it had done to deserve that. Meanwhile, the eldest princess could not stop thinking about Xu Beiwang and secretly decided that if he dared to come back, she would punish him severely. 1 hour passed. The more she thought about it, the more annoyed she became. He had been kicked away, yet he still had not returned to apologize. Had he really left for good? She immediately raised her hand and calculated the heavenly secrets. Her expression changed at once, and she could not help cursing in frustration. The scene shifted outside the city gates. Xu Beiwang was about to leave when the eldest princess suddenly blocked his path and coldly asked where he thought he was going. Xu Beiwang immediately acted pitiful, saying he only knew how to make Her Highness angry and was no longer worthy of serving her, so he planned to wander the world instead. He even deliberately stepped aside as if he were truly about to leave. Seeing that, the eldest princess shouted that if he took one more step, she would castrate him on the spot. Xu Beiwang instantly turned around with a pitiful look and asked if that meant Her Highness had forgiven him. The eldest princess immediately saw through his act and even suspected he was planning to sneak off to the celestial temple. Xu Beiwang hurriedly denied it, saying he did not even know where the celestial temple's entrance was. Only then did the eldest princess let him off and ordered him to get back to Taichu Palace. Xu Beiwang happily accepted the order without hesitation. On the way back, the more he thought about it, the more worthwhile that kick seemed. Back at Taichu Palace, the eldest princess was leisurely enjoying some ice cream. She seemed quite satisfied with its sweetness, then casually asked why Xu Beiwang had dared to behave so disrespectfully earlier. Hearing that, Xu Beiwang cried out inwardly. He thought the matter was already over, yet the boss had brought it up again. Even so, he kept a perfectly serious face and explained that it was an ancient custom symbolizing absolute loyalty and respect. The eldest princess coldly warned him never to do it again, or she would truly kill him. Xu Beiwang immediately bowed and apologized. But deep down, he thought the exact opposite. Next time, he would definitely try again. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. For now, the most important thing was to keep winning the boss' favor. Just then, the eldest princess suddenly shot him a sharp glance, making Xu Beiwang jump in fright. Xu Beiwang immediately behaved himself and offered her a skewer of grilled meat. The eldest princess accepted it and asked why he was not eating. Xu Beiwang instantly put on a dramatic act. He complained that every genius across Juzhou was growing stronger while he remained stuck in place. Thinking about it made him feel ashamed. He even sighed that everyone else had powerful backgrounds, so he could never compete. Before he could continue, the eldest princess impatiently told him to stop pretending. The next moment, a crimson gem flew straight toward Xu Beiwang. He winced in pain and stared at it in confusion, wondering what it was. But after a second thought, anything given by the boss had to be extraordinary. After absorbing the energy inside, Xu Beiwang immediately felt overwhelming power surge through his body. Now, even without using the beaming blood devouring divine art, he could easily suppress Ji Mingyu. On the outside, he shyly thanked Her Highness, but deep inside, he was so moved he almost wanted to kneel and worship her. The eldest princess's expression turned cold. If that's the case, I can always take it back. Xu Beiwang instantly panicked and hurried to flatter her. Once a gift was given, how could she ask for it back? She calmly explained that it was a top-grade phoenix bone pill, powerful enough to raise a hopeless case like him straight into the 5th grade realm. Xu Beiwang froze for several seconds. A direct jump to 5th grade? That was completely heaven-defying. The eldest princess quietly called him over. Xu Beiwang obediently walked toward her. Before he even realized what was happening, she kicked him flying again, secretly thinking this annoying man loved pushing his luck. In the blink of an eye, they appeared beneath the water. Xu Beiwang looked around in complete confusion, wondering where they were. The eldest princess slowly swam toward him, making Xu Beiwang so happy that he wished this moment would never end. Before him stood 5 enormous pillars of energy representing metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. In other words, this was the power of the 5 elements. He never imagined such a magnificent place was hidden beneath Taichu Palace. The eldest princess calmly remarked that this place was 100 times better than his precious celestial temple. Xu Beiwang quickly took the chance to pledge his loyalty again, saying that in life he belonged to the boss, and in death he would belong to her as well. She only looked annoyed by his silver tongue. As expected, he was kicked right back out of the water. On the way back, Xu Beiwang quietly calculated his next move. Since he had been given such an incredible opportunity, he had to make the most of it. Just then, the mysterious cat suddenly appeared again. It handed Xu Beiwang an ancient gourd, instantly catching his attention. One glance was enough to tell that everything inside was at least Earth grade or higher. Curious, he asked the cat where it had found such precious treasures. The cat immediately started gesturing excitedly, and Xu Beiwang soon understood. It had gone through a great deal of trouble to obtain them, yet still chose to give them to him. Right after that, the cat produced a fragrant grilled meat skewer. Xu Beiwang burst into laughter. So its real goal had been the grilled meat all along. That was an easy deal. Once it got what it wanted, the cat disappeared at once, while Xu Beiwang secretly celebrated his huge profit. Then Xu Beiwang suddenly realized the ancient gourd looked incredibly familiar. It seemed to be the same one he had stolen from the Xiao family's son-in-law before, but now it had completely changed, meaning a great opportunity was about to appear. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. The lucky pig he had encountered on Mang Mountain had appeared again. A new dungeon had practically opened right in front of him, and there was no way he would miss it. The scene shifted back to Jiaoguang Palace, where Xu Beiwang respectfully asked for permission to leave for a few days. The eldest princess immediately asked where he was going and what he planned to do. Xu Beiwang was slightly surprised, because the boss normally never asks such questions. Could she really be paying attention to him now? With that thought, he quickly answered that he wanted to visit Mang Mountain in search of a great opportunity. The eldest princess simply turned around and replied with a single word, "Fine." Xu Beiwang then asked if she had any disguise masks. He remembered that in the novel there was more than one dungeon key, and with someone as famous as himself, keeping a low profile would be much safer. But the eldest princess answered without hesitation that she had none, leaving him instantly disappointed. Seeing his pitiful expression, she directly changed his appearance herself. Before Xu Beiwang could understand what was happening, he caught her familiar fragrance and felt deeply touched. The boss still spoiled him so much. The eldest princess frowned slightly and asked if he still was not handsome enough. Xu Beiwang immediately lit up with joy and hurriedly declared that his current appearance was absolutely unmatched. She smiled faintly and asked if he seemed very proud of himself. Xu Beiwang instantly became as obedient as a puppy, saying he would follow whatever Her Highness said. She then asked how long he planned to be gone, and he replied that he would return in just a few days to cook hot pot for her. She would personally see him off. Her way of seeing him off was another powerful kick that launched him into the sky, leaving Xu Beiwang speechless. The boss was violent from beginning to end. The scene quickly shifted to the majestic Mang Mountain, where Chaoqing Jue, the holy maiden of the Yaoqi Holy Land, had just arrived. Suddenly, rustling sounds came from a nearby bush, instantly putting her on guard. Xu Beiwang crawled out in a miserable state, silently complaining that the boss kick had been so terrifying it sent him all the way to Mang Mountain. But the moment he saw Chaoqing Jue's luck tower, a smile spread across his face. Floor 97. At last he had found the luck-based heroine. As expected, the key was in her possession. Fortunately, he had hidden his aura beforehand so he could observe the situation unnoticed. Just then, a gigantic magical beast streaked across the sky, shaking the entire area. Xu Beiwang recognized its rider at once. It was Yi Tian. He could not help admiring how quickly Yi Tian had grown, already reaching peak 4th grade. He quietly judged that Yi Tian's trip to Langya Mountain had clearly brought him great fortune. Not only had he survived, but he had even upgraded his mount. Even more interesting, Yi Tian also possessed a key. Fate had brought these rivals together once again. After landing, Yi Tian politely introduced himself to Chaoqing Jue. She calmly gave her name, and the moment he heard it, he immediately showered her with compliments, praising both her name and her breathtaking beauty, saying meeting her was the blessing of 3 lifetimes. Watching everything from the side, Xu Beiwang secretly laughed. Yi Tian did not even know her true background, yet he was already flattering her non-stop. After the introductions, Yi Tian turned and asked Xu Beiwang for his identity. Xu Beiwang calmly replied with the fake name Liu Dongfeng. Yi Tian warmly greeted him like a sworn brother, while Xu Beiwang secretly found it amusing that Yi Tian had no idea who he was talking to. Chaoqing Jue coldly interrupted them, saying all 3 possessed keys, so they should stop wasting time. Xu Beiwang immediately realized she was not someone who enjoyed idle conversation, so it was best not to provoke her for now. The 3 of them continued deeper into the hidden realm together. Before long, a massive ancient palace appeared before them, radiating an imposing aura. Xu Beiwang immediately suggested traveling alongside Chaoqing Jue, though his real goal was simply to observe her more closely. She showed him no courtesy at all, and bluntly told everyone to look after themselves. As they ventured deeper, Yi Tian proposed joining forces because the place felt extremely dangerous. Unfortunately, Chaoqing Jue completely ignored both men, seeing them as nothing more than dead weight. Being rejected so directly left Yi Tian embarrassed, while Xu Beiwang merely smiled. Cold beauties often acted that way. The 3 continued forward while clearing out every undead creature blocking their path. At the end of the Great Hall, they discovered countless red threads wrapped around an imposing ancient statue. Looking closer, all 3 were shocked to recognize it as the symbol of the ancient Great Xia dynasty, while the object before it was even more astonishing. It was the Imperial Jade Seal, one of the 10 divine artifacts of Juzhou that had vanished for thousands of years. After the Great Xia dynasty fell, and the Ji clan founded the Great Qian dynasty, the treasure had disappeared without a trace. The moment they confirmed it was the real imperial jade seal, the atmosphere became incredibly tense. Although Great Qian ruled the world, the missing seal had always cast doubt on its legitimacy. Ye Tian secretly transmitted his voice to Xu Beiwang, proposing they work together to eliminate Chao Qingjue first. Xu Beiwang almost laughed. Just moments ago, Ye Tian had been desperately flattering her, and now he was already plotting against her. On the surface, Ye Tian politely apologized to Chao Qingjue, but deep down he had already decided to seize the imperial jade seal and climb to the very top. He quickly concluded that Chao Qingjue was the strongest among them, so they had to eliminate her first. Meanwhile, she looked at both men with complete contempt, never taking them seriously. The next moment, Ye Tian signaled Xu Beiwang to attack together. But the very next strike suddenly changed direction and flew straight toward Ye Tian. At the same time, Xu Beiwang dropped his disguise, revealed his true identity, and mocked him with a smile. After all this time, you still haven't improved at all. Ye Tian instantly flew into a rage and charged forward, roaring as he called him the traitorous dog Xu. Unfortunately, the gap in strength was simply too great. Before long, Ye Tian was completely overwhelmed, while Chao Qingjue stared in shock after realizing Xu Beiwang had already reached the 5th grade realm. Without wasting a second, Chao Qingjue unleashed her strongest move to seize the opportunity. While Xu Beiwang was occupied, Chao Qingjue rushed forward, grabbed the imperial jade seal, and coldly declared that the treasure now belonged to her. Xu Beiwang remained completely calm and even had the mood to remind her to stop calling him a villain every time she opened her mouth. As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed a sealing technique that trapped Chao Qingjue. Realizing the danger, she immediately used a secret escape art to save her life. Xu Beiwang watched her leave with a slight frown. He had not expected her to break free from his control. She was clearly much harder to deal with than the previous Holy Sons. Once everything was over, he leisurely stepped forward and collected all of his spoils. In the end, the imperial jade seal finally fell into Xu Beiwang's hands. This trip had earned him an incredible reward. The scene quickly shifted to the Golden Luan Palace. A group of royal guards rushed inside and urgently reported to the Empress that the imperial jade seal had appeared at Mang Mountain. It was not just an ordinary divine artifact. It carried the dragon aura tied to a dynasty's fate, was protected by the heavenly Tao, and possessed terrifying merit that shielded its owner. Wu Zhao's face lit up with excitement. Even though the Great Xia dynasty had fallen long ago, its dragon aura had never disappeared. Now that she held power as regent, the imperial jade seal had appeared as if destiny itself favored her. The messenger added that a portion of the dragon aura still remained inside the imperial jade seal. Wu Zhao suddenly remembered the imperial preceptor's words. The emperor of Great Qian had relied on dragon aura to prolong his life. If the remaining dragon aura could be absorbed using the Ji clan's secret technique, the emperor might awaken. She immediately decided to head for Mang Mountain and ensure the treasure did not fall into anyone else's hands. Back at Mang Mountain, Xu Beiwang was blasted out of the ancient palace, but he could not have been happier. He had come out with a divine artifact, and now all he needed to do was leave as quickly as possible. Before he could get far, Wu Zhao suddenly appeared and blocked his path. Xu Beiwang remained perfectly respectful and immediately bowed to greet the empress. Wu Zhao fixed him with an icy stare and demanded the imperial jade seal. Deep down, she was astonished that nearly every major event across Juzhou recently seemed to involve this young man. Xu Beiwang calmly played dumb, pretending he had no idea what the imperial jade seal even was. Just then, Ye Tian suddenly appeared and openly accused him, declaring that he had personally witnessed Xu Beiwang seize the imperial jade seal. Ji Yuan of the Ji clan immediately shouted that Xu Beiwang's attempt to keep the imperial jade seal for himself was nothing less than treason, and such a crime could not be forgiven. Even so, Xu Beiwang remained unusually calm and simply asked whether they planned to bully him with superior numbers. Ji Yuan grew even angrier, declaring that this time no one would be able to save Xu Beiwang. Just as the tension reached its peak, the imperial preceptor of Great Qian suddenly stepped in and asked why Ji Yuan had to pressure the young man so aggressively. He even pretended to value talent, saying it was rare for Great Qian to produce a genius like young Master Xu, and that his future was limitless. Xu Beiwang was speechless inside. Even the imperial preceptor had personally come. The imperial preceptor then patiently explained that the imperial jade seal was of vital importance to Great Qian because its dragon aura could awaken the emperor. If Xu Beiwang handed it over, the merit alone would bring glory and wealth for generations. Xu Beiwang merely smiled and replied that treasures belonged to the strong. Besides, the imperial jade seal belonged to Great Xia, so what did it have to do with the Ji clan? Jiyuan was so furious that he roared in anger. He had never met anyone so arrogant. At that moment, Xu Beiwang suddenly sensed a familiar aura approaching. Without the slightest shame, he loudly called for the eldest princess to save him. The next instant, a crack suddenly split open across the sky. The eldest princess stepped out with an overwhelming presence. Her voice was so cold it sent chills through everyone present. Anyone who dares touch my person is welcome to try. Wu Zhao's expression changed instantly. She never expected the eldest princess to personally appear over someone named Xu. Even the imperial preceptor asked if she truly no longer cared whether the emperor lived or died. The eldest princess answered with absolute authority. The emperor's life or death had nothing to do with her, but anyone who dared touch her person would die. Hearing those words, Xu Beiwang was overjoyed. It truly felt as though the boss was openly backing him. Wu Zhao could hardly believe the eldest princess would dare utter such rebellious words. Meanwhile, the imperial preceptor secretly fanned the flames, hoping both sides would fight so he could profit from the conflict. Wu Xiao also began calculating her next move. If the imperial jade seal ended up in the Ji clan's hands and the emperor awakened, the situation would become extremely unfavorable for her. Jiyuan finally lost his patience and charged forward to seize the imperial jade seal. Seeing this, Xu Beiwang turned to the eldest princess and confidently declared that he would never disgrace her. Fighting side by side with the boss filled him with excitement. The next instant, he unleashed an attack that shocked everyone present. The power erupting from it was on his Attendant dragon aura. At the same time, the eldest princess made her move, unleashing a terrifying strike that seemed capable of destroying heaven and earth. In a single instant, Jiyuan was completely annihilated. Xu Beiwang held the imperial jade seal and openly challenged everyone. If anyone wanted it, they could come and take it. Wu Zhao was horrified by what she had witnessed. The teamwork between those two was terrifying. They had effortlessly killed a Saint Realm expert. She also realized she had greatly underestimated Xu Beiwang's importance to the eldest princess. As for Ye Tian, he gritted his teeth so hard they nearly shattered. He simply could not accept what had happened. Yi Tian's master finally appeared and stopped him, asking if he still wanted to live. Yi Tian refused to accept it, insisting that without the eldest princess protecting him, Xu Beiwang would be nothing. But the old man coldly told him to endure it. His life had been preserved until now for a far greater purpose. Just then, the gate of the celestial temple suddenly appeared in the sky. Yi Tian immediately recognized the newcomer as Dugu Wudi, the temple master of the celestial temple. He assumed the man had come to kill Xu Beiwang and seize the imperial jade seal. A majestic voice echoed from within, challenging Xu Beiwang to a life-and-death battle when the Tianku realm opened. Xu Beiwang looked up and quietly judged that this man's luck was indeed extraordinary. But in his eyes, overwhelming presence alone meant very little. Then another member of the celestial temple spoke, inviting Xu Beiwang to join on behalf of the temple master. But the moment the eldest princess glanced at him, Xu Beiwang hurriedly refused, without hesitation, clearly afraid she might misunderstand. The eldest princess showed no mercy and immediately summoned a blazing fire phoenix to strike the gateway. Fortunately, the celestial temple closed the portal just in time and narrowly escaped. After that, Xu Beiwang received another familiar kick from the boss. In the blink of an eye, he was kicked all the way back to Taichu Palace and landed with practiced ease. He secretly smiled, realizing the boss had personally sent him home. Just then, a palace eunuch entered and reported that Wu Zhao was waiting outside the palace. Xu Beiwang smirked. Coming to the boss territory took real courage. He then walked outside and respectfully greeted the empress. Sitting inside her carriage, Wu Zhao proposed trading dragon bones for the imperial jade seal. Xu Beiwang paused to think. Dragon bones came from a true dragon, contained pure dragon blood essence, and could even grant insight into ancient savage arts. Their value was immeasurable. Wu Zhao continued by explaining that the imperial jade seal required nirvana realm cultivation to unleash its full power. If Xu Beiwang ever needed it in the future, she could even lend it back to him. Xu Beiwang immediately understood she was trying to tempt him with benefits. She was not finished. Wu Zhao also offered another divine artifact along with 2 bottles of second-grade demon beast blood essence. Inwardly, she believed those conditions would tempt anyone, while secretly regretting not killing this troublesome boy much earlier. Xu Beiwang replied with a shameless grin that the Imperial Jade Seal still had other uses, like cracking walnuts. Deep down, he only wanted to end the conversation quickly so he could return to the boss. Wu Zhao was furious. She never expected him to openly mock her like that. Xu Beiwang remained completely calm and simply reminded the Empress that no one enjoyed smooth sailing forever before politely seeing her off. After turning away, he privately admitted that the trade actually was not a bad deal. The only problem was that making such a decision without asking the boss would definitely make her angry. Just then, the eldest princess returned, and Xu Beiwang's face instantly brightened. He immediately asked if he had caused more trouble again, and let out a sigh of relief now that the boss was back. The eldest princess smiled mysteriously and said that, in the eyes of the Celestial Temple, his value now matched that of 2 half-supreme experts. Hearing that, Xu Beiwang could not hide his delight. It seemed Dugu Wudi had failed to recruit him. After thinking about it, the Celestial Temple surely possessed countless treasures, but the boss still could not bear to let him go. The eldest princess only gave a cold smile and asked if he was feeling very proud of himself. Xu Beiwang instantly broke into a cold sweat and hurriedly denied it. After hesitating for a long time, Xu Beiwang blushed and quietly asked what place he really held in her heart. The eldest princess flighted coldly that he meant nothing at all. The answer crushed Xu Beiwang, making all his past flattery feel completely pointless. But the next moment, the eldest princess suddenly took out a magical artifact. She said it contained Jiwan's origin and told him to absorb it. Xu Beiwang accepted it with great joy, even more convinced that she was only cold on the outside. After all, a Saint Realm origin was an incredible treasure. The eldest princess stayed silent for a moment, before pulling out a pile of treasures from his belongings. Then she coldly asked where he got all of them. Xu Beiwang gave an awkward smile and quickly claimed he could explain everything. She glanced at him and calmly said that even the chosen one of the Creation Temple could somehow pick up so much worthless junk along with real treasures. Xu Beiwang froze. He had always thought he was just lucky, yet she called him the chosen one. Before he could ask more, she cut him off and told him to clean up the mess. Xu Beiwang laughed and joked that he was just a hard-working treasure collector. Deep down, he still mocked Ye Tian for only finding 2 good items after searching so long. Then he seriously took out the Imperial Jade Seal and said he did not need it, so he wanted to offer it to the eldest princess. She slightly curled her lips and said it was one of the top divine artifacts in Juzhou, with only 10 in existence. Xu Beiwang still answered sincerely that he would gladly do anything for Her Highness. The eldest princess looked slightly surprised and asked if he still would not change sides after Wu Zhao offered him so many tempting conditions. Xu Beiwang instantly felt guilty, realizing she had witnessed everything. She calmly said nothing inside the Taichu Palace could escape her eyes, even events from an hour earlier. That included him hanging up the fishnet, stalking on the chair. Xu Beiwang immediately blushed and secretly thought she always looked noble outside, but only changed into different clothes inside the Taichu Palace for him to admire. Right after that, the eldest princess opened another space gate. Xu Beiwang was instantly stunned by what he saw inside. The place was suppressing the Taya Sword and the Haoxian Tower, 2 legendary divine artifacts feared across the world. He never imagined such terrifying treasures were hidden beneath the Taichu Palace. The eldest princess remained expressionless and asked what reward he wanted after such a great achievement. Xu Beiwang was overjoyed. Just as expected, she always rewarded loyal service. He even started thinking about a few risky rewards. The eldest princess softly ordered him to speak. Xu Beiwang cautiously stepped closer and whispered that an ancient book once claimed a kiss on the cheek was the greatest sign of closeness. Then he shamelessly asked the eldest princess for a kiss. After hearing that, the eldest princess grabbed his chin and demanded to see that ancient book. Xu Beiwang hurriedly lied that he had found it in a secret realm and swore he was not deceiving her. She looked slightly doubtful after hearing about the secret realm, while Xu Beiwang secretly celebrated because she seemed less suspicious. Seizing the rare chance, he rushed forward and kissed the eldest princess on the cheek. Inside, he was over the moon, feeling she was both soft and fragrant. The bold move left the eldest princess frozen for several seconds. Then she immediately kicked Shubei flying out of the palace. Her face turned bright red as she quietly muttered that he was insufferable. Just then, the little cat slowly wandered toward the eldest princess. But the instant it sensed her killing intent, it panicked and ran for its life. The eldest princess turned away, her cheeks still flushed, as she quietly muttered about that shameless man. The scene shifted to Xuanyi district in the imperial capital, where a lively literary gathering was underway. While everyone was chatting, Shubei suddenly crashed down from the sky onto a table, clearly suffering serious injuries. A man immediately rushed over and asked who could have beaten him this badly, leaving Shubei slightly surprised. The man kept asking what had happened, but Shubei slowly got back up and coldly replied that some things were better left unknown. Deep down, he sighed that it all came down to romantic trouble in the end. After that, Shubei began circulating his power to heal his own injuries. While waiting, Shubei glanced at the man beside him and realized the guy had stumbled upon a decent opportunity. Shubei casually said one of his maids loved collecting jade pendants and asked to see the one the man carried. The man was thrilled, thinking it was a great honor that someone from young Master Zeus' residence admired his treasure. Shubei had no intention of taking it for free, so he casually tossed him a small bottle. The man treasured it immediately, convinced anything from young Master Shu had to be priceless. Afterward, the man ran around proudly telling everyone he had once stood beside young Master Shu. He watched Shubei leave with eyes full of admiration, making even Shubei break out in goosebumps from how strange it felt. As soon as he left, Shubei smiled smugly. He was certain the jade pendant hid a special formation, and only the eldest princess could unlock it. Shubei suddenly recalled kissing the eldest princess on the cheek. The more he thought about it, the more he realized he had crossed the line. Otherwise, she would not have kicked him hard enough to leave him injured. Now he had no idea how to fix things. But he did not stay depressed for long. Since it had already happened, he figured being even more shameless might soften her heart. While plotting his next move, something suddenly blocked his path. Looking closer, he found it was a barrier, and only he was locked outside. Shubei instantly felt like the eldest princess had blacklisted him. Just then, the little cat slowly walked over. Shubei immediately drew his blade and seriously declared that he would behave and never upset Her Highness again. Even the little cat was startled by his sudden action. Before anyone could react, he pressed the blade against his neck and slashed without hesitation. At that very moment, the eldest princess appeared. She immediately used her spiritual power to heal the wound on his neck. Shubei instantly dropped to his knees, admitted all the blame, and said he deserved to die if Her Highness was still angry. Then he made an even bolder request if she was still upset. He asked her to let him steal one more kiss. The moment she heard that, the eldest princess sent him flying with another merciless kick. But Shubei was secretly delighted because it meant she still cared about him. He decided to cook something delicious to cheer her up. Before long, a feast filled the entire table. Shubei happily introduced it as a yin-yang hot pot specially prepared for the eldest princess. But while speaking, his eyes kept drifting toward her lips. He even started wondering what it would have felt like if he had never pulled away that day. Lost in his fantasy, Shubei was snapped back by the eldest princess's icy glare. He quickly looked away and told himself there would be another chance. After the meal, the eldest princess rarely showed satisfaction and admitted his cooking had finally improved. Hearing that, Shubei quickly crawled closer and eagerly offered to massage her legs, saying hot pot and relaxation were the perfect combination. The eldest princess immediately became annoyed and asked if he was trying to fool around again. Shubei hugged her leg and repeatedly insisted he would never dare. Deep down, he kept reminding himself to stay calm because she was still watching him. Seeing the eldest princess truly angry, Shubei obediently lowered his head and did not dare look up. She directly confined him for 3 months and forbade him from leaving the palace. After saying that, she casually kicked Shubei outside again. A while later, he finally landed safely. Rubbing his head, Shubei muttered that he should use this chance to cultivate, fully refine the dragon aura inside him, and perhaps even touch the Saint Realm origin. Time quietly passed, and 3 months flew by. Sitting inside the palace, Shubei sighed that life in the Taishi Palace was incredibly comfortable. He even thought living there forever would not be so bad. Just then, he sensed a familiar aura and immediately guessed the eldest princess had come for him. Sure enough, she appeared the next moment. Xu Beiwang quickly realized they were heading toward the Tianji Pavilion. The eldest princess said the Tianku realm would open in 36 days. Today, the Tianji Pavilion would reveal the heavenly ranking and distribute 36 tokens containing divine techniques, telling him to see whether his name was on the list. Xu Beiwang obeyed on the surface, but inwardly he felt nervous. After all, the heavenly ranking represented the 36 strongest young geniuses of the era. That reminded Xu Beiwang of the past, when the eldest princess first rose to fame by killing 27 people on the heavenly ranking and crippling 8 more. Compared to monsters like them, he had no idea how he could compete. The scene quickly shifted to the Tianji Pavilion. Countless cultivators gathered around a massive stone monument covered with names, all anxiously searching for their rankings. Ji Mingyu frowned the moment she saw her rank. As the Great Qian Princess, placing only 31st was simply humiliating. Zhang Wuji was no happier, angrily complaining that ranking only 16th was ridiculous. Everyone soon became curious about Xu Beiwang's position. Just then, the top 10 of the heavenly ranking was revealed, sending the crowd into an uproar. One famous name after another appeared on the monument, including Chu Taishu, Xuanyuan Chongqing, Chang Haran, and Xu Beiwang. Seeing himself ranked 4th, Xu Beiwang quietly analyzed the situation. The top 3 were true monsters. No wonder the eldest princess had forced him into seclusion. Without that training, he would have stood no chance. Thinking that, he decided to hurry back and report to her. The scene returned to the Taishi Palace as Xu Beiwang rushed inside. The eldest princess looked at him and calmly asked if he finally understood how vast the world truly was. Xu Beiwang immediately ran over, hugged her leg, and pleaded that he was terrified, begging the boss for a hug. The result was another merciless kick. The eldest princess coldly said that if he could not even defeat those insignificant insects, there was no reason to keep him by her side. She then gave him a direct order. This time he had to claim first place in the Tianku realm. If he failed, he should never follow her again. Xu Beiwang nearly collapsed after hearing that. All he could think was that surviving would already be a miracle, let alone taking first place. The eldest princess calmly recalled how, at only 18 years old, she had slain more than 20 heavenly ranking geniuses inside the Tianku realm. Xu Beiwang immediately asked if she had any treasure that could boost his cultivation. Seeing he was finally serious, she said she would reward him. Xu Beiwang's eyes lit up as he eagerly asked what the reward would be. The eldest princess casually replied that she would allow him to kiss her for the time it took half an incense stick to burn. Xu Beiwang was so thrilled that his mind nearly went blank. He even asked what kind of incense it would be and whether he could choose where to kiss. His imagination instantly ran wild. He pictured the giant incense sticks in the imperial capital that burned for days. If they used one of those, he could kiss her endlessly from head to toe. While he was lost in his fantasy, the eldest princess interrupted and asked if he was deliberately trying to drive her mad. Xu Beiwang immediately put on an obedient face and said he would never dare. Deep inside, though, he was celebrating because she had finally agreed to let him kiss her. The eldest princess then seriously warned him that if he died inside the Tianku realm, even she would not be able to save him. Seeing her unusual expression, Xu Beiwang suddenly realized she might truly be worried about him. He asked what chance she thought he had of taking first place. The eldest princess answered without hesitation, about 5%. Xu Beiwang looked visibly disappointed. He even wondered if she only agreed to the kiss because she expected him to die. The eldest princess explained that the top 2 competitors in the Tianku realm were both reincarnations of half-step supreme experts. Xu Beiwang froze on the spot. It felt completely unfair, like top professors going back to compete against high school students. Their skills and experience were on a completely different level. The eldest princess continued, saying that without claiming first place in the Tianku realm, true transcendence would be impossible. Only then did Xu Beiwang understand everything. The eldest princess wanted to ascend. If he failed to transcend, he would only grow old and die while helplessly watching her leave forever. Although no one had successfully ascended since the birth of Jiuzhou, Xu Beiwang felt certain the eldest princess would achieve it. The thought of losing her made his heart feel heavy. The eldest princess said the champion of the Tianku realm would receive a strand of primordial qi, an essential treasure for transcendence. She hoped he could obtain it. Xu Beiwang, however, still had not forgotten the earlier reward and asked if it still counted. A determined smile slowly spread across Xu Beiwang's face, and his eyes became sharper than ever. At that moment, Xu Beiwang had only one thought in his mind. If the eldest princess did not want to lose him, then he would simply make sure every single rival inside the Tianku realm ended up dead. Hearing that, the eldest princess called him useless, but still warned him not to die in there. There were still 36 days left, so he had better raise his cultivation. Xu Beiwang obediently agreed. Then the eldest princess reminded him not to overlook the other geniuses, since some of them might also carry the remnant souls of powerful experts. Xu Beiwang's eyes instantly lit up, like he had found hidden treasure, but the eldest princess immediately ordered him to get lost and continue cultivating. Xu Beiwang left feeling both confused and down, unable to describe the emotions in his heart. The scene then shifted to Weiyang Palace. Wu Junji respectfully bowed and said that although he had not made the heavenly ranking, he still wanted to enter the Tianqiku realm, kill Xu Beiwang, and wash away his past humiliation. Wu Zhao smiled with satisfaction, praised his determination, and rewarded him with a precious pill. She reminded him that this journey represented the honor of the Wu family, and he must return with glory. After receiving the pill, Wu Junji immediately thanked his aunt and took his leave. Once he was gone, Ji Xuanya appeared. She was Wu Zhaozhao's daughter and the second princess of Great Qian. She asked why her mother would waste such a precious pill on someone as useless as Wu Junji. Wu Zhao seriously explained that Ji Xuanya had entered the top 10 of the heavenly ranking. Unlike her elder sister Ji Mingyu, she had hidden her true strength since childhood, and Wu Zhao had never intended to reveal her so early. But Xu Beiwang alone was not enough to accomplish their goal, so he had to be eliminated. The pill given to Wu Junji was actually meant to turn him into a sacrificial pawn for Ji Xuanya. If anything went wrong, he would bear all the danger in her place. Ji Xuanya immediately declared that she would personally kill Xu Beiwang. Wu Zhao simply reminded her to be extremely careful. The scene then shifted to Mang Mountain. Yi Tian's master finally returned. Ye Tian immediately bowed with respect and happily said that Elder Yan had finally awakened. But Elder Yan looked deeply disappointed. He said Yi Tian was still only at the 7th grade realm, and the Tianku realm was his final opportunity. If he failed to seize a great opportunity and claim first place this time, he would eventually be left behind. Hearing that, Yi Tian could only blame Xu Beiwang for ruining his plans again and again. Elder Yan coldly asked what had happened while he was asleep. He had even begun to wonder if he had chosen the wrong disciple. If he had not helped Ye Tian back then, perhaps the jade pendant would have fallen into Xu Beiwang's hands instead, giving him a much greater chance of rebuilding his physical body. Yi Tian dared not hide anything. As he explained everything, he gritted his teeth in hatred toward Xu Beiwang. He still believed that without losing those opportunities, he would already be the #1 genius of the Tianku realm, famous throughout Jiaozhou. The scene quickly returned to Xu Beiwang's residence. Only one day remained before the Tianku realm opened, and he continued cultivating while lost in thought. Xu Beiwang sighed that over the past few days, the eldest princess had given him countless treasures to improve his cultivation. She had truly taken care of him in every possible way. Just then, the little cat suddenly leaped straight onto his face. It then used its paw to write words on the floor. The moment Xu Beiwang finished reading them, his eyes lit up. He hurriedly asked why it had not told him sooner before rushing off to prepare something. Not long afterward, Xu Beiwang brought a birthday cake before the eldest princess and wished her a happy 28th birthday. He proudly said the cake was specially made by his own hands for Her Highness. Deep down, he was grateful the little cat had reminded him, or he would have missed her birthday. When she heard her age mentioned, the eldest princess glanced at him and asked if she really needed someone else to remind her how old she was. Xu Beiwang immediately admitted his mistake. Deep inside, however, he concluded that no matter how powerful a woman was, she still cared about her age. The eldest princess then scooped up a little cream with her finger and tasted it. That tiny movement alone left Xu Beiwang completely mesmerized. He silently screamed that the boss really knew how to steal someone's heart. Judging by her reaction, she seemed to enjoy the cake. At that moment, one enormous space gate after another appeared across the sky. Xu Beiwang looked up and told the eldest princess that the Tianku realm had finally opened. The eldest princess handed him a special incense stick, saying that if he died inside, it would preserve part of his soul and give him a chance to be reincarnated. Xu Beiwang smiled bitterly. It seemed that, in her eyes, he truly had almost no chance of surviving. He seriously said that he did not want another life. He only wanted to live this one to the fullest. Deep down, he forced himself to accept that there was no turning back, and the only path left was to become the strongest. The eldest princess simply told him to go. But seeing Xu Beiwang still standing there, the eldest princess asked what else he wanted. Xu Beiwang softly recalled how, 10 years ago, the eldest princess had dominated the entire Tianku realm by herself. Then he said he wanted to kiss her on the lips and borrow that same courage so they could walk the same path together. The eldest princess immediately told him to get lost, but Xu Beiwang calmly asked if Her Highness really would not share a little of her luck with him. Then he deliberately put on a pitiful look and said there were still plenty of her favorite sweet cakes in the kitchen. He had also prepared all the ingredients for hot pot, so she only needed to put them into the pot. Even the seasonings for the other dishes had been carefully labeled in order and left by the stove. Hearing that, the eldest princess immediately became angry and asked if he was giving his last wishes. Xu Beiwang stepped even closer and said that if Her Highness refused to pass on some of her luck, what else could he do? As soon as he finished speaking, he kissed the eldest princess on the lips. In his heart, he convinced himself that since she did not push him away, she must be sharing her strength with him. The eldest princess instantly flared up and scolded him for his audacity, asking if he truly was not afraid of being castrated. Xu Beiwang simply accepted the blame with a calm expression. Blushing, the eldest princess turned her back and coldly told him to leave at once and never let her see him again. Xu Beiwang left with a smile. Deep down, he was overjoyed because it was obvious the boss was embarrassed. He even started looking forward to the reward waiting for him when he returned. The scene then shifted to the Lantian abyss. A message appeared, stating that once the light beside someone's name disappeared, it meant that person had died inside the Tianku realm. Xu Beiwang slowly appeared within the vast space, which was the legendary Tianku realm. His arrival immediately caused a huge commotion. The crowd whispered that anyone who survived the Tianku realm would become a major figure, while the one who claimed first place might even achieve transcendence. Everyone wondered how far Xu Beiwang could go. Others sneered, saying he only acted arrogant in the capital because of the eldest princess. But this time his opponent was Chu Taishu, the #1 genius on the heavenly ranking. Xu Beiwang remained calm and walked deeper into the Tianku realm. But the moment he saw the scene ahead, he stood there wondering what in the world he was looking at. Just then, a system-like screen appeared and explained the rules of the Tianku realm battle arena. The final survivor would earn the right to compete for the Light of Destiny. After reading it, Xu Beiwang understood the basic idea, though he still wondered how this battle royale would actually work. At that moment, a large group suddenly appeared behind him with overwhelming killing intent. They loudly declared that today would be Xu Beiwang's last day, and the Assassination Alliance would never spare him. Leading them were Kong, Xian, the Kong family heir, and Xiao Fan. In truth, both of them were after Xu Beiwang's Light of Destiny, because killing him would bring enormous rewards. Xu Beiwang calmly replied that it was only the Assassination Alliance. If anyone else wanted his life, they might as well come out together. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Junji appeared with overwhelming killing intent. Gritting his teeth, he swore to repay the humiliation of the past 100-fold. Xu Beiwang only smirked and remarked that it looked like quite a lively gathering today. The atmosphere instantly became tense as both sides prepared for battle. The group across from him kept shouting that Xu Beiwang was only putting on an act before urging everyone to charge in and kill him. Wu Junji was the first to rush forward, roaring as he tried to take Xu Beiwang's life. But the results stunned everyone. Xu Beiwang casually waved one hand and Wu Junji was sent flying like a cheap toy. Right after that, Xu Beiwang summoned his spirit beast. Witnessing the shocking sight, the crowd turned pale, frantically retreating as they shouted for everyone to run. Xu Beiwang revealed a dangerous smile and asked if they were only thinking about running now. Did they really think he was that easy to bully? Seeing the situation turn against them, Kong Xian and Xiao Fan immediately fled. At that moment, survival was their only concern. But Xu Beiwang's voice echoed behind them like a death sentence. He coldly uttered only 2 words, "Too late." With a single hand, Xu Beiwang effortlessly wiped out the entire group. One man, barely alive on the ground, still shouted threats. He demanded to know whether Xu Beiwang dared oppose the scholars of the world and the Kong family, insisting that Xu Beiwang would never dare kill him. Xu Beiwang did not care about those threats at all and killed the man without hesitation. After that, he calmly turned to Xiaofan and said, "Your turn." Xiaofan immediately dropped to his knees and begged for mercy, admitting his mistake and pleading for young Master Xu to spare his life. Just then, Wu Junji struggled back to his feet, looking at Xiaofan with utter contempt and calling him spineless. Xu Beiwang has struck again, sending Wu Junji flying for the second time. Then he looked at Xiaofan with a mocking smile and asked if this was the so-called alliance they had formed. Everyone watching nearby fell completely silent, too terrified to say another word. Xu Beiwang coldly ordered Xiaofan to kneel properly and warned that his patience had limits. Xiaofan gritted his teeth and obeyed. Inside, however, he was consumed by hatred. Losing face was still better than losing his life. As long as he survived, he could take revenge and one day stand above all of Juzhou. Xu Beiwang continued giving orders, forcing Xiaofan to kowtow. Xiaofan had no choice but to comply, while silently swearing to repay Today's humiliation 100-fold. At that moment, the first trial of the Tianku realm officially began. The rules were revealed. Before everyone stood a bridge of life and death with 81 tiles. 40 of them were mere illusions, and one wrong step meant falling into a bottomless abyss. Only 2 people could cross at a time, and whoever reached the other side would pass the trial. The first to succeed would also receive a treasure. Once the rising water covered the bridge, it would collapse completely. Anyone who failed to cross in time would surely die. As soon as the rules were announced, the crowd erupted into chaos as everyone fought to go first. Xu Beiwang quietly thought things through. Since ancient times, the Tianji Pavilion had existed to help the warriors of Juzhou achieve transcendence. Yet no one had ever successfully ascended. He remembered that the original story said transcendence required 2 things: unmatched talent and overwhelming fortune. It seemed this trial was designed to eliminate those without fortune. Even if they obtained great opportunities, they could never keep them without destiny on their side. Thinking of that, Xu Beiwang felt utterly annoyed. What was so wrong about lacking fortune? He had never harmed anyone. His luck was already terrible, and now this cruel trial was only making things worse. If he crossed that bridge alone, he would probably die on the spot. But just then, Xu Beiwang's eyes landed on Xiaofan, and a devious idea suddenly flashed through his mind. He immediately smiled and suggested that the 2 of them cross the bridge together. Before Xiaofan could react, Xu Beiwang climbed onto his shoulders as if riding a mount. Xu Beiwang secretly calculated that the rules never said 2 people could not stack together while crossing. Since it was not forbidden, he might as well take advantage of it. Xiaofan ground his teeth in rage. No matter how he looked at it, Xu Beiwang was clearly using him as a test subject. Xu Beiwang coldly warned that if Xiaofan wanted to stay alive, he should stop testing his patience and start walking. Standing comfortably on Xiaofan's shoulders, Xu Beiwang grinned with satisfaction. A child of destiny really was incredibly useful. Xiaofan trembled with every step. Even he could not believe that he was actually making it across. At that moment, someone behind them turned red with jealousy and rushed forward, shouting why the 2 of them were allowed to cross. Xu Beiwang casually kicked the man into the abyss and remarked that some people simply did not know how to value their lives. The moment they safely reached the other side, Xiaofan's expression changed. He suddenly turned around, launched a sneak attack, and roared that he would kill Xu Beiwang. Xu Beiwang lightly landed on the ground and deliberately acted innocent, asking why everything had to end in violence because fighting was what he hated most. The instant he finished speaking, he struck with a single palm and completely crushed Xiaofan. After dealing with him, Xu Beiwang calmly walked toward the reward statue. The treasure inside turned out to be an incredibly precious drop of true dragon blood essence. At that moment, another random teleportation gate opened inside the Tianku realm. Before Xu Beiwang could react, he suddenly felt something pierce straight through his heart, and unbearable pain exploded through his body. In an instant, the light beside Xu Beiwang's name on the monument went out. Outside, everyone erupted in shock, believing the newly ranked 4th genius had died without warning. Seeing the scene, Wu Zhao smiled with satisfaction. She had worried that Wu Junji might die too early, leaving Ji Xuanya without her sacrificial pawn. But now there was no need to worry, because Xu Beiwang was truly dead. Someone became so excited that he shouted Xu Beiwang had finally received the punishment he deserved. But the moment the words left his mouth, he was crushed to death on the spot. The eldest princess arrived with an overwhelming aura that left everyone breathless. The crowd turned pale, thinking the female devil had come, and no one dared speak another word. The eldest princess coldly demanded to know what had happened. The Tianji elder looked at her in shock. In 10,000 years, she was the most talented person he had ever seen, and the one with the greatest chance of achieving transcendence. Yet Xu Biwang's death had shaken her this much. He stepped forward and explained that the Tianku realm was beyond their control, and even he did not know what had happened inside. Throughout history, whenever someone's name disappeared from the monument, it almost always meant they had died. Before he could finish, the eldest princess had already rushed away, firmly declaring that her little dog would not die so easily. He was the greatest variable of all. The scene then shifted to a Yellow Springs river covered with blooming red spider lilies. Xu Beiwang floated in the void as he slowly regained consciousness. The moment he opened his eyes, he wondered if this was truly the Yellow Springs. Images of the Naihe Bridge, the Black and White Guardians, the King of Hell, and the Judge flashed through his mind. Suddenly, an enormous force slammed directly into his body. At the same time, the eldest princess's familiar voice echoed in his ears with her usual insult. Useless. Xu Beiwang's eyes turned red as he roared that he was not useless. Immediately afterward, his body began absorbing an incredibly terrifying source of power. The beaming blood-devouring divine art broke through to the next level. Xu Beiwang was overjoyed. Not only had he come back to life, but his cultivation technique had also reached the 4th layer. Just then, a stranger suddenly appeared and respectfully bowed before him. Xu Beiwang immediately asked what he had just absorbed. The man replied that it was nether chi. Xu Beiwang fell into thought. He really had felt like he died and revived countless times, and it was probably connected to destiny. Still, no matter how bad his luck was, he should not have been sent straight to the underworld. He quickly guessed it was related to the beaming blood-devouring divine art and asked where he was. The man respectfully answered that this place was the Lesser Beiming Realm. Xu Beiwang immediately demanded to be sent back. But the man remained respectful and said that the envoy had wandered through countless ages, and someone was still waiting for him within the forbidden zone of life. Xu Beiwang only looked more confused, yet another mysterious title had appeared. In the end, he stopped thinking about it. He already knew the beaming blood-devouring divine art was extraordinary, but he had never imagined it could defy the heavens like this. Far away, the eldest princess revealed a mysterious smile, secretly thinking that once the brat returned, she would teach him a proper lesson. Outside the Tianku realm, the crowd was shaken once again. The light beside Xu Beiwang's name, which had already gone out, suddenly shone brightly again. The Tianji elder stood frozen in disbelief. Nothing like this had happened in 10,000 years. Even the Tianku realm could not trace Xu Beiwang's whereabouts, and no one knew where he had truly been teleported. The moment Wu Zhao saw Xu Beiwang's name light up again, her expression changed completely. She could only wonder what kind of monster this man was if he simply refused to die. Inside the Tianku realm, the scene shifted to another area. On Ji Mingyu's side, the people from the Heavenly Temple kept pressuring her, claiming there were countless immortal herbs in the area, and asking why the princess insisted on competing with them for this one. Just as the standoff continued, a crack suddenly tore open in the sky. Xu Beiwang stepped out with a puzzled expression, looking as though he had no idea where he had been teleported. The moment everyone saw him, their faces turned ugly. Ji Mingyuo nearly ground her teeth apart, having already sworn to kill Xu Beiwang today and avenge Yu Long. Unlike the tense atmosphere around him, Xu Beiwang looked completely amused. He had just arrived and already found a fight over an immortal herb. It was like walking into the perfect show. Raising his voice like a hero, making a grand entrance, he shouted, "Who gave you permission to bully Her Highness the Princess?" He deliberately played the role to the fullest, stepping forward with an exaggerated salute and apologizing for arriving late. Then he declared that as long as he was here, no one would take the immortal herb away. One disciple from the Heavenly Temple immediately sneered back, saying Xu Beiwang could act however he pleased in Great Qian. But this was not a place where he could throw his weight around. Unfortunately for them, before the man could finish speaking, killing intent exploded from Xu Beiwang. It was obvious he was ready to strike. A Buddhist disciple stepped forward with an arrogant smile, claiming Xu Beiwang was only trying to scare children. He wanted to show everyone just how terrifying the Heavenly Temple truly was. This time, Xu Beiwang did not waste another word. He condensed his true qi into a tiny needle. In the blink of an eye, it pierced straight through the Buddhist disciple's head. Then Xu Wang calmly mocked him, saying someone that weak had no business entering the Tianku realm. The scene left Ji Mingyu deeply shaken. Xu Wang had killed a heavenly temple disciple with a single move. His strength had clearly reached a terrifying new level. She suddenly felt revenge for Yulong slipping farther away. As for everyone else, they turned pale with fear, admitted defeat, fled at once, and even handed over the immortal herb without a fight. After driving them all away, Xu Wang looked at Ji Mingyue and calmly asked if she needed anything else. The princess was filled with unease. In the end, she could only comfort herself by thinking that staying alive came first, and there would be other chances for revenge. Xu Wang leisurely walked toward the immortal herb, secretly thinking the princess had become much more sensible than before. After absorbing the immortal herb, he immediately felt his cultivation rise another level. He had now reached the peak of the mid-5th grade realm, and even his true qi had become far more refined. Just then, the eldest princess suddenly crossed his mind, and he wondered what she was doing now. Simply thinking about her made him miss her. The scene then shifted to an area at the foot of a mountain. Zhang Wuji lay battered on the ground, clearly having suffered a brutal defeat. Standing before him was a stranger lecturing him, saying Zhang Wuji knew nothing of the vast world, yet still believed himself unbeatable. Xu Wang quietly appeared behind them and observed everything. He found it amusing that the crown prince loved showing off only to end up humiliated. Still, after taking a closer look, he realized the stranger's identity was anything but ordinary. The stranger then walked over to claim the immortal herb and arrogantly declared that a divine medicine of this level was never meant for ordinary people. Only then did Xu Wang recognize it as the ancient divine flower, an extremely rare divine-grade immortal herb. No wonder everyone had fought so fiercely over it. The stranger then glanced at the woman standing beside Zhang Wuji and teased that her appearance was acceptable enough to serve as his maid. Zhang Wuji was furious, but his current situation left him completely powerless. At that moment, Xu Wang finally stepped forward. He interrupted them and casually told the group that if they were finished talking, they should hand over the immortal herb already. Deep down, he thought they talked far too much and just wanted to take the treasure and leave. Seeing another person appear, the stranger merely sneered and muttered that yet another ant had come looking for death. But then something unexpected happened. The woman behind Zhang Wuji immediately knelt before the stranger, begged to become his servant, and asked only one thing in return, that he kill Xu Wang. Even Xu Wang was stunned for a moment, unable to understand how he had offended her enough to earn such hatred. The woman immediately introduced herself as Diwu Linglong. The moment he heard her family name, Xu Wang immediately thought of the eldest princess and guessed she was related to the Diwu clan. He had even planned to greet her like an acquaintance, but Diwu Linglong hated him with all her heart. She could not accept that Diwu Ganchong had never valued anyone from their own clan, yet had devoted so many resources to raising an outsider like Xu Wang. Hearing that, Xu Wang secretly smiled. Jealousy truly could change a person completely. The stranger then cut in with absolute confidence, saying that since Xu Wang had offended his maid, his fate was already sealed. He even asked Xu Wang how he wanted to die. He then told Xu Wang to stay where he was, because he would personally come over and take his life, leaving him no chance of survival. Xu Wang remained strangely calm and replied with only 2 words, "Is that so?" That calm response made the stranger begin questioning Xu Wang's identity. Meanwhile, Diwu Linglong continued sneering, convinced Xu Wang was only putting on a brave face. But that smile quickly froze on his face. In the blink of an eye, Xu Wang forced the crowned prince to his knees. The man panicked as he realized this was an overwhelming bloodline suppression. A wasteland like this should never have produced such a noble bloodline. Xu Wang found the scene amusing. The guy could not even last a second. The furious crown prince struggled to resist and demanded to know what kind of bloodline Xu Wang possessed. Xu Wang finally understood. It was all because of the drop of blood left behind by the boss. He almost laughed. Having such a powerful backer really made everything easier. He kept thinking, if one drop of blood could suppress the enemy this badly, then the slave seal he created himself should work even better. Xu Wang slowly walked over. The crown prince nervously asked what he planned to do. Xu Wang ignored the and directly turned him into a loyal servant. After finishing, Xu Wang sighed. His cultivation was still too low to read the man's memories. For now, taking him in as a follower was enough. Then he brought up what happened earlier. You wanted to kill me for that woman, right? Now deal with her yourself. The crown prince offered no resistance. He immediately obeyed and killed Diwu Linglong on the spot. Xu Beiwang watched and sighed. Her talent was actually impressive. Too bad her heart was too petty. The boss favored him, and that had nothing to do with him. Then he looked at Jiang Wuji and the other man, asking if they still wanted trouble. The two instantly fled without looking back. Xu Beiwang then called the crown prince over and asked about his identity. The man respectfully lowered his head and introduced himself as Ba Xianwang. Deep inside, he was horrified. His consciousness was completely sealed, and he could no longer control his own words or actions. He could not understand what kind of existence Xu Beiwang was. After hearing the name, Xu Beiwang laughed and casually renamed him Ba Gong. The nickname made Ba Xianwang furious, as if he had been reduced to nothing more than a hunting dog. Xu Beiwang continued asking about his background and companions. At the same time, he secretly wondered if the divine fortune was tied to that divine herb instead of the man himself. Ba Xianwang honestly admitted he came from a higher world and had entered these ruins through a rare opportunity. According to him, abandoned worlds like this were everywhere across the countless realms, and their people rarely had any chance to ascend. Hearing that, Xu Beiwang asked if there was truly no hope of breaking free. Ba Xianwang lowered his head and said he had heard that finding the origin world was the only way to shatter the barrier and reach a higher realm. Xu Beiwang nodded, as if everything was finally making sense. He immediately thought of the eldest princess's goal. Could the origin world be what the boss had been searching for all this time? Realizing the eldest princess could never break into the void-shattering realm. Without it, Xu Beiwang felt a heavy weight in his heart. This mission would not be easy. Ba Xianwang cautiously called him master, but inwardly mocked him, convinced that dreaming of transcendence was nothing but fantasy. Xu Beiwang paid no attention and declared that Ba Xianwang would be his little brother from now on. The man could only grit his teeth as he accepted becoming someone else's errand boy. Xu Beiwang even asked if he had any objections. Ba Xianwang was deeply unwilling, but he did not dare show any resistance. Xu Beiwang calmly turned to leave and told him to stop talking so much. He was quite pleased. With Ba Gong around, he would not have to handle everything himself anymore. Ba Xianwang could only quietly follow behind Xu Beiwang. Along the way, he became his new master's personal pathfinder. When they reached another location, Xu Beiwang ordered Ba Gong to stand guard. Anyone who came close was to be killed without mercy. After that, Xu Beiwang focused completely on breaking through to the upper 5th grade realm. Feeling his strength surge, Xu Beiwang was satisfied. With his current power, fighting a Grand Master above his level was no longer that difficult. The only downside was that his storage pouch was still far too small. Still, it was a gift from the boss and carried special meaning, so he treasured it dearly. A moment later, Xu Beiwang took out the flower and asked Ba Gong what it really was. He was certain anything taken from that ancient coffin had to be extraordinary, especially with such a strange fragrance. Ba Xianwang explained that it was the 9 Tribulations flower, an extremely rare divine herb across the countless realms. During a tribulation, it could block one heavenly lightning strike, making countless experts fight to the death for it. Deep down, however, he looked down on Xu Beiwang, believing someone with such a mixed bloodline knew nothing about heavenly tribulations. Xu Beiwang saw through his thoughts at a glance. He knew the slave seal was already weakening. This man had never truly submitted, so it was best to squeeze out every bit of information before getting rid of him. With that in mind, he stepped closer and asked about bloodline suppression. As far as he knew, it usually only affected beast races. Ba Xianwang immediately broke into a cold sweat and explained that in his world, higher bloodlines held absolute dominance over lower ones, leaving almost no chance to resist. After hearing everything, Xu Beiwang finally understood how this world truly worked. Those born into powerful clans were destined to stand at the top, while ordinary people could rarely change their fate. The ancient forces from the Great Myth era had already touched the immortal path, making their descendants' bloodlines unimaginably noble. The more Ba Xianwang thought about it, the less it made sense. Xu Beiwang clearly had a mixed bloodline, yet the aura around him was so noble that Ba Xianwang did not even dare raise his head. It was completely unbelievable. Xu Beiwang seemed to understand why the boss was so determined to ascend, but the more he learned, the more he realized the gap between himself and the eldest princess was almost impossible to cross. Then he placed a hand on Ba Xianwang's shoulder and made an offer. If Ba Xianwang helped him eliminate the top 2 experts on the heaven ranking, everything else could be negotiated later. Ba Xianwang felt utterly miserable. A man from a higher world had become the lackey of someone he once despised. Even so, he secretly held on to one hope. Once the seal was removed and his full strength returned, he would crush Xu Beiwang into dust. Outside the heavenly zone, chaos spread everywhere. Everyone was talking about how 6 of the top 15 heaven-ranking geniuses had died at Xu Beiwang's hands. Many even saw him as a disaster that could not be allowed to live. Even the Heavenly Secrets Elder could not help but sigh. The old record for slaughtering geniuses had belonged to Di Wumo too, yet it had now been broken by her own subordinate. Wu Zhao waited outside in growing anxiety. She constantly worried about Xuanya while burning with hatred for Xu Beiwang. She swore that if anyone dared harm her daughter, they would all pay the price. Elsewhere, inside the Radiant Palace, the little cat carefully served fragrant grilled meat skewers to the eldest princess. The eldest princess took one bite before calmly saying the flavor was wrong. The little cat instantly lowered her ears and blamed herself for mixing up the seasoning order. She looked absolutely pitiful. Meanwhile, the eldest princess quietly thought about Xu Beiwang. Even she had not expected the boy's journey to go so smoothly. After dismissing the little cat, she suddenly remembered the time Xu Beiwang had kissed her on the lips. Thinking about it carefully, that rascal really did have some skill. But the more she remembered it, the more annoyed she became. A simple reward promise had ended with him taking advantage of her. Back in the heavenly zone, Ba Xianwang was grabbing another cultivator by the neck and demanding the whereabouts of Chu Taishu and Kong Haoran, the top 2 on the heaven ranking. The man trembled in fear and begged for mercy, insisting he truly knew nothing. Xu Beiwang coldly replied that such a useless answer was worthless to him. The moment he finished speaking, he casually sent the man flying with a single strike. At the same time, he secretly examined the seal he had recently obtained. Over the past 2 days, it had helped him collect countless treasures and even uncover an ancient outer realm technique hidden inside an immortal stone. Its level far surpassed the heaven-grade arts of Juzhou. He had truly struck gold. What puzzled Xu Beiwang was that Chu Taishu and Cong Haoran had seemingly vanished without a trace. Not just them, even the recent top 6 of the heaven ranking had all disappeared. Right then, the heavenly region suddenly announced that the official promotion teleportation had begun. The 8th worthy king was secretly overjoyed. He did not care about the promotion at all. What mattered was that Xu Beiwang was about to be teleported away, giving him a chance to escape. But at that moment, Xu Beiwang suddenly turned around and coldly called him useless. That single sentence sent a chill down the 8th worthy king's spine, and a strong sense of dread filled his heart. Before the other man could react, Xu Beiwang attacked without hesitation. The 8th worthy king panicked and desperately shouted, asking if Xu Beiwang really dared to kill him. Xu Beiwang answered with nothing but a faint smile filled with killing intent. Only then did the 8th worthy king truly panic. He instantly changed his attitude, dropped to his knees, and begged to surrender while swearing absolute loyalty. But Xu Beiwang never gave him the chance. Before the plea was finished, he killed the 8th worthy king on the spot. With his final breath, the man could only curse that Xu Beiwang would never find eternal peace. Hearing that, Xu Beiwang simply thought that sparing this fool would have been the real mistake. If the man survived and returned to the other world to expose the boss bloodline, it would surely bring endless trouble. To Xu Beiwang, anyone capable of threatening the eldest princess had to die. As that thought ended, his figure disappeared and was teleported to another area of the heavenly region. The moment he arrived, Xu Beiwang realized this promotion was far more complicated than expected, and many people had been scattered across different locations. His arrival instantly put everyone on edge. By now, the name Xu the Villain was enough to make anyone think twice. Just as the tension reached its peak, a figure suddenly appeared. It was none other than Chu Taishu, the number 1 on the heaven ranking. The crowd erupted with excitement, believing someone finally had the power to deal with Xu the Villain. Xu Beiwang glanced at him and muttered that this guy had been hiding well. Then he quietly sized him up and thought the top genius of the heaven ranking looked strangely absent-minded. Chu Taishu was completely different. The moment he appeared, he released an overwhelming aura. He coldly declared that no one was allowed to challenge his authority. As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed his ultimate move, One Blade Slays Yama, clearly intending to show Xu Beiwang its terrifying power. Right after that, every sword nearby trembled before shooting into the sky. Countless swords quickly fused into a gigantic blade that crashed toward Xu Beiwang with enough force to split heaven and earth. But to everyone's shock, Xu Beiwang blocked the devastating attack. Even Chu Taishu looked stunned. That strike had been strong enough to crush a grandmaster like an ant, yet Xu Beiwang still managed to withstand it. At that moment, Kong Haran, the second-ranked genius on the heaven ranking, also appeared. Soon after, more famous figures arrived one by one, including Ming Xianwan, Zhang Qing, Ji Xuanya, Lin Wan, and Junlin. Seeing the top experts of the heaven ranking gathered together, the crowd became even more excited. In their eyes, no matter how strong Xu the villain was, he was doomed this time. Yet Xu Beiwang only smirked. He even arrogantly declared that before he fell, he would drag a few enemies into the grave with him. Hearing those words, everyone nearby immediately fled in panic. No one wanted to die alongside this madman. Xiaofan and Ye Tian stood nearby, completely confused. They only had one question in mind. Why had these people not started fighting yet? Meanwhile, Chu Taishu and Tong Haoran silently exchanged glances. Chu Taishu then turned around and left. In his mind, as the number one on the heaven ranking, there was no reason to lower himself by joining forces with weaker people. He had reincarnated only to reach the heavenly region, so risking his life here was pointless. If Xu Beiwang truly had real strength, the lower-ranked experts could test him first. The scene left everyone completely speechless. No one understood why Chu Taishu had chosen to withdraw at such a critical moment. Tong Haoran simply smiled with hidden meaning. He believed Chu Taishu wanted to use this chance to force Xu Beiwang into fighting the others first. But he did not care, because his true target had always been Chu Taishu. Seeing that, Xu Beiwang casually turned to Xiaofan and asked if they were actually going to fight or not. But at that moment, the heavenly region suddenly changed. The next trial officially began, and only 49 people would advance. Xu Beiwang immediately started calculating. There were at least several hundred people here, but only 49 could move on. This round was clearly no joke. Then the mysterious voice of the heavenly region explained the rules. Everyone would face a projection of an ancient senior preserved here. Each projection retained its peak strength. Defeat your opponent and rank among the first 49 to succeed. If you could not hold on, crush the light orb above your head to forfeit. After hearing the rules, many people turned pale. Their opponents were legendary seniors, so how could they possibly win? Xu Beiwang, meanwhile, wondered how the opponents were assigned. Once he learned it was random, he immediately felt a headache coming, because luck had never been on his side. But the next moment, Xu Beiwang froze as if he had realized something truly terrifying. The opponent standing before him was none other than Diwu Qinshuang from 10 years ago, when the eldest princess was still challenging the heavenly region. The surrounding crowd burst into laughter. In their eyes, Xu the villain was finished because he had drawn the infamous Diwu devil from the past. After the initial shock, Xu Beiwang quickly calmed himself. He refused to believe he could not even beat the boss at 18 years old. He even started imagining knocking the boss flat and pinning her to the ground, using the fantasy to boost his own confidence. Diwu Qinshuang wasted no words. The instant she appeared, she charged straight at Xu Beiwang. Fortunately, he reacted fast enough to block the first strike. Watching from outside, even Chu Taishu was secretly amazed. Even if it was only Diwu Qinshuang from 10 years ago, very few people could survive even one move from her. Xu Beiwang, however, was already breaking into a cold sweat. He realized time was running out, and with his current strength, defeating the boss was simply impossible. But then he suddenly remembered an important detail in the rules. The heavenly region only said 49 people would advance. It never said everyone had to defeat their projection. The moment he realized that, Xu Beiwang changed targets and charged into the other contestants, slaughtering anyone in his way while yelling for everyone to get lost. Even the ancient projections nearby looked completely confused by his bizarre strategy. The others finally understood Xu Beiwang's plan. He wanted to monopolize every advancement spot and leave no chance for anyone else. They immediately joined forces and attacked him. Facing the charging crowd, Xu Beiwang coldly replied that if they wanted to die, he would gladly grant their wish. In his eyes, every single person here had to disappear from this trial. After witnessing Xu Beiwang's terrifying strength, many people completely lost their nerve and fled without daring to look back. Xu Beiwang looked upward, where the remaining contestants were fighting over the final advancement spot. He then swept his hand across and blasted every obstacle out of the way. But after that outburst, his body finally reached its limit, and his steps became unsteady. A mouthful of blood burst from his lips. Even so, he forced himself to stay conscious because only one final spot remained. Xu Wang slowly walked toward the golden lotus with complete confidence, as if victory was already his. But just then, a voice reminded him that he still had not defeated his assigned opponent. The moment those words fell, a figure suddenly appeared behind Xu Wang. Yet he showed no fear. Instead, he arrogantly declared that as long as his opponent was not the boss, no one was worthy of stopping him. The instant he finished speaking, his killing intent erupted. Xu Wang stepped onto the golden lotus and was immediately teleported to the next trial. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself standing on a breathtaking beach. Xu Wang looked around in confusion, joking to himself that it felt like he had been dropped straight into Sanya. But he quickly noticed another problem. Besides himself, there was no sign of the other 48 survivors, making him wonder if they had all died. Not far away, someone was desperately fighting a massive sea monster. After the man finally secured the beast core, he barely had time to celebrate before Xu Wang appeared and snatched it away. Xu Wang held out his hand, demanded the loot, and casually asked where this place was. The man immediately became wary the moment he recognized him. He quickly explained that the end of this trial lay at the far north of the sea, and most participants were already heading there. He also mentioned rumors that Ye Tian had discovered mysterious inscriptions containing the secrets of an otherworldly divine art on a sea beast corpse. Later, even the Tao Saintess found similar inscriptions and obtained an incredibly powerful divine technique. The deeper one traveled into the sea, the stronger the sea beasts became, but the chances of finding those precious inscriptions also increased. That was why most participants had formed teams to improve their odds of survival. Only then did Xu Wang fully understand the situation. He politely thanked the man, then immediately kicked him flying without warning. His attitude flipped in an instant. Xu Wang picked up the spoils and began planning his next move. He knew he had become everyone's target. The moment he revealed himself, he would likely be surrounded. Hiding his identity was now the best way to quietly steal the inscriptions. Elsewhere, Xiaofan was busy killing a sea beast. After checking the corpse, Ye Tian said there were no inscriptions on it. Just then, Xu Wang ran over looking completely harmless. Pretending to be clueless, he begged to join their team and kept calling everyone Big Brother while asking for protection. Chang Haran looked at him and asked for his name and background. Xu Wang immediately made up a new identity, introducing himself as Ying Zheng, an unknown nobody. Chang Haran saw nothing suspicious and agreed to let him join. Seeing that, Xiaofan warmly introduced himself as a disciple of the Dian Holy Land. Xu Wang politely returned the greeting like they had just met. But at that moment, another sea beast suddenly appeared behind Xu Wang. Xiaofan immediately warned him to be careful. Xu Wang answered with a single punch that instantly wiped the beast out. The sight made Xiaofan's eyes light up. He eagerly asked what that punch was called. Without changing his expression, Xu Wang replied that it was the Return My Drifting Fist. He even promised to give Xiaofan the manual after the heavenly region ended, leaving Xiaofan thrilled. Xiaofan immediately started overthinking it. In his mind, the more ordinary a technique's name sounded, the more terrifying it had to be. He also believed Ying Zheng had only scratched the surface of its true power. If he obtained the manual, he was certain he could unleash something even stronger. Kang Haran finally interrupted them and told everyone to stop chatting and keep moving. Along the way, Xiaofan curiously asked where Ying Zheng ranked on the heaven ranking. Xu Wang stayed humble, saying he was not worth mentioning while praising Xiaofan's great reputation. Xiaofan modestly claimed that reputation meant nothing. Deep down, however, he remained extremely cautious because he knew this was no time to reveal his full strength. He then brought up Xu Wang and wondered what that guy was doing now. Hearing that, Xu Wang smiled and asked if Brother Xiao had a deep grudge against him. Xiaofan's hatred immediately showed. He said he wanted nothing more than to tear Xu Wang apart. Xu Wang calmly comforted him and deliberately spread a rumor that Xu Wang had run into trouble during the promotion trial and might have already been eliminated. Hearing that, Xiaofan became incredibly pleased. In his eyes, if Xu Wang had really failed the second trial, he was no longer worthy of standing alongside them. As for himself, he believed he was about to reach the peak of his life. Xiaofan said he planned to hunt more sea beasts for cultivation. Xu Wang quietly noticed that Xiaofan's fortune was stirring again, a clear sign that another lucky opportunity was about to appear. Xu Beiwang offered to come along in case anything happened, but Xiao Fan immediately refused. After hesitating for a while, Xiao Fan looked at the sea beast's corpse and asked who should get the inscription since they had defeated it together. Xu Beiwang smiled and told Xiao Fan to keep it, making Xiao Fan feel awkward about accepting it so easily. Xu Beiwang generously replied that what belonged to Brother Xiao also belonged to him. Deep down, however, he noticed Xiao Fan's fortune had not weakened at all, meaning this was clearly not the real opportunity yet. Instead, Xiao Fan willingly handed the inscribed tablet to Xu Beiwang, feeling the other man was too loyal and not wanting to owe him a favor. Xu Beiwang accepted it with a smile and thanked him, but deep down he already saw Xiao Fan as a fool, because everything in his hands would end up stolen sooner or later. Right then, the sea suddenly churned violently. A massive sea monster burst forward as if it wanted to swallow them both whole. Xu Beiwang reacted instantly and shoved Xiao Fan out of the way. He shouted for Xiao Fan to leave him behind. Xiao Fan froze in panic and thought he had already failed Ying Xiong before he could do anything. The next moment, Xu Beiwang was dragged straight into the deep sea. At the bottom, he found a gigantic skeleton that released such terrifying pressure that the surrounding space seemed frozen. Xu Beiwang immediately realized only the boss blood could handle this situation. He stepped closer and reached out to touch the giant skeleton. After checking it, Xu Beiwang secretly celebrated because it was truly the remains of a Kunpeng, making this an incredible jackpot. Without wasting time, he activated the beaming divine art and figured the blood drop would easily suppress any backlash. In just a short time, Xu Beiwang completely refined the entire skeleton. A while later, Xu Beiwang surfaced and found Xiao Fan had disappeared, making him sneer that the guy ran away faster than the wind. But right after that, he sensed someone rushing toward him at incredible speed. Lin Yuan appeared and coldly threatened him to hand over the inscription before the sea beasts claimed the skeleton, because the heavenly temple had predicted he would obtain the treasure. Xu Beiwang stayed completely calm and said being buried here would not be so bad, making Lin Yuan think he had given up. But in the next second, Xu Beiwang revealed his true form and coldly declared that the one who would die was Lin Yuan. Those words enraged Lin Yuan, and he immediately charged forward. He attacked with the clear intent to kill. Lin Yuan proudly claimed he was a 4th-grade Grandmaster body cultivator and wanted Xu Beiwang to witness the absolute gap between them. Xu Beiwang summoned the Kunpeng and fought back, saying he still had treasures to steal, so Lin Yuan should die quickly. The moment he saw the Kunpeng, Lin Yuan was completely stunned. Even so, he shouted that it was not worthy of being called a real Kunpeng. The moment he finished speaking, Xu Beiwang's Kunpeng power crushed him, leaving his body almost completely shattered. Trembling in terror, Lin Yuan turned and fled without a trace of his former confidence. Xu Beiwang blocked his path and mocked him, saying his disguise act was not over yet, so there was no way he would let him escape. With that, he controlled the Kunpeng and pierced straight through Lin Yuan's heart. Xu Beiwang walked over to check and found Lin Yuan was still barely alive, so he casually finished him off. Then he remarked that the heavenly temple's treasures were far more valuable in his hands. Meanwhile, Xiaofan was growing increasingly anxious because he did not know whether Jun Lin had found Ying Xiong yet. Just then, Xu Beiwang arrived disguised as Lin Yuan, and everyone cheered because they believed Jun Sili had returned. Xu Beiwang was secretly pleased that his identity remained hidden, even though he normally hated disguises. This flashy genius was surprisingly fun to imitate. Xiao Fan quickly asked if Ying Xiong had been found, and Xu Beiwang finally realized the man had gone back to call for help. But he coldly replied that Ying Xiong refused to hand over the item, so he killed him. Xiao Fan clenched his teeth in anger, and Xu Beiwang immediately asked if he had a problem with that. Xiao Fan could only swallow his rage because he knew turning hostile now would get him killed before reaching the North Sea, so he secretly swore to avenge Ying Xiong one day. Xu Beiwang looked around and loudly asked if anyone else had objections, but complete silence followed. Seeing no one dared speak, he immediately ordered everyone to head straight for the extreme North Sea. The scene quickly shifted to the northernmost sea. It did not take long before Xu Beiwang encountered Yi Tian's group. It seemed they had arrived earlier. Right ahead, a gigantic stone dragon suddenly blocked the path. The moment he saw it, Xu Beiwang immediately recognized it as the sky-stepping stairway. The crowd behind began discussing how this trial tested one's Dao heart, and since the first 5 finishers would receive rewards, everyone rushed toward the stairs. After hearing that, Xu Beiwang quietly realized this was a trial of one's state of mind. Before long, everyone began stepping onto the first few stairs. Xu Beiwang glanced down and realized the climbing order was based on their previous rankings. He secretly regretted it, thinking he should have acted differently if he had known earlier. As soon as the trial began, the crowd grew restless because everyone sensed there was a hidden trap waiting. Zhang Wuji remained as arrogant as ever, loudly declaring that no one in the world was worthy of calling themselves invincible before him. But before he could show off any longer, everyone urged him to hurry before someone else claimed the advantage. Then Zhang Wuji suddenly froze in place. Xu Beiwang found it strange because Zhang Wuji's eyes were filled with reluctance, as if he could not bear to leave something behind. The moment Xu Beiwang climbed higher, he immediately fell into the trial's illusion. He cursed under his breath but forced himself to keep moving, only to face a tempting illusion filled with stunning beauties. Yet Xu Beiwang barely reacted because none of them could compare to his boss. But after taking another step, the eldest princess suddenly appeared and softly called him over. Just those few words left Xu Beiwang completely shaken as he unconsciously called out to his boss. Even so, he forced himself to stay awake and reminded himself it was only an illusion. He understood the truth perfectly well. But his body ignored reason, and even knowing it was fake, he rushed forward and hugged the eldest princess tightly. At that instant, the entire scene changed again. An ancient voice echoed through the air, telling the story of someone abandoned by the world who defied fate, rose above time, became the ruler of the underworld, yet still met a tragic end. Then a group of people in black surrounded Xu Beiwang, laughing eerily after hearing rumors that his flesh could grant longevity. Xu Beiwang could only sigh, knowing this situation had become a complete disaster. But at the critical moment, the eldest princess appeared once more, and this time he truly felt it was his real boss. The eldest princess was both angry and worried as she kept calling his name without getting any response. Xu Beiwang looked at her with gentle eyes and softly asked her not to cry anymore. The next moment, his consciousness returned to reality, and he found himself standing firmly on the 99th step. Everyone below was stunned because no one expected Jun Sili to be the first to reach the top of the sky-stepping stairway. Xu Beiwang smiled to himself, thinking he would never be foolish enough to make Her Highness shed tears because of him. After looking around, he guessed only 8 people would clear this trial. At that moment, a cultivation art appeared before him that could devour another person's soul to strengthen spiritual power, and at higher levels it could even steal memories. Xu Beiwang casually collected the manual and judged that although it was inferior to the beaming blood-devouring divine art, it could still overwhelm countless techniques across Juzhou. Just then his eyes suddenly met Yi Tian's. Xu Beiwang could not help but admire how different a man blessed with destiny was, surviving every setback and still making it this far. Meanwhile, Yi Tian felt deeply humiliated because he had been looked down on since childhood, mocked throughout his cultivation, and repeatedly humiliated by Xu Beiwang, yet his once unshakable Dao heart kept wavering because of Junlin. While both sides were lost in thought, the others also began rushing toward the top. Before long, several passageways appeared before everyone. Xu Beiwang calmly analyzed that with 8 people and only 4 passageways, they would likely be paired up, so he needed a partner who was useful, trustworthy, and posed little threat. After deciding, he immediately called Xiaofan over and said he had already saved him a spot. Another man rushed over to steal the position and loudly demanded to know what gave Xu Beiwang the right to claim it first. But before he could do anything, Xu Beiwang casually knocked him flying. Xiaofan approached cautiously and asked what Jun Sili wanted, while secretly thinking they were never that close. Xu Beiwang calmly explained that he was actually Ying Zheng, and after being killed by Junlin, he had used a special soul technique to possess this body, leaving Xiaofan doubtful. Xu Beiwang then repeated Xiaofan's old promise that he would never let him suffer a loss. Xiaofan stepped closer to examine him and quietly reasoned that Junlin had long been a Grand Master, yet this body's aura was only around upper 5th grade, proving someone else now occupied it. On top of that, those exact words were indeed something he had personally said when he first received the inscription. After thinking it over for a long time, Xiaofan finally lowered his head and apologized. He said he only wanted Junlin to rescue someone, never expecting him to be so ruthless. Xu Beiwang smiled and said brothers did not need formalities, and they would work together from now on. Deep down, though, he had already decided. Xiaofan was a priceless cash cow he could never let slip away. Hearing that, Xiaofan was so touched that he swore a deadly oath never to betray him, and even tried to throw an arm around his shoulder. Xu Beiwang quickly dodged, thinking only one thing: this guy is definitely weird, so keep your hands off me. Elsewhere, Chu Taishu started making plans as well, feeling Junlin had already taken the lead, so if teams really mattered, he needed to act fast. After deciding, he immediately claimed Zhang Wuji as his 13th-generation grandson. Shang Haran refused to fall behind and quickly recruited Ji Xuanya to his side. He seriously explained that it was not about becoming family, but simply teaming up with the strongest person to avoid elimination. Seeing the major figures gathering allies, everyone else hurried to find teammates. Those left behind immediately shouted in protest, saying they had climbed the sky-stepping stairway faster than many people above, so why were they not qualified? Xu Beiwang calmly asked the already formed teams if they wanted to clean up the remaining trash together. In his mind, keeping Xiaofan was enough, and everyone else was worthless. Chu Taishu immediately agreed, saying that if they refused to leave on their own, then they would simply be sent away. The atmosphere exploded as both sides charged into battle without another word. After only a few exchanges, the weaker cultivators could no longer endure the pressure and were forced to give up. Yi Tian seized the chance and rushed straight toward Xiaofan, planning to eliminate the weakest target first. Xiaofan instantly realized he was in trouble, but Xu Beiwang reacted instantly and blasted Yi Tian away. He coldly warned that even his precious cash cow was off limits, and Yi Tian had some nerve trying to touch him. Seeing that, Xiaofan loudly urged Jun Xiong to kill Yi Tian while he had the chance. Even after taking a devastating blow, Yi Tian forced himself back up and shouted that he would definitely enter the heavenly hub. Xiaofan was about to attack again when Xu Beiwang suddenly raised a hand to stop him. Xiaofan looked confused and asked why. The moment he finished speaking, Xu Beiwang directly summoned the Kunpeng. He secretly figured that if Yi Tian still escaped after this, then his destiny was truly heaven-defying. As for stopping Xiaofan, it was simply to protect his precious cash cow. Yi Tian could only retreat in hatred after leaving a challenge for both of them. Xiaofan watched him leave with deep regret, feeling as though he had let a future disaster escape. But Xu Beiwang did not care at all, and immediately shifted his gaze to another target, because there was still one more prey to deal with. With that, he unleashed a slash at 5th Linglong's teammate, knocking several treasures off his body. Xu Beiwang grinned in satisfaction after casually collecting another pile of valuable loot. After all, Chu Taishu was destined to die by his hand sooner or later anyway. The moment 5th Linglong's teammate revealed an opening, Ji Xuanya immediately moved in. But at that instant, Xu Beiwang threw his spear to block her attack. He coldly said that no one was allowed to touch his backup pawn. Taking advantage of the opening, the man instantly teleported away, and Ji Xuanya had no choice but to give up. Xu Beiwang watched him leave and nodded in satisfaction, thinking sensible people always lived longer. Just then, the mysterious voice announced that 8 people had qualified, and everyone could freely choose one path to continue the trial. Xu Beiwang immediately told Xiaofan to pick first because luck-based decisions were best left to a child of destiny. Seeing Xiaofan hesitate, he urged him to decide quickly. In the end, Xiaofan pointed at one gate and chose that path. Without hesitation, Xu Beiwang pulled him inside. The moment they crossed the gate, Xiaofan sensed an extremely unstable aura and blamed his terrible luck, worrying Xu Beiwang would fault him for choosing the wrong path. But Xu Beiwang only smiled and said brothers had no reason to blame each other. As they talked, Xu Beiwang secretly activated the beaming blood devouring divine art through the system. After looking around, he was delighted to find the place overflowing with nether chi, making it the perfect paradise for him. Suddenly, someone burst from the shadows in a sneak attack. Xiaofan hurriedly shouted a warning, but Xu Beiwang reacted in an instant, turned around, struck back, and killed the attacker on the spot. After sweeping through the area for a while, the two of them gathered quite a haul of treasures. Smiling, Xiaofan explained that what they had found was called divine essence. It was as valuable as spirit crystals, but contained energy 100 times purer. It was also the common currency of the myriad heavens realm. Even the ancestors of the Dian Holy Land had only seen a few pieces brought by visitors from other realms. Yet they had found an entire stash here. Hearing that, Xu Beiwang eagerly pulled Xiao Fan along to keep hunting treasures and splitting the divine essence, and Xiao Fan happily agreed. Xu Beiwang deliberately let Xiao Fan walk ahead while claiming he would guard the rear, but he was actually watching Xiao Fan's destiny aura and staying alert for any sneak attacks. A while later, Xu Beiwang made an excuse about scouting ahead and separated from Xiao Fan. Before long, he found a top-tier treasure and secretly celebrated that the fool was not around to compete for it. Afterward, Xu Beiwang returned and handed the treasure to Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan repeatedly refused because he thought Xu Beiwang had risked his life to obtain it, but Xu Beiwang acted generously and said brothers never needed to argue over ownership. Xiao Fan looked around and regretfully asked if they had already reached the end. He blamed himself for choosing the wrong path and thought Ying Xiong had gained nothing. Xu Beiwang simply smiled, patted his shoulder, and said the divine essence alone was more than enough. That was what he said aloud, but deep down Xu Beiwang thought this trip had been hugely profitable because he had reeled in an entire child of destiny. Xiao Fan remained completely unaware and was so touched that he wanted to become sworn brothers for life. Not long afterward, everyone else gradually gathered at the end of the trial, wondering if this was the throne ascension of the heavenly hub. Xu Beiwang greeted them with a smile, looking as though he had been waiting there all along. Just then, a cold voice announced that only one person would be allowed to step onto the lotus platform and receive a strand of primordial purple qi. Everyone else would forever lose the chance to transcend. The moment he heard that, Chu Taishu immediately turned on Zhang Wuji without hesitation, grabbed him by the throat, and declared that reaching the summit had always been his only goal. Anyone who stood in his way would die, even his own descendant. Zhang Wuji died on the spot, while Chu Taishu rushed toward the lotus platform with crazed eyes because he was only one step away. Seeing the situation, Xu Beiwang immediately called on everyone to join forces and kill Chu Taishu first, and Xiao Fan instantly agreed. Shang Haran also nodded, because there was no other choice left. In the blink of an eye, everyone remaining temporarily united against Chu Taishu. But Chu Taishu looked at them with complete disdain, saying they might as well accept death because struggling was pointless. And he was right. The battle ended so quickly that everyone was left speechless. Chu Taishu crushed the entire alliance as easily as ants, proving why the #1 genius on the heavenly rankings stood far beyond ordinary imagination. After overwhelming them all, Chu Taishu mocked the alliance for being so weak. Then his gaze immediately locked onto Shang Haran. Only then did Shang Haran truly panic because he realized he had vastly underestimated this monster. The two clashed, but it was obvious from the first exchange that Shang Haran was completely outmatched. After only a few moves, Chu Taishu shattered his weapon. In despair, Shang Haran suddenly changed direction and charged straight toward Xu Beiwang. He shouted that he would drag Jun Lin down with him. Xu Beiwang merely answered with a cold smile before casually killing Shang Haran on the spot. The instant Xiao Fan sensed Xu Beiwang's familiar aura, he froze in shock and shouted that the man before him was Xu the villain. He finally realized he had been deceived the entire time. Xu Beiwang simply shrugged with a grin and asked whether Brother Xiao no longer acknowledged this brother of his. Then he pretended to be magnanimous, saying he would spare Xiao Fan out of brotherhood, and told him to disappear before he changed his mind. Xu Beiwang then turned to everyone else, and coldly ordered them to get lost before he decided to kill them all. At that moment, Chu Taishu finally spoke. One of the group quietly weighed the situation and realized there was no chance of victory. Staying would only mean certain death, so retreating was the wiser choice. But when the crowd still hesitated, Xu Beiwang immediately made his move for real. Witnessing that, Xiao Fan did not dare stay another second and hurriedly fled. Xu Beiwang watched him leave before calmly asking the others, "Even Xiao Fan knows when to walk away, so what will you choose?" One man lost his temper after being humiliated and charged forward, shouting that a nobody like Xu Beiwang had no right to insult him. Xu Beiwang only sneered and asked if he really thought he was stronger than Shang Haran. If he wanted to test it, he was welcome to try. Deep down, Xu Beiwang knew he was only letting them leave because he did not want anyone sneaking an attack while he fought Chu Taishu. Chu Taishu stood with his arms crossed, secretly pleased as he hoped everyone would kill each other, while he calmly claimed all the rewards. To his surprise, the man only put on a show before turning around and running away, leaving Chu Taishu's face dark with rage. He gritted his teeth and cursed them all as useless trash. Xu Beiwang then looked at the remaining people with an overwhelming gaze, silently daring anyone else to try. Seeing the situation, Jishuanya also started thinking about retreating. But in the very next second, she suddenly launched the 4 seasons technique at Xu Beiwang. Xu Beiwang effortlessly neutralized the attack and countered at once, while Chu Taishu calmly watched from behind, waiting to reap the benefits. Xu Beiwang glanced at her and coldly remarked that he had already shown enough mercy. The next moment, Ji Xuanya was completely suppressed and left without any chance to resist. Xu Beiwang directly ordered her to call him master. To everyone's surprise, Ji Xuanya obediently lowered her head and complied. Satisfied, Xu Beiwang told her to return and inform Wu Zhao that she now owed him a personal favor. Inwardly, he had already planned everything. As long as Ji Xuanya stayed alive, Wu Zhao would always have a fatal weakness. Only then did Chu Taishu slowly speak, asking if Xu Beiwang truly believed victory was already his. Xu Beiwang answered without hesitation that killing him would be as easy as turning over his hand. Chu Taishu merely frowned in contempt, convinced Xu Beiwang would not understand until it was too late. He believed Xu Beiwang had never witnessed the true terror of the Grandmaster realm, which was why he dared to be so arrogant. Chu Taishu boasted that in his previous life he had slaughtered countless saints with this very technique, so crushing Xu Beiwang would be no harder than killing an ant. Xu Beiwang simply smiled and replied that he did not need anyone else's approval. As long as he was satisfied, that was enough. As soon as he finished speaking, Xu Bong casually shattered Chu Taishu's massive stone attack as if crushing a toy. The sight left Chu Taishu completely shaken, because everything had gone far beyond his expectations. Even so, he gritted his teeth and launched another assault. Unfortunately, every attack was effortlessly deflected before Xu Beiwang countered with ease. As the battle dragged on, Chu Taishu's exhaustion became increasingly obvious. Xu Beiwang mocked him, asking if this was really everything the top genius had to offer. Then, he looked down at the tiny blade of grass in his hand and sighed that his current strength was still too weak to unleash its true power. Xu Beiwang raised his head, looked at Chu Taishu, and coldly declared that the next move would decide everything. He clearly remembered that this treasure had originally been stolen from Yi Tian. Now was the perfect chance to test it. Chu Taishu stared in confusion, unable to understand what that strange object really was. Suddenly, the gigantic stone cracked apart. A terrifying sealed skeleton was revealed inside. The instant it appeared, the skeleton charged straight at Chu Taishu with such overwhelming pressure that he froze in terror. Chu Taishu was consumed by panic and despair, unable to understand why even after being reborn he still faced such a miserable fate. He even regretted not killing everyone the moment he had the chance. But it was already too late. In the blink of an eye, the skeleton reduced Chu Taishu to ashes, leaving nothing behind. As for Xu Beiwang, after this battle he successfully entered the heavenly divine realm and officially reached the hope of transcendence. Before long, a divine dragon appeared and carried him onto a golden lotus throne. Thanks to that, Xu Beiwang officially advanced to 4th grade Grandmaster and completed his Dao Foundation. Outside, the eldest princess continued audience within the heavenly hub with obvious concern. Just then, Chu Taishu's name on the ranking board gradually faded before disappearing completely. Seeing that, the eldest princess smiled softly because she knew the boy had finally succeeded. The crowd around the heavenly rankings immediately erupted. First Shang Haran, and now even Chu Taishu had died. The news was simply too shocking. Suddenly, a massive spatial gate appeared high in the sky. One by one, the survivors walked out of the heavenly domain, marking the end of this battle for supremacy. The crowd erupted again when they realized only a handful of the 36 heavenly list geniuses were left, and everyone wondered who had claimed the final victory. Xuanyuan Changqing quietly sighed in relief for escaping with his life, while becoming even more convinced that Xu Beiwang was a monster beyond measure. Inside the heavenly domain, Xu Beiwang headed into another area and calmly told the people before him that he appreciated their goodwill. But now it was time for everyone to leave. The moment they sensed his aura, their expressions changed. Xu Beiwang had truly stepped into the Grandmaster realm. Even so, someone stepped forward to stir the crowd, claiming Xu Beiwang had slaughtered too many geniuses with ruthless methods, so they had to join Hall Master Dugu and avenge those who died by his hand. Xu Beiwang only smirked and casually flicked his hand as if no one there was worth his attention. The crowd roared and charged together, looking ready to tear him apart on the spot. But after only a few steps, everyone froze in shock. The Haoshan Tower, Taya Sword, and Imperial Jade Seal appeared one after another. One look was enough to know this guy owned an absurd number of divine artifacts. Xu Beiwang calmly told them not to rush because his backup was almost here. Hearing that, many people became uneasy. Was the person he relied on really that one? Sure enough, the eldest princess appeared right in the middle of the battlefield. The instant he saw her, Xu Beiwang's mood brightened at once. But at that very moment, someone launched a sneak attack, followed by a deafening bell that shook the battlefield. The terrifying sound waves forced everyone to clutch their heads. The Eastern Emperor Bell had appeared. It really was an ancient divine artifact. The first thing Xu Beiwang worried about was not himself, but the safety of the eldest princess. The mastermind declared that no matter the cost, Xu had to die today. The others charged forward as well because, as long as the fifth demon of the underworld still stood, no one could ever reach Xu Beiwang. 3 half-step supremes joined forces, convinced that would be enough to kill the fifth demon of the underworld. They wanted to see who she could protect then. See his boss surrounded, Xu Beiwang instantly exploded with killing intent and let out a furious roar. The people of the heavenly domain quickly moved to block his path, determined not to let him escape. But Xu Beiwang looked down on them completely. None of them were worthy of making him fight seriously. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, he casually unleashed one strike and swept away every lackey in front of him. Ye Tian and the others stood there in complete disbelief. No one expected the villain from years ago to become this powerful. It seemed the younger generation of Juzhou would soon have no one left who could suppress him. They were all grandmasters, yet their people could not even survive a single move. It was as if heaven created Xuanyuan, then added Xu Beiwang just to torment everyone else. While everyone was still stunned, Xu Beiwang merely gave a faint smile, sounding as if he had just taken out the trash. Xuanyuan and Ye Tian completely lost the will to fight and fled at full speed. They had only one thought left: enter secluded cultivation at once, and never come out before reaching the second-rank Nirvana realm. The scene then shifted to the eldest princess. She faced 3 half-step supremes alone while secretly calculating her next move. The nether aura around her was fading, and if they closed the distance, the situation would become extremely dangerous. Xu Beiwang watched anxiously. The skull's nether aura had a time limit, and if this dragged on, his boss would be in serious trouble. At the most critical moment, the sky suddenly split open with a spatial rift. Moments later, countless figures rushed out from inside. Xu Beiwang immediately went on the offensive and charged ahead without a second thought. In only a short time, he personally killed 2 enemies. He quickly calculated that with only 1 half-step supreme left, he and his boss still had a real chance to win together. The last half-step supreme saw the situation turning against him and fled immediately. Xu Beiwang watched him go and mocked him, saying that the mighty hall master of the heavenly god hall ran away without even a shred of creativity. He casually asked if anyone else wanted to keep fighting. Otherwise, he was leaving. The crowd fell completely silent. Even 3 half-step supremes working together could not injure him, and even the hall master of the heavenly god hall had fled. Staying behind meant certain death. The rest panicked and ran for their lives, throwing out a few threats before leaving. Xu Beiwang only sneered and told them to stop running if they were really that brave. After everything was over, he turned to the eldest princess and respectfully reported that he had returned. To his surprise, the eldest princess coldly replied with a single word: "Get lost." Meanwhile, the little cat happily leaped onto Xu Beiwang's face as if greeting an old friend. The scene then shifted to the primordial palace by Juzhou Lake. Xu Beiwang proudly announced that he had claimed the top spot and asked if the eldest princess could sense the primordial purple qi inside him. She nodded and confirmed that she could. Hearing that, he immediately moved closer. The eldest princess stepped back warily and asked what he was trying to do. Xu Beiwang instantly put on a pitiful face, reminding her about the half-stick of incense reward and joking that his boss was trying to back out of her promise. The eldest princess looked slightly awkward and quietly admitted she had only been joking before. She then asked if he really to do such a thing to her. Xu Beiwang immediately changed his tone and repeatedly said he would never dare. But he quickly realized something felt off. It seemed his boss really intended to change the deal this time. From then on, Whenever he remembered that reunion, it felt like a dream he had never truly awakened from. Xu Beiwang slowly said that he had faced death countless times, and whenever he stood on the edge between life and death, the only person he could think of was Her Highness. She had become the reason he kept fighting until now. After hearing that, the eldest princess calmly replied that his life looked quite smooth to her, leaving Xu Beiwang with nothing but an aggrieved expression. Xu Beiwang explained that at the very first trial, he encountered a woman from the outer realm. Without the drop of Her Highness's blood protecting him, he would have died long ago. Secretly, he figured his boss probably did not even know whether that person was male or female. The eldest princess smiled faintly and asked if that was true. Xu Beiwang immediately started exaggerating, saying the woman was breathtakingly beautiful, insisted on becoming his Tao companion, and even promised to help him transcend in the future. The moment she heard that, the eldest princess's expression clearly turned a little displeased. Seeing her reaction, Xu Beiwang leaned into the act even more. He scoffed that such a woman was not worthy of standing beside him, and said he already had someone to guide him to transcendence. Inside, he was secretly delighted. His boss really was jealous. He continued that even after rejecting her, she kept asking about the origin of that drop of blood, so he simply killed her to avoid future trouble. The eldest princess looked satisfied and praised him for doing well. Xu Beiwang secretly celebrated. As long as he could make his boss happy, everything else was easy. But then the eldest princess suddenly asked a suspicious question. Just how beautiful was that woman? Xu Beiwang reacted instantly. He said that compared to ordinary people, she was indeed a rare beauty, but beside Her Highness, she was not worth mentioning at all. Deep down, he praised his own quick thinking. By now, he felt he had completely figured out his boss' personality. At that moment, the surroundings suddenly changed. Looking around, he realized they were inside the eldest princess's private chamber. Xu Beiwang immediately understood. Had his boss really agreed? He excitedly declared that he was fully prepared. The eldest princess remained calm and simply asked if he was absolutely certain. Xu Beiwang grinned and took out a stick of incense, though it was slightly larger than usual. The eldest princess immediately produced another one, and clearly stated that since the reward came from her, she would decide the time. Xu Beiwang instantly looked disappointed and even tried to negotiate. The only reply he got was a firm no. Seeing there was no room to bargain, Xu Beiwang nodded and stepped forward. He slowly reached out and touched the eldest princess. To his surprise, she did not resist at all. Xu Beiwang's heart skipped a beat. Was his boss actually feeling shy? Thinking that, he could no longer hold back and kissed the eldest princess on the lips. His hands also began to wander. Only then did the eldest princess coldly warn him to keep his hands under control. But Xu Beiwang leaned close to her ear and whispered that he no longer knew where his hands were supposed to go. After saying that, he lost himself in the passionate kiss once more. While the two remained locked together, the stick of incense finally burned out. Xu Beiwang seized the chance and gently pinned the eldest princess onto the bed. This time, she was truly angry, and her voice carried an unmistakable danger. Realizing things had gone wrong, Xu Beiwang immediately backed away, frantically thinking that his boss was genuinely furious and he needed to retreat first. But it looked like there was no escaping a harsh lesson this time. The scene then shifted to the imperial palace. Xu Beiwang had been kicked all the way back there. Even so, he was not upset at all. Instead, he secretly celebrated, convinced he had finally succeeded. As expected, even his boss would soften if he was shameless enough. He even started daydreaming about the future ahead. Just then, someone appeared. Wu Zhao suddenly arrived and coldly demanded to know what he had done to Xuanya. Xu Beiwang only smiled faintly and asked what the empress thought he had done. Wu Zhao was extremely displeased. Ever since reaching the top of the heavenly domain, this brat did not even bother pretending to be respectful in front of her anymore. Xu Beiwang calmly replied that he had only made Xuanya kneel and call him master once. Wu Zhao immediately flew into a rage, while he casually added that he had spared her life out of respect for the empress. Otherwise, killing her would have been as easy as crushing an ant. Wu Zhao instantly erupted with killing intent and charged at him. But Xu Beiwang quickly explained that he had shown mercy because of the empress. Besides, Xuanya cultivated Buddhist arts and valued karma above all else, so this meant the empress now owed him a favor. Hearing that, Wu Zhao finally stopped, realizing his words carried a deeper meaning. Xu Beiwang then bluntly asked what the empress really wanted. Secretly, he wondered if she actually believed he had violated Xuanya. He had standards to uphold. Wu Zhao began calculating. Since Xu Beiwang had conquered the heavenly domain, he must have obtained countless treasures. If he had not touched Xuanya, then she could spare his life for now, rob him first, and deal with him later. After making up her mind, Wu Zhao turned and left. Watching her go, Xu Beiwang secretly sighed. This woman truly had overwhelming ambition. Every scheme was written all over her face. He then thought of his boss, and decided the most important thing now was to go back and cheer her up. The scene returned to the primordial palace. The moment Xu Beiwang arrived, the little cat rushed out to greet him. He casually explained that he did not go around kissing just anyone. Hearing that, the little cat sadly led him to the eldest princess. The moment she appeared before him, Xu Beiwang froze in admiration. His boss seemed to have calmed down, but what puzzled him was that she had changed into a brand new dress today. He had no idea what it meant. The instant he saw the eldest princess, Xu Beiwang immediately knelt to apologize with complete sincerity, as if he truly knew he was at fault. The eldest princess blushed slightly and softly told him not to do that again. Xu Beiwang obediently agreed without hesitation. Deep down, however, he felt secretly pleased. She had said, "Don't do that again," so many times already. She was obviously just embarrassed, and the way she looked now was unbelievably adorable. After thinking for a while, Xu Beiwang curiously asked how she had felt earlier. The eldest princess looked annoyed and coldly replied that she had felt nothing at all. It had only been bothersome. Xu Beiwang's face immediately fell. But right after that, the eldest princess gestured for him to come closer. Xu Beiwang flashed a sly grin and immediately let his imagination run wild. Could his boss actually want to try again? Before he could enjoy the fantasy for long, the eldest princess sent him flying with a kick. Xu Beiwang could only sigh to himself. Looks like he was getting taught another lesson. The eldest princess then turned and walked away, telling him to hurry up and cook before leaving. Xu Beiwang stood there in confusion, unable to understand why his boss was no longer angry. Seeing things seem to have settled down, he cautiously walked over and quietly asked if there was any reward. In his mind, if she was no longer angry, then she must like him, and asking for a little reward should not be too much. Hearing that, the eldest princess immediately warned him in a cold voice. She even threatened that if he dared bring it up again, she would castrate him on the spot. Xu Beiwang was so frightened that he instantly admitted his mistake. At that moment, he had only one thought. His boss really seemed angry this time. It was best to get out of there quickly. The scene then shifted to Juzhou Lake, where Xu Beiwang was setting dishes on the table. He respectfully invited the eldest princess to eat. The moment she caught the familiar aroma, her expression visibly softened. Watching that, Xu Beiwang secretly smiled, so that was why his boss had told him to cook. He had been away for quite a while, and she must have missed this food for a long time. But just as he was feeling proud of himself, the eldest princess suddenly shot him a sharp glare, making him jump in fright. She then told Xu Beiwang to bring out everything he had obtained from the heavenly domain so she could inspect it. Xu Beiwang looked completely confident and even laughed, telling Her Highness to prepare herself in case she was too shocked to react. With that, he laid out countless rare heavenly treasures, and spiritual energy instantly filled the entire space. To his surprise, the eldest princess barely glanced at them before calmly asking, "That's all?" She casually added that she would refine them into pills when she had time. Seeing his boss still unimpressed, Xu Beiwang secretly grinned. Luckily, he had hidden his best treasures. This time, she would definitely be surprised. Sure enough, after seeing the next pile of treasures, the eldest princess finally admitted she was a little impressed. Xu Beiwang immediately puffed up with pride. Before he could brag any further, the eldest princess cut him off and asked whether he had gone to a trial or robbed the entire secret realm. After seeing all these treasures, his earlier stories about barely surviving sounded completely made up. Xu Beiwang could only panic and repeatedly insist he was innocent. Just then, the eldest princess's gaze suddenly stopped on a wooden coffin. Xu Beiwang quickly spoke up, saying that if Her Highness liked it, she could have it. Looking at the coffin, the eldest princess slowly remarked that the fortune within it was incredibly dense. It seemed such a person truly existed. Xu Beiwang was completely confused about what fortune had to do with him, but then comforted himself by assuming his treasure-hunting rats must have been carrying all that fortune. Xu Wang curiously asked whether there was something special about the coffin. His imagination immediately ran wild. Could there be a sleeping, peerless beauty inside, just waiting for him to awaken her? The eldest princess narrowed her eyes and directly asked whether he was hoping there was a woman inside. Xu Wang instantly broke into a cold sweat and frantically denied it. Only then did the eldest princess explain that it really was connected to a woman named Bai Guang. She had once destroyed the foundation of her great Tao to step onto the path of reincarnation. She had gone through countless lifetimes as rivers, mountains, plants, and even birds and beasts. Once she completed all 81 reincarnation marks, she would obtain a supreme body and achieve divine fruition, and the coffin before them was one of her reincarnated lives. After hearing that, Xu Wang could not help sighing in amazement. 81 reincarnations. That woman was truly defying the heavens. But the moment he finished speaking, the eldest princess immediately looked displeased. Xu Wang quickly panicked and explained that no woman could ever compare to her highness. Inside, he was screaming. He had never said his boss was inferior, so how had things suddenly turned into this? The eldest princess coldly declared that she might not surpass Bai Guang yet, but in the future, the gap between them would be as vast as heaven and earth. Someone like Bai Guang would only be worthy of looking up at her. Xu Wang grinned and asked where he ranked instead. The moment the words left his mouth, the eldest princess grabbed him by the collar and threw him straight into the coffin. As soon as he landed, he looked around in confusion. The space inside the coffin was unbelievably vast and mysterious. Before long, he noticed an extraordinary flower ahead of him, and his curiosity immediately grew. Right then, the eldest princess's cold voice echoed from outside, telling him to hurry up and crawl out. Xu Wang somehow interpreted it as his boss waiting for him. Thinking that, he immediately shattered the coffin with brute force and rushed out at full speed. The eldest princess simply gave a brief command and told him to hold it in his mouth. But Xu Wang's overactive imagination took it the wrong way. He thought he was about to hold the eldest princess's hand in his mouth, and he became so excited that he completely lost his senses. The very next second, the eldest princess smacked him hard on the head and scolded him, saying she was talking about the flower. Xu Wang held his head with an awkward grin and shamelessly claimed it was her fault for not being clear enough. The eldest princess's face flushed slightly before she coldly warned that if he dared behave like that again, she would personally destroy his mouth. Xu Wang felt both frightened and disappointed, but he still obediently held the flower in his mouth. The instant it touched him, the power inside erupted, causing such unbearable pain that he cried out on the spot. Seeing his miserable state, the eldest princess merely coldly called him useless. She then urged him to get up at once. Only then did Xu Wang begin to feel his body changing, as though something completely new had awakened within him. The eldest princess slowly explained that he had helped that woman complete one cycle of reincarnation. In return, she granted him an origin divine ability. Their debt to each other was now settled. Xu Wang curiously asked what made it so special. The eldest princess smiled mysteriously and spoke 4 words: Death Eye Technique. Xu Wang looked disappointed. He thought it was nothing more than a mental attack, and he already had plenty of techniques like that. The eldest princess immediately corrected him, saying the Death Eye Technique ranked among the greatest divine abilities across the countless worlds. As for his Spirit Guard scripture, it was no better than worthless trash. Xu Wang froze. Had his boss really read his mind? The eldest princess did not bother explaining and simply ordered him to activate the Death Eye Technique at once. Xu Wang could only obey, though he had no idea how to use it beyond staring blankly at someone. Strange as the situation was, the eldest princess still looked unbelievably beautiful in Xu Wang's eyes. Just then, her stomach suddenly swelled in a bizarre way, leaving Xu Wang completely stunned. A wildly ridiculous thought instantly crossed his mind. Could this be the legendary technique that let him see someone as pregnant? He even started imagining what life would be like when he and his boss grew old together. Just like that, Xu Wang became completely lost in his own innocent fantasy. Seeing this, the eldest princess spoke up and pulled him back to reality. She calmly explained that everything he saw was merely an illusion. Only then did Xu Wang realize the entire scene had existed only in his mind. Before he could react further, the eldest princess kicked him away once again. Xu Wang immediately panicked. Had she really seen every thought in his head? His body traced a perfect arc through the sky before crashing headfirst into a distant bush. Even so, Xu Beiwang had to admit that the death eye technique was both terrifying and fascinating. He then remembered something the eldest princess had said before. According to her, his spirit guard scripture was such a cheap technique in the outer realm that no one would practice it even if it were free. After thinking it over, Xu Beiwang finally realized something important. His boss was most likely a terrifying existence from the outer realm, and one of the greatest experts among them. The thought alone gave him a headache. How was he supposed to pursue someone so far beyond his reach? But Xu Beiwang quickly regained his confidence. Opportunities never appeared on their own. If he wanted results, he had to create them himself. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. Amid endless snowfall, Xu Beiwang continued cultivating without pause. The more he studied the death eye technique, the more he realized it contained endless profound mysteries. Just then, the eldest princess suddenly called him over. Xu Beiwang was instantly overjoyed. His thoughts jumped straight to the pills she had refined, and he secretly convinced himself that his boss must have missed him. As soon as he arrived, he eagerly took out a cup of milk tea, thanked the eldest princess for refining the pills, and said he had specially prepared the drink just for her. The eldest princess took a sip and gently commented that it was rather sweet. Xu Beiwang asked in surprise if Her Highness did not like sweet things. The eldest princess smiled and replied that she liked sweetness in moderation, not overwhelming sweetness. Xu Beiwang immediately memorized that detail and secretly decided that next time about 70% sugar should be perfect. Just then, the eldest princess suddenly said she wanted hot pot. Before long, Xu Beiwang had prepared a steaming hot pot with all kinds of ingredients. During the meal, the eldest princess told him that once he reached the Grand Master realm, he should make a trip to the demon cavern in the far north. Xu Beiwang happily accepted the order. Seeing his cheerful expression, the eldest princess asked in confusion whether he truly felt no pressure at all. After all, only 3 short years remained, and 7 years after that, she would completely transcend this place. Hearing that, Xu Beiwang was suddenly reminded of the terrifying gap between them. The thought alone was enough to make anyone despair, but in the very next moment, his expression turned completely serious. Xu Beiwang declared that he was willing to serve Her Highness for all eternity. The eldest princess smiled softly and asked if he truly wished to remain her servant forever. If he wanted to follow her, he would first have to prove he was worthy. After all, he had already met people from the outer realm, so he should understand just how insignificant Juzhou really was. Once she reached the limit of her cultivation, she would inevitably leave the heavenly lower realm. It outright. Asking her to abandon the path to supremacy was impossible, but she still hoped Xu Beiwang could create a miracle. Right in the middle of the serious conversation, Xu Beiwang suddenly changed the subject. He claimed that if he could just steal one kiss from Her Highness, he would instantly gain the motivation to cultivate, and even reaching the supreme realm would be effortless. The moment he finished speaking, he boldly kissed the eldest princess on the lips. Even she was surprised to realize her heart was suddenly beating much faster. But before he could celebrate, a kick sent him flying, followed by her icy command to get lost. The eldest princess angrily scolded him for even using his tongue. He was pushing his luck too far, and this would be the last time she tolerated it. Xu Beiwang was not scared at all. Instead, he happily explained that he had simply lost control of his emotions for a moment. Deep down, he was overjoyed. Judging by her reaction, she clearly did not completely hate it. The eldest princess blushed deeply and sternly warned him that this was her absolute limit. If he crossed the line again, she would really castrate him. Then she chased him off to cultivate and told him not to let her see him again. Xu Beiwang left with a huge grin, looking as though he had won a great victory. But on the way out, he accidentally dropped a book without noticing. The eldest princess casually picked it up, wondering what strange thing it was this time. When she opened it, she discovered it was Xu Beiwang's diary. The first page described how he had made steamed buns for his boss that day, secretly admired her noble beauty, and took the chance to steal a kiss. Even though he had been kicked away afterward, the diary described the experience as pure happiness. On another page, Xu Beiwang wrote about making a pair of stockings by hand and presenting them to the eldest princess. He even asked to help her put them on himself. Although she looked unhappy, she did not refuse, and he took the opportunity to touch her long legs. The price he paid was another kick that sent him flying all the way down the mountain. Nearly every page after that was filled with stories about the eldest princess. After reading for a while, the eldest princess hurriedly closed the diary. She quietly cursed that troublesome brat, yet her heart was clearly moved. The scene shifted back to Xu Beiwang. He was about to take out his diary and record how he had been kicked again today. But the moment he reached for it, he froze in horror after realizing the diary was gone. Xu Beiwang immediately panicked. Had he dropped it back at his boss place? He needed an excuse to go retrieve it. Before he could turn around, a loud shout calling his name echoed from outside. Xu Beiwang frowned, wondering who had the nerve to kick open his gate. Someone quickly rushed in to report that a challenger had arrived. It was Li Haoshen from the Four Symbols, Sacred Land, seeking justice for his fellow disciples who had died inside the heavenly domain. Xu Beiwang asked about the man's cultivation. The report came back that Li Haoshen had entered the heavenly domain 21 years ago, had been the greatest genius of that era, and was now at the middle stage of the Grandmaster realm. Hearing that, Xu Beiwang began calculating. 21 years ago meant he belonged to Wu Zhao's generation, and even Wu Xiao had not been among the very strongest back then. He then wondered why someone with the same Nirvana realm foundation had only reached the Grandmaster realm by now. His subordinate explained that the gap in talent between geniuses was enormous, and the longer they cultivated, the wider that gap became. Even so, Li Haoshen had remained in the Grandmaster realm for many years, giving him an exceptionally solid foundation. Xu Beiwang simply smiled with confidence. Since the man had come all the way here looking for trouble, he did not mind beating him into the ground. But first, he had to inform Her Highness. Back at the Primordial Palace by Chuzhuzhou Lake, Xu Beiwang reported that a Grand Master had come to challenge him. While calmly eating, the eldest princess replied that if he could not even defeat a mere Grand Master, then he should stop dreaming about following her. Hearing that, Xu Beiwang's eyes lit up as he immediately asked what reward he would get if he won. The moment she heard the word reward, the eldest princess's expression darkened. She threatened to tear his mouth apart if he dared bring up that topic again. Xu Beiwang could only answer with a dejected nod. He then curiously asked the eldest princess about the top-ranked geniuses from the heavenly domain 20 years ago. Xu Beiwang began calculating. His boss had already wiped out almost every fortune-bearer from the latest generation, but perhaps the older generation still had a few monsters with overwhelming fortune. Thinking about it, he realized his current fortune-harvesting lineup was far too small. Maybe it was time to recruit a few candidates from the very first generation instead. The eldest princess replied coldly that she had never bothered remembering the names of those people. She casually mentioned that Di Wuhe, her mother, had once ranked among the top 5. Hearing that, Xu Beiwang immediately asked who her father was. The eldest princess shot him an annoyed look and bluntly said she had no father. Xu Beiwang froze on the spot, completely unable to make sense of it. The little cat beside them explained that when Her Highness descended into this world, she had appeared directly inside Di Wuhe's womb and was born just 2 months later. Only then did Xu Beiwang understand. It seemed his future mother-in-law was completely innocent. He had heard of people unknowingly raising another man's child, but becoming someone else's mother out of nowhere was a first. The eldest princess suddenly asked if he was thinking about another woman, forcing Xu Beiwang to hurriedly explain that he had only wanted the chance to pay his respects to her mother. The eldest princess immediately refused, saying no one was allowed to meet her. Xu Beiwang obediently accepted, though inwardly he marveled at just how possessive his boss was. Right after that, the eldest princess set a strict limit of 3 moves. If he failed to defeat a Grandmaster within 3 moves, he could forget about staying in the Primordial Palace. As soon as she finished speaking, she kicked him straight out. The scene shifted to the capital's martial arena, where Li Haoshen of the Four Symbols, Sacred Land, stood proudly in the center, as the crowd buzzed over someone daring to challenge Xu Beiwang again. Before long, Xu Beiwang also stepped onto the arena. The spectators immediately became excited. Some started placing bets, while others wondered whether young Master Xu could still kill Grandmasters as easily as chickens, because Li Haoshen was clearly no ordinary opponent. The moment they faced each other, Li Haoshen radiated killing intent and declared that he would seek justice for his fallen fellow disciples today. Xu Beiwang only laughed and replied that someone his age should be enjoying time with his grandchildren instead of throwing himself into a fight like this. The insult left Li Haoshen's face purple with rage. He took out a memorial tablet and declared that if Xu Beiwang lost, he must kowtow before the spirits of his fallen comrades. The tablet belonged to Li Hu, who had entered the heavenly domain and died inside. Xu Beiwang remained completely calm and said that so many people had died by his hand in the heavenly domain that he could not even remember who Li Hu was. Then he casually asked for his opponent's name. Li Haoshen angrily shouted it aloud, and Xu Beiwang simply smiled before carving that very name onto another memorial tablet. He casually tossed it onto the ground beside Li Hu's tablet. Xu Beiwang even pretended to tell him not to get too worked up. He claimed he was only showing proper respect to a senior, but the gesture drove Li Haoshen into a furious rage as he cursed Xu Beiwang for not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth. Although only at the middle stage of the Grandmaster realm, Li Haoshen had already grasped a trace of the power of laws. The spectators gasped, saying that before the laws, everyone was nothing but ants. This time, Xu Beiwang might truly be in trouble. Without another word, Li Haoshen attacked. Xu Beiwang calmly drew his familiar weapon. The moment everyone saw it, they recognized that strange blade of grass. More than one Grandmaster had already died to something that looked so harmless. After a single clash, Li Haoshen was blasted backward, coughing up blood. Xu Beiwang even pretended to care, telling the old man not to push himself so hard. Inwardly, though, he was annoyed that he had failed to finish the fight in one move. Despite his injuries, Li Haoshen quickly steadied himself and charged back into battle. Xu Beiwang immediately summoned a skull that latched tightly onto his body. He silently reminded himself that this was already his second move. If he failed to end the fight within 3, his boss would definitely kick him out of the primordial palace. The crowd below grew even more excited. At last, someone had survived Xu Beiwang's techniques, and everyone believed he had finally met a worthy opponent. Li Haoshen even sneered, dismissing those tricks as nothing more than cheap gimmicks. But in the very next instant, his entire body froze in place, completely unable to move. Li Haoshen cried out in panic, utterly unable to understand what bizarre technique had struck him. An instant later, his body collapsed onto the arena like a lifeless corpse. The spectators were terrified. Everyone scattered in panic after realizing Xu Beiwang had revealed yet another horrifying killing move. But at that very moment, Xu Beiwang's body suddenly began trembling violently. The scene quickly shifted back to Taichu Palace. As soon as he returned, Xu Beiwang respectfully reported that he had not let Her Highness down and finished his opponent in exactly 3 moves. The eldest princess only gave him a cold glance and told him to stop putting on an act in front of her. His condition was already miserable beyond words. Xu Beiwang cried out inwardly. This time he had embarrassed himself in front of the boss. He was only at the Grandmaster realm, yet he forced out a killing move and paid a heavy price. The eldest princess personally healed his injuries. A cool wave of energy spread through his body and instantly made him feel much better. That was the boss for you. But then she frowned and said his cultivation art had been stuck for a long time. Xu Beiwang was sent flying backward and quickly explained that he lacked nether essence, a yin attribute material completely different from death energy. The eldest princess turned cold and asked if she really needed his explanation. Did he think she was some ignorant fool? Xu Beiwang immediately admitted his mistake and kept praising Her Highness as unmatched and all-knowing, saying he deserved punishment for talking too much. The eldest princess tossed him an ancient leather scroll and told him to stop wasting words from now on. Xu Beiwang looked at the item in confusion. The eldest princess explained that the Dian Holy Land was keeping a 30,000-year-old corpse, and she wanted him to bring it back. The scene quickly shifted to Wushan, home of the Dian Holy Land. The moment he met Holy Lord Xiaoyu, Xu Beiwang politely claimed he was only a junior and did not deserve such a personal welcome. Xiaoyu asked why he had suddenly come while secretly staying on guard. This kid had just caused chaos in the capital, so nothing good could come from this visit. Xu Beiwang only smiled and said he was passing by, then casually greeted Xiaoyu like an old friend. Xiao Fan instantly flew into a rage, but Xiaoyu stopped him and asked if Xu Beiwang had only come to mock his son. Xu Beiwang calmly denied it, then brought up the 30,000-year-old corpse and asked if he could borrow it for a while. Xiao Fan and the elders immediately exploded with anger, mocking him for forgetting his place. A mere grandmaster actually dared demand a treasure from the Dian Holy Land. Xiaoyu also warned him in a deep voice that this joke was not funny. Xu Beiwang only smiled and said he had not traveled all this way just to joke around. Xiao Yu and the others immediately ordered him to leave, warning him to get out before they turned hostile. Xu Beiwang stayed completely calm and gently reminded them that he now served the eldest princess, so they should not invite disaster upon themselves. Xiaofan became even angrier and declared that if Xu Beiwang refused to leave, then he could stay there forever. But with a single icy glance, Xu Beiwang forced Xiaofan to his knees before he instantly lost consciousness. Xiao Yu rushed over and desperately tried to wake his son. When Xiaofan came to, all he felt was bitterness because he realized he could not even survive one move from Xu Beiwang. Xiao Yu sternly declared that the corpse would never be handed over, and if Xu Beiwang stayed any longer, it would be a direct challenge to the dignity of the Dian Holy Land. Xu Beiwang remained perfectly composed and said he had not come to negotiate, he had come to give an order. Xiao Yu was furious and accused the kid of relying on the powerful figure behind him. Xu Beiwang gave a provoking smile and openly admitted that he was using his backing to bully others. So what? Xiao Yu could not hold back anymore and swung his chain straight at Xu Beiwang. Yet the smile on Xu Beiwang's face only became even more unsettling. Xiao Yu roared that anything standing in his way would be crushed into pieces by this chain. At that exact moment, the eldest princess suddenly appeared. With a single casual palm strike, she blasted Xiao Yu away. She calmly said they were only borrowing something for a while, so there was no need to push things beyond repair. Everyone else immediately bowed to the eldest princess, while Xu Beiwang quietly sighed in the back. Having the boss covering you really felt great. Xiaofan quickly helped his father inside, still complaining that without the fifth devil backing Xu Beiwang, he would have died 10,000 times already. Xiao Yu was also filled with resentment, believing they had been completely bullied today. Hearing that, Xu Beiwang only gave a mocking smirk. If they refused to accept it, they could only endure it. In the end, Xiaofan gritted his teeth and agreed to lend out the ancient corpse, but reminded him to return it intact. Deep down, he knew this so-called loan was like throwing meat to a wolf. Xu Beiwang would never return it. Thinking about the humiliation of the Dian Holy Land filled him with bitterness. Xu Beiwang only smiled and claimed his reputation spoke for itself, while secretly mocking the Xiao family's future son-in-law for still being as pathetic as ever. Xiao Yu could only remind himself that the Dian Holy Land had not been built overnight, and he could not destroy everything over a moment of anger. Before long, the 30,000-year-old corpse was brought out. The moment Xu Beiwang sensed the rich nether essence inside it, he was thrilled. He even guessed it had come from the outer realm. It was truly a rare treasure. Meanwhile, Xiaofan's heart ached because this was the sacred treasure of the Dian Holy Land, yet refusing to hand it over might have doomed the entire sect. Xu Beiwang glanced at the eldest princess, thinking that whenever he handled business outside, he still had to read the boss mood first. He then politely said he would repay Today's favor from the Dian Holy Land someday. He even warmly called Xiao Yu little brother before asking to take his leave. But at that moment, Zuo Jihan, a disciple of the Dian Holy Land and Xiao Fan's fiancé, suddenly ran over and called out to young Master Xu. Xiao Fan quickly stopped her from getting any closer. Zuo Jihan coldly declared that from today onward, her name would be Zuo Nongui, then told Xiao Fan to keep his distance. She believed there was no reason to waste her youth on a loser when she possessed the water spirit body and had already reached peak 7th rank. Hearing that new name, Xiao Fan felt even more miserable because Nongui was clearly meant to pair with Beiwang. She had completely thrown away her dignity. Zuo Nongui happily walked over to Xu Beiwang and said she had admired him for a long time, hoping to stay by his side. She even shyly claimed they would become a legendary couple. Deep down, however, she only wanted the primordial purple chi within him. Faced with the entire performance, Xu Beiwang only smiled and said he would keep watching. At that very moment, the eldest princess suddenly vanished without a trace. Xu Beiwang panicked and immediately chased after her, leaving Zuo Nongui lying on the ground. The only thought in his mind was why the boss had suddenly come back just to leave again. After searching everywhere without finding her, Xu Beiwang became even more anxious. Then the eldest princess's calm voice echoed from the void, telling him never to return to Taichu Palace again. She even mocked herself for already being old. Someone past her prime could never compare to a beautiful 15-year-old girl. She even told Xu Beiwang to stay at the Dian Holy Land and enjoy himself. Hearing that, Xu Beiwang nearly burst into tears. He hurriedly called out to the boss and asked if she truly did not want him anymore. At that moment, he could only think about how terrifying the boss' possessiveness really was. Suddenly, the cry of a phoenix echoed across the sky. Xu Beiwang recognized it as the eldest princess's mount just before it charged straight at him. The impact sent him flying into the river behind him. Xu Beiwang struggled back to his feet, completely confused. He had no idea what he had done wrong, but if he felt guilty, then he must have made a mistake somewhere. He immediately lowered his head and apologized to Her Highness, while secretly feeling relieved that the boss was only acting possessive. Luckily, he had rejected that girl fast enough. Xu Beiwang quickly switched back to his usual flattery, asking if the eldest princess was tired and offering to give her a massage. Deep down, he thanked his lucky stars because if he'd reacted even a little slower, his legs would probably be gone. The eldest princess suddenly asked what he thought about that young girl, saying she was also a rare beauty. The question instantly covered Xu Beiwang in cold sweat. Every possible answer felt like a trap. He even thought about saying she was pretty, but not even worthy of being compared to Her Highness's little toe. But the moment he imagined it, he also pictured the eldest princess kicking him away while coldly asking how someone like that could ever be compared to her. He immediately threw that answer out of his mind. In the end, he chose the safest answer and played dumb, asking, "Your Highness, who are you talking about? I already forgot." The eldest princess still looked doubtful, while Xu Beiwang could only gamble on it. The next moment, he suddenly leaned in and kissed the eldest princess on the lips. Xu Beiwang shamelessly said that aside from his face, Her Highness could hit him anywhere she wanted. Hearing that, the eldest princess instantly kicked him back into the water and cursed him for being a shameless lapdog. After a while, she coldly turned around and left to continue cultivating, while Xu Beiwang struggled out of the water. He then focused his attention on the ancient corpse he had just obtained. It was another woman's corpse. At that moment, the eldest princess shot him a cold glance and asked if she was really that beautiful. Xu Beiwang nearly jumped in fright and immediately activated the beaming blood-devouring divine art to change the subject. He tried using the ancient corpse to break through his cultivation, but the process was far less effective than expected. The eldest princess walked over and asked if his cultivation art still had not advanced. Xu Beiwang helplessly admitted the progress was even slower than he had predicted. At this rate, he had no idea when he would reach the next level. The eldest princess calmly said that the Jixia Academy of Chu Kingdom also possessed a 20,000-year-old corpse. It had belonged to a sub-sage, so they could try there next. Xu Beiwang found it strange. A dignified sub-sage whose body had never decayed must have fallen into demonic cultivation. He guessed the man had abandoned martial cultivation in pursuit of transcendence, only to be killed by the old Confucian masters. The eldest princess smiled faintly and said his brain was not completely hopeless after all. She also reminded him that in the celestial god realm, cultivators who relied only on literary energy could never achieve transcendence. Xu Beiwang secretly felt lucky that he had refused the inheritance at the Great Qian Confucian Temple. The eldest princess then ordered them to depart for Chu Kingdom. Xu Beiwang went right back to flattering her, saying he could not possibly let Her Highness travel through the night because of him. They might as well rest one night and leave tomorrow. After hearing that, the eldest princess brought them back to their room and agreed to stay for one night. Xu Beiwang's face instantly lit up as he eagerly asked where he would be sleeping. The eldest princess frowned and bluntly replied, "With me." Hearing that, Xu Beiwang was overjoyed and immediately started wondering which sleeping position would make the boss happiest. He secretly thought the night was so long that he probably would not need to sleep at all. But the moment he reached the door, an invisible barrier blocked him. The eldest princess calmly asked if he really believed that would happen. Xu Beiwang immediately switched to a pitiful expression, and eventually the eldest princess softened. Delighted, he hurried inside after her. But the eldest princess only coldly told him to find a place to sleep by himself. Xu Beiwang was still thrilled and even hugged her leg to thank her for showing mercy. He claimed to be the most honest man in the world, but deep down he thought that even if he could not hold her, simply looking at her was enough. The eldest princess immediately covered his eyes with one hand and warned that those eyes had better behave as well. Xu Beiwang could only sigh in disappointment. His excitement had been for nothing. Even so, he refused to give up. He kept making excuses that he was afraid of the dark, afraid of the cold, and wanted to sleep beside Her Highness, swearing he would behave himself. Even after being chased away, he shamelessly clung to her leg and pretended he had already fallen asleep. Deep down, Xu Beiwang felt very pleased. The boss had not kicked him away, which meant she cared at least a little. There was no need to rush. Sooner or later, he would win her heart. The next morning, the scene shifted to Jixia Academy in Chu Kingdom. There, Meng Shubi, a half-step supreme of Jixia Academy, respectfully bowed before the eldest princess of Great Qian. Without wasting any time, the eldest princess directly asked for the ancient corpse stored inside the library pavilion. Meng Shubi immediately sensed trouble. Those two had just taken the treasure from the Dayan Holy Land, and now they were targeting this place. Helplessly, he explained that the corpse was hidden in the deepest level of the library pavilion, and anyone entering had to be acknowledged by all 99 statues of the sages. The library pavilion contained 99 statues of ancient sages. Resonating with just one statue granted the right to study the Confucian classics. Resonating with 10 would greatly strengthen one's literary energy and could even lead to an immediate breakthrough. The more statues that responded, the greater the heavenly opportunity. But the eldest princess remained as domineering as ever, saying that if she could not enter, she would simply blow up the entire library pavilion. Meng Shubi was horrified and asked if she truly intended to destroy the legacy of the ancient sages. The eldest princess calmly replied, "So what if I am?" Left with no other choice, Meng Shubi turned to Xu Beiwang and explained that the 99 sage statues still contained the power of their original masters. If they were destroyed, even the eldest princess would suffer a severe backlash. Was he really willing to let her pay such a price for one ancient corpse? Deep down, Meng Shubi knew confronting the fifth devil was suicide, so persuading her loyal follower was the better option. Xu Beiwang looked at the eldest princess and immediately made up his mind. He would never let the boss get hurt because of him. The eldest princess began losing patience and coldly warned them not to test her limits. Meanwhile, the half-step supreme was filled with anxiety because he knew he stood no chance against her. With no other option, he tried convincing Xu Beiwang instead. He mentioned the 4 famous lines that had once shocked the world, saying even he had been amazed, then suggested Xu Beiwang challenge the library pavilion first. His only goal was to keep the place from being destroyed. Xu Beiwang looked confused, wondering what 4 lines he was talking about because he could not remember them at all. But one thing was certain, he could not let the boss face any danger because of him. With that thought, he stepped beside the eldest princess and asked to give it a try first. Seeing an opportunity, the half-step supreme seized it immediately. He declared that if Xu Beiwang truly created a miracle, then not only the sub-sage corpse, but every treasure inside the library pavilion would be his to choose from. But if he failed, the two of them had to leave at once. Secretly, he believed no one could ever awaken all 99 sage statues, so they would have no excuse to cause trouble afterward. After saying that, he told them he would be waiting at the library pavilion. Xu Beiwang secretly glanced at the eldest princess and felt that the boss seemed unhappy. Sure enough, the eldest princess coldly said she disliked people making decisions on her behalf. Xu Beiwang immediately admitted his mistake. But the eldest princess kept pressing him, demanding to know what he was really thinking. Xu Beiwang put on a pitiful look and confessed that he was only afraid she might get hurt. The eldest princess replied with disdain, "Forget those dead statues. Even if all 99 of them were alive, they were not worthy of making her lose a single strand of hair." Despite her cold expression, she secretly wondered if this fool had really been worrying about her. Xu Beiwang then spoke honestly, saying he also wanted to become stronger on his own, instead of hiding behind her highness forever. Those words instantly angered the eldest princess, who asked if he was trying to break free from her control. Xu Beiwang looked wronged and asked if her highness truly did not believe he could do it. The eldest princess frowned and asked whether she should believe him. Xu Beiwang gave a sly smile and suggested a bet. If he succeeded, he wanted a reward. Deep down, Xu Beiwang was feeling very pleased. The boss really was easy to lure into a bet. The eldest princess told him to spit it out. Startled, Xu Beiwang stammered that he wanted to drink milk. The eldest princess instantly exploded in anger and chased him down, calling him a shameless pervert. While dodging her attacks, Xu Beiwang grinned and shamelessly asked if he could at least have a little touch instead. He even added on purpose that he probably would not succeed anyway. The eldest princess smiled with complete confidence and said that was more like it. If he failed, he would personally wash her feet. Hearing that, Xu Beiwang was secretly overjoyed. Just admiring the boss' beautiful feet would never get old, let alone touching them himself. The thought alone was enough to excite him. Thinking of that, he happily accepted the bet. Then came the familiar kick from the eldest princess, sending him flying straight into the library pavilion. The scene shifted to another forest, where Ye Tian was quietly reading. He told Elder Yan that he had reached the 6th rank as a scholar, proving he had chosen the right path, and thanked the old man for his guidance. Elder Yan had silently watched all of Ye Tian's hard work during this time, which was exactly why he decided to help him. Thinking back to Ye Tian's failure in martial cultivation, it was Elder Yan who encouraged him by saying that if one path was blocked, he should simply open another. The scene quickly returned to the library pavilion. There, Xu Beiwang unexpectedly ran into Jiang Wuji. Xu Beiwang smiled faintly and greeted Crown Prince Jiang, saying he had no time to catch up today. Jiang Wuji, meanwhile, was secretly astonished. Anyone who dared challenge all 99 sage statues truly had incredible confidence. The half-step supreme finally called out to young Master Xu, but Xu Beiwang cut him off at once, saying he already knew the rules. All he had to do was recite poetry and resonate with the sage statues. Deep down, he was feeling smug. He had already gone through this at the Great Chan Confucian Temple, so of course he knew. The half-step supreme kept a straight face and simply said he would be watching closely. Xu Beiwang smiled as he stepped forward, secretly excited because winning this bet meant he would finally claim the boss reward. Then he began to recite, "Moonlight shines before my bed. I mistake it for frost upon the ground." The moment he finished, one sage statue immediately lit up and slowly rose into the air as everyone watched in shock. The crowd looked visibly annoyed. They never expected him to resonate with a sage statue so easily. Still, they believed one statue alone proved nothing. Xu Beiwang remained completely calm and continued, "Drunk, I know not whether sky or water. My boat, filled with starlight, carries my dreams home." In the blink of an eye, 5 more sage statues trembled together before slowly rising into the sky. The spectators were left speechless. A man infamous as a villain actually possessed literary talent so monstrous that he resonated with 5 sage statues at once. It sounded completely absurd. Xu Beiwang looked calm on the outside, but inwardly he was quite pleased. To him, reciting poetry was nothing special. After all, he had gone through 9 years of compulsory education. The half-step supreme immediately declared that the gates of the library pavilion had opened for him. If he wished to study the classics, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. But Xu Beiwang refused without hesitation because the library pavilion had never been his real goal. The half-step supreme instantly understood. This kid had come for the sub-sage corpse all along. After a long moment of silence, Xu Beiwang finally spoke again, his voice echoing across the entire place. He recited a poem filled with the weight of countless ages, using the endless Yangtze River to reflect the heroes of history before ending with laughter inside a tavern. The poem was both heroic and lonely, sending chills through everyone who heard it. Its literary aura was simply overwhelming. Another 12 sage statues awakened at once. The crowd was completely convinced now. That poem alone deserved to be remembered for generations. Xu Beiwang still did not stop. He continued with poem after poem filled with boundless ambition, from a carp transforming into a dragon to a great eagle riding the wind into the highest heavens. Every line overflowed with the pride of someone who viewed heaven and earth as beneath him. Jiang Wuji stood frozen in place, his mind completely blank. He could no longer make sense of anything happening. 64 sage statues had already resonated. What should have been impossible had become effortless in his hands. People even began wondering whether Xu Beiwang was still human. At that moment, the eldest princess suddenly remembered something, and her expression changed. She realized that even she had been part of Xu Beiwang's plan from the very beginning. Xu Beiwang continued reciting verses about the virtues of a true gentleman, using heaven and earth to symbolize unyielding resolve and boundless generosity. Ye Tian listened with a dark expression, unable to understand how this monster could be so unbelievably gifted. He followed with one famous masterpiece after another, from diligence in learning to the ambition of crossing the seas, and even the line that every talent born under heaven has its purpose. Each verse carried overwhelming momentum, causing the literary aura around the square to surge even higher. At that very moment, countless rays of treasure light burst across the sky. The half-step supreme quickly explained that they were all precious Confucian treasures, sacred arts, and ancient classics from the library pavilion. They normally never revealed themselves, but today they had appeared because they sensed Xu Beiwang's literary aura. Unlike everyone else's excitement, Xu Beiwang merely smiled faintly and showed little interest. He casually picked a few treasures as if grabbing random items from the roadside. The people around him were so jealous they nearly coughed up blood. The heavenly-grade literary techniques, supreme divine arts, and top-tier artifacts they dreamed of every day were treated like worthless junk in the villain's eyes. Xu Beiwang continued reciting, speaking of how a mountain need not be tall if immortals dwell there, and how water need not be deep if a dragon lives within. Meanwhile, he quietly counted the remaining statues because the resonance was already growing weaker. It seemed the poems were starting to lose their effect. The half-step supreme stood nearby, praising every verse without stopping and calling them absolutely brilliant. Xu Beiwang continued with poems about righteousness and the duty of a true gentleman, speaking of the suffering of the common people and the resolve to worry before the world worries and rejoice only after the world rejoices. The 98th statue finally rose, shaking everyone present. It was almost the legendary Wenku star phenomenon. Yet Xu Beiwang frowned because one final statue was still missing. The half-step supreme was completely stunned and even wondered if Xu Beiwang was the reincarnation of a sage. Standing before the last statue, Xu Beiwang fell into deep thought. Every famous poem was already used, so he had only one final option left. He began reciting the three-character classic, with short and simple lines filled with the core teachings of Confucianism. The half-step supreme grew even more shocked. These three-character verses were easy enough for children to memorize. If they spread across the land, countless kids would grow up under Confucian righteousness. That villain had really done something huge again. At last, the final statue erupted with dazzling light and fully awakened. The moment the last statue activated, Xu Beiwang's aura soared. He reached the peak of 4th grade literary Tao and stepped into the Grand Master realm. Everyone around him cried out in disbelief. In less than half an hour, he had reached the peak literary Tao Grandmaster realm. At this rate, would he soon become a great Grandmaster too? The eldest princess only smiled faintly. It seemed her loyal lackey really did have some talent. Right then, an ancient brush appeared in the sky, releasing an incredibly mysterious aura. Zhang Wuji froze on the spot. Chu's Confucian faction was supposed to have only half of a divine artifact, yet another one suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Xu Beiwang was overjoyed. He quickly recognized the brush was made from Qilin fur. Even though half of it was broken, a divine artifact was still a divine artifact. But at that moment, someone blinded by jealousy rushed forward to attack him while shouting that he would kill the treasure thief. Xu Beiwang did not even bother looking. He simply turned around and prepared to leave. The half-step supreme casually waved a palm and sent the scholar flying away. He coldly warned everyone not to force his hand. The demon lord of hell was here, and if anything happened to her trusted follower, even Chu would be flattened. Xu Beiwang walked to the entrance of the library pavilion and casually praised the old man for knowing his place, saying his life had not been wasted. Before leaving, he looked back and threw out a few heroic words, saying they would share a drink if fate brought them together again. But deep down, he was already thinking about someone hiding in the shadows. That leek was still growing well, so he could harvest it later. The thought instantly filled Yi Tian with deep inferiority. He helplessly admitted to Yan Lao that he would probably never surpass Xu Beiwang. Yan Lao comforted him, saying the early winner was not always the final victor, and Xu Beiwang was only relying on his powerful background. Soon, Xu Beiwang disappeared together with the ancient lesser sage. Zhang Wuji could only watch with jealous eyes. A man with monstrous talent, overwhelming strength, and unmatched arrogance was simply impossible to like. The scene quickly shifted back to Taichu Palace. Xu Beiwang bowed to report the mission complete, while secretly thinking that a divine artifact needed laws to control it. Right now, it was no better than a lump of iron. Just then, the eldest princess suddenly asked if he was still angry with her. Xu Beiwang immediately lowered his head and said he only wanted to test his luck, but everything had gone even better than expected. The eldest princess warned him that if he lied again, she would never let him off. Xu Beiwang obediently admitted his mistake and smoothly asked about his reward. He smiled flatteringly and asked what reward Her Highness planned to give him. The eldest princess kept a straight face and said he was only allowed a little. Hearing that, Shu Wang's eyes lit up as he eagerly reached out his hand. The eldest princess blushed so hard that she turned her face away, unable to look at him. The instant he touched it, Shu Wang felt so blissful that he nearly floated away. It was pure perfection. Before he could enjoy it for long, one kick sent him flying. Even so, he kept muttering in satisfaction with a blissful grin. He secretly complained that he had only given it a light touch, yet the boss really had a fierce temper. Unexpectedly, a powerful force suddenly pulled him right back. The eldest princess coldly ordered him to get over there and wash her feet. He was not allowed to stop until her anger was completely gone. Before long, Shu Wang was obediently standing beside her, washing her feet while secretly admiring how flawless she was. The eldest princess warned him never to do it again, and he kept apologizing without complaint. But in his heart, he thought the exact opposite. He would apologize every time, but he would definitely do it again. After a while, the eldest princess finally calmed down and casually told him to go back and keep cultivating. To her surprise, Shu Wang shamelessly asked to continue, making the eldest princess angrily ask if he was leaving or not. The next second, he was thrown straight out the door. 3 days later, Shu Wang was still focused on his cultivation. The eldest princess suddenly appeared and asked why he still had not broken through. Shu Wang immediately broke into a cold sweat and hurriedly explained that he was only 20% away. He even shamelessly asked Her Highness to boost his cultivation so he could enter the Great Grandmaster realm sooner. The eldest princess looked deeply disappointed. She said cultivation was not everything. True transcendence was absolute power. As long as someone was strong enough to shatter the heavenly god realm with one punch, even a Qi refinement cultivator could ascend. Shu Wang finally understood. No wonder he could slaughter geniuses so easily. It was all thanks to the terrifying beaming blood devouring divine art. His actual cultivation realm was still far behind. The eldest princess turned to leave and calmly said she would take him somewhere. If he still failed to break through there, she would kick him to death herself. Shu Wang was overjoyed and eagerly asked where they were going. The eldest princess simply smiled and answered, "The Ji clan's ancestral land." The moment he heard Imperial Mausoleum, his expression changed and a strong sense of unease filled his heart. On the way to the Imperial Mausoleum, the eldest princess's earlier words kept echoing in Shu Wang's mind. Nether Qi did not belong to the heavenly god realm, while Dragon Qi came from beyond this world. The Ji clan's imperial mausoleum held generations of emperors, and the Dragon Qi left inside their bodies slowly eroded over time into Nether Qi. Shu Wang roughly understood. He knew breaking into the royal tomb would earn endless hatred, but he believed the boss had her reasons. The moment Shu Wang appeared, the royal guards rushed over, blocked his path, and ordered him to get out of the imperial mausoleum. Shu Wang only smiled and said he was a citizen of Great Qian who came to pay his respects. What bad intentions could he possibly have? The royal family grew even angrier and pointed at him, saying the Ji clan and Shu Wang were sworn enemies, so there was no way he came to worship the dead. Shu Wang merely shrugged and openly admitted that he had never cared about the law. The instant those words fell, the royal guards charged forward. But against Shu Wang's current strength, they stood no chance. A casual move was enough to scatter them. He felt extremely pleased. With the boss backing him, there was nothing to fear from these people. He even coldly declared that he would personally send every one of them to the underworld. After that, Shu Wang calmly walked toward an ancient coffin inside the mausoleum. Looking closer, it truly lived up to an emperor's treasure. Even the coffin itself was a heaven-grade artifact. He reminded himself to finish quickly. Making the boss wait was never a good idea. Time passed in the blink of an eye. After absorbing Nether Qi inside the Imperial Mausoleum for 3 days, Shu Wang finally broke through to the 5th layer of the beaming blood-devouring divine art. He immediately returned to report the good news to the eldest princess, while flattering her by saying he could only break through so quickly because of Her Highness's help. But one question still puzzled him. They could have entered quietly without alerting the mausoleum guards, so why make such a huge scene? The eldest princess instantly turned cold and scolded him for his insolence. Was he trying to teach her how to do things? Shu Wang quickly lowered his head and admitted his mistake. Then the eldest princess asked a strange question. Who in Jiuzhou had the greatest chance of reaching transcendence? Shu Wang answered without hesitation that it was Her Highness. He secretly praised himself for reacting so fast. But the eldest princess directly denied it. She said the people of this crippled world were not even worthy of being compared with her. Hearing that, Xu Beiwang quickly smiled and changed his answer to himself. To his surprise, the eldest princess mentioned a completely unexpected name, Wu Zhao. Xu Beiwang was stunned because she clearly did not possess primordial purple qi. The eldest princess explained that Wu Zhao was actually a reincarnator. In her previous life, she was a half-step supreme powerhouse. In this life, she wanted to forge a new path by gathering the power of all living beings to achieve transcendence. Xu Beiwang finally understood. No wonder Wu Zhao had always been collecting the power of the people and seeking to replace the Ji clan as the empress. The eldest princess continued that before ascending, she would pass a cultivation technique to him. If he could not transcend on his own, he could simply wait until Wu Zhao finished gathering the power of all living beings and then seize the results for himself. Xu Beiwang was so thrilled that he hugged the eldest princess's leg, feeling as if a whole new world had opened before him. In his eyes, she was the greatest person alive. In return, she told him to help put on a perfect show. Xu Beiwang immediately agreed without hesitation and even swore absolute loyalty to her. Before long, Wu Zhao arrived at Taichu Palace with her people to demand an explanation. The moment she arrived, she coldly called Xu Beiwang out. Xu Beiwang remained perfectly calm and stepped forward, explaining that he had not damaged anything inside the imperial mausoleum. If they did not believe him, they were free to investigate. But one of Great Kaiyan's princes flew into a rage and charged forward, determined to kill him on the spot. Unfortunately, the moment he attacked, Xu Beiwang struck back and blasted him away. Wu Zhao watched from the side as her expression subtly changed. She realized his cultivation technique had grown even stronger. Xu Beiwang seized the chance to loudly announce that the other side had attacked first. Then he innocently claimed he had only entered the imperial mausoleum under the empress orders to retrieve something. Wu Zhao immediately denied it and shouted that he was framing her. Some beside her angrily cursed Xu Beiwang and told him to stop talking nonsense. But Xu Beiwang stayed completely composed and slowly took out the item he claimed the empress had sent him to find. It was an ancient stone engraved with 2 lines mentioning Qingmu and Tiya. Everyone around them was shocked. Qingsu was a title referring to the empress, yet this stone had appeared inside the Ji clan's imperial mausoleum. In that instant, countless people began to wonder if heaven truly intended for the Wu clan to replace the Ji clan. Wu Zhao immediately warned him in a cold voice, telling Xu Beiwang to stop playing tricks and trying to deceive her. But deep down, she was extremely cautious. That brat was suddenly putting on this act for a reason. He had to be setting a trap, and she could not let him ruin her grand plan. Xu Beiwang only smiled faintly before speaking with hidden meaning. There could never be 2 suns in the sky, nor 2 rulers over the realm. His words clearly urged Wu Zhao to follow heaven's will. The people nearby became completely confused. Xu Beiwang had always opposed the empress, yet now he openly supported her. Had everything before been nothing more than an act, but he also served the eldest princess, making the whole situation even harder to understand. Wu Zhao immediately denied everything and warned everyone not to believe him. Even she felt unsettled because, although she could not see through his scheme, she knew Xu Beiwang was controlling the situation, and now was not the right time for her to seize the throne. But Xu Beiwang kept adding fuel to the fire. He even declared that heaven had already chosen for the Ji dynasty to be replaced by the Wu dynasty. The crowd grew even more bewildered, unable to understand why this notorious villain was openly supporting Wu Zhao. Wu Zhao immediately refuted him, saying she was only serving as regent for the emperor. Xu Beiwang was openly encouraging her to usurp the throne, clearly trying to leave her with eternal infamy. Right then, Xu Beiwang took out a treasure that stunned everyone. The imperial jade seal appeared before their eyes, and the entire crowd was shaken. He calmly declared that he wished to present it to the empress. Everyone was frozen in disbelief. A man as greedy as Xu Beiwang was actually willing to hand over the imperial jade seal. It sounded completely absurd. Many people truly believed he and Wu Zhao had secretly joined forces. Xu Beiwang even added that only the empress was worthy of possessing this symbol of supreme authority. He looked completely sincere, but deep down he was certain that someone as ambitious as Wu Zhao would never resist the temptation. As expected, Wu Zhao finally smiled and accepted the imperial jade seal, pretending she was reluctantly receiving it on behalf of the realm. She then called Xu Beiwang aside for a private talk. The two disappeared before the anxious crowd. Almost everyone believed the Ji dynasty's era was truly coming to an end. Inside the carriage, Wu Zhao immediately questioned him, and demanded that he stop playing games and reveal his real scheme. Xu Beiwang laughed and deliberately mocked her, saying someone like her was hardly worth plotting against. Wu Zhao stopped arguing and directly took out a rare treasure. It was the remains of a true dragon. She said giving it to him would settle everything between them. The moment Xu Beiwang saw it, he accepted it without hesitation. He thanked her repeatedly while secretly celebrating. It seemed this woman had completely fallen into his trap. Wu Zhao frowned slightly at his eagerness, then decided not to overthink it and offered to give him a ride back. But Xu Beiwang was secretly alarmed. He had just absorbed true dragon blood essence and had not yet mastered the Dragon Clan's secret art. Wu Zhao was clearly testing him. Wu Zhao smiled meaningfully and said that without Diwu Qinchang's approval, he could never have handed the Imperial Jade Seal to someone else. Xu Beiwang calmly replied that the Imperial Jade Seal was only being lent to the Empress for the time being. Wu Zhao's expression changed instantly. She could hardly believe what she had just heard. Xu Beiwang lowered his head and pretended he had not explained it clearly before. Deep down, he felt a little guilty since he had just tricked her into giving him the dragon remains for free. Wu Zhao was so furious she nearly exploded. In front of everyone, he had personally declared the Imperial Jade Seal was a gift for her. But Xu Beiwang calmly reminded her that the eldest princess's belongings were not something anyone could simply keep. If she came to reclaim it herself, the consequences would be severe. Wu Zhao clenched her teeth in rage, but she still could not make a move. She felt so frustrated she was about to burst. As the Empress, she had never suffered such humiliation at the hands of a young man. Xu Beiwang could easily read her thoughts, and shamelessly believed that only a fool would refuse a treasure delivered to his door. He casually added that they should return to the capital first, and the Imperial Jade Seal would eventually be returned to the Imperial Consort. What truly mattered was not who actually possessed the seal, but that the entire world believed it was in Wu Zhao's hands. Wu Zhao wanted nothing more than to tear him into pieces, but she had no desire to confront Diwu Qinchang yet, so she endured it. Meanwhile, Xu Beiwang was already losing patience and silently urged her to give the seal back. In the end, despite nearly coughing up blood from anger, Wu Zhao reluctantly returned the Imperial Jade Seal to Xu Beiwang. Xu Beiwang leisurely accepted it back and politely bid the Empress farewell. He even claimed she could borrow it again in the future, while secretly mocking her for daring to covet the bus treasure. Wu Zhao coldly demanded to know what they were really planning. Xu Beiwang immediately became serious in this and declared that their only goal was to help the Empress ascend the throne. He even swore on his own fortune that if he lied, heaven would strip away all his destiny. That oath genuinely shook Wu Zhao. She never expected him to gamble his own fortune like that. After thinking for a while, she suddenly brought up his engagement to Ji Xuanya and asked whether he thought her daughter was a suitable match. Xu Beiwang rejected the idea without the slightest hesitation. Deep down, he knew that if he dared to agree, the boss would probably skin him alive. Wu Zhao refused to give up and continued praising Ji Xuanya as the greatest genius of the younger generation, with almost no equal. But Xu Beiwang bluntly said she was not worthy. In his mind, he was screaming that she was Ji Xuanya, not someone he could ever fall for. He quickly changed the subject and declared that he was willing to enter the demon abyss to eliminate demons for Great Qian and its people. The demon abyss was located in the far north of Great Qian. Reaching it required crossing an extremely dangerous forbidden land where all power was suppressed, whether human or demon. On top of that, elite armies guarded the region, so the only way through was with Great Qian's official military. Wu Zhao smiled meaningfully. So this whole performance was just to ask for military command. She admitted he was clever, but she still could not see why he was so confident she would agree. Xu Beiwang calmly laid out the benefits. First, sending him to the cities of Sin would strengthen the Empress' reputation. Second, no matter what he planned, the final result would still be killing demons. The more demons that died, the more secure her position became. He even concluded that there was simply no reason for Wu Zhao to reject the proposal. The Empress was furious, yet she could not refute a single word. The scene quickly shifted back to the bathhouse at Taichu Palace, where Xu Beiwang was summoned the moment he returned. The eldest princess coldly ordered him to get into the bath and wash himself clean because he was covered in Wu Zhao's scent. Xu Beiwang immediately broke into a cold sweat. He could only sigh to himself that he was apparently not even allowed to get close to another woman anymore. Even so, he could not resist joking around and boldly asked if the eldest princess could scrub his back. She immediately raised an eyebrow and looked at him with a terrifying gaze. Realizing he had gone too far, Xu Beiwang turned and ran while stammering that he was only joking. Deep down, he worried he might lose a body part if he pushed his luck any further. A while later, he returned freshly bathed and obediently reported back to the boss. To his surprise, the eldest princess stepped close to him on her own, making his heart race. She had never acted like this before. Thinking he was finally about to receive a reward, he immediately closed his eyes, puckered his lips, and waited eagerly. Instead, he got a hard kick right in the face. The eldest princess mocked him for tricking Wu Zhao into handing over the true dragon et blood essence. Xu Beiwang immediately presented the imperial jade seal and kept praising Her Highness, saying everything had unfolded exactly as she planned. But deep down, he was already entertaining another round of improper thoughts. Right then, the little cat suddenly jumped onto his face as if warning him to stop thinking nonsense. Xu Beiwang screamed inwardly. At the most critical moment, that cat had ruined everything again. The eldest princess explained that the cat wanted to say she had agreed to let both of them enter the demon abyss together. Xu Beiwang froze for several seconds, completely shocked that he had to bring the cat along. He immediately objected, insisting there was no way he could take such a useless cat with him. He claimed he was worried about protecting it, but inside he was complaining non-stop. The demon abyss was deadly enough already, and now he had another burden to carry. The little cat misunderstood and thought Xu Beiwang was genuinely worried about it, so it happily rubbed against him. The eldest princess replied coldly that instead of worrying about the cat, he should worry about staying alive himself. The cat was not easy to kill since it had 9 lives. Xu Beiwang stood there speechless. The only thought in his head was that this creature ate non-stop, always wanted attention, and somehow still had 9 lives. Heaven really played favorites. The little cat jumped down from the eldest princess's side and secretly vowed to devour a demon core. Once it became stronger, no one would dare look down on it again. Xu Beiwang curiously asked if the cat could really eat demon cores. That was one expensive appetite. The eldest princess casually replied that it needed at least a 3 calamities demon core. Demon cores could be obtained by hunting evil creatures in the far north, but Xu Beiwang was startled because a 3 calamities demon was already equal to a human great-grandmaster. That cat was far too confident. The eldest princess glanced at both of them and urged them to stop chatting since they were equally troublesome. Then she ordered Xu Beiwang to make her braised pork, and he immediately got to work. The next scene moved to the kitchen, where the little cat happily helped tend the fire. Xu Beiwang laughed and teased that he never expected the cat to be so hard-working. At this rate, he might actually consider bringing it along. He then curiously asked why it wanted to absorb demon cores. Could it transform into a human? The little cat nodded without hesitation. Xu Beiwang's eyes immediately lit up, so it really could become human. What kind of appearance did it want? The little cat only shook its head in confusion, clearly having no idea. Seeing that, Xu Beiwang launched into a long list. She had to be cute and gentle, with a ponytail, dimples, a stunning figure, a full chest, a short white dress, and black stockings to complete the perfect look. Just as he was happily daydreaming, the eldest prince's voice came from behind. "So this is your ideal type?" Xu Beiwang instantly froze. One word echoed in his mind. He was doomed. He hurriedly waved his hands and denied everything, saying he was only joking and urging Her Highness to enjoy the meal. The eldest princess took one bite, and her expression immediately softened. She had to admit that while he was unreliable in many ways, his cooking was truly exceptional. Right then, a messenger arrived with news that Wu Zhao had summoned young Master Xu to court. The eldest princess simply nodded and told him to go. On the way to the palace, Xu Beiwang secretly wondered whether that woman had finally made up her mind. The scene shifted to the Golden Throne Hall. Xu Beiwang entered and respectfully bowed before Wu Zhao. Wu Zhao immediately put on a sorrowful expression and declared that the destruction of the imperial mausoleum had filled her with rage. The matter had to be punished severely as a warning to the entire realm. The officials below exchanged puzzled looks. They all assumed she was about to punish the ruthless tomb raiders. But the next moment, Wu Zhao issued her decree. Xu Beiwang was sentenced to serve in the City of Sin as punishment for damaging the imperial mausoleum. The entire court erupted in chaos. No one could understand what was happening. Everyone knew Wu Zhao and Xu Beiwang were on the same side, and everyone also knew he served Di Wu Qinchang. This move was impossible to predict. Deep down, Wu Zhao was calculating that working with this young man brought more benefits than risks. Since he wanted military authority, she would give it to him. Whether he could survive the demon abyss was another matter. Xu Beiwang remained perfectly calm. He accepted the punishment and even thanked the Empress for her wise judgment. The entire court was stunned. No one expected Xu Beiwang to accept the sentence so obediently. Some were even delighted that he was being sent to the city of sin. Meanwhile, Wu Zhao secretly felt pleased. She thought everyone else was foolish. None of them could compare to Xu Beiwang, and this move had also earned her even more prestige. Wu Zhao then dismissed the court and ordered Xu Beiwang to leave for the city of sin immediately. He readily accepted the decree. The people around him looked delighted, eager to see what tricks he could pull off in the far north. Xu Beiwang simply smiled because military command was finally in his hands. The moment he returned to the estate, Xu Beiwang reported everything to the eldest princess. The plan had succeeded, and Wu Zhao had taken the bait. The eldest princess immediately gave him a new mission. This trip to the Demon Kingdom required completing 2 tasks. First, recover the 2 divine artifacts from Juzhou that were now hidden inside the Demon Kingdom. Second, seize the star compass in the far north because it contained the black tortoise divine origin from beyond this world. Xu Beiwang immediately smiled and asked what reward he would receive after completing the mission. In his mind, no reward meant no motivation. The eldest princess calmly asked what he wanted. Xu Beiwang beat around the bush, saying the mission was extremely difficult. The eldest princess quickly lost patience and told him to get to the point. After gathering all his courage, Xu Beiwang finally blurted out that he wanted to sleep beside Her Highness. The eldest princess narrowed her eyes and carefully studied him. Asking so directly to take her primordial yin took quite a bit of courage. Xu Beiwang froze on the spot. The boss had been so straightforward that he had no idea how to respond. The eldest princess coldly reminded him that, with his current weak cultivation, touching her primordial yin would make him explode before he could enjoy it. But Xu Beiwang looked completely obsessed and declared that he was more than willing. The eldest princess looked at him with disgust and called him useless. Xu Beiwang could only sigh inwardly. The boss was impossible to rush, and his life really was miserable. After thinking for a long time, he cautiously suggested another method and even hinted at using her mouth instead. Before he could finish, the eldest princess kicked him square in the face and coldly demanded whether he dared insult her. Xu Beiwang hurriedly explained that he had misspoken. What he really meant was her feet. Even so, he was kicked flying again while being scolded as a shameless pervert. Yet Xu Beiwang was grinning from ear to ear. He even wondered if the boss had actually agreed. Getting kicked in the face by her somehow made him feel happy. Just as he was lost in those ridiculous thoughts, Wu Zhao suddenly appeared and interrupted him, leaving Xu Beiwang visibly annoyed. Why did she have to show up right now? He then walked outside and saw Feng Wangying already waiting for him. Wu Zhao appeared and handed him the military edict along with the bronze tiger tally. She also ordered him to leave for the city of sin immediately. Xu Beiwang secretly felt the timing was perfect since these were exactly what he needed. His only regret was having to leave the boss so soon. A little later, he returned with a brand new dish he had personally cooked for the eldest princess, saying he had just invented it before leaving. After taking a bite, the eldest princess's expression softened slightly. The taste was surprisingly good. Seizing the moment, Xu Beiwang even recited a poem, comparing himself to the stars and her to the moon, hoping they would shine together every night. Hearing that, the eldest princess revealed a faint smile, something she rarely did. Xu Beiwang immediately stepped closer, convinced their hearts were finally in sync. He proudly believed his romantic gesture had truly moved the boss. The eldest princess lifted his chin with one hand, her dominant aura as overwhelming as ever. Without another word, she pressed her lips against Xu Beiwang's. But the next moment, the familiar kick sent him flying again, and she casually told him to get lost and focus on cultivating. Xu Beiwang landed on the ground in a miserable heap, with the little cat beside him. Clutching his face, he loudly complained and asked if she was actually trying to kick him to death. The little cat suddenly took out an item and stuffed it straight into his mouth. At the same time, the eldest princess's voice echoed over, telling him to swallow it and refine it with his cultivation. Xu Beiwang chuckled. He remembered worrying before that absorbing the cat's blood essence would hurt it, but now it was obvious the boss had already given her approval. The moment he began refining it, he noticed something astonishing. Every ferocious beast blood essence he had absorbed before was heavily suppressed, while the little cat's blood essence completely overshadowed them all. Could it really be even more precious than a true dragon's? A while later, Xu Beiwang picked up the little cat and curiously asked whether its blood essence contained some kind of secret art. The little cat immediately started gesturing excitedly, but Xu Beiwang shook his head, saying he still preferred simple, direct punches. The little cat refused to give up and kept trying to explain. Xu Beiwang still shook his head, saying flashy energy attacks simply did not match his style. Seeing that, the little cat ran to the door and brought Eunuch Yu over, leaving Xu Beiwang wondering why he had been called here. After acting out several more gestures, Xu Beiwang finally realized the cat wanted Eunuch Yu to be the test target. Eunuch Yu politely stepped forward, while Xu Beiwang felt completely helpless. After all, the old man was a great grandmaster. One move from him could crush Xu Beiwang instantly. Eunuch Yu then assumed a stance and prepared for the exchange. Although reluctant, Xu Beiwang quickly threw a punch to test the technique. Eunuch Yu looked utterly confused. The boxing style seemed strangely soft and awkward. But the instant the final strike landed, Eunuch Yu's body transformed into a fish, leaving even him shocked by the terrifying power of the technique. Xu Beiwang was beyond excited. Even he could not believe that attack had come from himself. He hurried over with the antidote and anxiously asked whether Eunuch Yu was all right. After returning to normal, Eunuch Yu sighed and said that without his unique physique, he would have died long ago. Even though he survived, he still lost an entire cultivation realm. Xu Beiwang could only apologize over and over. Xu Beiwang picked up the little cat and praised it endlessly. The little cat wagged its tail happily, but still acted spoiled, pretending it had not heard enough. Xu Beiwang immediately praised it even louder, and in his excitement he gave the little cat a quick kiss. In the next instant, the eldest princess's aura descended, making his spine turn cold. She looked at him expressionlessly and asked how he could possibly be so foolish. Xu Beiwang hurriedly explained that Meow Meow Fist was simply too powerful, and he had lost control of his emotions. The eldest princess asked whether that fist technique was really so impressive. Xu Beiwang acted modest, but still claimed it was probably among the top 3 techniques in the world. Inside, he was panicking because he knew the boss had definitely seen him kiss the cat. Without saying another word, the eldest princess placed her foot on top of his head. She then cast an illusion technique and said no one in this worthless world would ever see through it. Xu Beiwang immediately thanked her with delight. He quickly realized that by using the illusion first and then unleashing Meow Meow Fist, no one would notice its bizarre movements. The eldest princess then took out a small hammer. The moment the little cat saw it, it started trembling in fear. She instructed the little cat that if this shameless lackey dared get close to another woman during the journey, it should simply hit him with the hammer, and he would not be able to resist. The little cat immediately hugged the hammer and seriously accepted the mission, looking completely determined. The eldest princess added one more warning. If he dared kiss the little cat again, both of them would be punished. Xu Beiwang quickly asked whether the reward she promised still counted. The eldest princess told him to stop talking nonsense and make a stop at Julong Ancient City on the way. Xu Beiwang immediately accepted the order, secretly delighted that she had not denied the reward. Besides, if the boss told him to visit Julong Ancient City, there had to be a great opportunity waiting there. Just as he was about to leave, the eldest princess suddenly asked whether he had forgotten something. Xu Beiwang was confused at first, but his thoughts quickly wandered. Was the boss waiting for a goodbye kiss? Before he could keep guessing, the eldest princess took the initiative and kissed him herself, leaving Xu Beiwang completely frozen. He even wondered if she actually preferred making the first move. But the sweet moment still ended with the familiar kick that sent him flying into the distance. The scene shifted to Julong Ancient City. Along the way, Xu Beiwang curiously asked how the little cat had met the eldest princess. The little cat sadly replied through voice transmission that the great demon boss had bullied it for 27 years. Xu Beiwang kept asking questions and even guessed whether the little cat had born to the boss mother. The little cat sadly replied that she was not allowed to call that woman mother. Xu Beiwang laughed, finding the whole thing unbelievable. He even joked to himself that his future mother-in-law had it rough, giving birth not only to the boss but also to this little cat. He continued asking everything he could think of, from whether they had always stayed together to the eldest princess's identity in the upper realm, and why she had reincarnated. Though helpless, the little cat slowly explained that countless terrifying enemies had hunted her back then. In the end, she had barely survived thanks to the yin-yang fruit. After hearing the story, Xu Beiwang finally understood everything. The little cat immediately urged him to avenge her. Now that Xu Beiwang knew the eldest princess's past, he became completely serious and vowed to wipe out everyone who had ever bullied his woman. Just then, a shout came from behind, demanding that someone hand over the Zhulongfang. Hidden among the bushes, a group of people was surrounding and robbing a young girl. She angrily complained that there was only one Fang. So who was she supposed to give it to? She had worked hard to find the treasure and refused to hand it over. Hearing that, the group stopped caring about anything else and charged at once, each trying to seize the treasure for themselves. At the height of the chaos, Xu Beiwang suddenly stepped between them and greeted the little carp. He asked who had dared bully her. The girl stared at him in shock, never expecting him to appear at the perfect moment. One man sneered, thinking another fool had come to throw his life away. Xu Beiwang slowly drew out his whip, his eyes filled with killing intent. He asked what they were laughing at before declaring that everyone there would die today. The moment they sensed his murderous aura, the group panicked and turned to flee. The little carp hurriedly shouted that the three-eyed poison toad carried half a bottle of Zhulong blood essence. The man instantly turned pale with fear, threw the item toward Xu Beiwang, and begged for mercy. Xu Beiwang asked the little carp why she had not used Her Highness's name to threaten them. Surely these demons would never dare oppose the eldest princess. The little carp could only smile bitterly. Not everyone enjoyed the boss protection like he did. Before leaving, Xu Beiwang told her to write down the names of anyone who bullied her in the future. The little carp shook her head and said it was unnecessary, because, aside from him, the eldest princess never really cared about anyone else. The scene then shifted directly to the city of Xin. The moment Xu Beiwang arrived at the city of Xin, someone was already waiting to greet him, saying the new city lord wished to see him. Looking around at the chaotic and sinister atmosphere, he could only sigh that this place truly lived up to its infamous reputation. On the way, he glanced at the little cat and asked whether it was so obsessed with eating demon cores because it wanted to transform into a human. The little cat immediately gestured non-stop, making Xu Beiwang frown in confusion. Could swallowing demon cores really allow it to speak? Before he could believe it, the little cat suddenly kissed him on the cheek to prove its point. At that exact moment, the hammer left behind by the eldest princess instantly appeared and locked onto Xu Beiwang's head as if it were about to execute him on the spot. He desperately tried to defend himself, but it was completely useless. Xu Beiwang could only complain inwardly. The boss was the one who gave him the cat, so why was he not even allowed to get close to it? But when he realized the eldest princess was jealous enough to do this, he felt strangely happy. With that thought, he continued on to meet the city lord. The scene shifts to the city lord's mansion. Xu Beiwang steps inside and greets the host with respect. The man before him is Qin Hai, the city lord of Sin City. Xu Beiwang quietly sizes him up, expecting a show of pressure. Instead, Qin Hai hands him a scroll and thanks him for his hard work. He also grants Xu Beiwang full authority to command 30,000 soldiers stationed at the Great Wall. After taking the scroll, Xu Beiwang prepares to leave. Qin Hai watches him go, wondering why Xu Beiwang truly came to the demon cavern. On the way out, Xu Beiwang suddenly bumps into a young woman. She is Qin Chuchu, Qin Hei's daughter. The moment she sees him, she reacts like she has met her greatest idol. Xu Beiwang calmly asks who she is. Qin Chuchu excitedly says she has admired him for a long time and hears stories about him every day. Xu Beiwang instantly realizes she is another fan. He smugly thinks people adore him everywhere, while the little cat on his shoulder puffs up in annoyance. Qin Chuchu praises the little cat and offers to show him around Sin City. The little cat nearly explodes, remembering the eldest princess ordered it to smash Xu Beiwang with a hammer if he got close to other women. In the end, the little cat holds back to save his reputation. Xu Beiwang politely smiles and says he will ask for her help if he ever needs it. Qin Chuchu happily says she would never mind. As Xu Beiwang walks away, he figures she is probably another child of destiny and decides to keep her around as a treasure hunter for now. At that moment, a space portal opens. Another woman appears and respectfully says she will escort him to his residence and deliver some documents. The little cat gets annoyed again, wondering why women keep showing up around him. Xu Beiwang quickly calms it down and explains she is from Funk and was sent by the eldest princess. He complains that he always needs the boss to back him up, but deep down he is clearly enjoying it. The little cat sees right through him and teases him for loving every second of it. The scene switches to Chin Chucha's bedroom inside the city lord's mansion. A fierce battle is raging inside her mind. One side insists she is Chin Hai's only daughter, blessed with endless resources and the daughter of one of Juju's strongest experts. Then Yi Tian's consciousness violently awakens and screams that he is the real Yi Tian. It turns out he foolishly provoked Chin Chuchu before. Even though she was not very strong, her artifact was terrifying and nearly destroyed his soul. In the end, Elder Yan used a secret technique to force Yi Tian's soul into Chin Chucha's body before falling into a deep sleep. After a long mental struggle, Chin Chucha's remaining soul is finally completely suppressed. Filled with hatred, Yi Tian thinks that foolish woman was obsessed with Xu Beiwang, so he will use her body to send Xu Beiwang straight to hell. Back with Xu Beiwang, he studies the reports and discovers that whenever the blood moon appears, the demon defense line reveals its biggest weakness. That will be the perfect time to launch a counterattack. Just then, the eldest princess suddenly appears and smacks him on the head with the hilt of her dagger. Xu Beiwang jumps in shock and freezes on the spot. The eldest princess coldly scolds him. She sent him to the demon cavern for work, yet he has been flirting with women instead. Xu Beiwang quickly admits his mistake and quietly asks if she came because she missed him. Hearing that, the eldest princess immediately smacks him across the face again and warns that he is not worthy of being missed. If he dares flirt with another woman again, she will chop him into pieces. Xu Beiwang can only mumble another apology, while the little cat quietly admits her possessiveness is honestly terrifying. The eldest princess seriously orders him to find the last 2 divine artifacts. Only after collecting all 10 can they forge the world artifact to break the barrier sealing this place. After she ascends, the world artifact will belong to him, and he must bring it to meet her. Xu Beiwang immediately accepts the order. He recalls Bai Gong once saying that no one from the wasteland could ever transcend. If that is true, then the eldest princess will be the first to open that path, and the road ahead will be filled with danger. Thinking that he cannot stay by her side leaves him with deep regret. The eldest princess softly smiles and asks if he wants to kiss her right now if she allowed it. Xu Beiwang is completely stunned, unable to believe she guessed even that thought. He immediately says she really is his soulmate, but the timing is unfortunate. The eldest princess playfully calls him hopelessly foolish and asks why he never thought of sending his consciousness into the dagger. Xu Beiwang's eyes light up at once. He gets excited, imagining their souls meeting inside the dagger in the most romantic way possible. Seeing him still frozen, the eldest princess urges him to do it right away. Through the spiritual link inside the dagger, the two of them share a passionate kiss. Xu Beiwang instinctively touches his lips. His real body feels nothing, yet the memory deep within his soul leaves him completely enchanted. That night, he sleeps with a goofy smile on his face, leaving the little cat utterly confused. The next day, the blood moon suddenly covers the skies above Sin City. Xu Beiwang frowns, feeling this blood moon appeared far too suddenly. At that moment, Chin Chuchu, or rather Xiao Fan possessing her body, suddenly appears and calls out to him. Xiao Fan keeps reminding himself to stay calm and never let Xu Beiwang notice anything suspicious before the perfect chance to strike. Xu Beiwang shows obvious displeasure and coldly says he is not used to talking to people looking down on him from above. Xiao Fan immediately lands and invites him to a tea room, proudly claiming to be an expert in the art of tea. Xu Beiwang only smiles faintly and glances at the artifact beside her, thinking she will face far worse in the future. Xiao Fan goes on and on about tea, from the northern spirit spring to water that forms only one drop every 5,000 years. But deep inside, he is consumed to kill a content, waiting for the chance to kill Xu Beiwang and take back his flute. Xu Beiwang has no interest in the performance at all. Seeing him refuse, the little cat quietly breathes a sigh of relief, or it would have smashed him with a hammer. Seeing the invitation fail, Xiao Fan takes out a bottle of ancient shadow leopard essence blood and offers it as a gift of friendship. He is secretly shocked by how indifferent Xu Beiwang remains. Xu Beiwang only gives it a quick glance and casually says he rarely uses the essence blood of second-generation demon beasts. At the same time, he finds this woman strangely eager to show off. Xiao Fan is almost furious enough to explode, cursing that even second-generation demon beast essence blood is being looked down on. Watching her expression change again and again, Xu Beiwang quietly grows wary, feeling she might snap at any moment. Yet in the blink of an eye, Xiao Fan switches to a pitiful expression and continues speaking softly, forcing himself to stay calm so he will not reveal anything. The little cat finally loses its patience and directly growls, calling her a fake, shameless woman. Being insulted by a talking cat leaves Xiao Fan completely stunned. Xu Beiwang calmly pats the little cat on the head and apologizes, saying his pet is a bit naughty and asking Miss Qin not to take it personally. Xiao Fan can only force a farewell and leave. Watching her back, Xu Beiwang becomes even more suspicious, feeling she acts like two completely different people. He then turns to the little cat and praises its performance today. The little cat instantly beams with joy and happily asks if Meow Meow was amazing. The scene shifts to the city lord's mansion. On the surface, Qin Chuchu clings to her father, crying that Xu Beiwang nearly burned her to death and begging him for revenge. But Xiao Fan is thinking very differently. He knows he cannot stay near Qin Hai for long, or a spiritual inspection will expose him. Still, he can make use of the old man for now. Qin Hai only smiles and warns her never to provoke Xu Beiwang because even he does not want to offend the five devils backing him. Xiao Fan can only grit his teeth, thinking the old man is hopelessly stubborn. Seeing Qin Hai still unwilling to act, Xiao Fan changes his approach and says his daughter needs a 10,000-year jade monkey fruit to break through. He also claims she wants to surpass that villain and become Juju's greatest genius. Qin Hai agrees, but just then a subordinate rushes in with urgent news that the Constable Division has begun mobilizing troops to attack the Demon Cavern. The scene returns to Xu Beiwang. As he gently pets the little cat, he calmly tells it to wait a little longer because good food is coming soon. Meanwhile, he secretly plans his next move, knowing he cannot rush deeper into the Demon Cavern and must first hunt a few Demon King-level fiends to clear the way. After hearing the news of the battle, Qin Hai wastes no time and immediately launches a full-scale war against the fiends. Xu Beiwang and the little cat do not stand by either. They charge onto the battlefield and cut down every fiend in their path. Qin Hai watches in amazement, feeling Xu Beiwang was born for the battlefield. His Tao revolves around slaughter, making him as terrifying as a living demon god. Sin City truly suits him perfectly. While the battle is still raging, someone suddenly appears behind Xu Beiwang and launches a sneak attack. Qin Hai is startled by the sight, and a trace of worry flashes through his mind. The attacker is Imperial Inspector Gongsun Li. His eyes burn with hatred as he points at Xu Beiwang and roars that Xu Beiwang killed the Mohist successor Gongsun Ji at Tianku, and today he will collect that debt. Watching from the side, Xiao Fan secretly celebrates. Someone finally has the guts to make a move. But Xu Beiwang only smirks, remaining as calm as if his opponent were merely a Peak Saint Realm cultivator not worth his attention. Some people immediately join in, shouting to kill the villain, while many others clearly hesitate. Without saying a word, the little cat swings the eldest princess's mace and charges straight into the troublemakers. Qin Hai is completely stunned. With a single strike, the weapon crushes a Saint Realm expert to death. He cannot help wondering if the consciousness of the fifth devil herself is hidden inside that wooden mace. Everyone believes the rumors even more. Xu Beiwang really is the fifth devil's man, or he would never receive such overwhelming protection. Meanwhile, Xiao Fan secretly mocks him, thinking he only knows how to rely on women. Xu Beiwang turns to the little cat and reminds it never to stand in front of him during danger again. The little cat happily promises to remember. After everything settles down, Xu Beiwang coldly looks at Qin Hai and demands an explanation. Qin Hai is equally confused, unable to understand why the usually calm Gongsun Li would suddenly act so recklessly. Xiao Fan immediately cuts in with dissatisfaction, saying there is nothing to explain since Xu Beiwang killed law enforcer Gongsun anyway. The moment Xu Beiwang glances at him, Xiao Fan instantly backs down. He decides not to provoke this villain any further, fearing his disguise will be exposed. After nearly dying from the sneak attack, Xu Beiwang is clearly not someone who will let this go. Qin Hai sternly asks whether Xu Beiwang really intends to speak with such an attitude. Xu Beiwang only smiles and asks if Qin Hai is the one pulling the strings behind everything. Furious, Qin Hai shouts that he has gone too far. Seeing the tension rise, the little cat immediately raises the mace as a warning. The instant Qin Hai sees the mace, cold sweat runs down his back. He knows exactly where that terrifying weapon came from and dares not act recklessly. Shui Wang remains completely composed and says compensation still has to be settled properly. He knows full well that since this happened on Qin Hai's territory, Qin Hai cannot escape responsibility. Pushed into a corner, Qin Hai can only suppress his anger and ask what Shui Wang wants. He decides it is better to give in than risk provoking the fifth devil. Xiaofan, still in Qin Chuch's body, is deeply disappointed. He thought gaining this identity would let Qin Hai support him freely, yet Qin Hai treats Shui Wang with incredible respect. He simply cannot understand why the fifth devil favors Shui Wang so much. Shui Wang does not hold back at all. He demands 10 Demon Emperor origin cores and 20 Demon King origin cores as compensation. The little cat's eyes immediately light up because those are exactly what it needs. Qin Hai quietly calculates the cost and decides that amount of demon origin is still acceptable. Shui Wang deliberately asks once more whether City Lord Qin agrees. In the end, Qin Hai can only grit his teeth and nod. After receiving all the demon origins, Shui Wang calmly turns around and leaves as though nothing had happened. The scene then shifts to the military camp outside the city. Even after absorbing every demon origin, the little cat still looks unsatisfied. Shui Wang is stunned and asks how it is still not enough. His mind fills with questions because 10 Demon Emperor origin cores should equal the souls of 10 peak Saint Realm experts, and they should have been incredibly effective. With no other choice, Shui Wang picks up the little cat and moves out. He then leads 30,000 elite soldiers straight into the demon cavern. Before setting off, he comforts the little cat and promises to find it plenty of tasty food soon. Watching from afar, Qin Hai is deeply shaken. That forbidden zone is so terrifying that even half-step supremes would never enter lightly. Inside, everyone becomes an ordinary person, and survival is entirely on luck. Yet Shui Wang still marches in without hesitation. Qin Hai turns to his daughter and asks if Shui Wang really entered the forbidden zone. Xiaofan only smiles and says the villain's fate is still unknown. Since Shui has already left Sin City, whatever happens next is no longer their concern. Qin Hai immediately disagrees. The fifth devil has never been a reasonable person. If anything happens to Shui Wang, she will surely take it out on them. The father and daughter continue watching Shui Wang from afar and finally realize his true goal was the demon cavern all along. But the forbidden zone is incredibly strange. No matter how powerful someone is, the moment they enter, they are reduced to an ordinary person. In their eyes, Shui Wang has just walked into certain death. Qin Hai glances around and tells the hidden observer to stop calculating Shui Wang's fate and come out. As soon as he finishes speaking, and Buneng, the city lord of Bright City, reveals himself, Qin Hai immediately asks about the result of the divination. And Buneng shakes his head and says every divination technique completely fails when used on Shui Wang. Hearing that, Qin Hai grows even more uneasy and starts considering a backup plan. Even a half-step supreme like him would never enter the forbidden zone, yet Shui Wang walked in without fear. His chances of survival seem incredibly slim. Inside the forbidden zone, Shui Wang stares ahead with a serious expression. This is the place he has been looking for. Without another word, he speeds forward. Suddenly, the flying sword beneath his feet disappears, sending both him and the little cat crashing to the ground. The power borrowed from the eldest princess vanishes, his spiritual sea is sealed, and even his acupoints are completely locked. Shui Wang quickly realizes all of his cultivation has disappeared. The forbidden zone truly lives up to its reputation. Instead of panicking, he pulls out his shotgun and orders the entire army to prepare for the assault. One soldier hesitates and advises him to reconsider. Shui Wang immediately glares at him and asks if he dares disobey orders. To his surprise, the soldiers openly rebel. They refuse to throw their lives away and declare they will kill Shui Wang today to become the heroes of Juzhou. The others quickly join in, saying they refuse to die for nothing and will kill him first. Shui Wang only lets out a cold smile and slowly raises his gun. The soldiers burst into laughter. In the forbidden zone, artifacts are useless, so they want to see what trick he can possibly use. The next second, Shui Wang pulls the trigger. The bullet slams into a nearby boulder and blasts countless holes through it. Every soldier freezes in disbelief. How can his weapon still work inside the forbidden zone? Shui Wang coldly warns them to either follow him deeper inside or die where they stand. Secretly, he is glad he prepared firearms and explosives in the kingdom ahead of time. With his scientific knowledge, this cultivation world still has weaknesses. Witnessing that display, every soldier immediately bows in submission. Anyone who can use such a weapon inside the Forbidden Zone is no ordinary man. Following him may be their only chance to survive. After they all swear loyalty, Xu Beiwang points forward and orders a full assault, warning that anyone who retreats will be executed. He then looks at the little cat and complains that he never realized how heavy it was until he lost all his cultivation. Just then, countless strange dark shadows appear in the sky. Xu Beiwang immediately orders everyone into formation and remarks that the fiends arrived much faster than expected and in overwhelming numbers. Following his command, the soldiers quickly light their rockets and unleash every weapon they have. Xu Beiwang watches closely, thinking they certainly look powerful, but the real test is whether they actually work. Unfortunately, the outcome falls far short of his expectations. The soldiers, however, are completely stunned, believing young Master Zeus' weapons are unbelievably powerful. Seeing morale soar, Xu Beiwang seizes the moment and tells them demon origins are war merits, and war merits are enough to change their fate. Whether they seize the chance depends on them. Fired up by his words, the soldiers charge forward with overwhelming momentum. Xu Beiwang smiles to himself, knowing his plan has worked. This is the power of science. The little cat is just as excited after seeing so many demon origins. In a very short time, every fiend that attacked is completely wiped out. An excited soldier rushes over to report that they have won a great victory. Xu Beiwang immediately orders that every resource of Tier 3 or higher be handed over to him, while the rest can be divided among the soldiers. He orders the entire army to return to Sin City, while he decides to continue deeper into the demon cavern alone. The soldiers immediately try to stop him, warning that what lies ahead is far too dangerous. The scene quickly shifts to the main street of the imperial capital. The entire court is in an uproar as an official urgently reports to the Empress that City Lord Qin has sent a battle report. Xu Beiwang wiped out millions of fiends inside the Forbidden Zone before entering the demon cavern alone. Wu Zhao is visibly surprised and immediately asks how many of the 30,000 soldiers are still alive. She quietly thinks that since the founding of the Great Qian, no one has ever achieved such an unbelievable military feat. The official quickly replies that 25,000 soldiers have survived. Wu Xiao waves him away and orders the battle report to be delivered to the eldest princess's residence. She cannot help feeling impressed. That young man keeps exceeding her expectations. No wonder he was so confident before. Such achievements deserve a great reward, but she wants to wait until he returns to see what he plans to do next. At the same time, the eldest princess also receives news that Xu Beiwang has accomplished a great feat inside the Forbidden Zone. She quietly wonders whether that brat has obediently followed her instructions. Back inside the Forbidden Zone, Xu Beiwang continues slaughtering fiends with only a single gun, while the number of demon origins he collects keeps growing. As he fights, he smugly thinks the eldest princess must be missing him by now. While circulating the Beiming divine art, he gradually notices his blood energy thinning slightly, yet his cultivation is increasing in a very strange way. The Forbidden Zone suppresses every form of power, but his nether chi flows without the slightest problem. Xu Beiwang begins to suspect that this forbidden land may hide a treasure perfectly suited for him. Just then, the little cat suddenly starts talking, instantly changing the atmosphere. Xu Beiwang jumps in shock, thinking he must have heard it wrong. Seeing his reaction, the little cat angrily insists that Meow Meow is not stupid. After confirming the little cat can really speak, both of them are overjoyed. Xu Beiwang gently says he no longer has to struggle to guess cat language, calling it a wonderful surprise. He also compliments Meow Meow's cute voice. The little cat immediately gets excited and starts asking for hugs, kisses, and to be lifted high into the air. Xu Beiwang firmly refuses, saying none of that will happen until it can take human form. He sets the little cat back on the ground and tells it to go play, while he keeps thinking about the secret of the Forbidden Zone. A place capable of sealing every kind of power must be connected to an incredible treasure. The little cat suddenly starts tattling, saying the big meanie always secretly watches Xu Beiwang while he bathes. Xu Beiwang freezes and asks if the big meanie means the eldest princess. He can hardly believe it. The little cat continues, saying there are plenty of other women around her too. It even reveals that while he is asleep, she stands beside his bed watching him. Xu Beiwang feels a chill run down his spine. Watching him bathe was not enough. Now she even watches him sleep. Her possessiveness has become downright terrifying. The little cat keeps going, saying that whenever Xu Beiwang falls asleep, she even places her foot on his face. Yet instead of being speechless, Xu Beiwang quietly laughs. He finally understands why he always wakes up unconsciously licking his lips. It seems the eldest princess really loves leaving her mark on him. Sensing the perfect opportunity, the little cat launches a psychological attack, saying the big meanie only bullies him, while Meow Meow is the one who truly cares about him. Xu Beiwang can only smile awkwardly. Xu Beiwang fires back, asking if the little cat has legs as beautiful as the eldest princess, a figure as stunning as hers, or her noble icy charm and gentle elegance. In his heart, no one else's affection can compare to hers. He even calmly admits that he genuinely enjoys having the eldest princess step on his face. The little cat bristles with anger and calls him a complete pervert. Xu Beiwang only laughs, picks it up, and says they should focus on business first. He reminds it about the mission the eldest princess gave them and asks it to breathe fire to light up the cave. The little cat immediately sets a condition. Xu Beiwang must love Meow Meow the most and never abandon it no matter what. Xu Beiwang replies that the eldest princess will always be first, while Meow Meow comes second. Though disappointed, the little cat accepts it as long as it always stays in second place. If it ever drops to third or fourth, it promises to beat him up with its cat fists. Xu Beiwang casually agrees, secretly thinking the silly cat acts exactly like a teenage girl. The little cat takes a deep breath and breathes out a huge stream of fire, instantly lighting up the entire cave. Xu Beiwang happily praises Meow's Meow as the best. He also realizes that surviving in Demon Cavern requires demonic energy. According to the eldest princess, absorbing the demon origins refined by the little cat will fill his body with far denser demonic energy, so they need to collect as many as possible. But at that moment, Xu Beiwang suddenly notices something extremely strange. A tiny green sprout suddenly grows from the little cat's head. Even Meow Meow looks confused, then proudly decides its unmatched beauty must have attracted the plant. Xu Beiwang is completely stunned. What appeared is clearly a fortune tree. He had never seen one on the little cat or the eldest princess before, because neither of them belongs to Juzhou. If they were natives, he would have noticed long ago. Yet now the little cat has actually formed a complete fortune tree. Back then, the 8th young master had one as well, but his fortune tree had only a little over 20 leaves. The little cat's fortune tree, however, has more than 99 leaves. It is clearly heaven's favorite. Anyone seeing it would be green with envy. Xu Beiwang secretly guesses that if the little cat's fortune is already this overwhelming, then the eldest princess's must be even more terrifying. Thinking about it, he realizes he is probably the only unlucky one in the family, and heaven really is unfair. After being stared at for so long, the little cat starts feeling uneasy and wonders what strange idea that little rascal has come up with this time. Xu Beiwang simply looks away and casually says it is nothing. But the next second, he suddenly turns back with a puzzled look. With the little cat's heaven-defying fortune, it should be finding opportunities everywhere. Yet ever since arriving in Juzhou, it has gained nothing remarkable. That makes him wonder if its fortune is somehow suppressed in Juzhou. If he transcends to the outer realm in the future, will his own fortune change as well? The thought sends Xu Beiwang's imagination running wild. He pictures his own fortune tree shining brilliantly, picking up divine pills while walking, and immortal herbs flying into his mouth with every sip of water. His dreamy expression completely terrifies the little cat, which has no idea what is going through his head. Xu Beiwang quickly snaps back to reality and laughs, saying he was simply distracted by Meow Meow's cuteness. He tells it to continue searching for the divine artifact. But just as he finishes speaking, he suddenly senses a familiar aura. Thanks to cultivating the god-devouring blood art, he is extremely sensitive to souls, and the aura belongs to Puppet Xiao. Xu Beiwang immediately changes direction and tells the little cat to check it out. Maybe another great opportunity is waiting for them. The two quickly follow the aura deeper ahead. The scene shifts outside a forbidden hall. Yi Tian stares at Xu Beiwang's weapon with obvious disdain, believing that fellow only knows how to rely on clever tricks. Just then, Xiaofan appears and introduces himself as a disciple of the Dian Holy Land, expressing his admiration for Miss Qin. Yi Tian, still using Qin Chuchu's identity, immediately puts on a fake smile and says he has long heard of Xiaofan, calling him one of the younger generation's finest talents. Deep down, however, he remembers that when the heavenly rankings were announced at Tianchu, Xiaofan accidentally helped make Xu Beiwang famous, paving the way for his rapid rise. That even though this was their first meeting, he already felt strangely close to her. Deep down, he was already planning ahead. Qin Chuchu was Qin Hai's only daughter. She was not the greatest beauty in Jiuzhou, but her grace was enough. If he married her, his status would soar. Ye Tian only sneered to himself, thinking this guy was nothing more than an inexperienced country bumpkin. He clearly remembered Xiaofan once kneeling before Xu Beiwang and begging for mercy, only to be humiliated like a clown. He might not be able to deal with Xu Beiwang yet, but killing this fool would be easy. To him, every noble genius deserved to die. Ye Tian then baited him on purpose. He claimed he once wanted to walk the righteous path, but was constantly humiliated by Xu Beiwang. So now he would prove his Tao through slaughter. He then asked if Xiaofan wanted to meet her father. Xiaofan was overjoyed and even thought he had already reached the stage of meeting the parents. Along the way, Xiaofan kept praising Qin Chuchu and could not stop calling her beautiful. He grew even more excited, believing that becoming Qin Hai's son-in-law would greatly raise his status and make conquering Juzhou much easier. Ye Tian played along with a sweet smile and even praised Xiaofan as an interesting man. But the next second, Ye Tian coldly added that he actually disliked people who talked too much. Ye Tian had already finished his plan. He would lure Xiaofan to a deserted place and kill him there. Attacking openly would only make Qin Hai suspicious. Meanwhile, Xiaofan foolishly followed behind. The scene then shifted to a massive cliff. Ye Tian stood ahead and waved for Xiaofan to come closer. Xiaofan seized the chance to confess. He said he had fallen for her at first sight. He admitted he was not strong enough yet, but he promised to make her the happiest woman in Juzhou someday. But at that very moment, Xu Beiwang had heard every word from behind. He secretly mocked Xiaofan, thinking this so-called perfect son-in-law flirted with women every single day like he was picking breeding horses. If he were not searching for a divine artifact for the boss, he would never waste time watching such a cringe confession. Suddenly, Xiaofan cried out in shock. Xu Beiwang thought things were finally getting exciting, so he happily turned around to watch. Instead, he saw Ye Tian drive a blade straight into Xiaofan. Xiaofan stared in disbelief, unable to understand what he had done to deserve this. Ye Tian let out a sinister laugh and declared that worthless trash like Xiaofan had no right to keep living. Clutching his wound, Xiaofan struggled to fight back, while shouting that he could not die for no reason. Ye Tian released overwhelming killing intent and declared that Xiaofan had no chance of escaping today. The next moment, both of them suddenly fell into a dry well nearby. Even while dying, Xiaofan could not understand why Qin Chuchu wanted him dead. He even threatened Ye Tian with the Great Yan's sacred land, saying Qin Hai and his daughter would never know peace if he died. But just then, Ye Tian's eyes were drawn to an object in the distance. It was the Shenong Cauldron, one of the 10 greatest divine artifacts in Juzhou. The moment he saw it, Ye Tian burst into excited laughter, feeling that fate had finally chosen his side. He even imagined himself wielding the Shenong Cauldron, ruling over Juzhou, and crushing every enemy beneath him. Xiaofan weakly begged for mercy, promising that the Shenong Cauldron would belong to Ye Tian if he spared his life. Ye Tian only replied that he intended to take both the artifact and Xiaofan's life. Seeing that begging failed, Xiaofan changed tactics. He pointed out that both of them had lost all their cultivation, so Ye Tian could never carry the cauldron out alone. Secretly, Xiaofan already had his own plan. He would first use this vicious woman to escape, then seize the Shenong Cauldron later and restore the Great Yan's sacred land. Ye Tian paused to think because Xiaofan did have a point. Moving the divine artifact alone would be nearly impossible. But as soon as he looked up, he saw Xu Beiwang standing above the well. Xu Beiwang immediately jumped down and casually asked Xiaofan why he had crawled all the way down there. Ye Tian was shocked that Xu Beiwang was still alive, while Xiaofan nearly fell into despair. Ye Tian alone was already a nightmare. Now Xu Bei had shown up too, and survival looked almost impossible. Xu Beiwang turned to Ye Tian and asked why he hated him so much, even though they had never had any grudge. The little cat beside him puffed up its fur and growled that it wanted to smash Ye Tian to death. Hearing that, Ye Tian instantly became tense because he could never allow his true identity to be exposed. Xu Beiwang quickly shifted his gaze to the Shenong Cauldron. He could not help but admire how lucky the chosen ones were. They could stumble around and still find a divine artifact. Thinking of that, he quietly celebrated since the boss mission was already halfway done. Ye Tian immediately turned to Xiaofan and suggested they work together. Both of them had lost their powers, but they could still kill Xu Beiwang if they joined forces. Xiaofan agreed without hesitation. But before they could move, Xu Beiwang coldly ordered both of them to kneel. The moment he finished speaking, he fired at both of their legs and warned them not to test his patience. Xu Beiwang then asked one last time if they were going to kneel or not. With no other choice, Xiao Fan and Yi Tian gritted their teeth and knelt. Both secretly planned to stall for time before striking back later. What shocked them most was that every magical artifact should have been disabled in this forbidden zone. Yet Xu Beiwang's weapon still worked perfectly. Xu Beiwang then told the little cat to keep a close watch on the two of them and kill anyone who tried to move. The little cat happily accepted the order, pointed a gun at both of them, and shouted for them to put their hands on their heads and face the wall. It even remembered how the big bad guy had punished it the exact same way before. Meanwhile, Xu Beiwang stood before the Shenong cauldron and began thinking about how to take it outside. But at that moment, something strange suddenly appeared inside the cauldron. Xu Beiwang immediately picked it up and examined it with a curious look. Only a few seconds later, he realized it was nether chi. But just as he turned to call the little cat, Ye Tian suddenly launched a sneak attack from behind. The little cat panicked and instantly pulled the trigger. The bullet flew straight into Ye Tian without missing. But strangely, Ye Tian was completely unharmed and flashed a smug grin. His powers had returned because spiritual energy could now be used again in this place. Yi Tian immediately took the little cat hostage and threatened Xu Beiwang. If Xu Beiwang did not let him leave, he would kill the cat. He also realized that bringing this chubby cat into the demon cave meant it was extremely important. Xiaofan watched from the side and secretly admired how clever this fake Qin Chuchu was. She instantly knew to use a hostage to force Xu Beiwang's hand. But what frightened him even more was Xu Beiwang's expression. His eyes were so cold they sent chills down Anyon's spine. Ye Tian kept threatening Xu Beiwang, shouting for him to let him go or the little cat would die. The little cat angrily yelled back, telling Xu Beiwang not to worry about it and to smash Yi Tian into minced meat instead. It proudly claimed it had 9 lives and refused to become a burden to the little bad guy. Yi Tian immediately turned around and screamed like a madman, his face twisted with murderous rage. His killing intent exploded as he swore that anyone who dared harm the little cat would see their entire family wiped out. Even Xiaofan got dragged into the threat. Ye Tian promised he would make Xiaofan watch the Great Yan sacred land be completely destroyed. Xiaofan felt a chill because he knew Ye Tian always meant what he said. Xu Beiwang only sneered, looking at Ye Tian with complete contempt. Ye Tian felt like he was sitting on burning coals as he realized just how dangerous his situation had become. He knew he had reached a dead end. If he did nothing, he would die. At that moment, Xiaofan suddenly turned on him and drove his weapon straight through Yi Tian's body. Seeing that, the little cat panicked and immediately ran away. At the same time, Xu Beiwang unleashed an incredibly fast soul attack. Only then did he realize who had truly been behind everything all along. After that, he gently picked up the little cat and comforted it. The little cat trembled as it cried, blaming itself for being useless and constantly dragging him into danger. The little cat sobbed that once it could fully transform, it would protect him with its kitty fist. Meanwhile, Yi Tian's soul quietly tried to escape. Unfortunately, Xu Beiwang caught it the moment it fled. Everything finally made sense. No wonder Qin Chuchu had acted like she had 2 personalities, and her destiny tower had reached an incredible 97 floors. Xiaofan's entire worldview collapsed. He could not believe the girl he had loved was actually a man. The only thing on his mind now was escaping as fast as possible. Xu Beiwang coldly warned that Ye Tian had crossed his final line. To him, the little cat and the boss were absolutely untouchable. Anyone who laid a finger on them would only end up dead. Ye Tian immediately begged for mercy and spoke about his miserable childhood, where everyone looked down on him as a useless nobody. He claimed he had never given up and still dreamed of standing at the peak of Jiuzhou. But before he could finish, his soul was completely erased from existence. After witnessing everything, Xiaofan turned deathly pale with fear. Xu Beiwang then searched Yi Tian's body and found a strange object. He immediately suspected it was the destiny luck of a child of fate, and it even seemed capable of increasing someone else's destiny luck. He asked the little cat if it could see the glowing light, but the little cat had no idea what he was talking about. That made Xu Beiwang realize he was probably the only one who could see destiny luck. If he absorbed it, his own destiny luck might continue growing without having to steal it from others. After absorbing it, Xu Beiwang eagerly looked up at his own destiny tower. It only gained one extra floor, leaving him slightly disappointed, but it was still better than nothing. For now, the only thing he truly cared about was the Shenong Cauldron. At that moment, Xiaofan spoke up and said Xu Beiwang could kill him or do whatever he wanted. Hearing that, Xu Beiwang instantly put on a friendly smile and even called Xiaofan his sworn brother. Deep down, however, he thought Xiaofan's destiny luck was far too valuable to harvest just yet. In his eyes, it was better to keep this walking luck farm alive a little longer. Meanwhile, Xiaofan silently cursed himself for ever being tricked into this brotherhood. Just then, Xu Beiwang noticed Xiaofan's destiny tower suddenly flash, a clear sign that another opportunity was about to appear. He immediately walked over and examined Qin Chuch's body. From her belongings, he retrieved a piece of green jade. According to his memories, it contained the remnant soul of an unbelievably powerful expert, at least at the Peak Saint realm. At that moment, Qin Hai arrived with his men, furious as he demanded an explanation for his daughter's death. Xu Beiwang calmly replied that if he had truly wanted to kill her, he would never have preserved her soul. Even so, Qin Hai remained deeply worried about his daughter's fate. Xu Beiwang then revealed the truth. Qin Hai's real daughter had died long ago. In other words, he had actually avenged her. Qin Hai then questioned Xiaofan's identity, making him nervously introduce himself as the holy son of the Great Yan Sacred Land. The people from the Great Yan Sacred Land immediately stepped forward to support him and promised to protect their young master. Xiaofan quickly seized the chance to expose Xu Beiwang, revealing that he had obtained the Shenong Cauldron. Hearing that, both Qin Hai and the others were visibly shocked. Xu Beiwang had already claimed several legendary divine artifacts, and now he had the Shenong Cauldron as well. His luck was simply unbelievable. Realizing this, one of them immediately changed his attitude and politely urged Xu Beiwang to leave with him at once, because the Forbidden Zone's seal had broken, and evil creatures could invade at any moment. But before he could finish, Qin Hai interrupted with a completely different attitude. He demanded that Xu Beiwang return to the city lord's mansion to explain everything about his daughter. Secretly, he had already decided that the Shenong Cauldron could never fall into someone else's hands. Xu Beiwang simply watched with an amused smile. The two sides were finally turning against each other, and he was more than happy to enjoy the show. Just as the tension reached its peak, Hua Nu, a half-step supreme expert, suddenly appeared. She flirted openly, saying she had no interest in staying around those smelly men and only wanted to spend time with Xu Beiwang. Xiaofan was completely confused about where this woman had come from, while the little cat instantly puffed up its fur and growled at her. Xu Beiwang quickly calmed the little cat down, reminding it that Hua Nu was a half-step supreme and far too powerful to fight right now. Hua Nu continued clinging to him, speaking in such a flirtatious tone that it made everyone else uncomfortable. Xu Beiwang could not help mocking her, saying she was already over 1,000 years old, but still acted like a young girl. Xiaofan was completely stunned to learn that the beautiful woman before him was actually such an ancient monster. Hua Nu only smiled seductively and said she would do anything if Xu Beiwang agreed. He casually replied that he had recently become a vegetarian. Before long, even more powerful experts arrived, making the entire area increasingly crowded. Looking at the gathering, Xu Beiwang realized they were probably not here just for the Shenong Cauldron. Their real target might also be the Nether Chi. Suddenly, his inner world began shaking violently as if something had been awakened. An overwhelming life force erupted from within, followed by the unmistakable sound of a beating heart. At the same moment, a terrifying wave of demonic energy surged in and blocked everyone's escape. Just sensing its aura made everyone turn pale. This demon was likely at the demon emperor level, or even close to a demon god. No one dared attack carelessly. The demonic being roared and demanded they hand over the treasure, leaving everyone stunned. After all, divine artifacts were almost useless against demons, so everyone began suspecting Xu Beiwang was hiding another priceless treasure. The demon widened its eyes and continued threatening them, its killing intent crushing the entire battlefield. Realizing things were going south, Xu Beiwang immediately called for the eldest princess. In the blink of an eye, the eldest princess appeared right in the middle of the battlefield. Everyone was horrified, because the one who had arrived was the infamous ruler of the Fifth Forbidden Zone. The moment Xu Beiwang saw her, he was overjoyed. The eldest princess stepped in front of him and coldly swept her gaze across the crowd. Her overwhelming presence left everyone breathless. Without saying a word, she struck Hua Nu with a single palm. Hua Nu was blasted away instantly and coughed up blood in a miserable state. Qin Hai and the others were shaken to the core. A half-step supreme who had cultivated for over 1,000 years was sent flying with one casual strike. That alone showed how terrifying the Fifth Forbidden Zone ruler truly was. And she attacked first simply because Hua Nu had flirted with Xu Beiwang. Their relationship was clearly anything but ordinary. Xu Beiwang looked incredibly pleased, almost as if he were asking who still dared touch his boss now. But the next moment, the eldest princess shot a cold glance at the little cat, making it shrink back in fear and hurriedly admit its mistakes. She then directly ordered Xu Beiwang to hand over the treasure. Xu Beiwang obediently took it out without arguing. The instant the treasure appeared, everyone felt an endless surge of life force pouring from it. One glance was enough to tell it was an extraordinary, divine relic. The eldest princess domineeringly declared that anyone who wanted it was welcome to step forward. Yet no one dared move. They all coveted the treasure, but none of them had the courage to challenge her head-on. Xu Beiwang felt slightly uneasy seeing so many enemies, but the eldest princess did not care in the slightest. She then told him to swallow the treasure immediately, leaving Xu Beiwang completely stunned. Seeing him hesitate, she bluntly scolded him and revealed that it was the heart of an ancient god. Just one breath from that being could have destroyed the entire abandoned world of Juzhou. Xu Beiwang was genuinely shocked. A being like that was beyond imagination. He guessed the ancient god had likely died at the hands of a mysterious expert who cultivated nether chi. The ancient god's heart had then been sealed inside the nether lantern and escaped to Juzhou with its last remaining strength. Even so, its overwhelming life force had created this forbidden land. Thinking about it, Xu Beiwang immediately remembered Xiao Beiming. Now that he understood its true value, Xu Beiwang wasted no time and began absorbing it. The surrounding crowd immediately grew dissatisfied, believing Xu Beiwang was trying to claim the divine relic for himself. With a single wave of Xiao Fan's hand, all of his allies charged forward together. The demon moved just as quickly and launched the first attack to seize the advantage. But the eldest princess casually dispersed its attack as easily as brushing away dust. After being stopped again and again, the demon finally seemed to lose its temper, its voice turning incredibly vicious. The next moment, it suddenly began slaughtering its own demonic soldiers. Everyone shivered because the demon was sacrificing its own followers to strengthen itself. The demon let out a furious roar and ordered every last one of its forces to kill the eldest princess. Watching from the side, Xiao Fan sneered with satisfaction, convinced the Fifth Forbidden Zone ruler could not survive this time. But everyone was left speechless when the eldest princess casually waved her hand and erased the demon's attack as if she were crushing an ant. Cold sweat streamed down everyone's backs. No one had expected her to stop such a terrifying demon so effortlessly. Just then, a gigantic tortoiseshell tore through space, carrying overwhelming pressure as it slammed toward the eldest princess. Elder Yan angrily demanded to know whether they had any shame left, joining forces with demons against a human cultivator. The other side only laughed and replied that as long as they got the treasure, they did not care who she was. The eldest princess did not waste another word, and instantly turned the moon in the sky blood-red. In a single moment, the entire sky was stained crimson, leaving everyone horrified. Someone so young had already condensed immortal radiance. Her talent was simply monstrous. She then unleashed the blood moon against the demonic being, forcing it into complete panic as it could hardly believe what it was seeing. The spectators quickly retreated, afraid they would be wiped out by the aftershocks. Meanwhile, Xu Beiwang decided it was time to make his move instead of standing by. He slowly closed his eyes and began circulating the power within his body. In an instant, an overwhelming aura erupted and engulfed his entire body. But along with that immense power came another dark force that completely suppressed him, leaving him almost unable to move. Xu Beiwang could only curse inwardly as his body refused to respond. High above, heavenly lightning gathered before crashing down toward him, again and again. The moment Elder Yan saw it, his face changed as he shouted that it was the heavenly tribulation. And Bukong immediately realized Xu Beiwang had successfully refined a supreme treasure that even the heavenly Tao refused to tolerate. Seeing their chance, Qin Hai and the others launched a joint attack, hoping to kill Xu Beiwang while the heavenly tribulation was striking him. In their eyes, no matter how powerful the eldest princess was, she was still alone and would eventually be overwhelmed. Only the little cat showed no fear at all. It opened its mouth and swallowed bolts of heavenly lightning like snacks, proudly thinking it was finally time for Meow Meow to shine. Unfortunately, its tiny mouth could not possibly swallow every bolt of lightning. At the same time, the surrounding factions secretly joined forces and prepared a full assault against both the eldest princess and Xu Beiwang. Even in such a desperate situation, Xu Beiwang calmly told the eldest princess to step back and leave everything to him. She frowned and questioned him, asking how he planned to fight when he could barely use any of his strength. And Bukong secretly guessed that the eldest princess had almost reached her limit. What shocked him most was that she was willing to risk everything just to protect Xu Beiwang. Xu Beiwang openly replied that he wanted to protect her instead. Those words caught the eldest princess completely off guard, stirring unfamiliar feelings inside her for the first time. Xu Beiwang slowly stepped forward, feeling the immense power inside him on the verge of exploding. If he did not release it soon, the backlash might tear his own body apart. Qinhe watched in horror, unable to imagine what kind of monstrous power Xu Beiwang had refined. Even the demonic being roared and demanded to know his true identity. Xu Beiwang shouted in fury that anyone who dared attack His Highness had already chosen death. Qinhe only thought Xu Beiwang was hopelessly overconfident, and Bukong, however, finally began to understand why the ruler of the Fifth Forbidden Zone protected him so fiercely. Only Elder Yan realized there was far more to this than met the eye. Without another word, Xu Beiwang charged straight at the demonic being. He then threw a single punch, carrying enough power to shatter heaven and earth. The demonic being instantly fell into absolute terror and could only scream that this was the power of a god. Qinhe stood there with his jaw hanging open as the terrifying demon was obliterated by a single punch. Even An Bukong could not hide his shock, feeling as though Xu Beiwang was challenging the entire demon cave by himself. Just then, a blurry figure emerged from Yi Tian's jade pendant. It was none other than Tianji Laoren, who had been hiding inside all along. Covered in wounds, he muttered that if he had not intervened in time, the very origin of the demon cave would have been destroyed, and even the world itself might have collapsed. Even more terrifying was the fact that Xu Beiwang had been powerful enough to injure him. The survivors were so frightened that their legs nearly gave out. As they wiped away cold sweat, they trembled and whispered that one punch had annihilated an army of 1,000,000 demons. This man had to be backed by the gods. Right after that, Xu Beiwang casually waved his hand once more. That simple gesture alone terrified An Bukong and everyone else, making them think he was about to wipe them all out. But Xu Beiwang merely laughed, turned around, and walked away, joking that he had only shown off a little, yet they were already scared out of their minds. Xu Beiwang quietly realized that the human body was like a container, with cultivation and physical strength defining its limits. The ancient god inheritance he had absorbed was only a tiny fraction of the whole, while most of its power still remained outside his body. That devastating punch had only been possible because of that overwhelming energy. Even he had no idea how powerful it truly was, but crushing a few Saint Realm experts would be effortless. Thinking about how the eldest princess had risked everything to shield him from the very beginning, Xu Beiwang felt a deep gratitude he could not put into words. Xu Beiwang then turned with a smile and called the eldest princess over, clearly planning to show off a little. But the moment she heard that tone, her face turned icy. She coldly asked if he was really sure he wanted to speak to her like that. Realizing things had gone wrong, Xu Beiwang instantly changed his attitude and obediently called her boss again and again. Deep down, he sighed. He had finally gotten the chance to act like an overpowered CEO, but the eldest princess refused to play along. The two then left together. The people behind them could only watch in fear, silently praying those two terrifying monsters would not come back to settle the score. Tianji Laoren looked up at the sky and sighed with relief, believing heaven had finally left him a way to survive. The little cat quickly jumped into Xu Beiwang's arms, and he gently patted its head while asking if it had been hurt anywhere. At that moment, a dazzling light suddenly burst across the sky, followed by glowing stars appearing in midair. Everyone below cried out in shock, believing Xu Beiwang was about to ascend. The entire area erupted into chaos. No one could believe someone from Juzhou had truly reached ascension, and that person was only 24-year-old young Master Xu. The ancient legends were actually real. Elsewhere, Wu Zhao completely lost her composure. She kept muttering that she could not believe Xu Beiwang was the one ascending, unable to understand what had happened. Back on the battlefield, Xu Beiwang also realized he had truly reached the threshold of ascension. The eldest princess had once told him that transcendence was not determined by cultivation but by power. As long as one's strength surpassed the limits of the world, one could step beyond it. Only then did he realize that his earlier punch had accidentally reached that level. It had been nothing more than a reckless strike while out of control, yet it somehow touched the goal he had been chasing all along. Elder Yan became so excited that he repeatedly urged Xu Beiwang to ascend immediately. After waiting for countless years, someone had finally broken the limits of Jojo. He had expected it to be Ye Tian or the ruler of the Fifth Forbidden Zone, but it turned out to be this young man instead. To him, as long as someone transcended, his mission was complete, and he could finally return to the outer realm. Xu Beiwang then turned to the eldest princess and told her he would wait for her in the world beyond. She coldly replied that if he wanted to be crushed into dust by the world barrier, he was free to step forward. Xu Beiwang froze, realizing this was not the true ascension he had imagined. The little cat also hurriedly stopped him, saying his current cultivation was far too weak to survive the chaotic currents outside the world. Even so, Elder Yan continued urging him to go without hesitation. The eldest princess finally lost her patience and shouted a single word, telling him to get lost. Despite his serious injuries, Elder Yan refused to back down. He simply could not believe Xu Beiwang would hesitate over such a heaven-defying opportunity because of the ruler of the Fifth Forbidden Zone. For every cultivator in Juzhou, ascension was the greatest dream of all. Xu Beiwang was genuinely confused. He had always believed the eldest princess wanted him to ascend, yet now she was doing everything she could to stop him. Qin Hai and An Bukong also encouraged him to step through the heavenly gate and become an immortal. Deep down, however, both of them were consumed by jealousy that Xu Beiwang had been chosen. Even so, they still hoped he would leave Juzhou as soon as possible so they could dominate it themselves. Xu Beiwang stared at the gate of light, lost in thought. What kind of world awaited beyond it, and what would happen to the eldest princess if he really left? Elder Yan grew so anxious that he practically screamed, convinced only a complete fool would hesitate with ascension right in front of him. The eldest princess coldly warned that anyone who dared take another step would die. Xu Beiwang hesitated before asking if he would still have another chance to transcend in the future if he stayed this time. For once, the eldest princess patiently explained that his cultivation was still too weak. If he forced his way through now, the world barrier would crush his body instantly. If he refused to believe her, she would not stop him anymore. She also explained that even if he somehow succeeded, his current strength would place him at the very bottom, and he would only end up in the spirit realm. That place was separated from hers by tens of thousands of years, making another meeting almost impossible. His overwhelming destiny luck might save him from the chaotic currents beyond the world, but if he became lost within the endless river of time, he would likely never return to see her again. Xu Beiwang looked at the eldest princess for a long moment before firmly refusing to step through the heavenly gate. At that moment, only one thought remained in his mind. Could it be that the boss truly did not want him to leave? Elder Yan kept trying to persuade him, insisting that as the child of heaven's will of Juzhou, Xu Beiwang would never die during ascension. Deep down, however, Elder Yan could only think that this fool was beyond saving, giving up such an opportunity simply because he could not bear to leave the ruler of the Fifth Forbidden Zone. Xu Beiwang only laughed at himself, saying that with his terrible luck, if he really went to another world, he might die the moment he arrived. To him, this simply was not the right time to leave. Elder Yan was almost crushed by disappointment. In his eyes, the path to immortality was the highest faith of every cultivator. Losing emotions or even one's sanity was acceptable, but abandoning the dream of immortality was unforgivable. Xu Beiwang calmly replied that he had never believed in anything, but if he had to choose one thing worth following, the eldest princess would be his only exception. After saying that, he even shouted toward the heavenly gate, telling it to wait a little longer for him. Hearing this, Elder Yan completely gave up and could only sigh that Xu Beiwang would regret this choice one day. The surrounding crowd stood there in stunned silence, unable to understand what they had just witnessed. To them, giving up the chance to ascend was absolute madness. Xiaofan secretly sneered, believing the resentful spirits drawn here by the heavenly gate had no hope of transcending. Once they erupted with hatred, Xu Wang would surely die without leaving a body behind. But the eldest princess merely waved her hand and shouted a single command. The overwhelming pressure instantly forced every resentful spirit to retreat. Only then did Elder Yan remember they had just joined forces against the ruler of the Fifth Forbidden Zone. If they stayed any longer, they would all be dead. Everyone hurriedly fled, but they all knew Juzhou would never be the same again. Xu Wang had opened the heavenly gate, proving that transcendence was no longer just a legend. From now on, every major faction would desperately fight for the chance to become immortal. And if that terrifying man named Xu remained in Juzhou, no one could imagine how many more bloody massacres he would create. With a single effortless move, the eldest princess wiped out every resentful spirit that had gathered. Once the danger had passed, Xu Wang hurried over and asked the eldest princess if his performance earlier had been good enough. She did not answer. Instead, she quietly gestured for him to come closer. The next moment, she kissed Xu Wang on the lips. He was so happy he nearly floated away, secretly thinking the boss kissing skills were getting better and better. The little cat immediately covered its eyes and screamed inside its head that without Meow Meow's help, Xu Wang would have been hacked to death long ago. Now it even had to watch them show off their romance. This was completely unfair. Meanwhile, Xu Wang started getting bolder, and his hands slowly wandered toward places it definitely should not. The eldest princess instantly got angry, kicked him straight to the ground, and coldly warned him. Xu Wang could only panic and insist she had misunderstood everything. She then suddenly asked if he regretted giving up the chance to ascend. Xu Wang smiled foolishly and said not at all. He even joked that he had always been just an ordinary nobody, scratching his head while the little cat meowed beside him. Seeing the little cat acting up, Xu Wang took out the demon core and handed it over, saying he had saved it especially for Meow Meow. It was even the core of a crowned demon god. The little cat happily absorbed it and quietly admitted Xu Wang still had a bit of a conscience after all. In the blink of an eye, the little cat's body began changing dramatically. The eldest princess explained that it had previously absorbed the heavenly tribulation lightning essence and had now consumed the demon god's core, which was why this transformation had begun. Xu Wang watched excitedly, wondering if the little cat was finally about to become human. He even had the strange feeling that this was somehow like meeting an online friend in real life. At the same time, he secretly glanced at the eldest princess, wondering if the boss was feeling jealous again. A moment later, the little cat truly transformed into a breathtakingly beautiful young woman and excitedly shouted that Meow Meow had finally succeeded. Xu Wang was beyond thrilled, feeling as though he had just witnessed a miracle with his own eyes. But the moment the girl touched him, she instantly turned back into a cat. The sudden change left Xu Wang completely frozen, unable to understand what had just happened. The eldest princess calmly explained that the little cat was still far too weak. Hearing that, the little cat burst into tears, believing it had finally succeeded only to have its hopes crushed. Xu Wang quickly comforted it, saying it was already adorable as it was, with its big eyes and sweet dimples making anyone want to hug it. As Xu Wang continued praising the little cat, the eldest princess's eyes instantly filled with killing intent. She coldly asked if he seemed a little too excited. Sensing the danger, Xu Wang immediately put the little cat down and frantically insisted he had meant nothing by it. The eldest princess then vanished without another word. Xu Wang could only sigh helplessly, knowing the boss was jealous once again. The scene then shifted back to the Taichu Palace. Xu Wang secretly looked around and guessed the eldest princess had already returned. The little cat curiously asked if it had looked pretty in its human form. Xu Wang smiled and nodded, admitting that it had been truly beautiful. But he then added that it was a bit of a shame because a certain part was still a little flat. The little cat immediately puffed out its chest with confidence and declared that once it grew up, it would definitely rival the eldest princess. Before Xu Wang could finish explaining, the eldest princess suddenly appeared and immediately shouted when she saw the two of them hugging. They instantly let go in shock. Xu Wang quickly told the little cat to go play by itself because he still had something important to do. The scene then shifted to the bathhouse. The moment he walked in, Xu Wang could only think that he was actually getting to witness a scene like this. He even convinced himself that since he had managed to open the heavenly gate, this little reward was something he had earned fair and square. The instant the eldest princess came into view, Xu Wang got so excited that his nose started bleeding. All he could think was that the boss had finally arrived. The eldest princess immediately covered his eyes. Xu Beiwang cried out while she coldly warned that if he dared peek again, he would not be keeping those eyes. Even then, he only grinned and urged her to hurry up because he wanted to use the tub afterward. He even shamelessly suggested they bathe together to save time before cooking. The eldest princess was so annoyed that she simply yelled at him to get out. Xu Beiwang ran off at top speed, but inside he was thrilled, thinking the view had been absolutely worth remembering. After that, he curiously asked what cultivation level his earlier punch had reached. The eldest princess answered with only 2 words above supreme. Hearing that, Xu Beiwang immediately wondered if he was finally strong enough to challenge her. The eldest princess looked straight at him and asked if he regretted his decision now, and whether he planned to suppress her just to do something improper. Xu Beiwang nearly panicked to death and repeatedly denied having such courage. Deep down, however, he secretly admired how sharp the boss was for guessing his thoughts. The eldest princess reminded him that her bloodline flowed within his body, so she could clearly sense every thought in his mind. Xu Beiwang instantly switched into flattering mode, praising her wisdom out loud, while secretly regretting that he had ever thrown that punch. He recalled her saying that with his current cultivation, simply touching her primordial yin power would make his body explode. Looking back, he felt he should have pretended to suffer cultivation deviation instead. That way, the eldest princess would naturalistically have taken him to the Forbidden Land. And afterward, he could have used the chance for a few more intimate moments. While he was lost in those random thoughts, the eldest princess walked out and coldly told him to hurry up and wash himself properly. Xu Beiwang happily obeyed, thinking only one thing: the boss was simply amazing. Soaking in the bath, he even took deep breaths as if savoring the eldest princess's lingering scent everywhere. He proudly thought that no one else in the world was worthy of using the boss bathwater. Just then, her voice came from outside, telling him to hurry up and cook. The scene shifted outside, where Xu Beiwang had already prepared a full table of dishes. He sighed, realizing it had been a long time since he last cooked for the eldest princess. The eldest princess casually criticized his cooking for not improving at all. But seeing how well she ate, Xu Beiwang immediately understood. She acted cold on the outside, but clearly felt differently inside. During the meal, he carefully asked whether the spatial turbulence would crush him if he truly ascended. He was also curious about the outer realm, since it already sounded fascinating. The eldest princess set down her chopsticks and explained that the countless worlds were actually divided into 3 great realms: the immortal realm, the spirit realm, and the mortal realm. The mortal realm was where they currently lived. Even those standing at its absolute peak could only live for around 2,000 years. It was a world abandoned by the heavenly Tao, while the spirit realm was essentially a prison for god-level beings. The immortal realm was completely different. Countless star domains existed there, with experts powerful enough to rule entire regions of the heavens, and their lifespans were measured in hundreds of thousands of years. She also revealed that the heart Xu Beiwang had absorbed once belonged to an ancient god who ruled an entire star domain. Hearing that, Xu Beiwang immediately asked whether someone from the Forsaken world could ascend directly into the immortal realm. Deep down, he believed that if he continued cultivating, even the gods might not be beyond his reach. The eldest princess simply smiled and told him that, at best, he would only reach the spirit realm. Hearing that, Xu Beiwang felt his entire worldview collapse. Even the outer realm had a brutal class system. He realized that no matter where he went, the weak stayed at the bottom. Reaching the spirit realm was not a new life. It was just another pit. Feeling weighed down, he asked what realm the eldest princess had reached. The eldest princess smiled and said she belonged to the immortal realm. The little cat quickly jumped in and said it did too. Xu Beiwang felt even more hopeless. Everything matched his guess. The eldest princess explained she had descended from the immortal realm and would return one day. The little cat proudly echoed that it would too. Annoyed by the little cat interrupting again, Xu Beiwang waved it away and said nobody had asked. The cat ran off in tears, crying that it was being bullied. Xu Beiwang clenched his teeth. He knew his cultivation would never have grown this fast without the boss. Without her, he would never escape this broken world. But thinking about losing the eldest princess after reaching the spirit realm left him with a deep sense of loss. He wondered if they would ever meet again in the immortal realm. Seeing him overthink everything, the eldest princess reminded him that once he crossed the ascension gate, reaching the spirit realm was almost guaranteed. Xu Beiwang quickly asked about his current situation. She calmly explained that the ancient god's origin already existed inside him. Once he reached the supreme realm, ascending to the immortal realm would be almost certain. Deep down, she thought this loyal lackey worried far too much. Xu Beiwang still was not fully convinced and asked again. The eldest princess frowned and coldly asked if he doubted her words. Hearing that, Xu Beiwang instantly switched into full flatterer mode. He claimed he would never dare, but secretly imagined riding a rich patron straight to the top and crushing everyone beneath him. The eldest princess gently patted his head and sighed that the child of heaven truly was different. Even in a place like this abandoned world, he still found the ancient god's heart. Even she was amazed by his unbelievable luck. Xu Beiwang grinned and said he was just a little luckier than everyone else. Secretly, he thought that even if he was not heaven's favorite, he still stole all the gifts heaven prepared for someone else. In the end, the biggest credit still belonged to the boss. Thinking of that, he asked what would have happened without the ancient god's heart. He guessed the treasure must have been extremely valuable to the eldest princess, yet she gave it to him and even eliminated his enemy. What confused him most was that she never seemed worried about him getting stuck in the spirit realm. The eldest princess calmly asked if he had forgotten Tianji Lauren. That old man had committed a serious crime in the immortal realm and was exiled to this abandoned world as its guardian. If Xu Beiwang devoured his primordial spirit, he would gain a trace of immortal power and ascend directly to the immortal realm. Hearing that, he could not help swallowing hard, had lived for tens of thousands of years, possessed unfathomable strength. Seeing him hesitate, the eldest princess immediately called him useless and asked what he was afraid of. Xu Beiwang instantly hugged her leg and pretended to be so touched he was about to cry. He insisted he was not scared at all and was only moved because Her Highness had planned his future long ago. He then asked if they should deal with Tianji Lauren right away. The eldest princess gave a meaningful smile and said of course. She even planned to take him to wipe out all those half-step supremes later. Xu Beiwang immediately bowed and accepted the order. Killing intent surged inside him. Anyone who dared target his boss would pay the price. Thinking about it, why waste time cultivating when robbing people was much faster? The eldest princess then told him to come over and attend to her. The scene quickly shifted to her bedroom, where Xu Beiwang was obediently massaging the eldest princess's legs. While massaging her, he shamelessly asked if he could kiss Her Highness once. To his surprise, the eldest princess simply smiled and agreed. With the green light, Xu Beiwang felt like he had found the greatest treasure. He immediately lowered his head and kissed her fair foot. After that, he remembered his reward and quickly asked about it. Hearing that, the eldest princess immediately scolded him for being so bold. The mission was not even finished, yet he was already asking for a reward. Xu Beiwang quickly argued that at least half the mission was done. The eldest princess smugly smiled and said it did not count because the mission was still a complete failure. Xu Beiwang gave a sly grin and said Her Highness was clearly making up the rules. If half the mission was done, then he should at least get half the reward. Sadly, the eldest princess coldly refused again. Seeing that persuasion failed, Xu Beiwang suddenly stood up. The eldest princess asked where he was going, and he proudly declared that he would head to the demon abyss, crush the demon god, and return with another divine artifact equal to the star compass. He looked fearless on the outside, but deep down he was crying for the boss to stop him. He talked big, but his heart was anything but brave. Just then, the little cat suddenly appeared and blocked his path, staring at him like someone walking straight to his own death. Xu Beiwang pretended to be indifferent and said that if he never came back this time, then so be it. Inside, however, his thoughts were a complete mess. Even Miu Miu seemed distant now, yet the boss still would not stop him. Was she really going to let him go? While he was lost in his own drama, the eldest princess suddenly shouted and ordered him to get back here immediately. The moment he heard that, Xu Beiwang changed his attitude in an instant. He happily ran back and hugged the eldest princess's leg. He quickly flattered her, saying he knew the boss still cared about him the most. The eldest princess was so annoyed by his shameless act that she called him more and more outrageous. Xu Beiwang instantly put on a pitiful face and claimed he was just an ordinary nobody. Being allowed to serve Her Highness in this abandoned world was already a blessing, so how could he ever demand that she keep her promise? Even the little cat joined in, saying that with him looking this pitiful, how could the eldest princess still not feel sorry for him? The eldest princess said nothing and simply stared at Xu Beiwang in silence. Seeing it was still not enough, Xu Beiwang continued his tragic performance, sighing that all his dreams had been nothing but empty fantasies. Hearing that, the eldest princess bluntly asked if he was planning to cry behind her back out of self-pity. Xu Beiwang looked at her flawless legs with deep regret, secretly wondering if even being stepped on by the boss had become an impossible luxury. That thought finally broke the eldest princess's composure. The scene immediately shifted to the palace of Diyu Qinshang. Xu Beiwang could not have looked more pleased with himself. Secretly, he concluded that as long as he acted pitiful enough to awaken the boss' desire to conquer, he would always succeed. He even believed his acting was better than any top celebrity. Lick long enough, and the harvest would come. The eldest princess sensed those thoughts and shot him an icy glare sharp enough to pierce right through him. Xu Beiwang instantly broke into a cold sweat. For some reason, he suddenly felt nervous at the most important moment. The eldest princess coldly declared that she would only count to 3. Hearing that, Xu Beiwang did not waste another second. He obediently jumped onto the bed and lay down. Inside, however, he was so excited he could barely contain himself. He only wished the coming storm would be even fiercer. The eldest princess warned him again that she could really stomp him until he was crippled. Even then, Xu Beiwang simply closed his eyes and enjoyed every second, looking completely beyond saving. The scene shifted to a small stream where Xu Beiwang wore the satisfied smile of someone who had just accomplished a major goal. He proudly felt that he had taken another step toward conquering the towering mountain known as the boss. Thinking that he had dirtied the eldest princess's belongings, he immediately decided to wash them clean. Just then, the little cat suddenly appeared and curiously asked what he was holding. Without changing his expression, Xu Beiwang casually replied that it was saliva. The little cat instantly pouted and accused him of lying, saying Miu Miu did not like him anymore. Xu Beiwang simply smiled and replied that as long as the boss liked him, that was enough. The little cat suddenly declared that after it could transform in the future, it would step on him too. Xu Beiwang froze for several seconds after hearing that. But after thinking it over, he somehow felt that it did not sound so bad. The little cat leaned close and whispered that it had just awakened a new talent, but Xu Beiwang must never tell that fiery shrew about it. Curious, Xu Beiwang asked why. The little cat gave a sly grin and secretly planned to stay patient until the perfect moment, then overthrow the final boss in one move. Hearing that, Xu Beiwang picked up the little cat and asked to see its new ability. The little cat insisted on being praised first, so he casually called Miu Miu the #1 beauty in the world. The moment it heard the compliment, the little cat transformed and excitedly told him to hurry up and ride on its back. Xu Beiwang hesitated because riding another person felt a little strange. In the end, though, he could not resist and agreed. The scene returned to the capital. The little cat eagerly asked if its new ability had finally surpassed that fiery shrew. Xu Beiwang honestly admitted it was still a little weaker, making the little cat so angry that it refused to carry him anymore. Just then, the eldest princess suddenly appeared, grabbed both of them with one hand, and casually threw them outside the capital. She coldly demanded to know what they were hiding from her, then ordered them both to stand outside as punishment. Xu Beiwang could only sigh because nothing could ever escape the boss. The little cat also complained with a long face, feeling it had been dragged into trouble for no reason. As expected, no secret could stay hidden from that fiery shrew. Time quickly passed until evening. Xu Beiwang and the little cat were still standing outside the gate, and it seemed the eldest princess was not over her anger yet. Just then, an idea suddenly flashed through Xu Beiwang's mind. A little later, he brought the eldest princess a cup of strawberry smoothie with a flattering smile, saying he had recently invented a new drink and wanted Her Highness to try it. The eldest princess watched him for a moment before signaling him to come closer. Her expression softened as she gently stroked his cheek, almost as if comforting him. But the instant she noticed the whipped cream and strawberry on the rim of the cup, her expression completely changed. She exploded on the spot and called Xu Beiwang a pervert. He stood there completely confused, with only one thought in his head. What did I do this time? The more the eldest princess thought about it, the further her imagination wandered. Blushing with embarrassment and anger, she became convinced he was hinting at something inappropriate. The little cat innocently added that back in the mountains, he had even washed something covered in saliva. Xu Beiwang desperately denied everything and swore it was not what they thought. Inside, he was breaking into a cold sweat because he knew the boss had started overthinking again. Seeing the situation getting worse by the second, he quickly slipped away to prepare something else for Her Highness. Not long after, Xu Beiwang returned with a fresh plate of fried dough sticks and introduced them as a special snack for her to try. To his surprise, the eldest princess's face immediately turned cold. Xu Beiwang instantly realized her imagination had gone completely off the rails again. The little cat started acting spoiled and told the eldest princess it wanted to devour the demon god. As long as it absorbed the demonic essence, it could transform and even use Mew Mew Fist to charm that bad guy. The eldest princess directly pointed at Xu Beiwang and told him to help instead, leaving him shrinking back because he felt he was being dragged into something extremely dangerous. The little cat still refused to give up and clung to the eldest princess, sweetly calling her big sister while begging for help. Xu Beiwang secretly laughed to himself. It was the first time this silly cat had called the boss big sister. Thinking about it, that made perfect sense since they shared the same origin. Just as the atmosphere grew even stranger, someone arrived outside to announce that the fifth madam had come to visit. The moment Xu Beiwang heard that, his spirit soared. Only one thought remained in his mind. My future mother-in-law is here. The little cat jumped up with excitement, calling out for its mother and demanding hugs and kisses, leaving the fifth madam shocked that it could already speak. The eldest princess remained as calm as ever and simply invited her to sit down. The fifth madam smiled at Xu Beiwang and asked if he was young Master Xu. Xu Beiwang immediately bowed in greeting. He almost called her mother-in-law on the spot. At the same time, he quietly sensed her aura and realized her cultivation was unbelievably terrifying, worthy of one of Tianqua's strongest figures. Her presence truly matched someone who had given birth to the boss. The fifth madam also quietly evaluated the young man surnamed Xu. He truly stood out with his remarkable appearance, and opening the Ascension Gate explained why his reputation had spread everywhere. Suddenly, the eldest princess coldly interrupted and asked what exactly made him handsome. Both of them could only smile awkwardly, while Xu Beiwang secretly felt delighted because she was just as cold to her own mother, proving he really was a special case. The fifth madam then noticed that Xu Beiwang was still hugging the eldest princess's leg without letting go. That sight left an even deeper impression on her. Outside, everyone described him as a ruthless, bloodthirsty monster, yet in front of Schwanger, he was as obedient as a little pet. Deep down, Xu Beiwang could only cry for help. It felt like the boss bullied him every single day. As if she had read his mind, the eldest princess shot him a deadly glare. The fifth madam then asked Xu Beiwang for a favor. The eldest princess spoke first and told her to say it directly. The fifth madam wanted to take Xu Beiwang to the fifth clan's inheritance land to obtain the origin power left behind by their ancestor. Xu Beiwang was confused. He had no idea what that place was, why she could not enter herself, or what this origin power actually was. The fifth madam explained that ever since the Ascension Gate opened, the entire 9 provinces had entered an era of fierce competition. Every major faction was desperately strengthening itself. The fifth clan's inheritance land contained the ancestral origin power, accumulated over 10,000 years. Any peak saint who absorbed it would have an excellent chance of reaching the half-step supreme realm. The problem was that only Xu Beiwang could enter the inheritance land, so she had no choice but to ask for his help. She also knew his talent was terrifying, and his Dao heart was unshakable. Unfortunately, he had killed Diwu Linglong, leaving a deep grudge with the fifth clan. Xu Beiwang did not dare decide on his own, and immediately looked at the eldest princess for her judgment. The eldest princess calmly declared that Xu Beiwang should receive half of the origin power, leaving him stunned that he would get a share as well. The fifth madam hesitated, feeling the clan would never agree. The eldest princess coldly replied that splitting it in half would not affect the breakthrough, so the matter was settled. She even added that if they refused, they would simply take it by force. That domineering answer filled Xu Beiwang with so much admiration that he almost wanted to kneel on the spot. The fifth madam fell silent because she suddenly realized that, with Xu Beiwang's personality, robbery was a very real possibility. In the end, the eldest princess announced that she would personally accompany Xu Beiwang to the fifth clan. The fifth madam could not help wondering why her daughter seemed to be openly backing this young man. The eldest princess casually tossed her mother a bottle of pills, saying they were enough to help her break into the saint realm. The fifth madam smiled softly, feeling that her daughter had finally learned to care about someone. She said she would immediately inform the clan elders. She secretly imagined the clan leader's face after learning they had to give away half the origin power. He would probably be furious. Even so, the fifth clan ultimately gave in. Refusing would only make them lose even more face, so sacrificing half the origin power was worth keeping the peace. Xu Beiwang happily thanked her, but before he could celebrate for long, the fifth madam corrected him and told him not to call her aunt anymore. Just then, Eunuch Yu rushed in with urgent news that the emperor had finally awakened after years in a coma. The eldest princess glanced at Xu Beiwang, while he frowned because the timing could not have been worse. The scene then shifted to the great Qian imperial palace. Wu Zhao respectfully bowed before the newly awakened ruler. Sitting on the dragon throne was Emperor Xuande. In a deep voice, he said he had slept for 14 years and thanked everyone for handling the affairs of the empire. Wu Zhao immediately put on a sorrowful expression and claimed that Wu Dao had been murdered and even Princess Mingyu's consort had lost his life. She then blamed everything on Xu Beiwang, accusing him of humiliating the princess, killing the consort, and committing countless unforgivable crimes. Emperor Xuande flew into a rage and immediately issued a decree ordering the execution of Xu Beiwang and his entire clan. When the news reached Xu Beiwang, he simply sneered. It seemed his enemy truly wanted him dead. He turned to the eldest princess and asked for permission to deal with the emperor. She answered with only one word, "Go." Standing nearby, the fifth madam was completely stunned. These two discussed killing an emperor as casually as an ordinary conversation. Meanwhile, chaos erupted around Zhonghe Hall as Xu Beiwang marched straight into the imperial palace. He calmly entered the main hall and loudly declared that he had always been loyal to Great Qian, yet now he was falsely accused and his entire family was about to be wiped out. He asked the officials to judge fairly. The ministers immediately stepped in front of him and repeatedly demanded to know if he intended to rebel. Xu Beiwang merely smiled faintly. The killing intent in his eyes sent chills down everyone's spine. Just then, Emperor Xuande appeared and immediately demanded to know whether Xu Beiwang admitted his crimes. Xu Beiwang showed no fear at all and answered with an openly provocative question. In his eyes, the one truly guilty was the emperor standing before him. Emperor Xuande was furious. He had assumed Xu Beiwang was just an arrogant youngster living off his reputation, but he never expected someone this unbelievably defiant. Xu Beiwang bluntly declared that he suspected the emperor had been possessed by an evil fiend, which was why he came here. His purpose today was simple. He was here to personally send the emperor to the afterlife. The entire hall fell into uneasy silence. An old minister begged the emperor to withdraw the order to exterminate the Xu clan, but Emperor Xuande paid no attention. Xu Beiwang laughed and said he had slaughtered millions of demons and personally killed 13 demon emperors. No one knew the aura of a demon god better than he did, and that exact aura was coming from Emperor Xuande. He continued that even the Son of Heaven must answer for his crimes, let alone an emperor tainted by evil. There was no way he could let him go. A loyal official immediately stepped in front of Emperor Xuande and loudly accused Xu Beiwang of plotting to assassinate the ruler. Xu Beiwang calmly began circulating his power, making it clear that no one could stop him. Feeling Xu Beiwang's terrifying aura, Emperor Xuande showed panic for the first time. He could not understand how the world had produced such a monster in only 14 years. Another official rushed forward to stop Xu Beiwang. Emperor Xuande sneered, believing he still had countless powerful experts under his command. At that very moment, a terrifying wave of frost swept across the hall, freezing everyone in place. The fifth clan had made its move. Panic instantly spread as desperate cries to protect the emperor echoed through the hall. Those who could still move fled in every direction like frightened birds. Emperor Xuande roared in fury, still refusing to accept that he was already trapped. In the next instant, Xu Beiwang struck directly at the emperor, leaving everyone horrified. In the blink of an eye, Emperor Xuande was reduced to a dried corpse. Everyone was completely stunned. He had barely awakened before dying such a miserable death. Xu Beiwang looked completely satisfied and casually absorbed the remaining nether chi from the corpse, unwilling to waste it. The ministers felt chills run down their spines. Even after killing the emperor, Xu Beiwang remained perfectly calm. As expected of someone chosen by the Ascension Gate, he cared nothing for the Son of Heaven. Wu Zhao appeared calm on the surface, but countless thoughts raced through her mind. She had never wanted the old emperor to keep ruling Great Qian, so she had deliberately provoked Xu Beiwang into making a move, hoping both sides would suffer. What she never expected was for an emperor to be killed as effortlessly as a stray dog. For a brief moment, even Wu Xiao wondered if she might one day meet the same fate at Xu Beiwang's hands. Xu Beiwang glanced at Wu Xiao and gave her a mocking smile. He casually remarked that it seemed he had killed the wrong person after all. The emperor had not actually been possessed. The crowd exploded in confusion. How could someone casually admit to killing the wrong person? It was obvious he had come here, intending to kill the emperor from the very beginning. One furious minister immediately charged forward, determined to avenge the emperor. Wu Zhao quickly stopped everyone and ordered them to prepare the state funeral first. Xu Beiwang shot the man a cold glance. That single look was enough to freeze him in place. Xu Beiwang then turned around to leave, casually reminding them to give the emperor a proper burial. The news spread across the 9 provinces like wildfire. The emperor had died at young Master Shu's hands. His name now seemed closer than ever to that of a true god. Back at the residence, Xu Beiwang happily reported to Her Highness that he had completed the mission. To his surprise, the eldest princess immediately called him useless. Xu Beiwang froze, completely confused about what he had done wrong. The eldest princess coldly pointed out that he had needed 2 techniques to finish his opponent. Xu Beiwang quickly complained that he was only trying to be safe. Inside, however, he was shocked that the boss had even noticed him combining the beaming blood-devouring divine art with the ancient god's power. Watching Xu Beiwang obediently wait for the eldest princess's praise, the 5th madame finally understood why Xuanger had fallen for him. These two truly seemed made for each other. They were both infamous villains, yet their dark and sinister auras matched perfectly. On top of that, they were both exceptionally striking. After saying that, the eldest princess casually kicked Xu Beiwang and told him that he could now officially enter the 5th clan. The scene shifted to Zhonglong, the ancestral land of the 5th clan. Xu Beiwang arrived in the middle of a massive crowd gathered for the ritual. The 5th madam explained that everyone here was a top expert hired by the 5th clan at an enormous cost to obtain the origin power. Unfortunately, every one of them had failed. Xu Beiwang was puzzled. Was it that important? She explained that this was an opportunity left behind by their ancestors, but the later generations were too weak to pass the Dao Heart trial. Now that the Ascension Gate had opened, the 5th clan had to produce a half-step supreme. Hearing that, Xu Bong secretly sighed. The boss was truly going all out for the 5th clan. Just then, an old acquaintance recognized Xu Beiwang and greeted him. He politely returned the greeting and remarked that the other man had grown much stronger since they last met. Suddenly, a young woman with a sweet voice ran over and happily called out, "Young Master Xu." The eldest princess's gaze instantly turned icy and locked onto the woman. The woman immediately put on a pitiful expression and said she only admired young Master Xu and had done nothing wrong. Sensing the danger, Xu Beiwang quickly ran back to the eldest princess and asked for permission to enter. The eldest princess coldly gave him exactly half an incense stick's worth of time. Everyone watched as Xu Beiwang calmly walked through the gate. To claim the origin power, one had to cross a river formed by countless complex laws. Every step would crush the challenger's Dao heart. Someone sneered at Xu Beiwang, convinced the arrogant fool would collapse before reaching the end. The next scene appeared inside the 5th madam's estate. Looking around, Xu Beiwang could not help admiring the boss' maternal family. Their prestige was truly overwhelming. Still, he wondered if the origin power was really hidden inside this tomb. The 5th madam pointed the way and told him to head deeper into the mountain, where the origin power rested beside the river. Xu Beiwang continued forward and soon found exactly what he was looking for. A strange and dazzling glow spread across the surface of the river. Xu Beiwang stepped directly onto the water and smirked. Was that all? His resolve was completely unshakable. Once he made a promise to the boss, he would charge through mountains of blades and seas of fire without hesitation. To obtain the origin power, his Dao heart had to remain firm. Heaven might deny him luck, but his determination had never wavered. Sure enough, when one door closed, another opened. Right before Xu Beiwang, a brand new gate suddenly appeared in the void. Outside, someone sneered that time was almost up. Xu Beiwang probably would never come back out. But the very next moment, Xu Beiwang casually stepped through the gate as if nothing had happened and calmly told the eldest princess that he was back. The 5th madam was completely astonished. She had believed her future son-in-law would obtain the origin power, but she never imagined it would be this effortless. The man who had mocked him moments earlier was now drenched in cold sweat, silently admitting that anyone by the eldest princess's side was extraordinary. Meanwhile, Zuonan admired Xu Buang even more than before. The little cat did not waste a word and simply tore the origin power into two on the spot. It then casually tossed one half to them. Everyone present froze in disbelief, too shocked to say a single word. Elsewhere in the deep forest, the eldest princess looked at the little cat and calmly told it to eat. Xu Beiwang immediately began absorbing the power to break through, wondering what kind of changes this advancement would bring. Just then, a terrifying bolt of heavenly lightning crashed down, startling him. Another heavenly tribulation had arrived. Was every breakthrough going to end with him getting struck by lightning now? But after thinking about it, maybe it would not be that troublesome after all. The moment the idea crossed his mind, he urged the little cat to keep eating the heavenly tribulation. The little cat immediately pouted and complained that Xu Beiwang would not even kiss Miu Miu, so why should it help him? Hearing that, the eldest princess shot both of them a dangerous look. The little cat instantly whined that the heavenly tribulation tasted awful and complained that neither of them cared about it. Seeing things taking a bad turn, Xu Beiwang quickly coaxed it, calling Miu Miu a beautiful young lady and promising plenty of delicious food after the tribulation ended. The spectators could not stop talking about the heavenly tribulation. Most cultivators would never encounter one in their entire lives, yet Xu Beiwang seemed to attract them every other day. He truly looked like the legendary child of heaven. The little cat obediently swallowed the entire heavenly tribulation, then proudly declared it could eat every last bolt. As Xu Beiwang examined the changes inside his body, he realized something was different. Ever since absorbing the divine power, his cultivation no longer seemed bound by its old limits. Before, his qi had to expand before he could break through. This time, the qi barely changed, yet his true qi multiplied several times over. Divine power truly was on a completely different level. Compared to ordinary spiritual energy, the gap was like heaven and earth. Seeing Xu Beiwang standing there in a daze, the little cat curiously asked if he had gone stupid. Xu Beiwang suddenly felt a little miserable. Depending on the boss was one thing, but now he even had to rely on this silly cat. Thinking that, he hugged the eldest princess's leg and sighed that he was clearly born to live off women. Both the eldest princess and the little cat stared at him in confusion, wondering what had gotten into him this time. The heavenly tribulation quickly faded away. Xu Beiwang immediately turned serious and said that without Her Highness, there would be no him today. Deep down, though, he figured future breakthroughs would keep attracting tribulations, and with the boss and Miu Miu around, life suddenly seemed much easier. The eldest princess grabbed him by the collar and told him to stop talking nonsense and follow her. Xu Beiwang blinked and asked where they were going. The next scene shifted to the little cat's bedroom. The little cat proudly announced that this was Miu Miu's room. Xu Beiwang looked around and nodded in approval, but then wondered where the eldest princess had gone. From outside, the eldest princess coldly ordered him to get inside. Xu Beiwang happily obeyed without hesitation. Once inside, he secretly marveled at how unbelievably simple the boss room was. Just then, the eldest princess said she wanted to take a bath. The scene quickly shifted to the bath. Xu Beiwang stood beside the eldest princess, attending to her, but his eyes had been sealed by a spell. He was completely baffled because he could not see a single thing. Suddenly, the eldest princess brought up the young woman from the Dian Holy Palace, saying she really was a rare beauty. Xu Beiwang instantly tensed up. Sure enough, she had not forgotten about that. He could only pretend to be clueless and ask who she meant. The eldest princess simply smiled faintly, clearly waiting to see how long he would keep acting. Xu Beiwang quickly changed the subject, saying he had designed a brand new outfit and wanted Her Highness to take a look. He took out a bold red slip dress and enthusiastically introduced it. According to him, it only suited women with the perfect figure, and the eldest princess was the ideal match. He even boldly offered to help her put it on himself. The eldest princess glanced at him and calmly said he was welcome to try. The moment Xu Beiwang heard that, he turned and ran for his life, convinced it was nothing but a death trap. Seeing that, the little cat curiously asked what bad idea he was plotting this time. Xu Beiwang only smirked, thinking his clumsy provocation had somehow worked. Just then, the eldest princess stepped out wearing the stunning red dress. Xu Beiwang was so overwhelmed that his nose immediately started bleeding. At that moment, only one thought remained in his mind. She was so beautiful it felt like he was about to ascend. He realized how shallow he had been before, always staring at her legs and curves. Now, in Xu Beiwang's eyes, the boss collarbone was the most breathtaking thing he had ever seen. Without thinking, he blurted out that the eldest princess was unbelievably beautiful. She immediately asked if beautiful was all she was. Startled, Xu Beiwang hurriedly corrected himself, saying Her Highness was a peerless beauty, like a divine maiden stepping out of legend. The eldest princess still looked dissatisfied because immortals meant nothing in her eyes. Only then did Xu Beiwang realize his mistake. Comparing the boss to an immortal maiden was practically an insult. He immediately changed his words again, declaring that Her Highness was absolute perfection without a single flaw. The eldest princess continued teasing him, asking if her beauty could only captivate someone for 10,000 years. Xu Beiwang could only hug her leg while screaming inside that the boss was impossible to please. Out loud, he said that simply looking at Her Highness for another moment was enough to make him lose all self-control. The eldest princess calmly replied that she disliked how lowly he acted. Even so, Xu Beiwang could not take his eyes off her. He apologized while shamelessly flattering her again, saying it was all because Her Highness was simply too irresistible. Deep down, he also admitted that the slip dress suited the boss even better than a cheongsam. She truly was perfection. Princess Chang caught his wild thoughts and frowned, asking what else was in his head. Xu Beiwang answered without hesitation that it was filled with nothing but Her Highness. At the same time, he quietly vowed to keep upgrading the boss wardrobe in the future. Princess Chang warned him that his mind was only allowed to hold her and no one else. Xu Beiwang flashed a flattering smile and said he only listened to Her Highness. Then he gathered his courage and asked to kiss her collarbone just once. Princess Chang looked flustered for a moment before turning him down. Xu Beiwang instantly looked crushed, as if he was about to cry because he was denied even a single kiss. After a long silence, Princess Chang finally gave in, saying she would allow it this once because of the clothes he had made for her. The moment she agreed, Xu Beiwang leaned down and gently kissed her collarbone. Right away, he noticed Princess Chang reacting strangely. Could this really be the boss' sensitive spot? That thought made Xu Beiwang's heart race. Holding back any longer no longer felt possible. Princess Chang's robe slipped slightly, and she immediately blushed while calling him shameless. But Xu Beiwang only pulled her closer and kept kissing her. In his mind, her body had already given the real answer. Before long, Princess Chang was pinned onto the bed. Xu Beiwang whispered that he could make Her Highness feel even better. Soon the two were completely lost in the intimate atmosphere. After a while, Xu Beiwang smiled in satisfaction and asked if the boss was pleased. Princess Chang immediately kicked him off the bed and threatened to castrate the shameless fool. Xu Beiwang shamelessly replied that it would be useless after that. As he ran outside, he muttered that the boss was embarrassed again. Just then, the little cat walked in and sighed after getting kicked out once more. It ran to Princess Chang with sparkling eyes over the beautiful dress and begged for one too. Princess Chang wanted to chase it away, but the little cat grinned and threatened to tell everyone she had wet the bed. It proudly recalled that after Princess Chang kicked Xu Beiwang away, she soaked the whole bed, even her feet got wet, and Miu Miu saw everything. Hearing that, Princess Chang exploded with rage and lunged at the little cat. The frightened little cat ran while loudly begging for forgiveness. Standing outside the door, Xu Beiwang could only laugh. Wetting the bed really was childish, and even the boss was no exception. The moment those words reached her ears, Princess Chang kicked him again and yelled at him to get lost. Xu Beiwang could only clutch his stomach, wondering why he became the victim again. The scene shifted to a cliff where the little cat sat alone, feeling miserable, mumbling that Miu Miu had to become stronger. Xu Beiwang patted its head and told it to endure for now because it could not win anyway. The little cat pouted and asked if he would help. Xu Beiwang only laughed it off, but the little cat insisted it was telling the truth and that Princess Chang really wet the bed. Xu Beiwang instantly turned pale and covered its mouth, saying no one else could ever hear that. Just then, Xu Beiwang sensed someone hiding nearby and coldly ordered them to show themselves. Shi Lao appeared and explained that after disappearing at the gateway, he had remained asleep the entire time. He originally believed Yi Tian was the true hope, but Xu Beiwang was the one who made it this far. Xu Beiwang had no interest in listening. He cut him off and mocked that if Shi Lao missed Yi Tian so much, he could go join him. Shi Lao hurriedly denied it. Shu Boang then asked what value he could possibly offer. Shi Lao quickly claimed he had once been a half-step supreme and had lived for thousands of years, giving him endless cultivation knowledge to share. Shu Boang only sneered, saying he already had the boss and had no need for an old man. Seeing Shu Boang was truly ready to attack, Shi Lao panicked and begged him to calm down. Shu Boang ignored him and slowly closed in, saying dying in Fifth City's territory was already a great honor. At that moment, Shi Lao completely broke down and shouted that he had a secret valuable enough to buy his life. Shu Boang finally gave Shi Lao a chance to explain and told him to get to the point. At the same time, he wondered if the old man knew anything useful. The devouring god scripture was enough to dominate this world, but as the boss once said, it was as common as grass in the upper realm. Treating it like a priceless treasure would only make him look foolish. Shi Lao trembled as he revealed that 5,000 years ago, he had visited Lone Mountain and even fought the Fifth Clan's ancestor. Back then, that ancestor was already over 3,000 years old. Shu Boang immediately became serious. Everyone said even the greatest divine medicines could only extend life to around 2,000 years, yet that man had lived for over 3,000. Shi Lao explained that the Fifth Clan's ancestor cultivated a unique secret art and fused two half-step supreme souls into his body to prolong his life. Shu Boang instantly understood. The old monster had been surviving by relying on those souls. If he kept adding more, he might still be alive even now. Covered in cold sweat, Shi Lao cautiously asked if that secret was enough to spare his life. Shu Boang thought for a moment and decided to let him live for now, but he planned to ask the boss about it as soon as possible. The scene shifted to Taichu Palace, where Princess Chang was relaxing on a swing when Shu Boang returned. The moment he arrived, Shu Boang loudly called for the boss. Shu Boang sincerely apologized and said he had already taught the little cat a lesson. If it acted up again, he would punish it for real. Standing beside him, the little cat quietly apologized to Princess Chang, though it felt completely wronged. It thought the one who wet the bed was not it, yet it was the one taking the blame. Since it could not win, it could only endure. Shu Boang quickly walked over to Princess Chang and said he had something important to report. He explained that he had met the remnant soul of a half-step supreme, who revealed several secrets. Princess Chang barely cared and simply told him to bring over the lantern. Shu Boang took it out with a puzzled look, wondering why she suddenly wanted it. The next second, Princess Chang kicked him away and calmly said that countless divine souls together were not worth even a single thread of that lantern. Even the ancient god's heart was not qualified to compare. Shu Boang was completely stunned. That ordinary lantern was actually this terrifying. He had always thought it was nothing special, yet it turned out to be even more incredible than the ancient god's heart. Princess Chang then asked where the soul was. Shu Boang immediately raised his hand and said he still had it. She casually told him to throw it into the lantern. Shu Boang obeyed without hesitation. After all, he only promised to spare Shi Lao for the moment, not forever. Besides, Shi Lao was Yi Tian's master, and keeping him alive would only invite trouble later. The instant the soul entered the lantern, Shu Boang was shocked. Pure and overwhelming nether chi poured out non-stop. He had searched everywhere for nether chi, from 10,000-year-old corpses to the Great Qian tomb, just to reach the fifth layer of his technique. He thought he had reached his limit, yet the real treasure had been beside him all along. The lantern could actually convert souls into nether chi. It was nothing less than a heaven-defying treasure. Shu Boang was so excited that he grabbed Princess Chang's leg and asked how she knew this secret. She calmly replied that it was the Nether Lantern, a famous divine artifact across the myriad heavens. It was also ranked 17th among all divine artifacts. Shu Boang instantly broke into a cold sweat. The myriad heavens were endless, filled with countless gods who had lived for hundreds of thousands of years, yet this treasure still ranked near the very top. That alone proved how terrifying it truly was. The more Shu Boang thought about it, the luckier he felt. If he had not accidentally followed those two treasure-hunting rats that day, he would have missed this divine artifact forever. It was the luckiest coincidence imaginable. Princess Chang casually ordered him to massage her legs. Shu Boang grinned and asked if she wanted a waist massage too. Princess Chang smiled with a dangerous look and reminded him that no matter how incredible his luck was, he still had to obey her in the end. She also added that souls below the half-step supreme level were almost useless. Hearing that, Shu Boang was so touched he nearly cried. In his eyes, the boss treated him unbelievably well, so well that he wanted to devote his entire life to her. Shu Boang hugged Princess Chang tightly with a huge grin. He used to think she only went berserk in the forbidden demon cave to protect him, but now he realized she had quietly done far more for him. Princess Chang blushed from the hug, pushed him away, and ordered him to cook for her at once. Just then, Madame Fifth arrived and happily greeted her elder sister. Seeing a guest, Shu Boang prepared a lavish feast. He modestly said his cooking was not that great and hoped she would not mind. Madame Fifth looked at the table in surprise, thinking these people truly knew how to enjoy life. Shu Boang smiled and explained that Her Highness had very picky tastes. Aside from a few favorite dishes, he could not repeat the menu for an entire month. Madame Fifth grew even more satisfied. This son-in-law was not only powerful, but could also keep the cold and unpredictable Qin Chang happy every day. Just then, Princess Chang walked out wearing a short dress. Madame Fifth stared at the unusual dress in surprise. The design was truly unique, though it was obvious these two had gone quite bold with it. Seeing her stare, Princess Chang coldly asked if she was done looking and told her to eat. Shu Boang quickly eased the mood and warmly invited Madame Fifth to try the new dishes. Princess Chang immediately frowned and asked if Madame Fifth had no hands, since Shu Boang was serving her food. Madame Fifth could only smile awkwardly and said she could help herself. Shu Boang immediately turned to Princess Chang and gently invited her to take a seat. He kept placing food onto her plate, introducing one favorite dish after another, and insisting she try each one. Madame Fifth sat beside the little cat while eating and praised Shu Boang's cooking. The two sisters really were blessed. The little cat nodded eagerly in agreement. After the meal, Madame Fifth took it away to wash the dishes, while Shu Boang quietly asked Princess Chang if her back still hurt and offered to massage it. Elsewhere, the little cat secretly pulled Madame Fifth aside and whispered that it had something very important to tell her. Madame Fifth was stunned and asked if it was serious. The little cat firmly insisted it was completely true and warned her never to tell Princess Chang who revealed the secret, or it would surely be silenced. The little cat secretly snorted to itself. Since those bad adults kept bullying Miu Miu, it was time to expose all their secrets. The scene shifted to the tea room. Shu Boang asked Madame Fifth if she wanted help preparing tea for Her Highness. Instead, Madame Fifth used voice transmission to speak privately. Shu Boang found it strange. They were sitting face to face, so why use voice transmission unless she was hiding it from the boss? Thinking that, he replied through voice transmission and told her to speak freely. Madame Fifth smiled knowingly and directly asked if he and Qin Chang had already slept together. Shu Boang nearly had a heart attack. He hurriedly denied it, saying both he and the boss were respectable people. Madame Fifth burst into laughter and said the silly little cat had already confessed everything. Shu Boang immediately tried to explain, but Madame Fifth only grew more curious. She bluntly asked whether Qin Chang was on top or underneath, and whether she made any sounds. Shu Boang's face instantly turned pale. His mind went completely blank as he wondered what kind of situation this had become. Seeing his embarrassment, Madame Fifth laughed and told him there was no point pretending with her. She casually explained that although she had never experienced such things herself, she loved reading romantic picture books. The women in those stories always reacted in different ways, and since Qin Chang was usually so cold, she was curious what she was like in bed. Shu Boang broke into a cold sweat and could only force a smile, saying it was probably nothing like that, and the boss acted quite normally. Just then, Princess Chang's icy voice echoed from afar, ordering him to get over there immediately. Shu Boang instantly realized he was in serious trouble. Princess Chang fixed him with a cold stare and demanded to know what he and Madame Fifth had been secretly discussing. She angrily reminded him not to think. Voice transmission could hide anything from her. Sensing the danger, Shu Boang quickly changed the subject. He claimed they were only discussing whether the fifth clan had an ancestor who lived for 8,000 years. Princess Chang still looked suspicious. Shu Boang hurriedly added that he used voice transmission because he feared the fifth clan's ancestor might overhear them. Only then did Princess Chang coldly warn him never to whisper with another woman again, or she would personally castrate him. After that, she asked what this ancestor was all about. Shu Boang smirked and calmly told the story of meeting the half-step supreme remnant soul inside the Attendant. According to Shi Lao, the fifth clan might be hiding an old monster who had lived for nearly 8,000 years. Even Princess Chang looked slightly surprised because she had never known such a person existed. Shu Boang stepped closer and reasoned that this proved the old monster was exceptionally skilled at hiding his aura. If he had revealed even a trace, Her Highness would have noticed him long ago. Shu Boang silently admired how cunning the old fox was. Princess Chang then asked what he planned to do. Shu Boang's eyes lit up. With an ambitious grin, he said such a massive prize had to become theirs. Princess Chang narrowed her eyes and asked why she should help him. Shu Boang immediately switched to his usual flattering tone, saying he sincerely begged for her help and that everything he owned already belonged to her anyway. Princess Chang smiled dangerously and made a demand that left him speechless. From now on, he had to call her master. The moment he heard it, Shu Boang felt his scalp go numb. A strange sense of danger washed over him, as if he had accidentally awakened a terrifying monster. A powerful sense of foreboding filled his heart. Seeing his expression, Princess Chang curled her lips into a smile and softly asked if it was really that difficult. Without the slightest hesitation, Shu Boang lowered his head and called her master. Even Princess Chang was surprised by how quickly he accepted. Princess Chang coldly declared that he belonged only to her. Shu Boang immediately agreed, saying that was only natural. She then ordered him to find the 5th clan's ancestor. Shu Boang quickly proposed another plan. He suggested spreading news about the life-grafting secret art first. Once the rumor spread, countless old monsters would come to fight over it, because no one could resist such temptation. Princess Chang gently touched his face and asked why they should bother with such a roundabout plan. Did he really think she could not kill that man herself? Shu Boang immediately soothed her, saying that for Her Highness, killing one person was easier than crushing an ant. But the 5th clan's ancestor was the pillar supporting the entire clan. If something happened to him, Madame Fifth would be caught in the middle. Shu Boang quietly figured that the clan leader would never dare blame the ancestor, so Madame Fifth would become the only target for their anger. Princess Chang looked at him carefully and asked why he cared so much about her. Shu Boang quickly explained that she was still Her Highness's mother in this life, and following the plan could also lure out more half-step supremes. Princess Chang coldly warned that he could do whatever he wanted, but this would be the last time. If he dared mention another woman in front of her again, she would cut him into 100 pieces. Shu Boang happily accepted the order. As you command, master. Inside, he could not help laughing. He would just take things one step at a time. The boss was simply far too possessive. He also hoped to look after the 5th clan, so someone could care for those adoptive parents after he ascended. But then Princess Chang suddenly noticed something and questioned him. Wait, what exactly were you talking about with her through voice transmission? Do not tell me it was about the 5th clan's ancestor. Shu Boang instantly broke into a cold sweat and stammered that Madame Fifth had only asked whether the two of them were getting along in bed. All he could do was silently apologize to Madame Fifth. He really had no other choice this time. The killing intent around Princess Chang instantly intensified. She was clearly furious, while Shu Boang could only force an awkward smile. Princess Chang immediately made her next move. The scene shifted to Lone Mountain, the territory of the 5th clan. A large group of Nonggong's core disciples arrived and loudly called for the senior to reveal himself. They claimed they had come especially to pay their respects. The crowd buzzed with excitement. A monster who had lived for 8,000 years in the 5th clan? Had he really found the path to immortality? They insisted he had to appear. 5th Chengchu immediately stepped forward and dismissed everything as nothing but rumors. But the Nanggong side refused to back down. They argued that rumors never appeared without reason. They came with no ill intent and only wished to see the life-grafting secret art with their own eyes. 5th Chengchu's expression turned cold as he demanded whether they truly intended to challenge the 5th clan. The crowd began whispering among themselves. They still had to be careful of the 5th demoness because provoking her meant certain death, but others argued that she would never interfere. These days, the only person she cared about was Shu Boang. The tension reached its peak as both sides shouted at each other, "Hand him over, or we go to war." If it was a fight they wanted, then so be it. At the same time, inside the 5th clan, an old man named 5th Nu quietly swept the courtyard as if nothing was happening. The disciples were completely confused. The old man looked far too ordinary. Even 5th Chengchu was doubtful. If the clan truly had an immortal ancestor, how could it possibly be this man? After all, he was only the lowest-ranking servant in the clan. Still, some people began to wonder if he had really lived for 8,000 years. At this point, investigating his past was no longer easy. Just then, another elder from the 5th clan stepped forward. 5th Chengchu immediately bowed and greeted the ancestor, asking him to protect the clan's honor, because the fifth clan's dignity could never be trampled. Deep down, he also wanted to test the old man's strength. The Nangong faction spoke again, insisting they only wished to study the senior's longevity secret art. The fifth clan elder did not waste any words. He attacked at once and shouted that if they wanted a fight, then fight. Inside, he was speechless. There was no such thing as a longevity secret art. Long ago, he had simply found a strange seed in the heavenly ruins and implanted it into his body. Hearing that, the clan disciples unleashed their auras and charged forward like a raging tide. Fifth Chengchu grew increasingly uneasy. Nearly every half-step supreme had gathered here. He had to keep watching. If even the ancestor could not stop them, then today would truly be the end of the fifth clan. Just as the situation was about to explode, Princess Chang suddenly appeared. Her icy voice shook the entire space as she declared that they had a lot of nerve coming to the fifth clan to cause trouble. Fifth Chengchu froze, wondering whether Princess Chang had come to help or simply to seize an opportunity. Shuboang quickly reassured him that once Her Highness stepped in, the advantage was now theirs. The disciples outside immediately panicked when they saw the situation change. They shouted for everyone to retreat, because staying meant certain death. Fifth Chengchu stood there in complete shock, unable to understand what had just happened. He even felt as though the true savior of the fifth clan had finally arrived. Shu Boang looked at Princess Chang with complete confidence. He was certain Her Highness would never let those people escape so easily. He even declared that he would fight by her side until the very end. The moment he finished speaking, Shu Boang burst forward with incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, every enemy disciple was wiped out. After everything was settled, he immediately hugged Princess Chang and quietly thanked her. Princess Chang frowned slightly. She felt that something about Shu Boang had changed. Shu Boang slowly explained the reason. He said that in that very moment he had seen the fortune tower of the fifth clan's ancestor. Even a child of destiny who lived for 8,000 years still could not break free from fate. If he had never met Her Highness, his future might have ended up no different. Princess Chang calmly reminded him that since he understood that, he should hurry and devour it. Shu Boang immediately focused his mind because all he needed was to absorb the ancestor's fortune light. Once he did, the last traces of foreign fortune clinging to him would disappear completely. High above, heavenly tribulation clouds began gathering once again. Seeing this, the little cat jumped around excitedly and shouted that Miu Miu was here. At that exact moment, Shu Boang officially broke through to the 6th layer of the beaming blood devouring divine art. The little cat beamed and asked how Shu Boang planned to thank Miu Miu. Before it could finish speaking, Princess Chang casually tossed it far into the distance. Shu Boang gazed at her with gentle eyes and softly called out, "Your Highness." Deep down he sighed at how overwhelming the boss fortune truly was. If they were a family of 3, he would be the weakest one. Seeing his expression, Princess Chang immediately asked why he looked like he was about to cry and what nonsense he was thinking about now. Shu Boang instantly acted spoiled, saying that Her Highness treated him so well that he just wanted one kiss. At the same time, he reminded himself never to let her notice his insecurity. Princess Chang coldly reminded him to call her master first. Shu Boang immediately took the chance to kiss her on the lips. He obediently answered, "Yes, master," before bringing up the fifth clan's ancestor again. Although the battle had been handled cleanly, many people had witnessed it. What if someone became suspicious? Princess Chang simply smiled with confidence. At their level, those people could not even sense what happened on the battlefield, so there was no way they could tell she had made a move. At worst, she would simply look after the fifth clan a little more in the future. Shu Boang immediately wrapped Princess Chang in a hug and showered her with praise, calling her both powerful and kind. Princess Chang quickly brought the conversation back to business. They still had to visit the Kong clan to retrieve the other half of the spring and autumn brush. The scene then shifted to the Kong clan. Shu Boang looked around with a smile and said it was rare for Her Highness to enjoy such a lively place. Why not have a little fun first? Pointing at a nearby shop, he suggested testing their luck. Princess Chang simply asked what kind of bet he had in mind. Shu Boang explained that he would seal both his sea of consciousness and cultivation, relying purely on luck to find a treasure in the shop. If he won, the two of them would spend the night together just like last time. Seeing that Princess Chang did not object, Shu Boang took it as a yes. He was completely confident because luck had always been his greatest strength. Sitting nearby, the little cat grumbled that he was absolutely shameless. Not long afterward, Shubo Wang returned holding a scroll. He proudly showed off his prize to Princess Chang and reminded her that a bet was a bet. To his surprise, Princess Chang simply turned around and walked away, leaving him calling after her in confusion. Princess Chang pointed toward a corner and calmly said she wanted the flower pot over there instead. Shubo Wang immediately headed for the vendor. As soon as he asked to buy it, the vendor explained that the shop was hosting a poetry contest, and the flower pot was the prize. Anyone who wanted it had to compose a poem first. The crowd immediately burst into mocking laughter. No one believed a pretty boy like him could write poetry. Shubo Wang remained perfectly calm and said he would give it a try. Shubo Wang slowly recited, "A fine horse and a priceless fur coat can all be traded for good wine. I only wish to drink with you until every sorrow through the ages is gone." The moment he finished, the crowd erupted in praise. Agreed, the poem was exceptional. Shubo Wang casually accepted the flower pot, walked over to Princess Chang, and continued reciting another verse about passing through blossoms to find the path into the deep white clouds, with a spirit that pierced the heavens. As he offered her the flower, Princess Chang lifted his chin and slowly repeated the words, passing through the flowers to find the path into the depths, with a meaningful look in her eyes. Shubo Wang smiled knowingly as he pulled her into an embrace and replied that only Her Highness could discover just how deep it truly was. The scene then shifted to a quiet forest, where the two became lost in an intensely intimate moment, while the little cat sat far away, covering its face in frustration. Shubo Wang smiled softly and asked if Her Highness was satisfied. Princess Chang showed no embarrassment at all and openly declared that this time she wanted to take the lead. Shubo Wang paused for a moment and explained that he only acted that way because he did not want Her Highness to get tired. Deep down, however, he could not help marveling that the boss was far bolder than he had expected. Most people eventually lost interest after the excitement faded, but with Princess Chang, the more he discovered about her, the more captivating she became. She was like a treasure with endless secrets. Seeing him lost in thought again, Princess Chang immediately asked what nonsense he was thinking about this time. Shubo Wang did not hide it at all. He admitted that he wanted to spend every single day by Her Highness's side, just like they had been a moment ago. Princess Chang immediately kicked him without mercy and told him to stop dreaming in broad daylight. The scene then shifted to the front gate of the Kong clan. Shubo Wang could still smell Princess Chang's lingering fragrance and quietly sighed at how much the boss spoiled him. Knowing he did not want to waste time, she had brought him straight to the Kong clan's entrance. As soon as he arrived, someone stepped out to block his path and coldly demanded how a man named Shu dared show such disrespect before the sage's ancestral grounds. Shubo Wang simply smiled and replied that this was apparently how the famous Confucian scholars welcomed guests. He skipped the small talk and demanded they hand over the other half of the spring and autumn brush. The disciples immediately flew into a rage, calling Shubo Wang outrageously arrogant. They declared that even if the Kong clan truly possessed such an item, they would never give it to someone like him. Shubo Wang's voice turned ice cold as he said the thing he hated most was having someone point a finger in his face. In an instant, overwhelming pressure descended upon the disciples. Everyone became wary, unable to tell what technique Shubo Wang had just used. Before anyone could react, Shubo Wang struck with incredible speed and instantly killed the elder who had spoken first. Shubo Wang slowly swept his gaze across the crowd and said that, if they insisted on throwing away their dignity, he did not mind helping them. Then he asked if anyone with real authority was willing to speak. He was still being patient, but everyone should already know what Princess Chang's temper was like. The disciples tensed up the moment they heard the fifth devil's name. She always traveled with Shubo Wang, and if she showed up too, they were as good as dead. Rumor had it she had already slain countless half-step supremes. While everyone trembled in fear, one disciple gritted his teeth and stepped forward, ready to sacrifice himself to summon the sage. He declared that the Kong clan would rather die for their beliefs than surrender. As scholars, they valued honor above everything and would never bow to anyone. A majestic sage master appeared in the sky. The disciples immediately knelt and begged their ancestor to protect the Kong clan and destroy the enemy. The sage master unleashed an overwhelming pressure that locked Shubo Wang in place and coldly sentenced him to death. At that moment, the eldest princess also appeared, confirming she was the infamous fifth devil everyone feared. Shu Boang calmly assessed the situation. The Kong clan ancestor was no easy opponent, and he refused to drag his boss into danger. Even the slightest injury to her would hurt him. If brute force would not work, then brains would have to. With that thought, Shu Boang suddenly shouted, "Evil God, get out here now." The disciples stared in complete confusion, unable to figure out what crazy trick he was planning this time. An evil god really appeared. It looked utterly terrified and immediately begged for mercy. Shu Boang instantly turned to the eldest princess and respectfully asked her to make her move. The eldest princess destroyed the evil god with a single strike, reducing it to ashes. The disciples were left speechless. The fifth devil was so powerful, it looked like she could pluck the sun from the sky with ease. Shu Boang seized the moment and demanded an explanation. How could the sacred Kong clan secretly raise an evil god? The Kong clan patriarch exploded with anger and accused him of making up lies. Shu Boang stood his ground. He revealed that the evil god had massacred 2 cities and sacrificed 70,000 lives. 300 years ago, the Kong clan had taken it in and worshipped it in exchange for another half-step supreme. The patriarch was instantly speechless. Shu Boang sneered. "Even now, you still want to pretend to be righteous? The Kong clan has completely disgraced the sage's name." Cold sweat covered the patriarch's face as he stumbled over his words, insisting Shu Boang was framing the Kong clan. Shu Boang only smiled with contempt. "You still have the nerve to say that?" The entire area was flooded with literary aura so dense that even the Kong clan's direct descendants had never witnessed anything like it. Suddenly, the Sage Master's statue in the sky exploded into countless pieces. The patriarch and the disciples panicked, unable to understand why the Sage Master had destroyed himself. Shu Boang calmly explained that the sage was atoning for the sins of later generations by returning his literary aura to nourish the world. While the Kong clan was still in chaos, Shu Boang quietly took the remaining half of the spring and autumn brush. The Kong clan could only watch as the treasure fell into Shu Boang's hands. They did not dare stop him. Even the evil god had been crushed effortlessly by the fifth devil, so resisting now would only mean certain death. Holding the spring and autumn brush, Shu Boang confirmed his earlier guess was correct. As long as the treasure stayed within the Kong clan, its aura would remain hidden by the sage's legacy. With his current strength, he only needed to keep hunting the souls of half-step supremes and absorb nether chi before ascendings. Literary aura was not essential for him, but more was always better. The Kong clan patriarch stood there with his heart aching over the loss. The scene then shifted back to Taichu Palace, where the little cat immediately accused the pair of setting up the evil god from the very beginning. It called them completely shameless. The eldest princess laughed and praised Shu Boang, saying his mind worked incredibly fast and his tongue was just as sharp. Shu Boang grinned and asked if Her Highness wanted to try something else. She curiously asked what he meant. Before she could react, Shu Boang leaned down and gently kissed her neck, leaving the little cat screaming in shock beside them. The two then continued cuddling in an extremely intimate embrace. The little cat could only sit in the corner and cry in frustration, asking if the two of them ever planned to go back. The scene shifted to the Shu estate as Yi Tian's parents arrived at the front gate. His father was Yi Shi, the dragon blood war god, and his mother was Qin Ling. The moment Yi Shi appeared, killing intent flooded the area. He declared that since Shu Boang had killed his son, everyone in the Shu estate would die today. Elsewhere, Wu Zhao quickly realized what was happening. The one who had arrived was none other than Yi Shi, the dragon blood war god. He was the legendary cultivator who reached the heavenly pivot and obtained true dragon blood to transform his bloodline. For the past 500 years, he and Qin Ling had lived in seclusion. No one knew they even had a son, and now it seemed the Shu state was about to face disaster. At that moment, a bolt of destructive lightning crashed down. The formation left behind by the eldest princess activated instantly and blocked the attack. Yi Shi coldly snorted. So it was the fifth devil's formation. Even if she interfered, she still could not save the Shu family. No one would stop him today. Yi Shi then unleashed one devastating attack after another, shaking the surrounding space. Countless divine artifacts arranged by the eldest princess appeared at once, forming an unbreakable grand formation that effortlessly neutralized every strike. Wu Zhao was stunned. Those were all priceless divine artifacts from the fifth clan. The eldest princess had actually used them to protect the Shu estate, proving her relationship with Shu Boang was far from ordinary. Yi Shi roared in anger, mocking them for relying on borrowed treasures. He wondered how long they could keep hiding behind them. Wu Zhao quietly weighed the situation. Shu Boang had never truly opposed her, and had even spared Xuan Ya at the heavenly pivot. If she could settle their grudge peacefully, it would only benefit her. She decided that helping the Shu estate today would earn Shu Boang's gratitude. She knew she could not defeat Yi Shi, but delaying him until the 5th clan arrived would be enough, so she chose to take the gamble. Yi Shi glared at Wu Zhao and demanded to know if the Empress also intended to protect the Shu family. Wu Zhao calmly replied that endless revenge would never truly end. Yi Shi instantly exploded with rage. He shouted that anyone who had never lost a child had no right to preach forgiveness. Qin Ling also saw through Wu Zhao's plan, exposing that she was only buying time until the 5th devil arrived. Refusing to waste another second, Yi Shi seized the chance and charged straight at Wu Zhao. The tension reached its peak. At that exact moment, Shu Boang calmly appeared before Yi Shi and Qin Ling, casually asking if they had come to bury his entire family. As soon as he finished speaking, he revealed the spring and autumn brush before their eyes. At the same time, the eldest princess activated her divine artifacts, creating a sealed barrier that trapped Yi Shi and Qin Ling inside. Yi Shi flew into a furious rage and transformed into a terrifying demonic form. The eldest princess immediately took out a radiant glowing sphere and shouted, "Absorb!" Strange ghostly eyes suddenly appeared across the sky and rushed toward Qin Ling, forcefully trying to pull her in. Yi Shi nearly lost his mind. He cried out in agony that he had failed to protect his son, and now he was about to lose Qin Ling as well. Meanwhile, the eldest princess continued controlling her treasure and steadily suppressed Yi Shi. Shu Boang remained completely calm. He turned to Wu Xiao and thanked the Empress for her help, promising that although the capital had suffered heavy damage, he would personally handle the aftermath. Wu Xiao quietly let out a sigh of relief. This time, she had finally backed the right person. After everything was over, Shu Boang immediately embraced the eldest princess and softly thanked her. He said his parents had already been safely arranged, and the divine artifacts she left behind to protect the Shu estate truly moved him. He became even more certain that he held a special place in her heart. The eldest princess kept her usual cold expression, but did not push him away, only telling him to stop talking nonsense. She then took out an item she had found on Yi Shi and Qin Ling and handed it to Shu Boang. The moment he saw it, everything became clear. Shu Boang finally understood. He had always noticed that Yi Shi's destiny far surpassed even Yi Tian's, even though Yi Tian was supposed to be the original protagonist. Now he knew the reason. His father was simply too extraordinary. Yi Tian's parents had already paved every path for him, preparing every cheat and every resource imaginable. To put it bluntly, they could have turned even a pig into an immortal. Unfortunately for them, they had crossed paths with a transmigrator like Shu Boang. Seeing Shu Boang suddenly grinning, the eldest princess asked what he was thinking. He quickly denied it, but inside he was celebrating. Another priceless treasure had fallen into his hands. That family was basically a treasure hunting machine. The eldest princess then explained that the item was called the Small World Dao Fruit. The little cat jumped in and explained that the small world once belonged to the Golden Divine clan, and the eldest princess came from that clan. Hearing this, Shu Boang immediately hugged her leg and shamelessly praised her. He already knew his boss was powerful, but not this powerful. She was the perfect match for someone who loved living off others. The eldest princess smiled and explained that the Dao fruit contained the full power of an entire small world. Once taken to the myriad heavens and fully absorbed, it could help break through to a higher realm. After hearing that, Shu Boang suggested saving it until after his ascension. Using it now would be a waste. The eldest princess immediately looked displeased and asked if he was looking down on her. Shu Boang was startled and quickly corrected himself. He admitted his mistake and prepared to eat it on the spot. Deep down, he figured that with such an overpowered boss backing him, being afraid to eat a small world Dao fruit would be embarrassing. But the moment he reached for it, the Dao fruit flew away on its own. Shu Boang could only stare in confusion and ask why it refused to let him eat it. Seeing his reaction, both the eldest princess and the little cat burst into laughter. They called him an idiot because the Dao fruit was not ripe yet. Xu Wang quickly tried to save face, claiming he was only joking. Inside, he was secretly amused that even his boss had learned how to joke around. The eldest princess then explained that the fruit had originally been found by a mortal in the abandoned realm. After investigating, she discovered that Yi Tian's parents had hidden it in the Sea of Watchfulness. The only unusual thing there was Yi Shi's drop of true dragon blood. However, legend said that long ago a black tortoise divine beast had died in the Sea of Watchfulness after exhausting its lifespan, staining the entire sea with its divine blood. Xu Wang immediately asked if the Golden Divine Clan had a way to cultivate the small world Dao fruit. The eldest princess nodded, secretly pleased that her loyal follower had found such a valuable treasure. Xu Wang suddenly had a headache. The Dao fruit needed divine beast blood to mature, and who knew how long that would take. The little cat gave him a mysterious smile and asked whether he thought it could handle the job. As she spoke, Miu Miu confidently raised her hand. Xu Wang instantly laughed, saying he saw right through her little provocation. The eldest princess also looked over and asked if she meant this was as easy as flipping a hand. Miu Miu excitedly nodded, and Xu Wang immediately handed the task over to her. But Miu Miu refused to work for free. She demanded milk tea, hot pot, and cake before agreeing to help. Xu Wang helplessly looked at the eldest princess, but she simply told him to stop standing there and go prepare everything. Xu Wang happily ran off, secretly guessing that his boss was craving those treats too. Before long, he returned with a table full of delicious food and asked if it was enough. The little cat immediately bit her own hand. Drops of blood slowly fell onto the small world Dao fruit. Seeing that, Xu Wang asked with concern if she was all right. The eldest princess shot him a dangerous look and asked if he seemed awfully concerned about the cat. Xu Wang quickly explained that good food should be shared equally, with everyone getting half. The eldest princess dismissed the idea, saying she had no shortage of treasures like this. But Xu Wang insisted that even if she did not need it, he still wanted to offer her his share. The eldest princess then split the small world Dao fruit into two. The little cat stood nearby, completely stunned by what she had just seen. The two began absorbing the power inside. While refining it, the eldest princess said the energy was overwhelming. She would have to suppress it for another 5 months, or she would ascend immediately. Xu Wang became slightly worried, wondering if he could catch up. The eldest princess remained calm and said there was still enough time, but they would need to speed up their hunting over the next few months. Those words instantly fired Xu Wang up. If his boss said everything was fine, then it was settled. He silently shouted that the myriad heavens had better prepare to welcome their grandpa. Just then, someone outside announced that the empress had come to request an audience. Xu Wang was a little surprised, wondering why Wu Zhao wanted to see Ekram. Then he remembered that she had helped the Shu estate more than once before. As soon as they met, Wu Zhao got straight to the point. She wanted Xu Wang to become the Grand Preceptor. He was stunned, considering all the conflicts he had with the great Qian royal family. A thought immediately crossed his mind. Was the Empress planning to replace the dynasty? But he was already strong enough to ascend, so there was no need to stay tied down by worldly karma. Just then, Wu Zhao openly declared that she intended to claim the throne. Xu Wang finally accepted the offer and casually said he hoped they would meet again in the myriad heavens after ascending. Wu Zhao frowned slightly. She had not expected him to see through her plan to ascend. In the end, she let it go. After living 2 lifetimes, she had already done everything she needed. The rest would be left to fate. The next day, the imperial court held a grand ceremony. The officials shouted their congratulations as Wu Zhao officially ascended the throne, renamed the nation Great Zhou, and appointed Xu Wang as the Grand Preceptor of Great Zhou. The news threw the entire court into an uproar. No one understood when the eldest princess and the empress had become so close. Once the ceremony was over, Wu Zhao dismissed the court. Before Xu Wang could leave, she stopped him. She said she had a favor to ask and would reward him with a divine artifact called the Universe Seal, a treasure she had obtained in her previous life. Xu Wang laughed. If an empress was willing to offer a divine artifact, then the favor she wanted could not be simple. Wu Zhao did not waste time. She had decided to personally lead an expedition to destroy the demon cavern and wanted Xu Wang to join her. Xu Wang immediately saw through her real goal. The more her cultivation technique was worshipped by the people, the stronger she became. In the end, she was still pursuing her own benefits. Wu Zhao asked what was wrong with that, and Xu Wang replied that he first needed his boss' permission. Deep down, he knew he could not miss this opportunity. Without warning, Shu Boang waved his hand, making Wu Zhao think he was about to attack. He simply smiled and told her to relax because he was only placing a bit of karma on her. Shu Boang explained that the journey would take them far away. If anything happened to his parents while he was gone, the Empress would die as well. Only then did Wu Zhao realize that her life was now bound to the Shu family. Seeing her tense expression, Shu Boang smiled in satisfaction. As long as everyone stayed safe, everyone benefited. Back at Taichu Palace, the moment he returned, the eldest princess angrily told him to get out. Shu Boang immediately panicked and explained that he had only casually used a little karmic power. Even so, the eldest princess's aura remained ice cold. She sternly warned him never to use karmic power recklessly again. If he did, he would be dead for sure. Shu Boang could only obediently agree. He then told her about Wu Zhao's plan to attack the demon cavern and invite him to lead the charge. After hearing everything, the eldest princess approved and told him to keep hunting. Shu Boang carefully asked for permission to return home first, since no one knew when he would come back from the demon cavern. The eldest princess finally agreed. The moment he heard her answer, Shu Boang became so excited that he rushed over and hugged her, praising her as the best. The instant he touched her, she kicked him flying. Back at the Shu estate, Shu Boang told Yu Di that she was now free and no longer needed to stay with the Shu family. Yu Di's eyes filled with disappointment. She mocked herself for once, believing he was nothing more than a useless young master. Now he had reached heights she could never imagine. Shu Boang handed her a small pouch and told her to keep it. Yu Di immediately refused because she did not think she deserved any reward. Shu Boang simply said it only contained some cultivation resources. She pushed the pouch back and said he owed her nothing. Their fate together should end here. She silently reminded herself to stay strong and never cry in front of him. From this day on, their bond would come to an end. Just then, the eldest princess suddenly appeared behind them and coldly asked if this was the important matter he had insisted on coming back to handle. Shu Boang hurriedly explained that it was not what she thought, but inside, he only had one thought. He was completely doomed. The eldest princess pressed further, asking what exactly she was supposed to think. Without wasting another second, Shu Boang immediately hugged her leg and admitted his mistake. His anti-explanation was pointless now, and he would accept whatever punishment she chose. Standing nearby, the little cat quietly reminded him that her big sister was not actually angry at all. Only then did Shu Boang realize the truth. Since the eldest princess had set up a formation to protect the Shu estate, she had obviously seen everything that happened here. If he had really done anything suspicious, he would have exploded long ago. Shu Boang immediately took the chance to prove his loyalty. He said that now he belonged to Her Highness, so there was no reason to keep any other woman in the estate. Of course, he had to let them all leave. The eldest princess finally relaxed a little, satisfied that he at least knew his place. Seizing the moment, Shu Boang took her hand and led her away, saying that since she was already here, she might as well visit his room. He reminded her that he had been inside her bedroom before, so it was only fair. The little cat immediately shouted that she wanted to come too. But as soon as they arrived, the little cat was locked outside and could only complain loudly after being left behind. Inside the room, Shu Boang lay down on the bed and smiled, saying it was wide and incredibly soft. He even invited the eldest princess to lie down and try it herself, making her blush before angrily telling him to get lost. Shu Boang suddenly became serious. He said that while Her Highness could forgive him, he could never betray her trust. He wanted to prove through his actions that, inside and out, he belonged only to her. A while later, Shu Boang held the eldest princess in his arms and quietly asked if his position was clear enough now. She looked slightly embarrassed and asked whether he thought she had come all this way just to catch him cheating. Shu Boang hurriedly denied it again and again, though deep down he wondered if that really was not the reason. The eldest princess then took out a captured soul. The moment it appeared, it began cursing wildly. Only then did Shu Boang realize that his boss had actually come to deliver cultivation materials for him. Without any hesitation, he immediately absorbed the soul. Shu Boang muttered that insulting him was one thing, but daring to insult Her Highness was unforgivable. After finishing the job, he eagerly suggested continuing their hunt. Over the next 2 months, Shu Boang and the eldest princess swept across the land without mercy. A total of 27 half-step supremes fell to their hands. Their strength soared to terrifying levels, while every major faction descended into unprecedented panic. The scene then shifted to the celestial temple, hidden deep within the Sea of Oblivion. Shu Boang looked around in surprise, saying he never expected the entrance to the celestial temple to be hidden beneath this sea. The eldest princess explained that Yi Shi had always served the celestial temple. Shu Boang immediately understood. No wonder Yi Tian's father had searched for so long without finding them. The celestial temple had erased every trace of their existence. The eldest princess coldly told him to begin. After all, the celestial temple had once tried to force him into slavery. Shu Boang grinned. He had remembered that grudge for a long time, and today it was finally time to settle it. After absorbing the power of 27 half-step supremes, the flower within his body had bloomed its 6th petal. Only one more step remained before reaching the 7th. Shu Boang floated into the sky and loudly shouted for Dugu Wudi to come out and face him. The experts of the Celestial Temple quickly appeared with bitter expressions. They deeply regretted ever trying to recruit the ruthless Shu Boang. If they had not done that, this disaster might never have happened. Shu Boang simply waved his hand, signaling that it could begin. The eldest princess casually added one condition. He was allowed no more than 4 moves. Shu Boang merely shrugged with complete confidence. To him, Her Highness's words were absolute law. Watching the scene unfold, the people of the Celestial Temple despaired, believing even heaven itself wanted them wiped out. Dugu Wudi hurriedly summoned a divine bell to defend himself. Shu Boang only smiled, while the eldest princess calmly reminded him that he had already used 2 moves. The next attack instantly pushed Dugu Wudi to the brink. As he struggled to resist, he cursed the heavens for allowing a monster like Shu Boang to exist. Shu Boang simply smiled and replied that the temple master had no idea how desperately he had fought to reach this point. Deep inside, he also felt fortunate that he had never joined the Celestial Temple and had chosen to follow his boss instead. Making the right choice mattered, but serving the eldest princess was no easy path either. Knowing there was no way back, Dugu Wudi launched a desperate counterattack. But every one of his defensive techniques was shattered in an instant. In the end, Dugu Wudi was completely annihilated by Shu Boang. The Celestial Temple, which had stood for tens of thousands of years, vanished overnight. After the battle, Shu Boang knelt on one knee before the eldest princess and proudly reported that he had finished everything in just 3 moves. Even she was a little surprised by how quickly he had grown. Shu Boang immediately asked if he deserved a reward. The eldest princess shot him an annoyed look and said he was always causing trouble. He flashed a sly grin and suggested that if the old reward was too troublesome, they could always try something different. The eldest princess instantly blushed. She looked at him warily and asked what he was planning this time. Meanwhile, the little cat had her eyes covered once again and angrily complained that she never got to see anything. Before long, the two were wrapped up in each other again, and the atmosphere quickly turned much more intimate. After a while, the eldest princess casually tossed Shu Boang his clothes and told him to clean up the mess. He obediently agreed. Suddenly remembering something important, Shu Boang took out the divine bell and said it still contained fragments of Dugu Wudi's memories, along with the Celestial Temple's secrets. The eldest princess simply told him to keep it. Shu Boang then recounted everything he had learned from the Eastern Emperor Bell and the captured soul. According to those memories, the Master of Jade Pool was actually Dugu Wudi's lover, and the 7-aperture divine stone was currently in her possession. After hearing that, the eldest princess immediately decided to head for Jade Pool. Even then, Shu Boang refused to behave and jokingly asked if they had time for one more round before leaving. The moment he finished speaking, the eldest princess kicked him away without the slightest mercy. Not long afterward, the group arrived at Jade Pool. As soon as they appeared, the woman there led everyone in Jade Pool to kneel before the eldest princess and Shu Boang. Shu Boang looked completely confused and asked what kind of act she was putting on. The woman lowered her head helplessly and declared that from this day forward, Jade Pool would recognize the eldest princess and Shu Boang as its masters. She understood that if even the Celestial Temple had been wiped out, Jade Pool had no chance of resisting. Shu Boang smiled and accepted her sincerity. Although he had wanted to absorb her soul, she had already surrendered completely, so there was no reason to force the issue. He then asked the little cat to place a karmic bond on the woman for him. From that day on, all of Jade Pool would serve as a protective force for the Shu estate. He warned that if anything ever happened to the Shu estate, they would all die together. Shu Boang still remembered the eldest princesses, warning not to casually touch other women to create karmic bonds, so this time he let the little cat do it instead. The woman had no choice but to accept. The eldest princess glanced at him and coldly asked if he had just recruited them for himself. Shu Boang immediately broke into a cold sweat and hurriedly explained that he was only accepting them on behalf of his father. Deep down, he sighed that nothing was ever easy. He quickly added that he already belonged entirely to Her Highness, and since she always worried about the safety of the Shu estate, he simply wanted to help shoulder some of that burden. The eldest princess let out a soft snort before finally agreeing, but she stressed that this would be the only time. Shu Boang immediately promised it would never happen again. With that settled, the eldest princess turned and prepared to head for the demon cavern. Shu Boang hurried after her, calling for Her Highness to wait. Meanwhile, the woman from Jade Pool watched his departing figure with a complicated expression, quietly wishing that one day she could break free and stand beside him. The scene shifted to the demon cavern, where Wu Zhao's was leading her army in a relentless slaughter. Everywhere she passed, mountains of demon corpses were left behind. Just then, the eldest princess and Shu Boang arrived on a phoenix carriage. The moment Wu Zhao saw them, Shu Boang announced that he had arrived. The eldest princess also reminded her not to forget their agreement. Wu Zhao wasted no words. She directly tossed the universe seal to Shu Boang and told him to accept the divine artifact. Shu Boang immediately reported to the eldest princess that, including this one, they now possessed a total of 8 divine artifacts. Only the mountain and river map and the Kunlun staff were still missing. The eldest princess simply smiled and said everything would come in its own time. Under Wu Zhao's command, the great army continued charging into battle as deafening war cries echoed across the battlefield. As she watched, the eldest princess explained that these creatures belonged to the Dark Knight clan from the myriad heavens. They had once been cast out by the immortal realm, but survived through countless ages, making them terrifyingly powerful. Shu Boang finally realized that these monsters also came from the myriad heavens. At that moment, endless waves of monsters kept pouring out, and their numbers grew more terrifying by the second. The eldest princess turned to Shu Boang and told him to unleash his full power so she could witness the strongest move in his cultivation art. Shu Boang obeyed at once and unleashed a devastating strike that wiped out every monster in sight. The soldiers below erupted in cheers and shouted Shu Boang's name. Even Wu Zhao smiled with satisfaction, knowing she had chosen the right person for her divine artifact. But before anyone could celebrate, a giant hand suddenly descended from the sky. Every monster dropped to its knees and welcomed the demon god in unison. Shu Boang was stunned. He never expected a demon god to appear in this battle. Sensing the danger, the eldest princess instantly stepped in front of Shu Boang. Her icy gaze locked onto the enemy, daring anyone to touch him. The giant hand quickly transformed into a human figure. Surprisingly, the demon god showed no hostility and calmly said he never intended to fight them. The moment Shu Boang saw him, his heart shook. The demon god was unbelievably handsome, making him instantly wary of letting his boss stare too long. More importantly, a 98-layer luck tower floated above his head. Shu Boang's face changed as he pointed at him and declared that he had brought disaster upon the entire world. Those words hit the demon god's sore spot. His expression darkened as killing intent burst from his eyes. Just as the tension reached its peak, a space gate suddenly opened behind the demon god. Seeing this, Shu Boang smirked. The trap had finally worked. He recalled the eldest princess's plan. An ordinary half-step supreme soul was not enough for ascension. Only Tianji Laoren met the requirement. Since the old man always stayed hidden, they staged the battle at the demon abyss to force the demon god out. Once he appeared, Tianji Laoren would never stay on the sidelines. Sure enough, Tianji Laoren slowly walked out of the portal and asked both sides to show him some respect. Deep down, he calculated everything at lightning speed. He had been exiled to this world long ago, and only someone ascending could give him a chance to return to the upper realm. Shu Boang had already abandoned that path, while the demon god only needed a few more decades before ascending. If the demon god died here, his only hope of returning would vanish. But Shu Boang showed no respect. He rushed forward and demanded to know who the old man thought he was to interfere. He was thrilled because this was his first time fighting an enemy of this level alongside his boss. Seeing Shu Boang refuse to back down, Tianji Laoren finally felt real pressure. He reminded them that he came from the upper realm and warned them not to go too far. The eldest princess calmly replied that she came from the same place. Tianji Laoren froze on the spot. His mind went completely blank in disbelief. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, the demon god had already been beaten into a miserable state by Shu Bo-wang. Taking advantage of the chaos, he pretended to accidentally drop a scroll onto the ground. Shu Bo-wang immediately rushed over to pick it up. The moment the thought crossed his mind, he confirmed it was the mountain and nation map. The long-lost divine artifact had been in the demon god's hands all along. The little cat and Shu Bo-wang celebrated wildly, shouting that victory was theirs. Now they only needed to devour the demon god's demon core to make it perfect. But when they turned around, the demon god had already vanished without a trace. The eldest princess's expression changed at once. Realizing he had escaped, she immediately ordered everyone to pursue him. The scene shifted to Mount Landa, where Xiaofan traveled with his companions. Someone mentioned that Shu Bo-wang was now on a demon-slaying campaign, and with his current strength, none of them even mattered anymore. But thanks to the guiding fragment, he would eventually find this place. As Xiaofan tried to reassure everyone, a surge of demonic energy suddenly rushed into his body. It was the fleeing demon god. After taking over his new body, the demon god had not even adapted it before wondering who he really was and what this power was. Moments later, his memories flooded back, and he let out a furious roar. He remembered that he was the demon god, the greatest prodigy of the Dark Knight clan. The people beside him immediately noticed something was wrong with Xiaofan and anxiously called out to their young master. The demon god inside Xiaofan's body shouted for everyone to leave, saying he needed to enter secluded cultivation. Right at that moment, Shu Bo-wang finally caught up. Without saying a word, he slammed down with a palm strike and destroyed the building where the demon god was hiding. Shu Bo-wang laughed and greeted Xiaofan like an old friend, but deep down he was confused. He had been chasing the demon god, so why did he end up finding Xiaofan instead? Meanwhile, the demon god secretly cursed. He never expected Shu Bo-wang to catch up so quickly. The more Shu Bo-wang watched, the stranger it felt. These two seemed bound together by fate. He openly taunted the demon god and asked if he planned to run again. The next second, Shu Bo-wang unleashed his technique and forcibly pulled the demon god's soul out of Xiaofan's body. He then shouted for the little cat to hurry over and deal with the demon core. The little cat appeared and swallowed the demon core in an instant. At the same time, Shu Bo-wang's luck tower successfully rose to the 12th layer. The eldest princess smiled and praised him. As the child of heaven's will of this world, he had even found a demon god hiding this well. Shu Bo-wang humbly replied that he had simply gotten lucky. But soon he noticed something familiar. Looking at the item before him, Shu Bo-wang recalled the first time he stole Yi Tian's opportunity. A similar object had appeared alongside countless treasures back then. A terrifying theory instantly formed in his mind. Acting on that thought, Shu Bo-wang immediately shattered a nearby rock with a palm strike. Sure enough, a glowing azure was hidden inside. Even the eldest princess admitted this guy really had unbelievable luck. Shu Bo-wang quickly seized the chance to flatter her, saying it was all thanks to Her Highness's blessings. Overjoyed, he rushed over to hug the eldest princess. She calmly told him it was time to leave the abandoned realm. Shu Bo-wang's heart raced. Was his boss really about to take him to ascend? The scene then shifted to the Five Elements world beneath Taichu Palace. There, the eldest princess brought out two treasures to serve as artifact spirits. Shu Bo-wang immediately recognized the familiar little fox. The eldest princess explained that it was a sacred spirit protected by this world's heavenly Tao, making it the perfect artifact spirit. She continued her explanation. An invisible barrier separated every realm. This zither could break through it and reveal the teleportation array leading to the immortal realm. Once he arrived, he should use it immediately. Shu Bo-wang instantly understood. The immortal realm was unimaginably vast, so having a backup plan was essential in case he ended up in the middle of nowhere. His boss truly planned for every possibility. As soon as she finished speaking, the eldest princess opened a space portal. Everyone stepped into the passage, one after another. Shu Bo-wang followed right behind the eldest princess, feeling incredibly pleased. A minor villain had climbed all the way to this level. Myriad heavens, here I come. Just then, the little cat suddenly shouted for everyone to look at her. In the blink of an eye, she transformed into a human girl and opened her arms, asking for a hug. Shu Bo-wang was overjoyed and immediately rushed toward her. but the eldest princess instantly stopped him with a dangerous look. The little cat quickly admitted her mistake while struggling, and Shu Boang could only calm both of them down. Not long after, the scene shifted to the celestial god realm. A gigantic beast appeared and said in a deep voice that he had finally arrived, and it had been waiting for him for a very long time. Shu Boang looked completely confused, wondering why the beast had been waiting for him. The beast then handed him an item called the Heavenly Pivot Key. It explained that if he ever faced certain death, he could use it to escape to the Heavenly Pivot, but only once. The guardian of the celestial god realm had fulfilled its mission after waiting for his ascension. The eldest princess told him to accept it. Shu Boang figured having another life-saving trump card could only help. But at that very moment, a strange force suddenly appeared behind Shu Boang. Almost by instinct, he rushed in front of the eldest princess and shouted for her to be careful. He could not help complaining to himself. They had just ascended, and someone was already trying to kill them. The eldest princess looked at him with a complicated expression and softly called his name. Shu Boang asked what was wrong. She simply reached out with a cold expression and told him to give the saber back. The little cat looked confused and asked why, saying this was their home. The eldest princess calmly replied that Shu Boang could not stay with her yet. The little cat immediately burst into tears, begging them not to part just after she had finally taken human form. A rare trace of sadness appeared in the eldest princess's eyes. She said she never wanted him to face any danger, but she was not strong enough to protect him yet. Shu Boang hugged her tightly and said he understood. Deep down, he knew the real reason. She belonged to the Golden Divine clan, and his body carried her bloodline. If that secret was exposed, disaster would surely follow. The little cat stood nearby, crying uncontrollably and begging him not to leave. Seeing that, Shu Boang handed her a small embroidered pouch and gently comforted her, saying he was not dead, so there was no need to cry. He told her it was filled with all her favorite snacks. Shu Boang asked the little cat to look after the eldest princess while he was away and promised he would find them again as soon as possible. The eldest princess then called him over in a cold voice. Shu Boang immediately answered respectfully. The next moment, the eldest princess unexpectedly leaned in and kissed him. Shu Boang silently engraved that moment into his heart and vowed to return to her. Before they parted, the eldest princess tossed him a pair of fishnet stockings and told him to keep them safe. Shu Boang stared at the item in complete disbelief. She gently caressed his face and said that without him by her side, she would never wear them again. When he returned, she wanted him to put them on her himself. But her tone instantly turned dangerous as she warned him not to get involved with any other women. Otherwise, she would personally castrate him. Shu Boang could only promise her again and again. He picked up the zither with unwavering determination. From beginning to end, his heart belonged only to the eldest princess. He even swore that one day he would return on a rainbow cloud to marry her. The little cat wiped away her tears and choked out a final farewell, telling that bad guy he had better come back safely. Space twisted once more, and when Shu Boang regained his senses, he had been thrown into the heavenly zither star domain, falling from a spatial rift like a meteor. He looked around in confusion, wondering where on earth he had ended up. Seeing the blazing landscape below, he even thought he had fallen into some giant furnace. At that moment, inside the Ice Snow Zither Palace, Elder Yue slowly stepped forward and asked if he was the one who had ascended directly from the abandoned realm to the heavenly zither star domain. Shu Boang quietly observed her. She clearly looked like someone with authority, so he decided to test the waters first. He politely asked who she was. Elder Yue gave a knowing smile and ordered the attendant beside her to test his strength. The subordinate immediately accepted the command. Shu Boang instantly became alert. They were obviously trying to probe his background. He absolutely could not use the beaming blood devouring divine art, or his secret might be exposed. The moment that thought ended, he struck like lightning and knocked the attendant down in a single move. Elder Yu nodded satisfaction and said that among the recent ascenders, he was the first with real skill. Shu Boang immediately questioned why the Ice Snow Zither Palace attacked people the moment they met. Elder Yu calmly introduced herself as Elder Yu of the Ice Snow Zither Palace in the Heavenly Zither Star Domain. The moment he heard the name Heavenly Zither Star Domain, Shu Boang was shocked. Back in Juzhou, that attack would have flattened everything within miles. Here in the Immortal Realm, it had only caused a minor injury. The suppression of this place was truly terrifying. Elder Yue suddenly changed the topic and asked if he understood the Tao of the Zither. Xu Bowang modestly replied that he only knew a little. Hearing that, Elder Yue told him to demonstrate. Without hesitation, Xu Bowang took out the zither and played a gentle melody that echoed through the area. After listening, Elder Yue smiled with satisfaction and praised his extraordinary talent in the Tao of the zither. She then accepted him as an outer disciple of the Ice Snow Zither Palace. Xu Bowang hesitated. He did not even know what kind of place the Ice Snow Zither Palace was. Did they just play the zither all day? Seeing his hesitation, Elder Yu's expression turned cold and asked if he would rather be sent to the immortal mine to dig for ore. The moment he heard about mining, Xu Bowang changed his attitude without hesitation and immediately accepted. In his heart, playing the zither was 1,000 times better than working in a mine. Satisfied with his answer, Elder Yue nodded and said she would take him back to the sect. The scene quickly shifted to the Immortal Forging Monument. Elder Yu explained that ascenders from lower worlds carried impure mortal energy, which weakened the purity of immortal power, so it had to be removed. The surrounding disciples immediately started gossiping about the new arrival, especially since he was so handsome. Xu Beiwang calmly closed his eyes and secretly circulated the power within his body, muttering with nostalgia, third stage battle chi. After the inspection, Elder Yue was even more pleased. His body contained no lower world impurities, and his immortal power was exceptionally pure. She declared that if he cultivated diligently, he would surely earn a place among the inner disciples. Xu Beiwang immediately bowed and promised not to disappoint her expectations. Elder Yue pointed toward a distant area and said that would be his cultivation grounds from now on. The bracelet contained the Heavenly Zither Sound Domain Technique and the sect's introductory manuals, so he should thus study them carefully. Xu Beiwang respectfully thanked her. After arriving at his new residence, Xu Beiwang carefully looked around and muttered, hoping nothing here was secretly watching him. Curious, he checked the items he had received. Besides the disciple robe, there were many strange objects that he could not recognize. Just then, a scroll opened by itself, and a solemn voice echoed through the room. It explained that the immortal realm was boundless, while the heavenly Zither Star domain was merely a grain of sand in a vast desert. Here, the Tao of the Zither was revered as the foundation of all cultivation, and those who mastered music held higher status than ordinary cultivators. Xu Beiwang was amazed, thinking it was basically a talking tutorial. After getting a basic understanding, Xu Beiwang smiled to himself. So the boss had deliberately sent him to the heavenly Zither Star domain, where he could develop the Tao of the Zither and grow stronger much faster. The more he thought about it, the more impressed he became. The voice continued by explaining the cultivation realms of the immortal realm, beginning with the calamity-breaking realm, followed by human immortal, earth immortal, heaven immortal, void, fallen god, emperor's sovereign, then the crossing tribulation stages, all the way to Tao monarch and divine origin. It also mentioned that top-grade immortal crystals were essential for cultivation. To earn a place on the summit ranking, one must have never entered the Epoch River. Finally, the voice gave a serious warning. Every immortal cultivator feared the Epoch River. Whenever it appeared, it brought catastrophic disasters. Although it contained unimaginable opportunities, it could also destroy Enion's immortal foundation. Even Feng Qinshang of the Seven Crown King Divine Clan, ranked third on the summit ranking, and known as the Slayer of all Heavens, ultimately perished within the Epoch River. Xu Beiwang quickly sorted through the information. Divine origin was not something he lacked, so that was not a concern. But immortal crystals would definitely become his #1 target in the future. Thinking about it, Xu Beiwang admired his boss even more. Her planning was unbelievably far-reaching. He swore to make it onto the summit ranking so that wherever the eldest princess was, she would see his name and know he was safe. He continued examining the treasures before him and was stunned. He had known this item was powerful, but he never imagined it was actually a Tao artifact. Even Tao monarchs in the immortal realm might not possess one, so hiding it well was the smartest choice. When he picked up the zither the boss had given him, he sensed an even more extraordinary aura. It was a true 9th-grade, heaven-reaching immortal artifact. At that very moment, the figure of the eldest princess suddenly appeared before him. The instant he saw her, Xu Beiwang happily called out, "Boss, I really miss you." But before the emotion could sink in, he realized something was off. After reaching out to touch her, he discovered it was only the illusion of a little girl. Xu Beiwang laughed helplessly. His boss was getting more playful than ever. Even knowing it was only an illusion, he quietly confessed that he truly felt lonely without her by his side, and promised he would find her as soon as possible. His voice was sincere, with a hint of sadness. Holding the illusion in his arms, Xu Beiwang began thinking seriously. If he cultivated step by step, it would take forever to become strong enough. Right now, he was only a minor outer disciple of the Ice Snow Zither Palace. If he wanted to advance faster, he had to become a core disciple. Only core disciples had access to greater resources and much faster cultivation. The weakest among them was Guliang Cheng, who had already reached the peak of the calamity-breaking realm and had even forged an immortal body. Hearing that, Xu Beiwang curled his lips into a smile. In that case, he would start with the weakest core disciple first. Not long after, Xu Beiwang appeared in his new robes and boldly declared that he wanted to challenge Guliang Cheng. He had already set his first goal in the immortal realm: defeat Guliang Cheng and claim a core disciple's position. The moment Elder Yue heard that, she appeared to stop him. In her eyes, a newly admitted outer disciple challenging a core disciple was pure arrogance. Xu Beiwang calmly replied that he simply wanted to test himself. The surrounding disciples were speechless. A test like that could easily get someone killed. The news spread quickly, and Guliang Cheng personally arrived. The moment he appeared, the disciples erupted in excitement because he was one of the Ice Snow Zither Palace's famous core disciples. Xu Beiwang remained polite and respectfully greeted senior brother Gu. Guliang Cheng sneered with disdain, saying this newly ascended brat must have itchy hands and wanted someone to beat him up. He even mocked Xu Beiwang for treating him like an easy target. Faced with that attitude, Xu Beiwang calmly took his fighting stance and replied that if they were going to fight, there was no point wasting words. Guliang Cheng did not take him seriously at all. He had already forged an immortal body, while Xu Beiwang was only at the early calamity-breaking realm and completely unworthy of facing him. Xu Beiwang merely smiled, his eyes flashing with a strange look that sent chills down everyone's spine. With nothing more than a single glance, Guliang Cheng was forced to sever his own body just to survive. By the time he realized something was wrong, it was already too late. He could only let out a desperate scream. The surrounding disciples panicked, unable to understand what had just happened. Even Elder Yue stood frozen in shock. A newly admitted early calamity-breaking realm disciple had forced a core disciple like Guliang Cheng to destroy his own body. His potential was simply limitless. Of course, Guliang Cheng was no ordinary cultivator. He quickly regenerated his body and launched another attack with a furious roar. His terrifying punch shot straight towards Xu Beiwang with enough force to tear the air apart. Yet Xu Beiwang stood completely still without even trying to dodge. Elder Yue could not understand what Xu Beiwang was thinking. The watching disciples were already convinced the newcomer was about to die. But just as the attack was about to land, Xu Beiwang smiled and slowly took out the nether flower. The eerie flower instantly invaded Guliang Cheng's mind. Xu Beiwang simply told him to catch it, and Guliang Cheng obediently followed the command like a puppet. Seeing it work, Xu Beiwang could not hide his satisfaction. This was the true power of the seventh layer of his divine art. It could transcend space and time, drag an opponent into the nether realm, and leave them completely under his control. Elder Yue watched everything in horror. To her, this ability looked no different from the legendary law of time. How could an ordinary ascender possess such a heaven-defying technique? She immediately shouted for Guliang Cheng to wake up, but it was already too late. His body slowly dissolved into the void without any resistance. Elder Yue was even more shocked when she realized Guliang Cheng's primordial spirit had also been completely erased. The surrounding disciples screamed in fear because Xu Beiwang had truly killed a core disciple. At that very moment, Guliang Cheng's master arrived with overwhelming killing intent. The instant she appeared, she glared at Xu Beiwang as if she wanted to tear him apart for killing her disciple. The moment Xu Beiwang felt that terrifying pressure, his expression changed, and he immediately turned to flee. He knew perfectly well that this old woman was far beyond anything he could fight right now. But just as the situation was about to spiral out of control, Gong Yichu, the palace master of the Ice Snow Zither Palace, suddenly appeared and coldly ordered everyone to stop. Those few words alone made every disciple present bow their heads and respectfully greet the palace master. Gong Yichu looked toward Xu Beiwang and asked if he was the newly admitted outer disciple. Xu Beiwang quietly sized her up, surprised that the leader of such a powerful sect was actually a woman. Guliangcheng's master was still furious and immediately accused Xu Beiwang of being lawless from the moment he joined the sect, insisting he could not be allowed to live. Xu Beiwang reacted instantly. He dropped to one knee and declared that everything he had done was for the sake of restoring the sect's former glory, and no danger would ever make him back down. Hearing that, Gong Yichu smiled faintly. A newcomer with such ambition had genuinely caught her interest. She then began telling the history of the Ice Snow Zither Palace. It had once been one of the greatest Tao lineages of the Eastern Emperor, ruling the most prosperous sacred land. But after a devastating catastrophe, it gradually declined until it was forced to survive in this small corner of the world. After hearing the story, Xu Beiwang nodded to himself. His early ergs had been right, and gathering information beforehand had definitely paid off. Gong Yichu then publicly announced that she would accept Xu Beiwang as her personal disciple. The surrounding disciples turned green with envy. The newcomer had become the palace master's direct disciple on his very first day. Of course, some argued that anyone capable of killing Guliangcheng had already proven his strength. But to everyone's surprise, Xu Beiwang hesitated. The only thing on his mind was that his boss probably would not like him getting too close to another woman. Seeing his hesitation, Gong Yichu's expression gradually turned cold as she asked whether he intended to refuse. Realizing the situation was turning bad, Xu Beiwang immediately knelt and accepted her as his master. Deep down, he could only sigh and figure he would deal with the consequences later. Gong Yichu simply told him to follow her, and they left as the disciples respectfully bid farewell to the palace master. Not long afterward, they arrived at a magnificent palace. As soon as Xu Beiwang stepped inside, he secretly looked around while his imagination started running wild. Alone with the palace master, what exactly was she planning? Gong Yichu seemed quite pleased with him. She praised both his talent and his ambition, saying he was exactly the kind of disciple she liked. Xu Beiwang humbly replied that he had only risked everything because he refused to live beneath others forever, and he never expected to catch her attention. Gong Yichu smiled faintly and bluntly asked if he had been certain of victory from the very beginning. Xu Beiwang did not deny it. He confidently said he could already fight an early human immortal. Hearing that, Gong Yichu warned him never to abuse his new status to bully others. If he crossed the line, she would personally expel him from the sect. Xu Beiwang immediately accepted the warning. Satisfied, Gong Yichu told him to rest for now, and added that as her direct disciple, he would naturally receive a far better residence. Xu Beiwang quickly left the main hall, while Gong Yichu quietly watched his departing figure. A faint smile appeared on her lips as she thought he was truly a rare talent. Unfortunately, his cultivation was still too low to inherit the sect's strongest teachings. After arriving at his new residence, Xu Beiwang immediately felt the enormous difference between an outer disciple and a direct disciple. The treatment was on a completely different level. He quietly reminded himself that he had to climb even higher. Only by standing above everyone else could he truly survive in the immortal realm. While thinking, Xu Beiwang suddenly remembered something extremely important. He immediately looked up at the sky and quietly muttered, "Boss, I just accepted a woman as my master." Then he hurriedly started, explaining himself as though he had been caught red-handed. Deep down, Xu Beiwang felt nervous. With the boss power, what if she could actually hear every word? He continued trying to comfort her in his imagination, saying he was still too weak to protect himself. Once he reached the human immortal realm, he would definitely leave the Eastern Emperor region and search for her. He even seriously promised that although he had been alone with the palace master, he had kept himself completely innocent. He shamelessly went as far as asking whether the boss wanted to verify it herself, and even he felt embarrassed after saying it. The more Xu Beiwang thought about it, the more convinced he became that if the eldest princess could really hear him, then she must be missing him too. A while later, he embraced the illusion of the eldest princess with a satisfied smile. Even though it was only an unmoving projection, its familiar fragrance still filled him with longing. At the same time, he realized the Eastern Emperor region was much smaller than he had imagined. Even the Ice Snow Zither Palace was not particularly remarkable. Xu Beiwang continued observing the luck towers around him. Even Gong Yichu, who possessed the strongest fortune here, only had an 80-layer luck tower, while everyone else had far less. That proved opportunities in this region were extremely scarce. Fortunately, his beaming divine art was completely unaffected. As long as he kept killing enough people, his cultivation would continue to grow at an astonishing pace. With that thought, Xu Beiwang decided not to waste another moment and immediately began cultivating. As he soaked in a hot bath, the familiar figure of the eldest princess slowly appeared behind him. The illusion of the eldest princess quietly stepped into the bath, making the water feel noticeably warmer. Xu Beiwang smiled with complete satisfaction. Grueling cultivation did not seem so bad when it felt like she was still by his side. The relaxing feeling was incredibly satisfying, and Xu Beiwang was enjoyed every moment of it. During that time, he successfully broke through and reached the peak of the calamity-breaking realm. He turned toward the eldest princess and softly thanked her for staying by his side. Then, he reluctantly said it was time to return to cultivation. Xu Beiwang quietly reflected that without the ancient god's heart vein absorbing such massive resources, this breakthrough would have been far more difficult. It looked like finding even more cultivation resources would be his next priority. But the moment he stepped outside, he found Gong Yichu and Elder Yue already waiting for him. Only one thought flashed through Xu Beiwang's mind. This was really bad. Despite being startled, he quickly bowed respectfully to both of them as if nothing had happened. Gong Yichu looked at him with satisfaction and said that in just 8 short months, he had advanced from the early calamity-breaking realm to its peak. Such a massive breakthrough was impossible to miss. Elder Yue also praised him repeatedly, saying that advancing 2 minor realms in 8 months was the mark of a true genius. Xu Beiwang immediately humbly replied that it was all thanks to the immortal medicines and spirit herbs his master had provided. Deep down, however, he could only marvel at how quickly they had shown up. Gong Yichu became even more pleased and continued praising him. Xu respectfully accepted the compliments, but he noticed that her smile this time was far more genuine than before. In the immortal realm, talent truly meant everything. But soon, Gong Yichu's expression turned thoughtful. She could not understand how someone like him could possibly come from the abandoned realm. Xu Beiwang remained perfectly calm and simply asked if something was wrong. He then began telling a story, claiming that ever since birth, he had faced terrifying heavenly tribulations. He said he started cultivating at the age of 1 and later triggered multiple 9-fold heavenly tribulations, surviving only because his elders stepped in to help. Gong Yichu and Elder Yu were both astonished. Xu Beiwang continued spinning his story flawlessly. He claimed that countless opportunities had followed him since childhood, that inheritances practically fell into his lap wherever he went, and that every life-threatening situation somehow turned into fortune. At 57, he had even opened the gate of ascension. But because he could not bear to leave his parents, he sealed his cultivation for another 10 years before finally ascending. After finishing, he pretended to be completely confused and asked his master to explain what all those strange phenomena actually meant. After hearing everything, Gong Yichu immediately reached a conclusion. Xu Beiwang was a heaven's chosen who had been born into the wrong world. Elder Yu smiled and explained that he originally belonged to the immortal realm, but some accident had sent him to the lower world while preserving his incredible luck and talent. Even so, Gong Yichu still felt something did not add up. With fortune that overwhelming, he should have appeared in a far greater star domain, not somewhere as small as the heavenly zither star domain. Xu Beiwang immediately asked how his master explained that contradiction. Outwardly, he calmly sought her guidance, but inside he was starting to panic. He had exaggerated the story so much that producing proof would be nearly impossible. Even if they did not kill him, exposing a flaw would make winning their trust much harder. Thinking quickly, Xu Beiwang decided to play another card and directly summoned his spirit beasts. The moment the beasts appeared, Gong Yichu could not hide her shock. They were clearly diviner rank, immortal beasts, creatures that could never exist in the abandoned realm. Xu Beiwang immediately thought of the eldest princess, feeling as though she was secretly helping him once again. On the surface, he innocently claimed that the beasts had been with him since childhood and had even frightened his parents half to death. He then sincerely invited his master to inspect both his soul and body to uncover the truth. Deep down, however, he was grinning, eager to see how they would explain all this. At that point, Gong Yichu was almost certain she had discovered a living treasure. In her eyes, Xu Beiwang was the key to restoring the ice-snow zither palace. No wonder he had dared challenge Guliangcheng on his first day. His talent truly defied reason. Xu Beiwang immediately put on a serious expression and vowed to dedicate himself to the sect. Inside, however, he could only laugh. Empty promises like these cost nothing, and it was not as if anyone would actually investigate. Gong Yichu then sternly warned that everything that had happened today must remain an absolute secret. If even a single word leaked out, the punishment would be death. She knew very well that if the other sects learned the Ice Snow Zither Palace possessed such a monstrous genius, they would come to steal him without hesitation. Elder Yue immediately bowed and accepted the order. That the name Beiwang reminded her of someone on the summit ranking with a similar name. Hearing that, Xu Beiwang immediately asked if he could see the summit ranking for himself. Gong Yichu did not refuse and directly summoned the summit ranking before him. Xu Beiwang stared at the legendary ranking with excitement in his eyes. Just looking at it, he could already feel its extraordinary aura. His determination grew even stronger. One day, his own name would be on that list. And there on the summit ranking was the name Miao Beiwang of the Tianlan Ancient Star. The moment he saw that familiar name, Xu Beiwang instantly realized that Miao Miao had reached the summit ranking before him. He could not help but smile proudly. That little cat was still as incredible as ever. She had only been back in the immortal realm for a short time and had already earned a place on the list. Thinking about it, he was probably the weakest member of their little family. Right after that, he searched for the eldest princess's name, but no matter how long he looked, he could not find it. Even so, Xu Beiwang never doubted his boss' strength. In his eyes, it was only a matter of time before her name appeared on the summit ranking. When that happened, the entire immortal realm would surely be shaken once again. Gong Yichu then asked what he thought after seeing the summit ranking. Xu Beiwang honestly admitted that he felt incredibly inspired. Gong Yichu calmly replied that it was perfectly normal. Even she felt her heart stir every time she looked at it, using it as a reminder to keep moving forward. While pretending to listen carefully, Xu Beiwang was secretly thinking about something else. He was already wondering how to steal Gong Yichu's compass that was linked to the summit ranking, so he could monitor its changes whenever he wanted. Completely unaware of her disciple's thoughts, Gong Yichu looked at him with great expectations and promised that the sect would devote every possible resource to his cultivation. She then brought out the Ice Snow Zither Palace's most precious foundation origin and told him to use it to forge his immortal foundation once he completely perfected the peak, calamity-breaking realm. Xu Beiwang immediately bowed in gratitude and solemnly vowed that one day he would raise the Ice Snow Zither Palace to the peak of the Eastern Emperor region, never betraying his master's expectations. Deep down, though, he felt slightly guilty for receiving so much favor. As if that were not enough, Gong Yichu also gave him a protective immortal artifact. The flute had been crafted from a million-year-old myriad laurel immortal bamboo and contained extremely pure wind power, making it a genuine life-saving treasure. Xu Beiwang accepted it with great respect. After receiving the treasures, Xu Beiwang cautiously asked whether he could leave the sect to gain some experience. Gong Yichu shook her head, saying it was not the right time yet. Cultivation was important, but so was taking breaks. She decided that his senior sister Tahua would show him around instead. Xu Beiwang politely thanked her, but inside he understood perfectly. After receiving so many valuable resources, it was only natural that they worried he might run away. The scene shifted to Tinghai City in the Sun Moon Divine Dynasty. As they walked, senior sister Tahua explained that this was the largest auction city in the entire dynasty. Xu Beiwang politely thanked her for guiding him. But it did not take long before his attention landed on a core disciple from the Talisman sect, shopping at a roadside stall. The man pointed at a spirit flower and immediately offered 700 immortal crystals. Xu Beiwang walked over without hesitation and calmly raised the price to 701. Deep down, the familiar thrill returned. Stealing someone else's opportunity always felt the most satisfying. The Talisman sect disciple immediately turned around, pointed at Xu Beiwang, and angrily demanded to know what he was trying to do. Seeing the tension rise, Tahua quickly stepped in front of her junior brother and coldly warned the man not to disrespect a disciple of the Ice Snow Zither Palace. But the Talisman sect core disciple only sneered, mocking that the Ice Snow Zither Palace would accept any piece of trash. Tahua was furious and almost attacked on the spot, while Xu Beiwang pretended to calm her down. In reality, it was obvious he was only adding fuel to the fire. The Talisman sect disciple continued looking down on him, saying someone like Xu Beiwang was not even qualified to compete with him for treasures. But the instant those words left his mouth, the nether flower suddenly shot toward him. Before he even realized what was happening, his mind had already been consumed. In the blink of an eye, Every trace of life was drained from his body until nothing remained but a dry skeleton, leaving everyone nearby pale with terror. A mid-stage immortal realm cultivator had died as easily as crushing an ant. Xu Beiwang quietly figured it out. These people were just like he had been after ascending. Their immortal power was still impure, making them perfect targets for the Beiming divine art. At that moment, several powerful luck auras appeared before his eyes. One of them even reached 98 points. Xu Beiwang did not hesitate for even a second and wiped them all out. After testing it out, he finally discovered the immortal realm's biggest exploit. Newly ascended cultivators, who had not been cleansed by the immortal forging monument, had not fully merged their luck aura with the realm, so they had no complete luck tree. That meant Xu Beiwang could observe luck aura to strengthen his own. Xu Beiwang mocked himself with a cold smile. A fool like him only knew how to kill people and steal opportunities. After dealing with everyone, he calmly declared that the spirit flower now belonged to him for 701 immortal crystals. But at that instant, a terrifying attack crashed down along with a furious roar calling him a vile beast. Tao Hua saw the danger and immediately urged Xu Beiwang to leave. In the blink of an eye, Xu Beiwang had completely vanished. The scene shifted to the main hall of the Ice Snow Qin Palace. Gong Yichu was overwhelmed after Xu Beiwang killed a core disciple of the Fu sect in front of everyone. The sect would never let it go. Hearing that, Xu Beiwang offered to hand himself over if it would solve the problem. Gong Yichu rejected the idea at once and coldly declared that the Ice Snow Qin Palace had no reason to fear the Fu sect. Just then, the man who had chased Xu Beiwang arrived at the palace. The old man demanded an explanation from Gong Yichu and insisted that Xu Beiwang be handed over because their disciple could not die for nothing. The newcomer was Li Kuei-san of the Fu sect. The moment he saw Gong Yichu protecting Xu Beiwang, he no longer dared to act recklessly. Xu Beiwang only smiled and declared that any core disciple of their sect was welcome to challenge him. Life or death would depend on their own strength. At that moment, the surrounding ice suddenly melted away, and a strange heavenly phenomenon appeared above. Li Kuei-san stood there in confusion, while Gong Xichu watched closely because the scene matched the ancient records of a supreme opportunity. Every expert present was forced to their knees by the overwhelming pressure, completely confused about what was happening. The instant Xu Beiwang sensed that familiar aura, he understood. It seemed the boss had secretly sent him origin power again. Anyone who wanted to compete on the summit ranking had to forge an immortal foundation with origin spirit. He felt grateful because the boss had never abandoned him, but he also worried that he might drag her into trouble. Soon after, the eldest princess appeared before Gong Yichu and placed a hand on her head. Xu Beiwang secretly found it amusing. The boss was just as jealous as ever. The eldest princess's face turned icy, and killing intent spread everywhere. A moment later, she slowly withdrew her hand from Gong Yichu's head. Xu Beiwang sighed in relief. Thankfully, he and this nominal master were only teacher and disciple. If anything had crossed the line, the boss would never have spared him. Even so, he decided he needed to explain everything to her later. Gong Yichu and the elders were terrified, while Li Kuei-san was drenched in sweat, because that aura had been truly horrifying. Xu Beiwang vaguely explained that it belonged to a legendary great emperor, a forbidden existence, and dared not reveal anything more. Hearing that, Gong Yichu became even more convinced that Xu Beiwang was the Ice Snow Qin Palace's lucky star and decided to nurture him with everything she had. Li Kuei-san hurriedly apologized while secretly planning to build a relationship with the young man before it was too late. Xu Beiwang simply waved it off. Deep down, however, he felt helpless. These people kept imagining wilder stories every time. After that, Xu Beiwang asked to leave first. As soon as he returned to his room, he knew the boss had definitely left something behind. A ring was already waiting on the table. When he opened it, he found Origin Spirit, the finest material in the immortal realm for forging an immortal foundation. The boss really spoiled him. Xu Beiwang could not help thinking about her. Just then, a crimson stone suddenly appeared before him. The little cat jumped out to claim the credit, saying this starfield origin was something Miu Miu worked hard to find. Xu Beiwang just laughed and called her a silly cat. Miu Miu proudly added that she was much stronger now and could even make it onto the summit ranking. She puffed out her chest and bragged that many people were chasing her now because Miu Miu had finally grown up. Before she could say another word, an invisible force suddenly pulled her away. The eldest princess appeared behind him with obvious jealousy, accusing Xu Beiwang of flirting everywhere, and even attracting a female master this time. Realizing the situation was dangerous, Xu Beiwang rushed over, hugged her, and insisted he was completely innocent. The eldest princess curled her lips into a knowing smile and asked how he planned to prove it. Xu Beiwang immediately claimed he had improved a lot lately and invited Her Highness to test him herself. With that, he grew close to the eldest princess, and the two quickly lost themselves in a passionate embrace. Afterward, Xu Beiwang rested his head on her shoulder and smiled, asking if he had lied to her. The eldest princess called him useless, but then complained that no one cooked for her while he was away. Xu Beiwang immediately apologized with a pitiful look and promised to grow stronger until he could catch up to her. Deep down, he knew hearing her admit she missed him was already incredibly rare. The eldest princess then stood up to leave. Xu Beiwang hurried to stop her and offered to cook for her. But the eldest princess softly replied that she was doing just fine and told him not to let himself become too miserable. Xu Beiwang watched her leave, unable to hide his reluctance. Just then, someone called from outside, saying the sect master wanted senior brother Xu to discuss an important matter. A while later, Xu Beiwang arrived and greeted Gong Yichu. She praised him immediately and said the Immortal Realm's summit ranking was about to begin and that she had high hopes for him. Xu Beiwang looked slightly confused. Gong Yichu explained that the Young Qin ranking was created by the Lord of the Tianqin Starfield to encourage young prodigies and only opened once every 1,000 years. Whenever the ranking opened, the greatest geniuses across the Tianqin Starfield gathered to compete. Anyone who earned a place would receive an extraordinary opportunity. Xu Beiwang confidently said he had a good chance, but the technique he cultivated required many souls from cultivators who had just ascended from the lower realms. Gong Yichu agreed at once and told him to ask for anything he needed. Xu Beiwang thanked her and said he was about to enter seclusion. Gong Yichu was extremely pleased because if he truly made the ranking, the Ice Snow Qin Palace would gain tremendous benefits. She was even willing to seize a participation slot for him. Several months later, Zai Shen, the sect master of Guangqin Pavilion, came to confront Gong Yichu. He argued that the summit ranking slot belonged to his side and had no reason to be taken away. Gong Yichu only smiled calmly and asked if Master Zai truly intended to become enemies with the Ice Snow Qin Palace. Zai Shen flew into a rage and declared that he was not afraid even if it meant a complete falling out. Li Kuei-san quickly stepped in to mediate, saying that if young Master Xu joined the competition, he would surely achieve outstanding results. But Zai Shen ignored him completely and mocked Xu Beiwang as a recent ascender, insisting on teaching him a lesson himself. Hearing that, Gong Yichu immediately shouted that the Ice Snow Qin Palace would never tolerate such disrespect. Just as the tension reached its peak, an overwhelming aura suddenly erupted from Xu Beiwang's location. After sensing it, Gong Yichu was stunned. Xu Beiwang had officially entered the human immortal realm. Li Kuei-san was overjoyed, convinced that young Master Xu had lived up to everyone's expectations. Zai Shen, however, froze in place, unable to believe that someone who had ascended so recently had reached this realm so quickly. At the same time, mysterious streams of pink energy appeared around Xu Beiwang. Everyone was shaken because they recognized the legendary primordial Dao Qi. Ancient records said only heaven-defying geniuses might receive a tiny amount while forging their immortal foundation. Yet Xu Beiwang was surrounded by 10 entire clusters. Someone immediately suspected he had forged his foundation with origin spirit, but that seemed impossible because no such divine treasure had ever appeared in the Tianqin Starfield. Li Kuei-san immediately shouted that they knew nothing, declaring this was clearly a reward from the heavenly Tao for Xu Beiwang's unparalleled talent and fortune. He wanted to teach him a lesson. Zai Shen's face changed instantly as he denied everything. Xu Beiwang deliberately asked if he wanted a spar, but the old man could only force an awkward smile and refuse. Gong Yichu seized the chance and asked if Master Zai still intended to fight over the slot. Zai Shen immediately softened his attitude and even wished Xu Beiwang glory for the Sun-Moon Divine Dynasty. Li Kuei-san laughed and bluntly said that as long as young Master Xu got the meat, they would be happy with just the leftovers. Zai Shen even swore an oath to the heavenly Tao, acknowledging that he now owed Xu Beiwang a favor. Gong Yichu then told Xu Beiwang to get ready. Once his participation token arrived, he could depart for the Young Qin ranking arena. Before that, she asked him for one favor. Years ago, She had been defeated and badly wounded by Fairy Luohua of the Jushi sect during the Yongqin ranking. Her disciple would also be competing this time, so Gong Yichu wanted Xu Beiwang to restore her honor. Xu Beiwang agreed without hesitation. After receiving so many benefits from the Ice Snow Chin Palace, he did not mind crushing them to help his nominal master settle the score. Gong Yichu then took out a strange mask and said it was a sacred relic of the Shi clan that she had struggled to obtain. No one had uncovered its secret for countless years, so she hoped Xu Beiwang could solve its mystery. The moment Xu Beiwang accepted it, he was secretly shocked because it was actually an underworld artifact. Gong Yichu explained that the Shi clan had once asked several cultivators who cultivated corpse qi and demonic qi to wear the mask, but every one of them mysteriously vanished. Xu Beiwang calmly replied that he understood before taking his leave. Back in his room, Xu Beiwang was surprised by the large collection of souls that had already been prepared. He had not expected his nominal master to work so efficiently. But just as he was about to continue cultivating, the luck aura inside his body suddenly began to fade. Xu Beiwang immediately understood. Devouring newly ascended cultivators alone was no longer enough. If he wanted to keep growing stronger, he would also have to hunt the sons of heaven in the immortal realm. He needed both opportunities, and he intended to seize them completely. If things continued like this, who knew when he would be able to see the boss again? Thinking of that, Xu Beiwang decided to uncover the secret hidden inside the mask. After activating the underworld artifact, he discovered that it was actually a very special teleportation gate. In an instant, Xu Beiwang was pulled into a strange world, where the first thing he saw was a terrifying skull. Suddenly, a woman appeared like a ghost, grabbed Xu Beiwang by the throat, and excitedly muttered that after 916 long years, she had finally met a living person. Xu Beiwang felt a chill run down his spine because she was standing right in front of him, yet he had never sensed her presence. The woman kept holding him as she said there were no more underworld flowers or underworld herbs left to gather. Xu Beiwang then realized something even more frightening. She also cultivated underworld power, so his own abilities could not suppress her at all. The woman introduced herself as Wutian Qingyun and asked Xu Beiwang who he was. Xu Beiwang immediately played dumb, claiming he had only wandered here by accident. Deep down, however, he guessed that another underworld artifact had resonated with the mask and pulled him into this place. His top priority now was finding a way to escape. Wutian Qingyun frowned when she saw his expression, feeling as though he disliked her. The next moment, she casually crushed the mask in her hand. She then looked at Xu Beiwang with great interest and said he was an exceptionally handsome man. She even wanted him to marry into the Golden Divine clan. Xu Beiwang cursed her outright, telling her to stop dreaming about devouring him. But Wutian Qingyun laughed madly and said that husband and wife were one body, so what was wrong with merging together? She even mocked his weak underworld power and wanted to personally help him forge an underworld body. Xu Beiwang's face turned dark with anger as he repeated insane. Yet Wutian Qingyun kept tempting him, declaring that before he died, he would become one with her, and together they would use underworld power to overturn all the heavens. In her mind, she even dreamed of creating an eternal world where she alone controlled both life and death. Xu Beiwang could only conclude that she had completely lost her mind, but Wutian Qingyun became even more excited, insisting that marrying her was an honor beyond anything he could ever dream of. With that, Wutian Qingyun immediately made her move against Xu Beiwang. In her eyes, he had no choice but to follow her. Realizing the gap in strength was far too great, Xu Beiwang pretended to give in while secretly waiting for a chance to escape. Wutian Qingyun was extremely pleased and asked how he had obtained his underworld artifact. Xu Beiwang lied and claimed it was only a cultivation manual, even offering to show it to her. Wutian Qingyun did not suspect a thing and thought she might have seen it before. Xu Beiwang then took out a stone tablet. The moment he activated it, he vanished without a trace. Only then did Wutian Qingyun realize she had been tricked and let out a furious scream. She swore that sooner or later, Xu Beiwang would never escape her grasp and would eventually be refined by her. She then picked up the item he had left behind and sensed the aura of the heavenly court and the never-setting divine clan, making her curious about his true identity. The scene returned to Xu Beiwang's room. He staggered on unsteady feet and silently thanked the Heavenlock domain for saving his life. Without it, he would have been finished. Seeing his condition, Gong Yichu anxiously asked if he had forcefully tried to uncover the mask's secret. Xu Beiwang quickly reassured her that he was fine and simply wanted to check the information on the summit ranking. Gong Yichu immediately fulfilled his request. Wuqian Qingyun's name soon appeared on the list. She was a heavenly Dao embryo from the Golden Divine Clan of the Eternal Kingdom, ranked 8th on the summit ranking, with peak pseudo-god cultivation. After reading it, Xu Beiwang felt tremendous pressure. This time, he had truly run into trouble. Gong Yichu worried about his injuries, but he assured her he only needed a short meditation to recover. Although he looked calm on the outside, Xu Beiwang was crying inside, desperately wishing the boss would come save him before her loyal follower got kidnapped. After calming down, he suddenly realized that Wuqian Qingyun's underworld artifact could not merge with the underworld lamp. That meant her cultivation path was flawed, and not the true inheritance. With that thought, he relaxed and decided to focus on preparing for the young Qin ranking. The next morning, Gong Yichu personally encouraged him. She told Xu Beiwang to give everything he had in the upcoming competition. Xu Beiwang replied with complete confidence, promising that when he returned, the name of the Ice Snow Qin Palace would resound throughout the Tianqin starfield. After saying that, he stepped into the teleportation gate and traveled with Master Qian Dashuan to the young Qin ranking venue. As soon as he emerged from the portal, Xu Beiwang sensed countless eyes turning toward him. It seemed more competitors had arrived. He quietly surveyed his surroundings and reminded himself to keep a low profile on his first visit, but never let anyone bully him. Just then, the crowd suddenly erupted with excitement, shouting that young Master Li had arrived. The newcomer was Li Shang, the direct disciple of the Lord of the Eastern Wasteland. After appearing, he gathered the Eastern Wasteland prodigies and suggested everyone exchange resources and experience before the young Qin ranking began, strengthening both themselves and the Eastern Wasteland's reputation. The crowd admired Li Shang's proposal. However, some immediately targeted Xu Wang, mocking a recent ascender at the early human immortal realm for daring to join the young Qin ranking. Others chimed in, saying he came from the Ice Snow Qin Palace, a sect rumored to be in turmoil. Xu Beiwang only smiled to himself. The more these people showed off, the easier they would be to manipulate. He had no intention of revealing his true strength. His phenomenon and luck aura alone were enough to intimidate them. With that thought, Xu Beiwang unleashed his phenomenon. Everyone's expressions changed as his overwhelming luck aura and talent burst forth, with some even mistaking him for an earth immortal. He then looked at Li Shang and calmly asked how he planned to handle the situation since this was his territory. Li Shang simply smiled and replied that Xu Beiwang could do as he pleased. Deep down, Li Shang had already begun to value him, believing someone with such presence was worth befriending. Seeing that Li Shang had no intention of making trouble, Xu Beiwang did not push the matter further. Li Shang then turned and left, telling everyone to enjoy themselves. A while later, Xu Beiwang wandered through the manor's trading district in search of treasures. The more he looked, the more surprised he became. The place was filled with rare treasures. One cultivator possessed a dazzling luck tree with 92 leaves, and even the water buffalo beside him was a high-grade immortal artifact. At that moment, a cultivator named Dongfang Shuo was selling a strange tree. He claimed to have found it in an ancient ruin, but no matter how much he studied it, he could not figure out its purpose. The strangest part was that no one could refine it, so he put it up for sale at 70,000 immortal crystals. Li Shang immediately became interested. In his view, anything that could not be refined was either complete junk or an unbelievable treasure. But even after using his immortal power, the tree showed no reaction. The seller shook his head and sighed. If even young Master Li could not refine it, then it was probably worthless. Just then, Xu Beiwang stepped forward and said he wanted to buy it. Inside, he was already shocked because the item's luck tree had 99 leaves. There was no way he could pass up such an opportunity. Li Shang advised him to try refining it first. Xu Beiwang reluctantly agreed on the surface, but he was only putting on an act. The moment he touched the tree, he refined it with ease. Hidden inside was Origin Spirit. It seemed only those who had forged their immortal foundation with it could activate the treasure. Xu Beiwang immediately realized it was a heaven-defying treasure. Once refined, it could greatly multiply a cultivator's cultivation speed. Dongfang Shuo was delighted that someone had finally bought the item. He even offered his friendship, promising to help Xu Beiwang if he ever ran into trouble. After leaving, Xu Beiwang found a secluded place to absorb the tree. The effect exceeded all expectations. His cultivation speed increased by at least 8 times, and before long, he broke through once again. Li Shang and the others sensed the disturbance and were stunned. Xu Beiwang had advanced straight into the high human immortal realm. Talent like this was rare even across the entire Tianqin starfield. But while everyone was still talking, a message suddenly echoed throughout the area. The Starfield Lord and the other experts had returned to the Heavenly Court. The Young Qin ranking would be postponed for 5 years, and all cultivators from the Eastern Wasteland were forbidden to return to their sects for the time being. Another shocking announcement followed. Feng Jinshuang had returned and now ranked 25th on the summit ranking. Li Shang could hardly believe it, because everyone had thought she died 50 years ago. She was the woman who had fought 10 great emperors as an ancient god and even destroyed 10 starfields by herself. The moment Xu Beiwang heard her name, his heart trembled. He thought the boss had been exposed, but after thinking it through, he realized it only proved she had appeared at the sunset ancient star and climbed onto the summit ranking. The crowd immediately burst into discussion. Some believed that if Feng Jinshuang had not been injured, she would still be among the very top, and might even have been qualified to fight for the #1 spot. Li Shang guessed that Feng Jinshuang had most likely used a reincarnation technique. Xu Beiwang pretended to be curious and asked whether a legendary figure like her had anything to do with people like them. Someone immediately mocked him as a country bumpkin who had just ascended, saying he did not even know Feng Jinshuang's reputation. Li Shang then warned him seriously that if that woman really appeared here, both he and Xu Beiwang would only dare kneel and would not even have the courage to look at her. Xu Beiwang remained calm on the outside, but inside he realized he was still far too weak to help the boss. Just then, his gaze landed on another person's luck tree. The moment he saw it, he knew another opportunity had appeared. Xu Beiwang took the initiative to introduce himself as a disciple of the Ice Snow Qin Palace who had come for the Young Qin ranking. The other man replied that his name was Li Ye from the Qinghe sect. Secretly, however, he judged that Xu Beiwang was no ordinary cultivator and must be hiding a valuable treasure. The moment Li Ye thought about killing Xu Beiwang for his treasure, Xu Beiwang had already formed his own plan. To him, cultivation time was too precious to waste, waiting for someone else's opportunity to mature. In the blink of an eye, Li Ye was completely subdued by Xu Beiwang. Before he even understood what was happening, he felt an overwhelming force of destruction. Xu Beiwang took out the nether flower and calmly said he had a gift for him. Li Ye retreated in terror, but his fate did not change. He was quickly eliminated. After absorbing Li Ye's opportunity, Xu Beiwang's luck aura grew even stronger, leaving him quite satisfied. Hugging the skull, Xu Beiwang quietly slipped into a corner and carefully checked whether anyone had noticed what he had done. Looking at the items left behind, Xu Beiwang became even more certain that Li Yi was hiding a real treasure, so he decided to refine it first and worry about the rest later. A few months passed, and Xu Beiwang successfully advanced into the Earth Immortal Realm. The surrounding prodigies were completely stunned. He had broken through again so quickly. No one knew what kind of monster he was. Right then, Song Yongqiao, the Lord of the Eastern Wasteland, appeared in person. Li Shang immediately paid his respects and introduced Xu Beiwang as the ascended cultivator his master had once heard about. Everyone nearby was shocked because the Lord of the Eastern Wasteland had secretly been protecting Xu Beiwang all along. Xu Beiwang also bowed at once and thanked him. Song Yongqiao landed in front of him and offered to accept him as a direct disciple. Xu Beiwang politely refused, saying that the Ice Snow Qin Palace had helped him when he was in danger, so he could not betray his sect. Song Yongqiao was even more pleased after hearing that, and admired Xu Beiwang for knowing how to repay kindness. He changed his mind and accepted him as a registered disciple, then casually rewarded him with a defensive treasure. Deep down, he also knew that after investing so many resources, he had to build karma with this young man as soon as possible. Xu Beiwang accepted the treasure and thanked him respectfully. Song Yongqiao then told Li Shang to bring his new junior brother to see him because he had something important to discuss. A while later, the three sat together. Li Shang asked why his master seemed so rushed this time. Song Yongqiao replied that he had searched billions of star realms, but still found no trace of Feng Jinshuang. It was as if she had completely vanished from the world. Hearing that, Xu Beiwang secretly sighed in relief. At least it proved the boss was still safe for now. Song Yongqiao then brought up the Young Qin ranking and told both of them to give it everything they had. He was certain Li Shang could reach the top 5 and even hoped he could break into the top 3. Li Shang immediately promised to do his absolute best. As for Xu Beiwang, Song Yongqiao believed he would probably not stand out in this year's Yongqin ranking, but it would be valuable experience for becoming a heaven-defying figure of the Tianqin star realm in the future. Xu Beiwang simply agreed. Just then, another piece of news arrived. A high-ranking member of the never-setting divine race had been killed, and countless star realms were now joining forces to hunt Feng Jin Shuang. Even the Seven-Crown King divine race had been dragged into the terrifying conflict. After hearing the report, Song Yongqiao decided to investigate personally. Li Shang and Xu Beiwang quickly saw him off. Afterward, Li Shang brought Xu Beiwang to the residence prepared for him. Xu Beiwang looked calm on the outside, but inwardly he could not help admiring the boss. Even while being hunted by the entire world, she still kept the heavens in chaos. But while he was resting in his room, a blue stone suddenly appeared and pulled Xu Beiwang into a teleportation array. The moment he saw the person before him, he was so happy he almost shouted because it was the boss herself. Xu Beiwang immediately asked how she was doing, saying that the whole world was searching for her, and he had been extremely worried. The eldest princess only smiled faintly and mocked him, saying that without her around, this useless fool was still living quite well. She then coldly ordered him to start giving her a massage. At the same time, she said she had an important task for him. The moment Xu Beiwang heard she wanted his help, he became tense because nothing the boss asked was ever simple. He immediately replied that as long as Her Highness gave the order, he would accomplish it, no matter what. The eldest princess took out a small bottle containing the essence blood of the never-setting god and told Xu Beiwang to use it. Xu Beiwang found the coincidence hard to believe, but he accepted without the slightest hesitation. The eldest princess slowly explained that after fusing with it, he would possess the never-setting bloodline, making it easy to gain the heavenly court's trust and approach its highest secrets. Xu Beiwang was completely dumbfounded, so she wanted him to become a spy. Lacking confidence, he asked whether he could really handle it, but the eldest princess said the golden divine race only recognized bloodlines, and his body was the perfect match. Xu Beiwang could only fall silent. It seemed the boss had a very different idea of what being clean and innocent meant. The eldest princess leaned close and explained that once his bloodline was revealed, everyone would naturally assume he was a reincarnated member of the never-setting divine race who had lost his memories. Members of that race were hunted every day anyway, so no one could investigate every person's background. The only thing they recognized was the bloodline. After thinking it over, Xu Beiwang decided to take the gamble. Even so, the eldest princess warned him that the slightest mistake would expose his identity instantly. Xu Beiwang no longer wanted to stand by helplessly and pray. He wanted to help the boss himself. If he could truly blend into this new identity, the opportunities ahead would be extraordinary. With that thought, he took the eldest princess's hand and firmly said he wanted to fight for her. The eldest princess explained that she had studied countless ancient records and learned a little about nether energy. This destructive power could erase the memories hidden within the golden bloodline, making it nearly impossible for anyone to detect the truth. Xu Beiwang then asked about her essence blood. The eldest princess said she would personally help him refine it, but absorbing so much essence blood would bring unbearable pain. Xu Beiwang and joked that after being kicked by Her Highness so many times, he had already gotten used to pain. He took the bottle of essence blood and secretly thought that he could have refined it long ago, but he could never bring himself to use something that belonged to the boss. Xu Beiwang then officially began absorbing the essence blood. The pain hit instantly and forced him to collapse to his knees. Even the eldest princess looked worried and asked if he could endure it. Even while gritting his teeth in agony, Xu Beiwang refused to give up because he would always keep any promise he made to Her Highness. Not long afterward, he finally succeeded in refining the essence blood. The eldest princess looked at him as her body trembled slightly. Just as the moment was unfolding, Li Shang knocked on the door from outside. The eldest princess gently patted Xu Beiwang's head and said she would remember his words and wait for the day they met again. Meanwhile, Li Shang kept calling from outside, leaving Xu Beiwang visibly annoyed because the boss had appeared and disappeared so quickly that he had not even finished talking to her. After opening the door, Xu Beiwang asked what was going on. Li Shang immediately complained about how long he had taken, then said their master wanted them to leave for Central Continent at once to find someone. Li Shang also asked if Xu Beiwang had been practicing some secret art because his hair had turned bright gold. On the way to Central Continent, Li Shang revealed that their master had previously introduced him to a heavenly court envoy. That envoy would oversee this year's ranking competition, so they absolutely could not disgrace their sect. At that moment, Li Shang spotted Lu Baiyu and Yuqin Jingyi. One was the direct disciple of the Tianqin Star Realm Lord, while the other was a disciple of Qinghe sect. Lu Baiyu invited Yuqin Jingyi to tea, and although reluctant, she politely accepted. Seeing this, Xu Beiwang asked if Li Shang liked her. He secretly thought the boss really could be affectionate while acting completely indifferent, because the girl clearly did not want to go. Yet, Li Shang just stood there watching. Li Shang explained that he had ties with Qinghe sect and knew Jingyi well, but Lu Beiyu was a famous figure on the summit ranking, and not someone easy to offend. After hearing that, Xu Beiwang walked over and warmly invited everyone to have tea together. Lu Baiyu merely glanced at him with contempt and coldly said he was not qualified to sit at the same table. Li Shang hurriedly asked if Yuqin Jingyi was all right, while Xu Beiwang fired back that everyone started as a nobody, and one day he would crush the Lu name beneath his feet. Hearing that, Li Shang quickly urged his junior brother to stop talking nonsense. Lu Baiyu immediately flew into a rage. His aura erupted as he shouted that Xu Beiwang clearly had no idea who he was and should kneel down and beg for forgiveness. Xu Beiwang looked at him with complete disdain. Someone like Lu Baiyu was not worthy of looking down on him. At that very moment, a blazing red mark suddenly appeared on Xu Beiwang's forehead. Lu Baiyu sneered, thinking Xu Beiwang was desperately burning his essence blood to fight back. In his eyes, even 10 more Xu Beiwangs would still be nothing but insects. But the next moment, a shocking phenomenon appeared, as the sun overhead suddenly shattered into countless pieces. Space trembled violently, and even the river of time from the past emerged before everyone's eyes. Song Yuanqiao and Monian instantly changed expression. They recognized this as the sign of the never-setting divine race. Could Xu Beiwang really possess that divine bloodline? Xu Beiwang, meanwhile, put on a perfect performance and acted completely confused, as though he had no idea what was happening. The phenomenon quickly faded, and the sky returned to normal. But by then, Monian and Song Yuanqiao had already knelt before him in salute. Xu Beiwang immediately realized the plan had worked. The never-setting bloodline had finally drawn everyone's attention. On the surface, he simply told the two of them to stand up first. Song Yuanqiao was now completely convinced. He believed Xu Beiwang was a reincarnated powerhouse who had lost his past memories. He said the talent and destiny of a divine bloodline could never be hidden. Hearing that, Xu Beiwang immediately turned to Lu Beiyu. Without giving him another chance to speak, Xu Beiwang struck and killed him on the spot. Song Yuanqiao secretly regretted the loss of a Tianqin Star Realm genius, while Monian solemnly invited Xu Beiwang to return to the heavenly court immediately to verify his identity. Xu Beiwang did not refuse and quickly agreed. The scene shifted to the heavenly court, where Monian personally escorted Xu Beiwang inside. Looking at the magnificent immortal realm before him, Xu Beiwang could not help but marvel, because this place truly looked like something out of legend. Just then, the guards loudly announced the arrival of an important figure from the never-setting divine race. The next scene was the grand hall of the heavenly court, where Mo Nian knelt respectfully before the Supreme One. A voice filled with overwhelming pressure echoed through the hall. It spoke of Xu Beiwang's origin from the abandoned realm, and how he had opened the gate of ascension while still in his mother's womb. His talent and destiny were both heaven-defying. Xu Beiwang answered obediently on the outside, but his mind was in turmoil. Those were the exact stories he had made up for Gong Yichu, and these people had already investigated his entire background. The Supreme One continued, saying Xu Beiwang had once triggered the Great Emperor phenomenon during a breakthrough, so his previous life had to be extraordinary. Xu Beiwang played along and said he was probably at least a great emperor, but he could not remember his past life. Even though he remained calm, cold sweat was already running down his back. Suddenly, the essence blood inside Xu Beiwang began to boil. The Supreme One coldly declared that he carried the direct bloodline of the divine race, but had once fallen, calling it a great disgrace to the never-setting divine race. Hearing that, Xu Beiwang immediately knelt and admitted his fault. The Supreme One then placed a hand on his head and told him that in this life, he must never disappoint the divine race again. Xu Beiwang nearly froze with fear, thinking his soul was being examined and his identity was about to be exposed. But unexpectedly, the Supreme One merely smiled and remarked that Xu Beiwang had actually refined an immortal foundation pill. Xu Beiwang continued pretending to know nothing, while secretly letting out a sigh of relief. The Supreme One had not searched his soul at all, and had only sensed the lingering aura of the immortal medicine. The Supreme One then casually removed the remaining seal left on the immortal pill. He also rewarded Xu Beiwang with another precious pill as compensation for the suffering he had endured. Xu Beiwang respectfully accepted it and bowed in gratitude. The Supreme One officially declared that from this day on, he would bear the surname of the never-setting divine race. He bestowed the new name Taichu Wangbei and ordered him to return to his clan. As soon as he finished speaking, he used his divine power to send Xu Beiwang away. Before disappearing, he reminded him to climb the summit ranking as quickly as possible, because the divine race had no place for the useless. Mo Nian immediately bowed to bid farewell to the Supreme One. The scene then returned to Xu Beiwang. After joining the never-setting divine race, he traveled with many top prodigies, including Wutian Yanwan, to the Emperor Ascension world for a trial. During that time, he set aside his previous worries, focused on cultivation, and successfully reached the high heaven immortal realm. He also defeated the genius ranked 990,000th on the summit ranking, allowing him to officially rise to rank 950,000. Looking at his new ranking, Xu Beiwang smiled in satisfaction. He had finally made it onto the list. But at that moment, the eldest princess appeared as a projection with her usual cold expression and bluntly mocked him, saying that rank 950,000 was still hopelessly pathetic. Hearing her call him useless, Xu Beiwang immediately hugged her and smiled ingratiatingly, saying he was only lacking a little motivation. He quickly flattered her, saying that as long as the boss was backing him, his ranking would soar in no time. The eldest princess frowned and asked if he was really that confident. Xu Beiwang smiled without hesitation and promised he would never disappoint Her Highness. He then shamelessly asked if she had not always been the one who believed in him the most. The eldest princess quickly returned to the main topic. She said that in 3 days a great opportunity would appear at Stargazing Sea, and countless prodigies would gather to compete for it. She told Xu Beiwang to seize this chance, and if anything happened, he must immediately use the communication puppet to contact her. Xu Beiwang obediently accepted the order. 3 days later, Stargazing Sea officially opened. The moment Xu Beiwang appeared, the entire area erupted. Everyone recognized him as Taichu Wangbei of the never-setting divine race, and it was clear he had come to compete for the opportunity. Xu Beiwang did not waste a single word. He simply killed everyone who had been gossiping about him. His actions immediately drew the Stargazing Sea Guards, who arrested him on the spot. Locked inside a prison's cage, he was accused of slaughtering innocent people right in heavenly court territory. He was then brought before Jiang Tianjun, a heavenly court judge, and the son-in-law of the never-setting divine race, whose cultivation had reached the one-step transcendence realm. Jiang Tianjun coldly questioned how Xu Beiwang had become so arrogant after only reaching rank 950,000 on the summit ranking. Xu Beiwang immediately pretended to admit his mistake, lowering his head and saying he had acted on impulse. Jiang Tianjun did not believe a word of it and accused him of abusing the divine race's influence. Just because someone refused to become his cultivation furnace, he had slaughtered an entire star realm, a crime that enraged everyone who heard it. Xu Beiwang could only continue apologizing. At that moment, Taichu Jiwai, another direct descendant of the never-setting divine race, stepped forward to defend him, saying those people had disrespected the divine race and had merely received a light punishment. Jiang Tianzhenju waved his hand and decided to show mercy, since it was their first offense. Their cultivation resources would be suspended for 1 year. If they offended again, they would be thrown into the heavenly prison and stripped of their bloodline. Hearing that his cultivation resources were gone, Xu Beiwang secretly felt heartbroken. For the divine race, those resources were like a monthly salary, and this loss was far from small. Taichu Jiwai, meanwhile, looked openly dissatisfied and muttered that a mere son-in-law like Jiang Tianjun had no right to lecture him. Seeing that, Xu Beiwang took the initiative to introduce himself, calling him elder brother and suggesting they let the matter go. Taichu Jiwai showed no respect at all and bluntly told him to get lost, because he was not qualified to speak with him. Before leaving, Taichu Jiwai arrogantly declared that once he returned from hunting at Yangshi Ancient Star, those people would never dare act so proudly again. Xu Beiwang watched him with a cold gaze. He had shown courtesy, but since the other side refused to appreciate it, he would not hold back. Afterward, Xu Beiwang quietly slipped into a deserted corner. He carefully looked around and confirmed that no one was nearby. Xu Beiwang then took out the eldest princess puppet messenger and informed her that Taichu Jiwai was heading toward Yangshi Ancient Star, urging her to send someone to intercept and kill him. In Xu Beiwang's eyes, the more members of the never-setting divine race who died, the better. After delivering the message, he even shamelessly asked the boss to reward him with a kiss. The scene shifted to Chihu-O Star, where the divine race held an emergency gathering because Taichu Jihuai's soul lamp had gone out. The scene still carried the aura of the seven-colored divine phoenix, pointing to the remaining forces of the seven-crowned king. The death of a direct descendant without a clear explanation shocked everyone. Standing nearby, Xu Beiwang secretly curled the corner of his mouth. As expected, the boss had handled it swiftly and cleanly. The Supreme One calmly remarked that Taichu Jiwai had been foolish. Wandering around without a great emperor guard was no different from turning himself into a living target. The crowd became even more enraged and demanded the complete destruction of the seven-crowned king's remaining forces, along with the death of Huang Jinshuang. Hearing that, Xu Beiwang only sneered inwardly. One day he would send every last one of them to their graves. The Supreme One then warned everyone to hide their movements at all times. Unless it was an extremely private matter, they must always travel with guards. After giving the warning, he dismissed the gathering. However, Taichu Wangbei was asked to remain. Xu Beiwang stepped forward, and the Supreme One unexpectedly praised his talent and Dao heart, saying he had every chance of reaching the top 50,000 on the summit ranking if he cultivated diligently. The Supreme One then asked if he had met Taichu Jiwai in the heavenly court and ordered him to recount everything that had happened that day. Xu Beiwang calmly repeated the story exactly as he had prepared. On the surface, he explained that after listening to Jiang Tianjun's lecture, he had exchanged a few words with Taichu Jiwai. Deep down, however, he was as tense as a drawn bowstring, unable to understand why the Supreme One had singled him out for questioning. He continued by explaining that after receiving their punishment, the two of them had only spoken briefly before Taichu Jiwai left for his trial. After hearing everything, the Supreme One reminded Xu Beiwang to be extremely cautious whenever he went outside because someone might target him. He also advised that if Xu Beiwang ever lacked cultivation resources, he could visit the Galaxy Trading Center to seek new opportunities. Xu Beiwang immediately accepted the advice with respect. After leaving, Xu Beiwang quietly reviewed everything that had happened. It seemed the Supreme One truly had no suspicions and had only asked casually. Still, he knew he had to be even more careful from now on. If everyone who met him kept ending up dead, someone would eventually connect the dots. Not long after, the scene shifted to the bustling trading district of the Galaxy Market. Xu Beiwang strolled through the streets, hoping to find a great bargain. Just then, a woman's voice suddenly called out from behind him. Without even turning around, Xu Beiwang coldly replied that he already had a Dao partner. He also reminded himself to stay loyal, or the boss would make him pay if she ever found out. But the woman stopped him anyway, and smiled knowingly. She asked when he had become a member of the never-setting divine race, saying this was the first time she had seen someone bold enough to impersonate the golden divine race. Xu Beiwang immediately became alert and asked who she was. The woman simply gestured for him to follow her somewhere private. After reaching a quiet corner, Xu Beiwang looked at her coldly and asked what she really wanted. The woman smiled mysteriously and asked if he truly did not recognize her, then offered him another hint. She mentioned a coffin, a flower, and the eyes of death. Hearing that, Xu Beiwang instantly recognized her. It was Baiyue Guang. He called her big sister in surprise and reminded her that he had once helped her enter reincarnation. Baiyue Guang replied that she had also given him the eyes of death technique, so their karma had already been settled. That answer only made Xu Beiwang even more uneasy, because someone like her would never come looking for him just to catch up. As expected, Baiyue Guang quickly revealed her purpose. One of her reincarnations was incomplete, so she wanted Xu Beiwang to enter the underworld and rescue that incarnation. In return, she would keep his fake divine race identity a secret. Xu Beiwang immediately frowned because the underworld was hardly a place for sightseeing. Baiyue Guang explained that the Soul Never Returns divine race possessed a passage leading directly there, and since the never-setting divine race was allied with them, he could easily enter under the pretense of training. Xu Beiguang's turn to leave, deciding he did not care whether she exposed him or not. Baijueguang calmly reminded him that he had sacrificed so much to climb from the abandoned realm to where he was today. His future was limitless, so he should not destroy it himself. Xu Beiwang only sneered and said he hated being threatened more than anything. If anything happened to him, his soul lamp would identify the killer. Would the never-setting divine race really let her go then? Seeing threats would not work, Baijueguang immediately softened her tone and asked what it would take for him to help. Xu Beiwang answered directly that he could do it, but she would owe him a favor. Baijueguang looked troubled because she disliked owing favors, so she instead offered 10 perfect immortal medicines as payment. Xu Beiwang's expression changed instantly, and he happily accepted on the spot. That was an incredible deal. The scene then shifted to Penglai Ancient Star. Xu Beiwang presented his identity token and introduced himself as Taichu Wangbei. He explained that because of his unique cultivation technique, he needed to collect some wandering souls. A voice echoed from the void, warning him not to remain in the land of death for too long, or his lifespan would begin to drain away. After hearing the warning, Xu Beiwang stepped directly onto the Naihe Bridge. As he walked across, he could not help but marvel that he had actually crossed the legendary bridge. Up ahead, Meng Po was continuously serving soup to each wandering soul. Xu Beiwang watched the scene with great interest. This place suited his tastes perfectly. But only a moment later, he looked disappointed because the underworld contained far less nether energy than he had expected. As Xu Beiwang looked around, he still had no idea what Baijueguang's reincarnation was supposed to look like. Suddenly, a tiny version of Baijueguang appeared before him, and he immediately understood. At that moment, a mysterious voice warned him not to get involved with that woman's karma. Before he could think any further, Xu Beiwang instinctively absorbed the strange energy that had just appeared. The moment he sensed it, he was completely shocked. Meng Po immediately noticed the disturbance and angrily shouted, demanding to know who dared cause trouble in the underworld. But the instant she launched her attack, a supreme treasure reflected the force back at her, reducing her to ashes on the spot. Suddenly, a gigantic net descended from the sky and trapped Xu Beiwang in an instant. Right after that, the Supreme One of the Soul Never Returns divine race appeared with an icy gaze. Sensing Meng Po's aura lingering on Xu Beiwang, he immediately accused him of murdering a member of the Soul Never Returns divine race. Sweat poured down Xu Beiwang's forehead as he hurriedly denied the accusation. Inside, however, his mind was in complete chaos. He had been so focused on absorbing the nether energy that he had paid no attention to Meng Po, yet everything had somehow turned out like this. The Supreme One of the Soul Never Returns divine race coldly declared that destroying the Naihe Bridge was no different from disrupting the balance between the worlds of yin and yang. Once that balance collapsed, the Soul Never Returns divine race would suffer a devastating backlash. That was why Xu Beiwang had to die. Deep down, he was also wary because if even the Naihe Bridge could be destroyed, this young man was far too dangerous to leave alive. Xu Beiwang immediately argued that he was a direct descendant of the never-setting divine race, but deep inside, he was already prepared to fight to the death. His true identity could never be exposed. Just as the situation turned critical, a spatial gate suddenly opened. A noble woman's voice echoed through the sky, saying that her daughter, Shentu Mengji, had taken an interest in the young man and wanted to keep him as the son-in-law of the Soul Never Returns divine race. She asked that his life be spared. Hearing that, the Supreme One of the Soul Never Returns divine race asked whether Xu Beiwang also possessed nether energy, which was why Mengji had noticed him. The woman smiled and confirmed that he indeed carried an extremely unique type of nether energy. Keeping him alive would be far more valuable than killing him. After some thought, the Supreme One agreed to let the destruction of the Naihe Bridge and Meng Po's death pass, on the condition that Xu Beiwang would one day marry one of their clan's prodigies. The woman added that once Shentu Mengji returned from the Emperor Ascension world, the wedding would take place immediately. Until then, Xu Beiwang would remain with the Soul Never Returns divine race. Hearing this, Xu Beiwang's imagination ran wild. First Wu Chen Qingyun and now Shentu Mengji. His luck with women was getting out of hand. He secretly guessed that Shentu Mengji must also cultivate nether energy, which was why she had taken an interest in him. Since she had not returned yet, his life was safe for now. The most important thing was finding a chance to slip away. Before leaving, the woman reminded him to focus on cultivation while waiting for Meng Zisha's return and not waste his time. Xu Beiwang smiled meaningfully and said he would definitely surprise everyone. Several months later, an astonishing aura spread throughout the region from Xu Beiwang's cultivation site. He sat atop a massive sphere of flames, radiating an overwhelmingly domineering presence. Even the Supreme One of the Soul Never Returns divine race was shocked, thinking Xu Beiwang had already entered the pseudo-god realm. The direct bloodline of the Golden Divine Race truly lived up to its reputation. The phenomenon surrounding Xu Beiwang continued to evolve as countless phantom flower petals slowly drifted through the air. Behind him, an ancient sacred tree gradually emerged, releasing an unimaginably terrifying aura. The moment he saw it, the Supreme One's expression changed dramatically. He shouted that it was the Epoch Tree and immediately ordered someone to summon the elders of the never-setting divine race. Not long afterward, Xu Beiwang was brought before the Supreme One of the never-setting divine race. He directly asked where Xu Beiwang had obtained the Epoch Tree, a supreme treasure that originally belonged to the River of Epochs. Xu Beiwang calmly replied that he had possessed it since birth, while secretly feeling pleased that no one could ever figure out the truth. After hearing that, the Supreme One fell silent and realized this was actually an exceptionally rare companion tree. Just then, an ancient and majestic voice echoed through the void, directly ordering that divine soil be bestowed upon Xu Beiwang. The Supreme One immediately bowed in obedience because he recognized it as the command of the ancestor. He then explained that divine soil was the greatest divine treasure within the River of Epochs. Among hundreds of direct descendants, there might not even be one worthy of possessing it. It was a supreme foundation tempered by the great Tao itself, making it almost perfectly compatible with its owner. Xu Beiwang respectfully expressed his gratitude, but inside he was overjoyed. With divine soil, his immortal power, which had always lacked a true foundation, would finally become complete, and the Epoch Tree would grow far stronger than before. Before Xu Beiwang left, the Supreme One specifically instructed him to break into the top 50,000 of the summit ranking as soon as possible because he held extremely high expectations for him. Just then, one of the guardian beasts rushed over to report that someone had come looking for young Master Taichu. The moment Xu Beiwang sensed the familiar aura, he assumed it was Baiwei Guang. But when he stepped outside, the person waiting for him was actually Song Yuanqiao. Song Yuanqiao's face was filled with panic. The moment they met, he urgently reported that the Tianqin Star Realm had been completely destroyed. Xu Beiwang's expression instantly darkened. He demanded that Song Yuanqiao repeat what he had just said. Song Yuanqiao quickly explained that Gu Shenxiao of the Lingzhe Star Realm had destroyed the entire Tianqin Star Realm in order to seize its stellar origin. Xu Beiwang coldly asked if that meant even the Ice Snowchin Palace had ceased to exist. He suddenly remembered that after joining the never-setting divine race, he had sent a letter back there because he had once been a disciple of the Ice Snow Chin Palace. Song Yongqiao continued, explaining that Gong Yichu, as the sect master serving in the heavenly court, possessed a special token that allowed her to sense the star crystal shattering and escape in time. But her strength had its limits, so she could only save part of the sect's disciples. After hearing that, Xu Beiwang immediately ordered Song Yongqiao to find Gong Yichu and gather every survivor. As for this blood debt, Xu Beiwang vowed to settle it to the very end. The scene then shifted to the Lingzhi Star Realm, inside the ancient Shenshou sect. A man was speaking with a pregnant woman. He planned to fuse the stellar origin into the unborn child, so the baby would be born directly into the human immortal realm, with a perfect immortal foundation. The idea alone was terrifying. But before he could finish speaking, a sea of crimson flames suddenly descended from the sky. The man's face instantly changed as he trembled in fear, recognizing the aura of the never-setting divine race. Within the endless flames, Xu Beiwang slowly appeared, his killing intent completely undisguised. The sect members hurried out to greet him respectfully, but deep down they had no idea why the never-setting divine race had suddenly arrived. Xu Beiwang coldly asked whether they were responsible for destroying the Tianqin Star Realm. Qigu Tiandi of the ancient Shenshou sect trembled as he answered that he had merely passed by and destroyed it on a whim. The moment Xu Beiwang heard those words, his gaze turned ice cold because that place had been his home. Qigu Tiandi immediately dropped to his knees, begging for mercy and offering his own life in repayment. Xu Beiwang only sneered and said the man was worth nothing. It was Qigu who had once brought about the destruction of Xu Beiwang's ancient Shenshou sect, As soon as he finished speaking, Xu Beiwang attacked without hesitation. Everyone present was erased on the spot, leaving not a single survivor. After everything was over, Xu Beiwang closed his eyes and sensed the strange power he had just absorbed. A thought immediately flashed through his mind. Could this be the legendary nether body? At the same time, a mysterious secret manual slowly appeared before him. To his surprise, it turned out to be yet another nether relic. Elsewhere, Huang Rushi, the mother of Huang Jinshuang, was extremely pleased. She sighed in admiration that this son-in-law had exceeded every expectation. He had already climbed to rank 350,000 on the summit ranking, and even the never-setting divine race was personally gathering cultivation resources for him. The eldest princess simply replied that this was nothing unusual. Hearing that, Huang Rushi teasingly reminded her that she had once opposed giving Xu Beiwang the supreme essence blood. It seemed she had completely misjudged him. She then ruthlessly brought up the embarrassing story of her daughter, wetting the bed after Xu Beiwang licked her feet. The eldest princess immediately blushed with anger and demanded to know if her mother really had to bring up that humiliating story again. She even declared that once that stupid cat came out of seclusion, it was finished. Seeing her reaction, Huang Rushi only laughed even harder. But the eldest princess suddenly noticed something strange. For the golden divine race, rank 350,000 was nothing special. So why was the never-setting divine race placing such importance on Xu Beiwang? She began to suspect they wanted to tie him down through marriage. Huang Rushi calmly reassured her that anyone who dared steal her daughter's man would have to deal with her first. Back with Xu Beiwang, he stared at the nether relic in his hand and muttered in confusion that the flower was almost fully bloomed, yet he still had no idea what the relic was actually for. Just then, Baiyuguang suddenly appeared with a captivating smile. She praised the young master of the never-setting divine race, saying his performance in the recent battle had not disappointed her. Xu Beiwang sighed and complained that helping her had nearly gotten him killed in the underworld. Baiyuguang stepped closer, gently brushed his hair aside, and said she now owed him a favor. She also revealed that she had discovered an ancient ruin perfectly suited for cultivators in the pseudo-god realm. Xu Beiwang immediately stepped aside and said he did not lack resources. Besides, a favor like hers should not be spent so casually. Baiyuguang could only smile softly and admit that she simply admired him. She said she would come find him once the ancient ruin opened. Xu Beiwang returned the smile politely and saw her off with perfect courtesy. But just then, a woman with a completely unfamiliar face suddenly appeared and called out, "Little Wang." Xu Beiwang immediately became cautious and asked who she was. The woman calmly introduced herself as Huang Rushi. She explained that she was temporarily controlling the body of a traitor from her clan through her divine consciousness. She then revealed that she was Huang Jinshuang's mother, before delivering a devastating blow by saying that Yanger had told her all about Xu Beiwang's foot-licking hobby. Hearing that, Xu Beiwang showed no embarrassment at all. Instead, he rushed over, hugged her, and loudly called her mother-in-law. Even Huang Rushi was stunned, wondering how someone could have such unbelievably thick skin. After that, Huang Rushi got straight to the point and asked if he had agreed to the marriage alliance. She said that if she had not stopped her, Huang Jinshuang would have already come to cripple him. Xu Beiwang quickly defended himself, saying he had no choice. After the Emperor Ascension ended, the Soul Never Return's divine race wanted to marry him to Shentu Mengzhi, while Wutian Qingyun's side also wanted him as their son-in-law. Just thinking about it gave him a headache. Huang Rushi immediately warned Xu Beiwang not to let Huang Jinshuang find out about any of this, or it could affect her cultivation. She told him to keep infiltrating the never-setting divine race and gather more important secrets. Once the Heavenly Emperor War was over, she would find a way to bring him out safely. Xu Beiwang was visibly delighted and immediately promised to complete the mission flawlessly. But the next moment, Huang Rushi suddenly switched topics with a curious grin. She asked if Huang Jinshuang's feet were pretty, whether the bedwetting story was actually true, and even asked if her daughter had ever smiled at him. After all, she had raised Huang Jinshuang for 900 years and had never seen her smile even once. Xu Beiwang could only stammer awkwardly, completely at a loss for words. Just as the atmosphere became increasingly awkward, several powerful auras suddenly interrupted them. Huang Rushi immediately recognized the people of the never-setting divine race and left at once. Before disappearing, she reminded Xu Beiwang not to worry because the Seven-Crown King divine race would never mistreat its future son-in-law. Xu Beiwang also sensed their approach and quickly reassured her that everything would be fine. But the surprising part came after Huang Rushi withdrew her divine consciousness. Xu Beiwang did not hesitate for a second before destroying the abandoned body she had been controlling. He had only one thought in mind. Since this person was a traitor to the Seven-Crown King divine race, leaving the body behind would only create future trouble. The moment he made up his mind, Xu Beiwang struck himself hard in the chest and deliberately forced out a mouthful of blood to fake his injuries. Before long, a high-ranking expert of the never-setting divine race arrived to investigate. Xu Beiwang immediately acted weak and explained that he had encountered the ancient god-woman near the teleportation array and deliberately lured her there. He even claimed he had exhausted every immortal treasure he possessed just to barely kill her and had nearly died in the process. The senior expert examined the corpse, confirmed it really belonged to a remnant of the Seven-Crown King divine race, and looked very satisfied. He even praised Xu Beiwang for achieving a great merit. Soon afterward, the never-setting divine race officially announced that Taichu Wangbei had personally eliminated one of the Seven-Crown King's surviving followers. As a reward, Xu Beiwang received a mid-tier stellar core. It could become a life-saving trump card because once detonated, it possessed enough power to block a full-force strike from an ancient god. Xu Beiwang immediately bowed in gratitude and declared that he would dedicate himself even more to the glorious, never-setting divine race in the future. His performance was flawless. The senior expert nodded in satisfaction, told him to study the stellar core carefully, and then departed. Only after the man had completely disappeared did Xu Beiwang reveal a smug smile. After all, this was the very first stellar core that truly belonged to him, so naturally he intended to treasure it. Xu Beiwang then looked over his personal space with great satisfaction. Owning an entire star realm like this was truly impressive. What pleased him the most was finally being able to prepare a proper home for the boss. He even planned to build a Taichu palace just for her and brew peach blossom wine to spoil her. He was already thinking of every possible way to pamper her. Holding the eldest princess's puppet in his hand, Xu Beiwang quietly whispered that he had just met her mother, and now even had a large home prepared for the two of them. He gently asked if she could appear and talk with him for a while, then cautiously wondered if she was still angry with him. As long as she was willing to show herself, that alone would prove she was no longer as upset as before. The moment he finished speaking, the eldest princess's figure slowly appeared before him. The instant Xu Beiwang saw her, he could not hide his joy. He excitedly told her that they finally had a home. But the eldest princess remained silent and did not answer a single word. Xu Beiwang looked at her with gentle eyes and said that roadside shelters and temporary places could never truly be called home. To him, wherever the boss was, that was his real home. Only then did the eldest princess reply coldly that she had never believed empty words. She judged people only by their actions. Xu Beiwang immediately softened his tone and promised that whatever Her Highness wanted, he would gladly do. She would grant his wish. Xu Beiwang froze in shock, thinking his boss was getting bolder than ever. The eldest princess leaned close and whispered that if he belonged to her palace, he should carry her mark. Xu Beiwang only smiled and softly replied, "Your Highness." The two quickly fell back into each other's arms, filling the room with sickeningly sweet romance. A while later, the eldest princess sat in Xu Beiwang's lap and revealed that his body now contained a drop of the fat cat's essence blood. She told him to head for the Arctic beast hunt, where the only Dao bone left behind by the demon race Dao Lord rested. It would greatly benefit him. Xu Beiwang accepted the order without hesitation. The Arctic beast hunt was a once every 5,000 years opportunity held in the Arctic ancient star sea, open to any immortal cultivator who had not yet experienced the era/. The eldest princess quietly said it was time for her to leave. Xu Beiwang immediately asked if, now that they had a home together, visiting 5, 6, 7, or even 8 times a month would be fine. The eldest princess shot him an angry glare and asked if he wanted another taste of the stone. The scene then shifted to the Arctic ancient star. Standing among a massive crowd, Xu Beiwang looked around and laughed at the unbelievable number of people. The butterfly beside him immediately announced that the Taichu young master had arrived. The moment everyone heard the name Taichu Beiwang, the crowd erupted in excitement. But that was not all. Digimi of the uncrowned king divine clan also arrived. He was an incredibly powerful genius ranked 309 on the summit list. The crowd sighed in awe, convinced the Dao bone was already his and no ordinary cultivator stood a chance. As soon as Diguimi appeared, he shot Xu Beiwang an annoyed look and mocked him for wearing the same outfit. Xu Beiwang fired back, asking if Diguimi had a habit of matching clothes with other people. Just as the tension reached its peak, Zixing Timeng, the ruler of the Arctic Ancient Star, suddenly appeared. He officially declared the competition for the Dao Bone open. Moments later, the Demon Lord platform appeared before everyone. Timeng explained that the rules had not changed. Luck and talent would awaken the ancient Dao laws, and whoever produced the strongest phenomenon would claim the opportunity. Xu Beiwang stepped forward first. Deep down, he prayed that the boss Essence Blood and Miu Miu would not let him embarrass himself before the world. With that thought, he threw a punch straight at the Demon Lord platform. Strangely, after the punch landed, the entire square fell silent because nothing happened. The crowd began whispering, wondering if Taichu Beiwang was really that weak. Diguimi immediately burst into laughter and mocked him for being all hype. But in the very next second, countless cracks suddenly spread across the Demon Lord platform. Everyone was stunned. The ancient platform shattered into pieces on the spot, something no one had ever imagined. His unbelievable luck had broken the trial itself. Xu Beiwang simply smiled with a smug look and asked, "Am I qualified now?" Timeng stared at him in shock after sensing the bloodline of an Era life form inside Xu Beiwang. The people around them were even more horrified. An Era life form was a heaven-defying existence, rumored to reach the Dao Lord realm without even cultivating. Xu Beifang suddenly remembered Miu Miu promising to back him up and beat anyone who bullied him until they cried. Only now did he realize the fat cat had never been bluffing. Timeng immediately demanded to know where that drop of essence blood came from, but Xu Beiwang calmly claimed he had been born with it. The crowd kept discussing the shocking revelation. Some even brought up the rumor that Xu Beiwang had possessed the half-life era tree while still in his mother's womb and often encountered immortal beings. His talent was simply beyond imagination. Diguimi refused to accept the result and accused Xu Beiwang of cheating by using the essence blood of an Era life form to seize the opportunity. Xu Beiwang coldly replied that it was none of his business. Furious, Diguimi demanded he try again with his own strength or hand over the Dao Bone. Xu Beiwang only gave a faint smile and said that if Diguimi knelt down and begged, he might consider giving up the Dao Bone. As the argument grew more intense, Timeng shouted for both sides to be silent. But at that moment, a supreme elder from the uncrowned King Divine clan appeared and argued that Xu Beiwang had broken the rules because that luck did not truly belong to him. Xu Beiwang stayed completely calm and asked if the elder was planning to bully a junior, reminding him that every major force had powerful seniors backing them. With that, he directly summoned the supreme elders of the never-setting Divine clan. The moment they arrived, the never-setting Supreme Elder unleashed overwhelming pressure and coldly asked if the uncrowned King Divine clan wanted an all-out war. The opposing side instantly changed expression, shocked that the never-setting Divine clan valued Xu Beiwang this much. The never-setting Supreme Elder pushed even harder. Either the two clans started a war right there, or they took Diguimi and left immediately. The uncrowned King Supreme Elder looked furious because it was obvious the never-setting Divine clan was willing to turn hostile just to protect Xu Beiwang. That made him wonder just how terrifying Xu Beiwang's true background really was. In the end, Diguimi could only lower his head and accept defeat. He knew the uncrowned King Divine clan could not confront the never-setting Divine clan head-on, so he had no choice but to swallow his anger. The uncrowned King Supreme Elder turned around with a cold face and ordered everyone to leave. But just as Diguimi was about to go, he caught Xu Beiwang's mocking smile. His anger exploded as he roared that one hand was more than enough to crush Xu Beiwang. But the instant he finished speaking, his body suddenly trembled. The uncrowned King Supreme Elder quickly caught him and shouted for everyone to leave because cracks had already appeared in Diguimi's Dao heart. Xu Beiwang smiled with killing intent and declared that in 100 years he would personally visit the uncrowned King Divine clan. When that day came, only one of them would leave alive. Diguimi refused to back down and coldly replied that he would be waiting there, and after 100 years he would personally build Xu Beiwang's grave. After Diguimi was taken away, Xu Beiwang immediately turned to Timeng and practically asked where his Dao Bone was. After successfully refining the Dao Bone, Xu Beiwang's luck and fortune rose to an even greater level. The entire place erupted again. Everyone praised Taichu Beiwang for breaking another limit, saying his name was destined to shake countless star realms. The never-setting divine clan truly produced endless geniuses. Even the never-setting Supreme Elder praised him for doing an excellent job. Xu Beiwang remained humble and said he would work even harder in the future. Just then, a giant octopus suddenly appeared and called him over. It explained that the Arctic beast hunt possessed a special Tao art capable of sending one's divine sense into the void. With the drop of essence blood inside him, Xu Beiwang could sense an era life form. Xu Beiwang immediately understood. The giant octopus quickly assured him there was no danger because they only wanted to confirm what the era life form looked like. After all, era life forms were unbelievably rare. If one was discovered, everyone would want to recruit it. Xu Beiwang smiled and agreed, secretly hoping this might finally let him see the silly fat cat again after such a long time apart. The giant octopus kept reassuring him not to worry. Xu Beiwang then hinted that he had once refined the small world Tao fruit of their race. Deep down, he only had one thought: nobody works for free. The giant octopus understood immediately and promised to prepare a generous gift, asking only for Xu Beiwang's help. Xu Beiwang was pleasantly surprised by its generosity, and his attitude changed at once. He gladly accepted the offer without hesitation and prepared to leave immediately. As he departed, he happily thought to himself that it was finally time to find the little cat. The scene shifted to Miu Miu, who was still sleeping peacefully. Xu Beiwang walked over and quietly called out, "Silly cat." Miu Miu instantly opened her eyes. The moment she saw Xu Beiwang, she excitedly threw herself into his arms and kept saying how much she had missed him. Xu Beiwang laughed and teased that she claimed to miss him, yet somehow she had gotten even chubbier. Miu Miu innocently explained that she ate lots of snacks whenever she missed him, because the more she ate, the less she missed him. The moment she finished speaking, Miu Miu transformed into her human form. Xu Beiwang immediately grew nervous and told her not to cause trouble. But Miu Miu looked completely serious and asked if he wanted to lick the divine skincare lotion she had just applied to her legs. Xu Beiwang instantly looked away and changed the subject, casually saying she should take better care of a few other places too. Deep down, he thought she had been an A last time, and she was still an A now. Miu Miu immediately pouted and declared that she would win everything back, sooner or later. Xu Beiwang suddenly remembered something important and asked why she was an era life form. Miu Miu looked surprised that he already knew. She admitted the truth, saying that when the next era river arrived, she would complete her transformation. By then, she would be strong enough to crush even that big bad guy. Xu Beiwang laughed and said he would be waiting for her protection. Miu Miu curiously asked who had revealed her identity because she had planned to tell him herself just to see his shocked reaction. Xu Beiwang replied that he had just visited the Arctic beast hunt. He also mentioned that a giant octopus wanted to invite her out so everyone could worship her. Miu Miu immediately shook her head, saying that if she went there, she would not be able to see Xu Beiwang anymore. At that moment, Xu Beiwang's figure slowly began to fade. He told her it was fine if she did not want to go, but he had to return before everyone outside became suspicious. Miu Miu quickly grabbed him, unwilling to let him leave because there were still so many things she wanted to say. Xu Beiwang gently patted her head, reminded her to sleep on time and eat properly, then promised they would meet again soon. Before leaving, he handed Miu Miu a storage pouch packed with snacks. She hugged it sadly and obediently promised to listen. After returning, Xu Beiwang immediately reported that he had failed to find the era life form and apologized for disappointing the seniors. The giant octopus frowned in suspicion. With era essence blood as a guide, sensing the era life form should have been impossible to fail. It secretly guessed that Xu Beiwang was hiding something, that the era life form had threatened him, or that the two had reached a secret agreement. Xu Beiwang kept acting, apologizing that he was too incapable to accomplish the task and felt deeply ashamed. The giant octopus stormed off in anger, cursing under its breath. But since the gift had already been given, and it could not afford to offend the never-setting divine clan, it could only remember this grudge for later. Just then, Baiyueguang suddenly appeared with a smile, saying the Taichu young master was truly bold enough to trick even that giant octopus out of its precious medicine. Xu Beiwang smiled and asked her to stop teasing him, before wondering if she had come to tell him about another opportunity. Baiyueguang smiled and revealed that it was located in the spirit realm, inside a place called the Ninth Ridge Mountain. Baiyueguang continued by revealing that one of her reincarnated enemies was there. That person possessed a treasure called the Divine's Tower, which could triple cultivation speed. For someone at Xu Beiwang's current false god realm, refining it would be enough to jump at least 1 or 2 major levels. Xu Beiwang laughed and asked if she was also using him to deal with an old enemy while handing him a bonus reward. He knew she would not be asking unless she was wary of that person. Bai Guang did not answer directly. Instead, she handed him a protective treasure. After accepting it, Xu Beiwang casually asked what rank she had once held on the summit list. Bai Guang's expression darkened as she coldly replied that she had ranked 3,311. Xu Beiwang laughed, saying he had expected something much more impressive, but deep down, he realized that if someone ranked only slightly above her still made her so cautious, that enemy was definitely no ordinary opponent. Seeing the meaningful smile on his face only made Bai Guang even angrier, and all she could do was call him a brat. Xu Beiwang smiled, waved goodbye and headed off, curious to see what kind of person this enemy really was. The scene quickly shifted to the Qili Dao domain. Standing before the Huntian Palace, Xu Beiwang loudly called for Sima Jun to get out. Bai Guang's earlier instructions echoed in his mind. The path to the 9th mountain of the spirit realm passed through Huntian Palace, and her old enemy, Sima Jun, was waiting there. Xu Beiwang looked around and quietly confirmed that he had come to the right place. Before long, Sima Jun, the palace master of Huntian Palace, stepped out. The moment he saw Xu Beiwang, he claimed he had foreseen days ago that karma from a past life would come knocking, and today that person had finally arrived. He even asked which past life Xu Beiwang had lost to him in, speaking with complete arrogance as if he were about to lecture a junior. Xu Beiwang could only sigh. People who loved acting mysterious were always the most annoying to deal with. Sima Jun kept showing off, asking which heavenly emperor was currently Xu Beiwang's master, insisting that he would recognize the name immediately. Xu Beiwang wondered if this guy had some kind of system that existed just to let him show off. Sima Jun kept pointing as he preached, boasting that he alone could cover the sky in this superior star realm. Xu Beiwang calmly asked one simple question, "Do you even know who I am?" The instant Sima Jun sensed Xu Beiwang's aura, his face turned pale and cold sweat poured down. Trembling, he recognized the aura of the never-setting divine clan. Xu Beiwang only smiled and asked, "So you finally figured it out?" Sima Jun immediately dropped to his knees and begged for mercy, repeatedly admitting he had failed to recognize such an important figure. Xu Beiwang instantly lost interest, disappointed that the man had stopped acting so confident. With that, he simply turned around and walked away. Watching Xu Beiwang disappear into the distance, Sima Jun finally let out a sigh of relief, believing he had escaped disaster. But in the very next second, a blazing sun descended from the sky and burned him into ashes on the spot. Xu Beiwang left behind nothing but a cold smile. The scene then shifted to another mountain. Countless people were gathered there, cheering non-stop for someone they called the God of War. That person was Chu Xiaoye. He had once been born with crippled meridians and unable to cultivate, but after joining the army, he earned countless glorious military achievements. Xu Beiwang's eyes lit up. It felt like he had finally found a true child of fortune, and not an ordinary one either. There was no way he would let this chance slip away. He immediately walked over and asked Chu Xiaoye if he wanted to walk the path of immortality and become someone admired by billions. Without any hesitation, Chu Xiaoye knelt down and admitted that he truly wanted to become stronger. Xu Beiwang told him that once he crossed this door, immortals and mortals would forever stand apart. He then personally reconstructed Chu Xiaoye's meridians. After finishing, he told Chu Xiaoye to throw a punch. Chu Xiaoye struck with all his strength, instantly shattering a nearby boulder. He became so excited that he repeatedly thanked Xu Beiwang, swearing he would even give his life to repay the kindness. Xu Beiwang only smiled and said there was no need. He simply wanted to bring Chu Xiaoye along to search for opportunities. Secretly, Xu Beiwang was already calculating that bringing a child of fortune who naturally attracted opportunities would surely uncover an unbelievable treasure on the 9th mountain. Before long, the two of them entered the 9th mountain. Xu Beiwang told Chu Xiaoye to search for his own opportunities. Chu Xiaoye respectfully accepted the order and left. At that moment, only one thought filled his mind. He absolutely could not disappoint his senior. After Chu Xiaoye was gone, Xu Beiwang took out the treasure Bai Guang had given him, figuring he might as well refine it while he had some free time. In just a short moment, his cultivation advanced straight to the peak of the false god realm. Xu Beiwang nodded in satisfaction, praising Sister Bai for keeping her word. His strength had increased once again. But just then, he suddenly heard a heated argument nearby. A group of female disciples from the Jade Maiden sect had surrounded a young woman, accusing her of being nothing more than a lowly seductress who constantly flirted with their senior brothers. The young woman tearfully defended herself, insisting she was innocent and that those people were deliberately picking on her. Xu Beiwang quietly observed before confirming that the girl carried the bloodline of the Seven-Crowned King. Ever since refining his boss essence blood, he had become extremely sensitive to this aura, though he never expected to find it in such a remote place. One of the Jade Maiden sect disciples suddenly slapped the girl across the face and sneered that a beauty who caused disasters like her would be killed sooner or later. Xu Beiwang's expression instantly turned icy. He had already shown restraint, yet these people still dared to lay a hand on someone connected to both his boss and himself. His voice rang out with killing intent. Anyone who dared to hurt her even the slightest bit would have their entire family wiped out. The moment they heard those words, the Jade Maiden sect disciples turned pale with fear and fled as if they had seen a ghost. The girl with the Seven-Crowned King bloodline repeatedly thanked Xu Beiwang. He simply told her to wait at the entrance to the spirit realm, where someone would come to pick her up. She obediently agreed. Xu Beiwang smiled to himself, thinking she was one of his boss people, so he had better get her safely back as soon as possible. Just then, Chu Xiaoye and the others returned, leaving Xu Beiwang slightly annoyed. Of all the times to come back, they had to show up now. Chu Xiaoye lowered his head and apologized, saying he was untalented and had only managed to find these few items. Xu Beiwang kept a calm face, but inside he was stunned. Having studied the myriad, Heaven's treasure record, he instantly recognized the Dao Sealing Bracelet, a divine artifact ranked 98 across countless star realms, powerful enough to imprison even a Dao Lord. He could not help admiring Chu Xiaoye's heaven-defying luck. This time, he had truly found a supreme treasure. Meanwhile, Chu Xiaoye worried that he had disappointed his senior. Xu Beiwang told him to leave the bracelet with him as a keepsake. Chu Xiaoye was overjoyed, repeatedly expressing his gratitude and promising to cultivate with everything he had. Xu Beiwang announced that it was time for him to leave. Chu Xiaoye hurriedly asked for his name and even requested to follow him as a servant. Xu Beiwang only left behind one mysterious sentence: "The time is not right yet. If fate allows it, we will meet again." After changing locations, Xu Beiwang leisurely thought that he could use this chance to show his newly acquired treasure to his boss. But before he had gone very far, a group of people suddenly blocked his path and directly addressed him as the Taichu Young Master. They coldly declared that someone had placed a bounty on his life. Xu Beiwang remained calm on the surface, but inwardly he became extremely cautious. Every of them was an ancient god realm expert. He had no idea why so many had gathered here, and escaping was clearly the smartest option. One of them sneered that the reward was simply too tempting to ignore. Besides, Xu Beiwang had walked right into this remote star realm himself. There was no way they would waste such a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity. To them, killing a genius of the Golden Divine Clan would make their names famous everywhere. Xu Beiwang immediately tried to buy them off, saying the never-setting Divine Clan could pay twice as much. But he also knew this place was too remote. Reinforcements from the never-setting Divine Clan would need time to arrive, so all he could do was stall. The assassins ignored his offer and attacked together. As tempting as his proposal was, they all understood one thing. Once they accepted this mission, they either killed him or died trying. Xu Beiwang had no intention of waiting for death. Since he had been cornered, the only choice left was to fight with everything he had. One assassin secretly planned to finish him off immediately and never give him the chance to wait for reinforcements. At the most critical moment, the eldest princess suddenly appeared. Xu Beiwang was so shocked that he immediately called out, "Your Highness." One of the assassins recognized the aura of the Seven-Crowned King Divine Clan and was horrified, since everyone knew the two divine clans were mortal enemies. Xu Beiwang was secretly overjoyed, realizing that his princess still cared about him. But this time he had dragged her into trouble, so there was no way he would let these pests leave alive. One of the assassins desperately shouted for everyone to attack, but Xu Beiwang only replied with two icy words: "Too late." The moment he spoke, the nether flower erupted with terrifying power and instantly swallowed every ancient god realm expert. The eldest princess casually dealt with a few more unlucky survivors as if brushing away dust. The remaining assassins were terrified out of their minds and fled while screaming for everyone to run. Xu Beiwang curled his lips into a cold smile. It seemed they still believed they could escape. He immediately launched a massacre, showing no mercy as he wiped out every last enemy. Just then, a familiar beam of light suddenly appeared. Xu Beiwang instantly became alert, with only one thought in mind: protect the boss of the never-setting divine clan at all costs. His expression darkened when he realized that even a supreme expert had personally arrived. This situation was clearly far more serious than expected. He immediately turned to the eldest princess and asked what they should do, but she remained completely calm and told him not to worry. Seeing how composed she was, Xu Beiwang could not help smiling. As expected, everything felt more reassuring whenever his boss was around. Before long, a supreme elder of the never-setting divine clan appeared and called Xu Beiwang by name. He respectfully answered and awkwardly apologized for alarming the seniors, adding that everything had already been taken care of. The supreme elder quickly noticed that the battlefield was filled with ancient god realm auras, and all 7 experts had been wiped out. He nodded in satisfaction, concluding that this had to be an assassination plot by the 7 Crown King Divine Clan against the strongest genius of the never-setting Divine Clan. Xu Beiwang pretended to understand, but inwardly he could only admire the acting skills of these old monsters. The Supreme Elder then checked Xu Beiwang's rank on the summit list. The result immediately caught everyone's attention. He had climbed past the 10 million mark. Even Xu Beiwang was slightly surprised. He never expected killing just 7 ancient god realm experts would boost his ranking so much. The Supreme Elder looked at him with obvious pride, already treating him as one of the never-setting divine clan's greatest talents. Xu Beiwang humbly accepted the praise. As soon as the elder left, Xu Beiwang's expression changed completely as he muttered that he had finally sent him away. The scene shifted to a bedroom where the eldest princess was already waiting on the bed. The moment Xu Beiwang arrived, she coldly remarked that it seemed he no longer needed her anymore. Xu Beiwang immediately hugged her leg and acted spoiled, saying that without her highness beside him, life had no meaning. The eldest princess kicked him away and asked if that was all their relationship amounted to. Xu Beiwang was left speechless, secretly feeling that his boss was starting to care about the little things. He gently took her hand, placed it over his heart, and said that this heart had always belonged to her highness alone. The eldest princess turned her head away and coldly replied that one day she would personally tear that heart out and see whether it was real or fake. Xu Beiwang leaned close to her ear and quietly admitted that there were still many things he wanted to do with her highness. But strangely, every time he saw her, only one particular thought came to mind. After everything settled down, Xu Beiwang quickly reported that he had found a surviving descendant of the 7 Crown King in the spirit realm. Everything had already been arranged, and they only needed to send someone to bring her back. He also proudly mentioned that his summit list ranking had now surpassed the eldest princess's, then shamelessly asked for a reward. The eldest princess answered with only one short, indifferent sentence. Then she disappeared without another word, leaving Xu Beiwang standing there in confusion. A sense of unease crept into his heart. This time, his boss really seemed upset. The scene shifted to the Wanyan Star Realm, where the eldest princess appeared in the sky with an overwhelming aura. The moment someone saw her, they cried out in terror, "Huang Qinshuang!" The eldest princess instantly entered battle, unleashing an overwhelming presence. She had only one thought. She would never allow that underling to surpass her on the summit list. Her opponents were no weaklings. The moment they sensed the danger, they charged together. But countless razor-sharp crystal shards suddenly emerged from the void and pierced straight through their bodies. The eldest princess merely curled her lips into a mysterious smile. In the next instant, every one of her enemies turned into sparkling crystal fragments before vanishing completely. At the same time, a massive pillar of light shot into the heavens, shaking the entire region. Back with Xu Beiwang, he could not sit still. Just because of a ranking, his boss had exposed her identity. The more he thought about it, the bigger the headache became. Right then, a summons from the Supreme Elder arrived, ordering him to report to the main hall immediately. Xu Beiwang grew even more uneasy, wondering if they were really about to send him after his own boss. The scene shifted to the grand hall of the never-setting divine clan. The moment Xu Beiwang entered, he found it packed with people. Members of the Soul Never Return Divine Clan lit up with excitement as soon as they saw him. They hurried over to announce that the sealed heaven realm had ended earlier than expected and urged him to return quickly to marry Meng Ji. Xu Beiwang hurriedly stepped back, telling them to calm down and talk instead of grabbing him. A supreme elder began explaining the situation. Huang Qinshuang had reappeared, and if the Never-Setting Divine Clan joined forces with the Soul Never Return Divine Clan, the Seven Crown King Divine Clan might truly rise again. While everyone else discussed strategy, Xu Beiwang grew increasingly anxious. He clearly remembered his future mother-in-law saying she would come for him after the sealed heaven realm ended. Since it had finished early, there was no way she would not know. Just then, King Tian Qingwan suddenly appeared and announced that she had finally found him. The moment Xu Beiwang saw her, his heart sank. That crazy woman had shown up again. Tian Qingwan only smiled charmingly and said there was no escaping her, especially when the Eternal Kingdom had everything he could ever want. Even the Supreme Elders present changed expressions after realizing the visitor came from the Eternal Kingdom. They immediately started calculating the benefits, because this was a legendary force within the Golden Divine Clan. If Xu Beiwang truly married into that side, the gains would be enormous. Xu Beiwang immediately declared that he already had a marriage arrangement. He deliberately emphasized that his elders had decided for him to marry into the Soul Never Return Divine Clan. But deep down, he remained cautious because he could tell that the Supreme Elder had his own plans. Tian Qingwan instantly released killing intent, declaring that if necessary, she would wipe out the entire Soul Never Return Divine Clan so nobody could compete with her. Meng Jia's mother refused to back down and coldly mocked her for dreaming. Seeing the situation about to explode, a Supreme Elder quickly stepped in to mediate. He said Huang Qinshuang had returned, so why were they still arguing over romance? He even suggested Xu Beiwang marry both sides. Meng Ji's mothers immediately questioned if he wanted to break the engagement, while Tian Qingwan boldly declared that no one could take away the person she had chosen. While everyone argued fiercely, Xu Beiwang stood aside with crossed arms, enjoying the scene like someone's watching a disaster unfold. Just then, Huang Ruxi's voice sounded in his mind, telling him not to worry because Huang Qinshuang was already on her way. Xu Beiwang immediately relaxed. But then he realized something was wrong. This marriage arrangement absolutely could not be known by the eldest princess. Besides, letting her appear here now would be too dangerous. Huang Ruxi explained that because the sealed heaven realm ended early, she could not escape, but she could not watch him actually marry into another clan either. Hearing this, Xu Beiwang smiled brightly. Seeing him suddenly laugh, the Supreme Elder frowned and asked what he was muttering about. Xu Beiwang became extremely confident and directly declared that he would not marry anyone. Deep down, he planned to let those terrifying women fight among themselves first. Tian Qingwan immediately warned him that he would never escape. Meng Ji's mother was furious, unable to believe he dared change his mind halfway. Even the Supreme Elder could not stay silent anymore. This matter involved the Never-Setting Divine Clan, and he could not let Xu Beiwang do whatever he wanted. Xu Beiwang only smiled and asked what the Never-Setting's Divine Clan had to do with him. Those words made the Supreme Elder suspicious, unable to understand his meaning. At that moment, the eldest princess entered the grand hall. Her voice was so cold that the entire space seemed frozen. She said that after living for so many years, they still failed to realize the truth. Xu Beiwang belonged to her. The Supreme Elders were stunned. They never expected Huang Qinshuang to dare appear here directly. The eldest princess grabbed Xu Beiwang by the collar and coldly asked why she had never heard about him becoming a son-in-law. Xu Beiwang immediately became speechless, not knowing how to explain. Before he could say anything else, Meng Ji's mother and Tian Qingwan charged forward at the same time. Xu Beiwang panicked and shouted for the eldest princess to be careful. In response, the eldest princess casually waved her hand and sent both women flying, coldly calling them shameless women. The two had no ability to resist and were instantly heavily injured. Xu Beiwang looked delighted and praised the eldest princess for becoming even stronger. He immediately declared his loyalty, saying he was her person in life and her ghost in death, and there was chance he would become someone else's son-in-law. But at that moment, a Supreme Elder suddenly launched a sneak attack on the eldest princess. Xu Beiwang reacted instantly and rushed forward to block the attack. While taking the hit, he shouted for the eldest princess to be careful. Seeing him injured, the eldest princess became truly furious, and terrifying killing intent erupted. Despite the pain, Xu Beiwang forced a smile and reassured her that he could endure it and she did not need to worry. The eldest princess then coldly brought up the old grudge, stating that the destruction of the Seven-Crowned King Divine Clan was definitely connected to the never-setting Divine Clan. Today, old and new debts would be settled together. Xu Beiwang also revealed his true name and summoned the Nether Flower. The Supreme Elder's expression changed dramatically as he finally understood that everything was related to the Essence blood. At that moment, Tian Qingwan went mad and charged toward Xu Beiwang, shouting that no one was allowed to touch the body she had chosen. Xu Beiwang only sneered and told her she would never obtain it. The next moment, Tian Qingwan was completely drained of her energy and vanished into the void. Seeing the situation spiral out of control, the Supreme Elders surrounded the eldest princess and Xu Beiwang together. The eldest princess did not hesitate and immediately summoned a giant flaming phoenix that covered the entire sky. Xu Beiwang only glanced at where Tian Qingwan disappeared before looking away. Right now, dealing with the never-setting Divine Clan was the priority. When the Nether Flower combined with the flaming phoenix, the terrifying power instantly heavily injured all the Supreme Elders. Xu Beiwang coldly warned them that if they left now, they could still survive, but if they insisted on fighting, none of them would leave alive. Hearing this, Meng Ji's mother and the remaining experts immediately retreated. No one dared to stay. But seeing them escape, the eldest princess's anger only grew stronger. After all the Supreme Elders had withdrawn, the eldest princess turned around and left without saying another word. Xu Beiwang immediately chased after her and called out. But after only a few steps, he suddenly collapsed to the ground and weakly asked if Her Highness was truly angry with him. The eldest princess gently lifted Xu Beiwang's face and told him his injuries needed proper rest. Xu Beiwang looked wronged and said that he only suffered a little injury in exchange for avenging a great hatred, yet she still was not happy. Hearing that, the eldest princess became even angrier and questioned why he spared Tian Qingwan. She suspected he had another plan and even asked if he truly wanted to become a son-in-law elsewhere because he was tired of her. Xu Beiwang froze completely, unable to understand how the situation had developed like this. Just as the tension reached its peak, Huang Rushi's voice suddenly interrupted, telling them to stop arguing because Miu Miu had been captured. She explained that after leaving seclusion, Miu Miu wanted to find the era tree for Xu Beiwang and Shuanger, but when she arrived at the Arctic Ancient Star, she was captured by a 9th-level Thunder Lion and only managed to send a jade slip for help. Xu Beiwang immediately reassured his mother-in-law that he would definitely bring Miu Miu back safely. But deep down, he knew he first needed to calm down the eldest princess. After hearing this, the eldest princess immediately turned and left. Xu Beiwang hurriedly followed behind, calling for her to wait. Deep down, he sighed that his boss truly valued loyalty. The scene shifted to the Arctic Ancient Star. The moment Xu Beiwang arrived, his voice shook the entire area as he demanded the 9th-level Thunder Lions come out. A Thunder Lion appeared and immediately recognized him, shocked to see the Taichu young master. When it noticed the eldest princess beside him, it became even more shocked because Huang Qinshuang was also here. Xu Beiwang impatiently told them to stop wasting time and release Miu Miu. He also emphasized that he no longer used the Taichu surname and was now called Xu Beiwang. The Thunder Lion was confused, unable to understand why someone who once belonged to the never-setting Divine Clan was now standing with Huang Qinshuang. Just then, another Thunder Lion stepped out and revealed that the never-setting Divine Clan had already been destroyed by the two of them. Meanwhile, Miu Miu, trapped inside a cage, was crying loudly and accusing them of stealing her era tree and planning to cook her. The eldest princess did not bother speaking. With one move, she instantly killed the Thunder Lion guarding Miu Miu. Xu Beiwang also casually kicked Miu Miu with a loving kick. The little cat was frightened and immediately jumped into his arms, trembling as she complained that she was almost scared to death. At the same time, the eldest princess effortlessly dealt with the remaining Thunder Lion like crushing an ant. Seeing this scene, both Xu Beiwang and Miu Miu instinctively shrank back. They shared the same thought. The eldest princess was definitely still angry. The moment both Thunder Lions fell, Miu Miu immediately transformed into human form and repeatedly kicked their bodies while complaining about being captured and having her treasure stolen. After venting her anger, she hugged the eldest princess tightly and said she had missed her terribly. Then Miu Miu turned to Xu Beiwang and asked him to come closer, wondering why her little villain seemed so strange today. Xu Wang could only stand there helplessly because he knew the eldest princess was still upset with him. Miu Miu looked between the two of them and confusedly asked why they were not happy to see her again. She secretly whispered to Xu Wang that he must have angered the eldest princess, and this was all she could do to help. After saying that, Miu Miu grabbed their hands and placed them together. She quickly found an excuse to leave and report her safety to her mother. The eldest princess turned her face away, clearly still not over her anger. Xu Wang immediately stopped her and seriously asked what he had done wrong that made her distrust him so much. He even pretended to be pitiful, saying the wound caused by Ri Buluo had flared up again, and only a kiss from the crown princess could heal it. The crown princess kicked him away and coldly said she knew his injuries better than anyone, so he should stop pretending. Xu Wang held his body and cried in pain, shocked that she actually hit him this time. With no other choice, he decided to speak from his heart and said they should not fight like this because of outsiders. Xu Wang seriously said he could never get tired of the crown princess because they had long been one. Since the first time he met her, his heart had no room for anyone else. The crown princess narrowed her eyes suspiciously and asked if he had already liked her for a long time. Xu Wang quickly corrected himself, saying he meant it was love at first sight. He brought up the past again, when he was just a useless nobody that no one valued. Only the crown princess truly supported him, allowing him to reach where he was today. He had never forgotten those moments. Just as the atmosphere started to calm down, Miu Miu rushed back and shouted that many more people were coming. Xu Wang immediately got annoyed because he was still busy comforting his boss. Soon after, Zhu Zhao and the others arrived. Dongqing directly stated that they were willing to follow the 7th Crown Prince God clan and Xu Gongzi. Xu Wang only smiled. It seemed the news of Ru Buluo God clan being destroyed and North Pole Ancient Star being massacred had already spread everywhere. He then said everything should follow the boss arrangements. The crown princess coldly glanced at the crowd and said the thing she hated most was crowded places, telling everyone to leave immediately. Xu Wang moved close to her ear and quietly said he knew a place where there would never be such noise. The scene quickly shifted back to Beiwang's star. After returning to Taichu Palace, Xu Wang smiled proudly and asked if the crown princess was surprised. Miu Miu happily ran around like she had found a treasure, jumping and meowing because this place looked exactly like before. Xu Wang looked at the crown princess and gently asked if she wanted to do anything special now. The crown princess gave a rare smile and started listing things she wanted to eat, like barbecue, chicken pie, and milk tea. Xu Wang was completely stunned, wondering what was going on. He thought she would say something much more serious. He gently touched the crown princess's cheek and smiled meaningfully, saying that no matter what, he was probably still a little more delicious than those dishes.